Before I show you today's courthouse video, I need to tell you something so YouTube doesn't punish me. I categorically condemn David's actions and all predatory behavior involving children or adults. This video is educational, documentary, scientific, and artistic content. More specifically, authoritative reporting on a true crime case from a journalistic context. I've personally attended the David preliminary hearings as an accredited reporter, and I'm here to tell you the facts of the case. I'm doing this to inform and protect the public and raise awareness of the tactics and methods used by predators. This video includes no content that violates the advertiser or community guidelines on YouTube, and the purpose of this video is to add context and condemnation to a story in the public interest and to protect the public. I will be reporting basic factual information that I've personally observed while attending the court proceedings as a professional journalist. While this video contains multiple points of view, including the defense attorney's arguments, I wholeheartedly condemn David, his actions, and the actions of any groomer or predator. I'm obliged by YouTube's rules to tell you that you should not imitate the actions of David, and this statement represents a clear and informative discouragement against imitating dangerous or harmful behavior. This video doesn't include any illegal material, instructions on how to carry out a crime, any footage of a criminal or victim while a crime is being committed, and this video categorically does not intend to glorify the crimes or criminals being discussed. I hope that's understood.
Okay, I'm here outside the courthouse once again for the David hearing. Now today has been very controversial. There's been quite a lot of debate about whether or not different people from the media will get in. So I'm here, all right. I wasn't sure if it was going to be possible for me to come in, but I'm here. There's a lot of other media here, a lot of very serious mainstream looking media outside. And basically it's a very interesting situation today because they basically announced kind of a few days ago that access to the, well, not the trial, of course, the hearing. A lot of people have been getting onto me for saying trial. That would be a misspeak. But a lot of people have been kind of talking about, who's going to be getting access. And they've basically changed this to kind of like a lottery system at the moment. And some people are upset. I've been speaking to a lot of people today. So they've changed the rules. Rather than being able to, definitely be able to just enter the trial as a member of the public, what's happened is they've turned it to a lottery system. I guess they were anticipating a lot of people being here. And there were a lot of people here this morning. I was in a line. There was quite a lot of people outside, more than usual. I'd never seen people queuing outside before the courthouse had opened, but it wasn't necessarily, an entire mob of people. But what was really interesting is they've turned it to a lottery system. So now there's only going to be 10 public seats. People are basically being asked to take a ticket and attend it as a lottery. So I've got my ticket here tucked in the back of my phone so I don't lose it. And we're going to be finding out whether I'm one of the 10 people who gets access to the hearing. So this is going to be going on 3 days in a row. They're going to basically be doing this back to back for 3 days. And, every day there'll be a new opportunity to get in. I believe there's 10 tickets. There's then like a standby list so that anybody that kind of doesn't get in, I think they're going to have an opportunity for up to 10 more people to essentially get inside. I'm kind of just outside here with all the kind of news vans and everything that's going on. It's very, very interesting right now. But yeah, we're really trying to just get to the bottom of what's going on. So a lot of people have been kind of upset about the fact that, it's not going to be as open as some of the previous hearings. There's been a lot of talk on Reddit about people saying that it's being kind of closed off to the public. I know Steve had quite a big post that he put up on X where he was saying he was very disappointed with how that went down. So I'll give you like a little update. I'm going to try and do like a little bit of like my normal style. I can't put anything on screen, but I've got my phone and I've got all the Reddit posts and everything that I was going to talk about. So this is a post here about the prelims. I don't know if you'll be able to see that. We're going to have to get some focus on that. You can pause and zoom in on that if you want to see what that is. But basically this post, it said upcoming prelims and limited seating to the public. So some people were saying we might not get any information from these prelims because the prelims are going to be locked down so tight. They only have 10 seats for public viewing, so they're trying to keep this under wraps. So a lot of people feel like it's kind of an effort that's being made to kind of keep some of this information under wraps. Now, I don't know if I would say that they're trying to keep information under wraps, but I think they're trying to control the courtroom. I think they're trying to stop it, becoming chaotic. There was a kind of a public statement that was issued that announced this. They also had some information about, certain clothing that wasn't allowed. You weren't allowed to do any activism. You're not allowed to talk. Like, they really don't want anybody coming in and disrupting the trial. I do think that makes sense. But at the same time, I think one of the things that was quite disappointing was just that, they seemingly kind of put together all, 10 slots for media. It seemed like that was only really offered to the mainstream media. There weren't any opportunities for any independent media to kind of get their slot, officiated. I've been basically, going through all of the motions to get the official press pass at the courthouse, and that wasn't approved at this stage. And I wasn't able to get my official name onto the media list, which was unfortunate. But at the same time, like, I'm okay with coming here as a member of the public and just reporting to you guys what's going on. But like I say, a lot of people are kind of upset. People on Reddit are sort of explaining how they basically don't want, maybe they don't feel like they don't want all of the information spreading rampant. Like, one of the key things that's been going on is that you can't, if you're a member of the media, you can have a laptop inside the court, but you can't tweet live. Obviously you can't do any recording, you can't take your camera or your microphone in there. But what's interesting is you can't even tweet live. So if you're in there with a laptop, you can't tweet exactly what's going on. And I would assume that's, I don't know, to stop any kind of hysteria or the information getting out quickly in a way that it shouldn't be getting allowed out. So what's probably going to happen is them 10 people that are the main kind of mainstream media reporters that are guaranteed to be in the courtroom, they're going to be writing down everything that goes down, or they're going to be pre-tweeting everything that, you know, is said, and as soon as they get out of the courtroom, they're going to be able to disseminate that information. So what I'm going to do, if I don't get into the hearing, I'm probably going to go back home. I'm probably going to go live. I've got kind of a very, very comprehensive list of all the media that are covering and that have been covering the situation and the hearings. And what I'll do is I'll basically go live and I'll get you the information that's coming out of the courtroom as soon as it comes out from all of the people that are there. I've got people that are here that I'm good with. I've got contacts over here. So I'll get you guys the information as soon as I possibly can. If I can't get in, I might be able to get in which case I will make copious amounts of notes and I will come out and basically let you guys know. But a lot of people are upset about this situation, even a lot of people that are here today. Obviously, Steve had quite a big, you know, I don't want to say rant, but he had kind of a long breakdown on X why he kind of disagreed with this and didn't think it was such a good idea. So basically they're saying, you know, these are kind of the comments on that Reddit thread. They're saying the interesting part, 10 public seats are literally going to be lottery drawn. So even if you showed up at 4 a.m. for a public seat, it's basically Lady Luck that's going to grant you a yellow badge, 1 of 10. And then they have 10 extra public space drawn if space allows for it. So the only thing is we can hope that literate people win the spots. So I feel like everyone here looks pretty literate. I don't know if we've got anyone that's illiterate here. But I would say, you know, I just hope that the people that win the spots are people that, you know, are getting that information out there quickly. I think everybody just wants to know what's going on. I believe we're going to hear some witness testimony at least one of these dates. You know, basically they're saying, you know, we just don't know who's going to get in there. We don't know who's going to be disseminating that information. So if I don't get in there, I'm going to get all of that info and I'm going to get that to you guys as quickly as possible. Now, what I do think is very, very interesting is that obviously we're waiting to hear what witnesses are going to be called. In the previous hearing, it was said that there were going to be witnesses. Beth Silverman, the DA, did tease that she was making sure that the scheduling allowed for her witnesses to come and speak in the court. So we are going to be hearing probably similar things that were heard from the grand jury. They were still making very, very serious efforts to have all of the grand jury testimony sealed. I think a lot of people have been trying to find out what's going on with that. But yeah, I think we're going to hear kind of that same information in a new format probably over these next few days. I think it is going to be a really rough one for David, if I'm completely honest with you. We've already heard a lot so far. There was these 40 terabytes, you know, illegal videos, all kinds of messed up stuff that was apparently, you know, found on his devices. And I wonder whether there's going to be an explanation of what some of those things were, whether there's going to be testimony from other people that are going to come and say what was going on behind the scenes with him. I don't know for sure, but I do think that it's going to be a rough couple of days for David for sure. So yeah, I was disappointed to hear about the lottery system, but at the same time, I'm going to participate and see how that goes. If it doesn't go well, then, you know, I'll probably have my thoughts on it. But it's a very interesting day. I just woke up to the last video that I did yesterday on the flight tickets that have been leaked. If anybody's seen that video before it got taken down, there's basically a set of United flight tickets for a minor that did belong to Celeste. We confirmed in the video that they were real. We went on the United website and requested a receipt for the confirmation number and the passenger name, and we checked. If you put in the wrong number, wrong name, if you make it up, it doesn't send you a receipt. We put in Celeste's last name, the booking number, reference number that was from the leaked flight ticket, and that did, it said it issued a receipt and it would confirm that the flight was real. So that was very interesting. But what happened is I woke up this morning and found out that that video had been removed. It said for harassment and cyberbullying on David, I guess, which is a little bit strange. But what is very, very interesting about that is that, you know, that flight ticket had a couple of addresses on it, which were blurred out. I blurred out those addresses. I made sure that that wasn't actually in the video, but I guess that didn't really make too much of a difference. So I wonder, it's probably likely that somebody had to do like a manual claim or a manual complaint to basically try and have that video taken down. And it was removed. Now, fortunately, I didn't get a strike, so I can still upload, because last time I had a strike, I was barred from uploading, I think, for a week. So that was quite disappointing, but I'm going to get to the bottom of it. I'm going to get that video re-uploaded today, but I feel like I do need to be more careful. I mean, I feel like that was unjustified, but clearly, I don't know, maybe there was just the way that I was talking about it or the way that I was explaining it wasn't right. But for it to kind of be flagged for harassment and cyberbullying on David was a little bit crazy. So that video was taken down, but thankfully it wasn't a strike. So I've got to give YouTube their props for not doing it as a strike, which would have been, it would have prevented me from uploading and speaking on this batch of hearings at all. So I think that would have been disastrous. But anyway, we're kind of out here with the media. I'm going to go check in with Mark the Shark before I wrap this up, and then I'll give you guys like a more comprehensive update after things have taken place. But here is the man, Mark. How you doing, man?
Good. How you doing?
I'm good.
Good.
So
How do you want to do this?
I'm just gonna talk to you. Let me throw you a microphone. Let me just get this right. I'm just looking at all the media, all the professional, the big dogs out here. Can I put this in your lapel?
Yeah.
Nice, man. So obviously we've connected, man. You're on a live stream too. Am I live on your live stream?
Yeah,
You're
we're
live on my
both live
stream?
right
Okay,
now.
amazing. All right. So yeah, man, we've connected here at a few dates previously. Obviously, I've referenced your videos in a few of my videos. Vice versa. You know, I feel like everybody's just trying to get to the bottom of this and get the information out there. You've done a great job of like going on location and following up at some of the places where, you know, some of these things kind of either occurred or where evidence was found, things like that. How are you feeling about the situation today? Particularly, I've just been talking to the audience about this thing with, you know, the lottery, media access passes, things like that. Just what are your thoughts on that so far today?
Lotteries, I don't like it. It should be first come, first serve. You come here, come here early, you get a seat. The lottery, to me, it just seems a little unfair. For those that have been coming into court, for those that have been keeping up with the case, and you know, it's just, it would suck if like none of us would get in. The ones that are really covering up the case and out here for true reasons and for, you know, justice for Celeste. So that's the thing right now that is bothersome. You know, if we don't get in, we're not going to get that coverage, that live coverage, as opposed to mainstream media. You know, nothing against mainstream media, but we're independent media, we're alternative media, and that's what the subscribers love. They love the raw, just uncut, unedited version of the news.
For sure, man. I feel like this has been an interesting case because I feel like when it first kicked off, you know, there were a lot of people that didn't even know who David was. You know, I've kind of been covering musicians that get legal cases for years. It's funny because a lot of people have kind of mistakenly referred to him as a rapper. He's not a rapper by any means, but you know, obviously I've covered a lot of rap stars, but I've covered other kinds of musicians too. And it's definitely kind of slowly gotten a bigger thing. Obviously, he's very successful. He's had a lot of streams, but you know, last year David was the most Googled person on earth, right? So it's definitely a case that's captured a lot of people's interest. I think a lot of people have been here. What do you think of this idea? I was just reacting to a Reddit post a minute ago where some people were saying, you know, they felt like was there some kind of effort to hush up the information, or do you feel like really what the courthouse is just trying to do is like keep control of the fact that, you know, maybe hundreds of people might turn up now that, you know, this case has become such a big thing? Like, do you feel like there's something where maybe like they want to kind of slow down the information, not for any nefarious purposes, but more to stop any like hysteria or people kind of getting the wrong idea or getting the wrong information out there, and that could jeopardize the trial? Like, what are your thoughts on just that as far as them controlling the information?
That could be it. That could be it. Controlling the narrative. Again, it's hard to do that when you are live, when you are in there. You come out and it's raw and it's fresh in your mind. There's no edits, there's no cuts. Yeah, that'd be interesting to find out if that's like a tactic, you know, to put the lottery so that way it's just random people and it's not the same usual people that come in, the streamers and from the public. So yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah, I feel like it's funny because, you know, I've been covering this trial, I've been covering a few other criminal trials. I was at the federal courthouse for the Little Dirk trial last week. I was covering the Ant Hefe trial at the same courthouse in a different courtroom. And, you know, it's interesting because I've begun to learn the American legal system and kind of how, you know, there's really a lot of, it's a very transparent system. The fact that anybody can walk into the courthouse and attend proceedings and see justice being done publicly, I think is, oh, let me get that mic. Yeah, seeing justice be done publicly, I think that's really, really positive. And I think that, you know, it's probably a tricky one because when there's this many people and this much interest in a case and there's limited space, I suppose lottery maybe is the most fair way they can do it. I wonder whether lottery was what they were doing for the OJ trial, you know, when that was going on and stuff. But it's definitely disappointing to think that you maybe can't necessarily see any of those, you know, public hearings that are supposed to be transparent, but then also they are making it accessible to some of the public. So maybe it's not necessarily a conspiracy or them trying to cover anything up like that. I don't know. What do you think?
Man, it's hard to tell right now, but yeah, it is all right. It is all right to come in. A courtroom's open to the public. We are the public. We are the eyes and the ears for the people. So we'll see what happens, man. I got my ticket, you got your ticket, and again, I really hope we get in. I really do. So that way we have that fresh, that fresh feel and that fresh insight into what happens in the courtroom. You know, from the people that have been following us throughout this whole case, and yeah, I mean, we'll see what happens. You know, if I don't get in, let me interview you. If you get in,
vice versa. No,
yeah.
I feel like everybody out here is making deals. Everyone's cutting deals behind the scenes to see who's going to get that info. But what are you anticipating today? You thinking there's going to be, you know, there's rumors that a witness might be called to testify at one of these days. Obviously, the grand jury testimony has been sealed, but some of that same information come out. You know, based on what you've covered so far, do you feel like you have a sense of the sorts of things that are going to come up?
Nothing. Yeah, I have no sense right now. The prosecution have done a great job at keeping everything tight, which I think would help protect the case. We saw it was 7 months until there was an arrest, and we thought, the public, there was nothing going on, and there was secret grand juries behind the scenes. There was an arrest, and so I mean, I don't know what to expect really, because they have done a really good job at keeping everything close to the vest, and I think that's great. I think that is good.
For sure. Well, look, I think I'm going to get more updates from you later on. This is just like a little intro for, you know, for us basically waiting to find out what's going to happen. Just let the people know, if they don't already know, where they can find you, where they can catch up. You're live right now, so they need to tap in and, you know, get the live stream. I've already been on the live stream this morning, so if people wanted the exclusive, they need to get up with you. Let them know.
Yeah, Mark the Shark 943 on YouTube. Check me out, and check out Trapmore Ross if you haven't already. He's been covering the case since day one. He's been out here in the court, and so mad respect for Trapmore Ross for keeping this story out there.
Appreciate that, man. Thank you so much. So yeah, shout out to Mark, man. We just had a really good little catch up. Like I say, I'm going to find out what's going on with the lottery. We're out here with a lot of the media, a lot of the news organizations. It's really interesting and exciting to just keep track of everything that's going on. So I'll let you guys know what happens with the lottery and who ends up getting in here. I'm probably right in the way of somebody right now, so I'm going to move. But yeah, that is the latest. So yeah, we'll see what happens. And yeah, I'm very, very curious to see how it all develops. But thank you for watching this one. Catch you guys in the next one. I'm out. See you soon.
Good afternoon. My name is Nathan Hockman. I'm the Los Angeles County District Attorney. Today starts the day of the preliminary hearing of David Anthony Burke, the singer David, spelled D4VD. This preliminary hearing will last approximately 3 to 5 days, at which point we will be seeking to hold David to answer for 3 felony counts of which he has been charged. First-degree murder with special circumstances, the count of lewd and lascivious acts with a 13-year-old, and the count of mutilation of human remains. David will be facing a maximum punishment of life without the possibility of parole, or he is also death penalty eligible. The decision on whether or not to seek the death penalty has not been made at this point. Now, the point of a preliminary hearing is somewhat different than you actually perceive in the media, whether it's TV or the movies. Because what often happens in TV or the movies is you go from an immediate arrest into a trial. But in our system, and in California in particular, you have an intermediate step. That intermediate step is a preliminary hearing where effectively the prosecution's evidence is going to be tested before a judge, not a jury. The standard that we have to meet is not beyond a reasonable doubt at the preliminary hearing stage. It is probable cause. We are not obligated, nor will we be presenting all the evidence at a preliminary hearing that we will be presenting at a trial to prove David beyond a reasonable doubt guilty of the 3 felony charges of which he has been charged. So at the preliminary hearing, we will call a number of officers. We estimate there will be over 10 different witnesses, both officer testimony, coroner testimony, and there will be individual witnesses as well. And again, we can rely on hearsay and other things that won't be allowed to be relied on in an actual trial. The judge at the end of the presentation of the evidence, and again, this is evidence that can be cross-examined by a defense attorney, and that process has already been done. At the end of the presentation of all this evidence, the question will be, will David be held to answer on the 3 felony charges? We believe we will more than accomplish the evidentiary burden of probable cause at this point to hold David to answer on these 3 felony charges. At that point, if the judge does hold him to answer, we will file an information that will detail the actual 3 criminal charges. Thereafter, there will be a trial date that will be set, and David, if he so chooses, will proceed to trial. And we will prove at that point, beyond a reasonable doubt, that David committed these 3 crimes. And when, and we do not predict if, when he is convicted, we will then be seeking the sentence that we are allowed to seek by order of the law, and we will let you know in a future date whether or not that sentence will also include the death penalty. So I wanted to take this opportunity as we're starting this preliminary hearing process to explain where the preliminary hearing fits in the process so people can understand as we are presenting evidence and it is being cross-examined what ultimately the standard is for the judge to determine, and that's probable cause, not beyond a reasonable doubt. It is a judge that is doing this determination, not a jury at this point, and that there will subsequently be a trial when the judge holds David to answer on these 3 felony charges. When this preliminary hearing is over,
all right, so we're here at the recess partway through the trial. I did get inside, I got a badge and everything. We managed to make it through. Thanks to the lottery, thanks to the press and the media team helping me and supporting me. It's very, very interesting. So we just heard from the DA. He gave a little bit of an update and basically said some details about what they're doing, how they're pursuing the death penalty. I'm about to get in the car and just go for a very quick lunch meeting with somebody, but I'll give you a little bit more of an update once I get inside the car. But yeah, there's a lot going on. All right, folks, so I'm just in the back of the car. I'm about to go and get some lunch in between the trials. So we've got about an hour and a half break, and I've basically just got a crazy update on everything that's been going on. So just being inside the trial, we managed to get inside, even though there was a lot of controversy about this ticket lottery. I didn't win the ticket lottery, but I managed to get in on a media standby list. So thankfully, they were supporting independent media and making sure that some of the other people that weren't, you know, on the mainstream guaranteed media list get in there. And I really appreciate and respect that. I thought that was really positive, and I'm very thankful that the media team at the courthouse are just so helpful and cooperative and were able to, you know, help me get to where I needed to be. So there were some pretty major updates. I'll be honest with you, I'm going to do a massive update at the end of the day when I get home with all of my notes. But for now, this is just a quick little pre-update as I'm kind of moving around, about to go ahead and get some lunch. But basically, the major update that we saw was we saw the police body cam footage of the police visiting David's residence. There was a very controversial, you know, incident where the police from the Riverside County Sheriffs had sent police from the LAPD or the LA County Sheriffs to Hollywood to go and investigate David's property. And while they were there, they asked him about Celeste. And we saw a very nervous David. I'll give you more details about it later with all my notes, but we saw kind of a very nervous David, sort of unsure of himself and, you know, sort of saying, oh, I thought she was 18. He said, some people have been saying she's 13, but I thought she was 18. She told me she was 18. And it was actually quite interesting because David's defense, they kind of clapped back and basically explained that, you know, nowhere in the video did the officer say explicitly she's definitely 13. Even the officer kind of said, oh, I think she's 13. So that was really up for debate. And honestly, it gave me pause a little bit to think, okay, there's a little bit more ammunition for defense on that particular incident than we maybe thought. So I thought that was very fascinating. And after that, the really most horrific stuff that we saw was the images of, you know, the remains that were found in the Tesla, in the body bags and the black trash bags in the trunk. It was very bad. It was just absolutely horrific. There were gasps inside the courtroom. You know, unfortunately, Celeste's family was actually in the court, and you know, they just looked absolutely distraught. David was really just staring right ahead, looking at the screen. He wasn't looking away. It seemed to me that you know, Blair Burke, his lawyer, was looking away quite a bit and kind of looking down at her notes. But David himself, he was kind of locked in, looking right at the screen. And obviously, we've heard these rumors and reports before that, you know, he's not going to be allowed any of his discovery in his cell. I don't know whether this might have even been the very first time that he had actually seen, you know, the state of Celeste that she was left in when she was recovered in the Tesla. So it was very disturbing, to be completely honest with you. And I was honestly shocked. There was real gasps in the courtroom. There was some very interesting moment. There were some laughs, not at Celeste or not at the evidence, but, you know, Beth Silverman, the district attorney, deputy district attorney, was very fiery. She clapped back at certain things. She kind of made a little bit of a mockery of some of the objections that were going on. And like I said, I've got all of my notes that I'm going to break down to you later, but I'm just kind of just going between places, going to grab a little bite to eat before I basically go into the next part of the trial and give you kind of a much bigger update at the end of the day. But we are seeing some absolutely harrowing scenes inside the court. It is a packed courtroom. It's absolutely packed to the brim. We're seeing kind of all kinds of evidence. We're seeing photographs of phones, you know, cell phone records, numerous phones that were recovered. We're basically halfway through in this recess the evidence that relates to the search on David's house. You know, they were saying that blood was found on the brickwork. We've not got to that section yet, but they're talking about phones that were seized, how they kind of rifled through David's property. There really is a lot of stuff going on, and it is extremely harrowing, some of the stuff that we're seeing. I mean, some of the stuff is honestly heartbreaking. I really can't believe it. I don't think I've ever seen anything so gruesome as those pictures of inside that bag and inside that Tesla. I don't think those images will ever be released public, rightly so. A lot of people in the courtroom were disgusted. People looked away. People gasped. It was really upsetting, to be honest with you, and I think just all of us just so solidified in just how horrible of a crime this was and just how much we need to see justice for Celeste. So I'm very interested to see where it develops. I'll leave this update here along with everything else that I've got. I'm going to try and finish my lunch real quick just nearby, and then basically get back to the courthouse and give you guys another update. So once I've got that, I'll keep you guys posted, but this is kind of the information we've got from the trial so far, and it's honestly been just unbelievable day so far, and this is just day 1 of 3. So hopefully we can get back into the courtroom for day 2 and 3, but again, we're fighting this lottery system. We're dealing with, you know, a very packed courtroom, a lot of media from the mainstream, from the independent, a lot of members of the public that have come down to show their support. It's very interesting. So I'll keep you guys updated, give you guys an update very soon. Thank you for checking this one out, and yeah, I've got a lot of information coming. I'm writing notes on absolutely everything. Can't even remember everything off the top of my head right now, but there's a lot coming. Okay, so I've just come out of the hearing. I was there for the full day until 4 p.m. It was definitely a long day. There was some very interesting developments. So I've got reams and reams of notes. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to do like a little update for you guys right now. I'm outside with all the media. There's like a whole media circus going on out here right now. There's a lot. But anyway, I don't know what they got going on. But yeah, there was some huge updates, some crazy testimony. A whole bunch of people took the stand and gave evidence against David. His defense kind of grilled everybody that got on the stand. And I'll be honest with you, David's defense had some very good points. They had some very little sneaky maneuvers that they pulled. And there were some really interesting insights. So like I say, I'm probably going to need to go home and do like an hour-plus breakdown of all of my notes in one go, which I'm going to do for you guys next. It was just an insane amount of information. But really, it was kind of like 3 witnesses that took the stand. One of them was a sheriff who actually visited David's property when they were investigating the disappearance of Celeste back in February of 2024. That was essentially accompanied by body cam footage of that officer visiting David's home, questioning him about the disappearance of Celeste. I'll be honest with you, the body cam footage was disappointing, not in terms of it didn't show much, but it was disappointing in terms of it felt like the officers maybe could have done a little bit more to investigate. They kind of sort of, I don't want to say let David off the hook, but when they visited his property and kind of were asking about this missing minor, it was very surprising. They didn't really put it on him. We heard rumors that they had gone to his property and told him she's 13 and warned him. That's not really what we saw in that footage. I'm not trying to defend David by any means, but they basically went to his property, said, look, we're looking for this girl, is she here? They searched the property, she wasn't there. David, honestly, he seemed very nervous, and I'm not saying that he wasn't up to nothing dodgy, but he did kind of seem a little bit nervous, but he was forthcoming. He said, oh yeah, I know her. I thought she was 18. She told me that she was 18. Other people trying to tell me she's 13 now. He showed them a picture of her on his phone. He showed them the, it's been alleged that it's a yearbook photo, but it looked more just like a sort of random picture of her. And I'll give you some more detail about that picture later on, because I kind of wrote notes and described everything, but it was a lot. But that was kind of the first witness who basically, was on the stand and described going to David's property. We saw the body cam footage, and then David's defense, they kind of had a good little moment when they said, well, at no point did you say definitively that she's 13. I'm pretty sure the way that it was worded, he was kind of like, I think she might be 13. It wasn't clear, it wasn't definitive, and it made you think, damn, like that's not quite what we thought that we was actually going to be hearing. So that one, I'm not going to lie, that it was definitely not good for David, but it was also, there were little holes that his defense poked into it, and they were doing a very good job of poking holes in things. Now, the next thing, we saw the full-blown LAPD robbery homicide detective that had been working on this case, who was basically on the scene, where the body was found in the Tesla. We did see pictures of what was left of Celeste. It's really horrible, and it was just heartbreaking to actually hear that testimony in court. It was honestly just sickening. to see the footage of what was found in that car, to hear the testimony of the officer that actually dealt with that. It was just honestly just horrifying. That was extremely bad, and really that was kind of very, very damning. There wasn't really much to defend on that front, but what they did manage to do was the defense pointed out some very, very interesting holes in that basically timeline of when the body was discovered and recovered. They basically pointed out some inconsistencies with the fact that it was kind of a local police department that opened the Tesla, exposed the first bag. It was then the detectives from the robbery homicide division that then came and moved the first bag, discovered the second bag underneath it in the Tesla, and then it was the medical examiner that then came to the scene and was the only person to authorize to touch the body. Now, one point that they made that was very, very interesting was they basically said, why didn't you keep the body bag? They never kept the body bag that Celeste was unfortunately found in. They basically disposed of it, and they disposed of, and it's disgusting to say, I'm so sorry to say this, but the liquefied remains that were inside that bag, they basically said we didn't really have the means to preserve that. That was unpreservable. What we did is we cut the handles off the body bag that might have had DNA on it, and we kept obviously the core remains, but they basically admit we don't have the body bag. I don't know where it is. They sort of said, oh, was it destroyed? And they said, oh, we wouldn't say destroyed, but it was not, we couldn't preserve it. It was just liquefied remains in a bag, in a mesh bag that was just, you know, half a leftover garbage bag. It was not preservable. Now that unfortunately did look quite bad on the prosecution to sort of say, well, this is a really, really important thing. Why didn't you preserve it? And them arguing, well, we couldn't preserve it. It wasn't preservable. Didn't really kind of land for some people. I feel like for a lot of people it felt like that really wasn't a good enough answer, and it sort of made you think, okay, there's some inconsistencies here. And I'll be honest with you, I think the prosecution had a pretty hard time when they started talking about all the evidence that was claimed from David's property. Now, I'm going to get into my notes in a later video. I'm going to do a full breakdown because I kind of laid everything down in my notes. I'm going to remember it a lot better when I look at my notes. I've just got out of the courthouse, but there was some pretty bad timeline stuff. So we've heard all these rumors of David had a chainsaw, he had multiple chainsaws in his property, but it turns out there were actually 3 chainsaws. There were 2 chainsaws that were ordered off Amazon that were found in his property, and neither of those had any DNA on it. Apparently neither of those had blood on them, neither of those actually had any of his DNA or his evidence on them, and you know, the cops ended up leaving them there. They talked about the burn cage, which wasn't used. They talked about not being able to find an apparent, you know, heat-proof mat that was ordered on Amazon, and really the alleged chainsaw that this dismemberment was allegedly carried out with apparently was never found, and it sounds like that was something that was Uber Eats or Postmates to him. He'd kind of ordered a shovel, this other chainsaw, and it did make you think, is this the play that he's going for? The actual chainsaw that he used has been vanished, has been disappeared, but the 2 chainsaws that they found in his property that he ordered off Amazon that didn't have any evidence on them that they were used in a crime. That really throws people off the scent, and it makes you wonder, okay, what do we actually have? They allegedly have the cadaver bags being ordered off Amazon, but they don't have the bags themselves. That evidence they said they wasn't able to preserve, so that doesn't really look too good. I was very surprised that we heard talk of all this searching going on in the property, but we didn't actually get a concrete confirmation. I didn't hear at any point them mention blood being found in the garage, which I thought was something that was going to be brought up. Maybe that's going to be brought up later. They did bring up the blue kiddie pool that was found in the garage, and they said they did recover that, and you know, the plastic pieces were, you know, found it's horrible to say, but lodged in the severance wounds on her limbs. But there were definitely a few things that just didn't quite add up. The fact that it was to find out these 2 chainsaws that we've been hearing about for so long hadn't been used in the dismemberment, that was very, very shocking, to be honest with you, and I feel like I was very, very surprised. And it sounds like the actual chainsaw that he used, he's managed to get, well, allegedly, or depending on what happened, we don't know for sure at this stage, it has to be allegedly, but whatever that chainsaw that was actually used to do this dismemberment is long gone, apparently. They haven't been able to recover that. That was very, very shocking, and I was really, really surprised to hear that. Now, after that, we heard some really, really interesting financial testimony from basically a financial manager of David that worked with Rob and Josh from Mogul Vision, and he had some very, very interesting points. Now, I've had a few people tell me, you know, they're trying to use that to establish a financial motive, that David was making millions of dollars. They're saying that between 2023 and 2025, David might have made something as much as $11.5 million from all of his career. They're saying that Mogul Vision might have made $3-4 million. So all of these hangers-ons, these people around David providing him services, were making millions of dollars, and so was he. And that testimony didn't completely finish, but there were some very, very interesting aspects of that. We heard a lot of details about how David's mother is very involved in his career. David's mother was being paid $75,000 a year to basically manage David's pay David's bills, manage his finances, and apparently she wasn't very good at it. The financial manager was saying we was trying to teach her QuickBooks. She wasn't getting it. She wasn't learning it. Things weren't getting done when they were supposed to be done. And Colleen being his momager was not really the most helpful thing. So that was very interesting. And we did hear some very interesting. This really blew my mind. They said that after the body was found in the car, David's management team, even David's mother, they started communicating on encrypted messaging apps. They started communicating on Signal and WhatsApp instead of the traditional iMessage and FaceTime calling that apparently they had been doing up until that point, which, to be honest, was kind of damning. But as we found out in a lot of criminal cases recently, just because you're on Signal on WhatsApp and it's encrypted end to end, that doesn't necessarily mean the feds ain't going to be able to get hold of those messages. Doesn't necessarily mean that those accounts can't be compromised. There's still a lot of vulnerabilities, but the fact they were creeping around trying to get busy having their messages on Signal when the body was found, I feel like that said a lot. Now, we were really left on a cliffhanger because this guy that was kind of the financial manager that was testifying on the financial details of David's career, it got to 4 o'clock. The judge was like, I'm ready to go home, have some food. I kind of felt it too. I was feeling a little bit tired. The seats are so uncomfortable in there. But basically, that's what we were hearing, is that, all these different financial things were going on for David's career. He was making millions of dollars. He had all these people that were managing his finances, paying his bills, setting up his utilities. They said David's never seen a bill in his whole career. He ain't never seen an invoice. He doesn't know how any of that shit works. And really, it was just all of these people around him that were kind of making everything happen for him. And they were taking millions of dollars for the privilege of doing so. And there were a lot of very strange financial movements. We were hearing about how David's mother had, moved the properties around. He had a trust with some properties in it. They were setting up new trusts. And it was basically said black and white that advice was given for David's mother to basically move the properties out of his name and into her name to avoid a civil suit being filed by Celeste's family so that they could actually get some money out of David for this horrific crime when things are all said and done. Much like in the OJ case, the families of, OJ's wife and was it Ron Goldman basically were able to get a lot of money from the OJ estate. They were even able to get the rights to his book, If I Did It. I don't know if we'll be hearing a David If I Did It book one of these days, but it really is not looking too good on the financial side. And it just goes to show just how many people were financially benefiting from David, were actually in his circle making millions of dollars, basically helping him manage his career, helping him with this whole, success run that he was on. But we heard other things. We heard confirmation that when the cops seized his PC in his house when they searched it, they found the flight tickets. Them same flight tickets we've been talking about in that last video that got removed. That was real, all right? We already confirmed that was real on the United website, but they confirmed it was real. They said there were numerous flights, even flights that we didn't see in the ticket, flights from LA to Houston, as well as the flight from LA to London. That was confirmed in the courtroom. Fact, really happened, was really booking them flights. So really, we're waiting to hear more about, people in his team, what the day-to-day situation was like. No doubt they're gonna ask his financial manager if he'd, approved flights for this minor that he was apparently flying around, that we've confirmed the tickets are real. There was a very also interesting back and forth with the main detective on the case from the robbery homicide division. He kind of put his foot in it a little bit, where he basically said, we use this service to download all the information from an iCloud account or from an iPhone. It's basically a top level, we can subpoena Apple and make them give us all the information from a phone. It sounds like he messed up, because they basically said we seized the phone from David's house and they thought it was Celeste's phone. And basically what they were saying is, how did you know that it was an iPhone 15 Pro? And he's saying, oh, we didn't know until we, subpoenaed it and got all the information from the back end. And then they're saying, well, when you requested that information, you seem to know it was an iPhone 15 Pro, and you seem to know that it was connected to Celeste's iCloud. So it was like the fact that David had allegedly been found with an iPhone in his house when they searched it that belonged to Celeste. They was basically trying to turn it back on them and say, well, you were making presumptions about this evidence before you actually got the information from it, and there wasn't really a concrete answer for that. So I would say David's defense were very powerful. They really poked a lot of holes in everything that came up. I was honestly shocked, because one minute you would hear something from the prosecution, you'd think, damn, that's horrendous, he's cooked, no way there's an answer for that. And then suddenly, before you know it, I couldn't believe it when they said it. Those two, because they said all this stuff he's ordered from Amazon. He's ordered body bags, he's ordered chainsaws, he's ordered heat-proof mats. All of this stuff he's ordered from Amazon, and then the next thing you know, the defense are saying, was there any blood found on those chainsaws? No. Did you ever find these shovels? No. Did you ever find these body bags? They weren't preserved. And you're kind of thinking, okay, that's not making me necessarily believe he's innocent, but it's definitely making me think that maybe some mistakes were made, maybe some T's weren't crossed, some I's weren't dotted, and that's definitely going to work in his defense. So it was very, very shocking. But look, I'm down here. I'm probably going to head back home, do a bigger breakdown with all of my notes. I might even upload all of my notes somewhere. I might put it on something. I think I can upload documents to like my free Patreon or something, so I can put it on there for everyone to read. But there's like a lot. There's like I made loads and loads of notes. I literally had to, my fingers are aching. All right, but I'm gonna basically break it all down. I'll do a full video. I might do maybe a couple of different videos on different topics or different witnesses because I separated them differently. But it was crazy. There was some very, very big moments. There was grand jury transcripts that were brought up. Obviously, those have been sealed, but the Deputy DA, Beth Silverman, brought up the grand jury transcripts a couple of times, and the David's financial manager, he said a few things that didn't quite add up. There were a few things that he said, and they said, well, that's not what you told the grand jury. And it was very, very interesting. So I don't know if there's going to be like a press conference or something going on behind me. The main DA did actually speak earlier on when I was out here. This is a bunch of people down there. I don't even know if you can see that. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to give you guys this upload. I'm probably going to go home, do a whole bunch of notes. There were a couple other topics I wanted to get to today. There's another Andrew Tate update with his case that he's got going on. A whole bunch of madness going on out here in all these different courthouses, and there's going to be some little Dirk updates coming soon. So I'm going to keep you guys involved in everything that I've got going on at all the different courthouses, all the different cases. You know what I'm saying? Most of them, maybe except for one. Maybe we're going to strike one off the list. But anyway, we will keep you guys updated on everything that's going on. But yeah, I appreciate you guys trusting me with this. I'm going to try and get in tomorrow, but obviously it was complete luck that I got in there today. I didn't win the raffle, but I managed to get in on a media standby list. Very grateful to everybody working at the courthouse for being really fair and being really on it for anybody that didn't make it. Any mainstream media that didn't make it, they gave the independent journalists a chance to get in there and get a seat. So I'm so grateful for that. Really, really respect how they run everything at the courthouse. It is absolutely like incredible. Just such a tight ship that they run here. So utmost respect for everybody working here. Really amazing building, really amazing people, very, very fair, very open. A lot of people were worried and disappointed at how it was going to go down, but when I turned up today, it was run very, very, very professionally. And even though I didn't win the raffle, you know what I'm saying, I was able to get an opportunity when there was a space. It wasn't like they completely gatekept the whole thing. I'm going to try again tomorrow. If I don't get in, at least I know that they are very fair and that I tried my best. Sounds like there was a little bit of drama with SF Investigates. I wasn't there to see it, but some people told me that he had a tense interaction with Beth Silverman outside the courthouse, which is strange because I would have thought they're kind of on the same side, but they have a beef going back to the grand jury. And you know, he was kind of handed a bit of paper telling him that he was in trouble at a certain point, and I don't think they were too happy with him. So I don't know if I'm on the Beth Silverman op list. I hope not, because I really respect what she's doing in there, and she's doing an amazing job. But apparently her and Steve had a little confrontation. He mentioned it on Twitter. He was talking to apparently Celeste family lawyer, and they were kind of giving him some positive feedback, and Beth kind of stepped in and said, nah, you don't want to be talking to this guy. Apparently, that's what he said on Twitter. Someone else told me that happened. Sounded crazy. Respect to Steve. I did get a chance to speak to Steve today. Really great guy, really, really interesting insights. He was telling me about some of the other stuff that he's working on that's, you know, not on this social media side of things, the things that he works on offline. And I've got just the utmost respect for the guy. So I know a lot of people have kind of had their controversies about him. But when I spoke to him face-to-face, one-to-one, you know, he had very interesting answers for everything that I asked him. Very respectful, very positive guy. And he's been really locked in with this case from day one. And as I just told you, maybe the deputy DA doesn't like him, but apparently Celeste family lawyer, they actually respect him. They like the awareness that he's bringing to the case. They think he's doing a positive thing, so you got to kind of respect it and you know, admire what he's doing. I respect that too, and you know, I'm just trying to do the same thing. I'm sure, you know, there's always ups and downs with this stuff. Sometimes people say the wrong thing, they offend the wrong people. It does happen. I know that sounds like Steve maybe pissed off a few people, the powers that be, at a certain point. But anyway, just want to say thank you to everybody in the courthouse today. Thank you to everyone on my team. Thank you to my whole crew, my editors that have been helping me behind the scenes. It's been a really hectic day. It's been really stressful. And everyone that helped me out, everybody that came down to the courthouse to give me a hand. Just really, really grateful because it was a lot, and we managed to get in there and get the updates. And we're out here with the news. I see 5 Live in the back there and all that stuff. So it's really, really interesting. Basically waiting for a major update. I don't know what's going on with the news. I don't know if this is some kind of press conference already started. I might have already missed it. Maybe I could go over there and find out and see what's going on. But this is like proper, this is like the real news over here. Let's go have a look. I'll go have a little look, see, and then if this is no good, I'll wrap it up there. But as you can see, there's kind of like a big press and media presence out here. A lot going on, a lot of different media, reporters, journalists, all that kind of thing out here. Got the real news, not us YouTube clowns, you know, the real deal. But think there might be a little press conference going on over here, so I'll try and get you a little glimpse of that. Let's see.
Something that we're going to look at. I'm a wrongful death attorney, and so a family brought look at the potential of bringing wrongful death against David Anthony. So I can't really comment any of the criminal evidence. If you have questions about that, that's best.
There were three people with the family. It was a third person, Celeste's sister.
No, it was an interpreter.
So it was the parents. It was the parents. Excuse me, were there other family members?
No. The brother is, he's in the military, he's a and the sister is in college. It's just, everyone wants to participate, but it's just so painful to sit through.
Do you think that they'll speak to us at any point? Do you think that they'll speak about Celeste and what?
I don't think so. They're an extremely quiet family, and they just, it's a parent's worst, absolute worst nightmare. And they're not comfortable with anything, and just because of them being such a part of statements. I'd encourage them if they want to make a statement.
How aware were the family aware of David and her relationship?
Well, that is evidence that's going to come out in the criminal case. And so, as a wrongful death attorney, my focus is on law, the lawsuit. Any criminal evidence that may come out, it's not my place to comment on criminal evidence involving a first-degree murder case.
I saw
Can we
that
please have your name for the record, your first name, your
It's Tom spelling, last name is Steinfeld. That's spelled like Jerry Seinfeld with the T, so it's Steinfeld.
and you are representing the family.
I'm the wrongful death attorney, and they brought me in to investigate whether or not there's any civil claims that can be brought against David Anthony Byrne. So I'm advising them as to their legal rights involving this criminal investigation.
How are they doing listening to this? I mean, we're looking at them, looking at these images, and it's just...
They're not doing well at all. It's heartbreaking. It's absolutely horrible for them to sit through this, but they wanted to sit through this process, and they wanted to observe it because they want to show their support and their love for Celeste until they find a judge.
the dad was looking at this because I saw him and he was looking straight at it.
Right, and I told him he didn't have to do that. And I told both of them, you don't have to sit through this procedure. And because we had staff here to take care of them and stay with them. And they decided that they wanted to sit through it. I was surprised, actually. I thought Celeste would just last until the first few, Mercedes would last for the first few pictures and would excuse herself. But she stayed through the whole process. But she had her head down and was crying pretty much most of the time.
And Patrick, I was sitting right behind their parents. I mean, how did your body react when the fire was talking about getting contact information with a dentist? I mean, that was to identify different pair of dental records.
I know. It's unreal. It's one thing when you hear about it on the news, and it's another thing when you're in the courtroom and you're listening to it in detail. And they were shocked by a lot of the testimony that they heard.
How do you prepare clients to hear something like that?
Well, you tell them what they can expect to hear, but you know, I'm there to support them and try to comfort them and give them as much information as they need and give them the grace to make whatever decisions they want. If they want to stay, they can stay. If they want to make a statement, they can make a statement, but I'm not going to force them.
What do you
When
think
will you
is
decide to
best
file the
as
civil matter?
effectively?
When would that determination be made?
Usually it's after the criminal law, criminal case is completed.
One of the detectives said that.
In the courtroom right then.
Yeah.
They didn't even look at it. They didn't want to look at it.
Can you discuss how gruesome the images were today? People who actually were in the courtroom.
Can I explain it?
No, can you discuss like the reaction people seen in the courtroom or just
For someone who didn't see it,
people who can't
what was
go?
it like?
Well, a major part of her body was liquefied, and so they would say that this is her arms and legs, and you could not tell that it was arms and legs. This was her head, and you could not tell it was her head. And so it was horrible. So we're going to be here tomorrow, and I'll be happy to make some comments tomorrow. And I
Just a quick
appreciate.
question. One of the detectives said he was not able to communicate with the father because he didn't speak English.
Yes.
So did they understand what was being said today?
There was an interpreter that was provided by the district attorney's office, so everything's being interpreted to them so they understand what's going on. Okay. Patrick, stop. Thanks, guys.
Thank you. Did you hear?
I'm here with Mark. I'm still filming, by the way. So yeah. Do you wanna say anything to the people? Let me just put a mic on you. But obviously, we just heard from I guess the family attorney for Celeste's family, right?
Yeah. Did you hear Beth Silverman tell the family lawyer not to speak with SF investigators?
I did. Yeah, I saw
you
his
hear
tweet
that?
about it. I didn't see it happen live, but I did see his
saw
tweet
that.
about it.
She's
You actually
like-
saw it happen. What happened?
Yeah, she just said don't. She pointed at it. She's like, "Don't talk to this guy." And I'm like, "Who's this guy?" And she said, she said SF investigates. Do not talk to him because he's been talking crap about the family and about their parenting. So I wanted to ask him about that, but
I don't know if he has been. I haven't seen him
but that
talk
was
too much
from
crap.
Beth. Yeah, I'm just reporting. I'm just reporting it.
I've defended the family a lot. A lot of people have talked crap about the family, especially
Yeah.
on Reddit. I personally think there's been a behind-the-scenes hate campaign against the family to try and push the blame away from the man in the orange jumpsuit.
Yeah.
So yeah, I really don't respect anyone doing that. But as far as I'm aware, I don't think Steve had necessarily talked too bad about the family. He might have maybe reacted to some comments of that sort. But as far as I'm aware, his heart's kind of.
I was
positive place
surprised.
about
Yeah,
this.
I mean, I was surprised, and I've actually congratulated SF Investigates with keeping up with the investigation. So that did shock me to hear that from the prosecution about a private investigator journalism, somebody that's reporting, do not talk to this guy. And then it's just, I don't know, that was pretty shocking to me.
I think he had a little beef with them from way back when the grand jury was going on, right? Because I think there was some controversy about he had shared some information that maybe wasn't supposed to be shared yet, or something like that. They said that they hauled him in for a kind of private discussion. He was handed a piece of paper and summoned to court. Apparently, he didn't go.
On a
so maybe it was
napkin or
about that.
something,
Yeah, like half a napkin or something like that. I see him tweet the handwritten note. Hopefully, I don't get a handwritten note from Beth Silverman anytime soon.
I hope
Hopefully,
so
I'm
too,
on the.
I'm not showing up either.
Yeah, I mean, she's fearsome. I wouldn't want to be in front of her, to be honest.
Dude, she was brutal today, and she was actually commanding the courtroom.
Yeah.
What do you think?
I think she was, but I do think that there were definitely a few points of contention. I think that, Blair Burke kind of did point a few holes out in a few things. I was very shocked to find out that there wasn't any blood or DNA on those chainsaws they found. It sounds like the chainsaw used for the dismemberment wasn't found. That kind of differed from maybe some of the media reporting that we got beforehand. I do think that it was very, very interesting when they kind of, pointed out that when they visited David's house and told him that Celeste was missing. We'd heard they'd gone to his house and warned him and told him she was a minor. This time it sounded a lot more like they were like, oh, she might be, we're just checking. And he said, I thought she was 8. She told me she was 18. So that kind of I'm not going to lie, that just played out differently to what I was expecting. And I felt like it kind of gave them a few little points that they could kind of argue on. So I was shocked, honestly.
Yeah, I mean the defense was pretty. I wasn't impressed. Not even one bit.
No,
not one bit for that amount of money for that powerhouse of attorneys, lawyers. I felt, in my opinion, that they were just grasping at straws. Nothing was there, man. Nothing to me.
Yeah.
To me, I was there. I was listening to it, and to me, I'm like, this is it. I mean, you got to fight for your client. He's death penalty eligible.
Yeah.
These are not misdemeanors. These are felonies: murder, being with a minor, dismemberment. You got to fight for your client, man, for that type of money. And it seemed like they were going around in circles a little bit.
Maybe that was the best they could do at the time. I agree that I feel like the points that they raised did surprise me. I wouldn't have said that it was a win for them in court today by any means. I would say that they raised a few points that definitely kind of caught me thinking like, okay, they might have a few little excuses. Definitely little things that stood out to me. The fact that they didn't preserve the body bags. Again, it's a minor thing, but it was just kind of like, why wouldn't you preserve that? They said, oh, we couldn't preserve them. It's kind of like, well, why? What's stopping you? That seems like something important, especially when you're saying, we've just been shown a whole bunch of his whole Amazon order history, 2 chainsaws, 2 body bags, and then you're telling me those chainsaws didn't have blood on them, and those body bags, we got rid of them and we just kept the handles. Again, that doesn't give him a full bulletproof defense, but I just did feel a little bit like, okay, why didn't you keep those things? That was a little bit, it definitely added a little bit of doubt, and this is all about, creating a reasonable doubt. I feel like it added a small element of doubt that I think some people could latch onto, but I do agree, I don't think it was a win for them today by any means, but yeah, maybe if the millions of dollars that he's paying for this defense, that's the best they could come up with, I don't know if that's going to work out too well.
Not too well, man, but I gotta get going. I'm gonna go grab some food. I don't know if you want to grab some food or something. Yeah,
I'll be down.
Yeah.
I'm gonna just wrap up this broadcast, but thank you, and we'll see you again tomorrow.
No rush.
All right, so look, that is basically Mark's perspective. All right, I'm going to wrap it up. Obviously, we did just speak to, well, we didn't speak to, but we just heard from the family lawyer for Celeste's family. I think he is actually still speaking over here to some other reporters, but we're going to let him do his thing. But yeah, there's a lot of activity going on out here today, so very thankful that we got in. I'm going to wrap it up there. What I'm going to do is maybe I'll grab a bite to eat with Mark, or go home, put together a whole breakdown with all of my notes. Hopefully it's not too much more than an hour. I've got a lot of notes. I don't know if I should maybe split it up into a few different topics. I might even just upload my full notes. If anybody wants to actually sit and read the whole thing, let me know. Let me know if you want to see that. Hopefully the little broadcast that we did earlier made its way to you guys. I kind of filmed that, sent that to my editors, ran into the courthouse, tried to get my seat, came back out. They said they uploaded it. I haven't even checked, so I need to just follow up. But thank you so much for everybody for your support. It's been a crazy day, first day of the preliminaries for the David hearings. And yeah, very, very surprising some of the information we've got. So I'm going to wrap it up there. I'll see you guys in the next upload. I'll do a full breakdown of all my notes, and that is going to be very interesting. All of the little minute details I was typing at ungodly speed, okay? So I will get you absolutely everything. I won't leave anything out of it. I'll give you everything that I got in my notes today, and you can tell me what you guys think. So yeah, I hope you appreciate that, and I will continue reporting from here tomorrow, hopefully from inside. If not, I will be going live.
Okay, folks, I'm back from the David hearing, the preliminary hearings, not the trial, even though it would be easy to call it the David trial, or, this is like the preamble to the David trial. The David trial will happen eventually, but these are the preliminary hearings. It's scheduled to be 3 days back to back of very intense testimony and evidence that's basically going to determine if this thing goes forward to trial, what the stakes are, what the plan is, where everything is going to go from here. And I'm going to tell you the whole story. I might break this video into parts, or I might just do one long video, depending on how long I go for. I haven't got too long. I need to get an early night to try and get back down there and get back in there. But it was an absolutely insane day. Some of the things I saw today, I'm never going to forget. And I'm never going to be the same. What I saw in that courtroom was just some of the most horrible stuff I've ever seen in my life, to be honest with you. It's actually sad. I feel for a lot of people that were in that courtroom that had to sit through some of that stuff today, because it was shocking. I touched on it on a couple of videos that I filmed outside the courthouse, but now I'm sort of here back in my natural surroundings. It really does sit heavily on me. What we saw in that courtroom was nothing short of despicable, pure evil. We saw images of what was in that bag in the front trunk of that Tesla. We saw everything, and it was horrendous. It was absolutely horrendous. The stuff that we saw, I wouldn't wish on my worst enemy. And the fact that Celeste's parents were in the courtroom for that was just even more shocking, and breaks your heart that they have to go through this. And whoever did this, allegedly, David's the man in the dock, on trial, soon to be on trial, having a hearing for this. Whoever did this needs to be put away forever. It's absolutely disgraceful that a child was left in that state. And I'm going to break it all down to you, but that really was the headline of this incident. They showed us black and white. Not black and white, but, you know, full color images, damn near 4K, but the facts were black and white. Pure evil it would take to do that to any other human being, let alone an innocent child. So I'm going to walk you through everything that happened today, everything that I saw. I might even be able to pull up some things because I made notes that were so meticulous. I tried my best to document absolutely everything from key conversations, back and forths, key details of what was going on in the courtroom, and also, you know, just details of things like the stuff they said he bought off Amazon, the chainsaw. I tried to write down the brands, the colors, the names, so that I could hopefully show you and reproduce absolutely everything that I saw in that courtroom. Obviously, we're not allowed to record. I wrote a lot of notes in my notebook. I was actually allowed the opportunity to use a laptop for the second half, and I did type out notes a lot quicker in the second half, so my notes are probably a little bit more detailed in the second half. But I'm going to kind of read to you some of my notes. I'm going to elaborate on some of the things that happened and just explain the whole day. It was absolutely just unbelievable in so many ways. So basically, okay, this is where my notes started. So you saw me outside the courthouse, so I won't talk about anything that happened up until I got into the room. Obviously, there was the controversial public lottery for the tickets. I didn't win the public lottery. Shout out to some of the people that did win, Mark the Shark, and some other people there. I don't know if they want to be named, but I didn't win the public lottery, but I did join the standby list, and I was lucky enough to be given the opportunity, as I believe I was the 4th or 5th person on the standby list. They squeezed me in right at the last minute. I was probably one of the last people, like me. I think it was me and one other person that was full, right down to the wire. I'm very, very grateful for the courthouse staff for being understanding, for, you know, allowing independent media in there. You know, a lot of people, myself included, were a little bit upset that it seemed like the mainstream media were kind of all given their press passes and sort of behind the scenes. And independent media didn't get a shot, but I did get a shot, and I respect that. I'm really grateful for that. You know, I got down there early, I got on the standby media list, and I was allowed in right by the skin of my teeth. So hopefully that's the case. If that's not the case, then I will be doing a kind of extended live stream and basically giving you guys the news from everybody else as it comes in. But basically, what was interesting is I was kind of waiting outside to wait for my fate, find out if I was actually getting into the trial. So the Deputy DA, Beth Silverman, arrived with a very large security detail. She was looking like, you know, you see them videos of like DJ Khaled, he's got security all around him. She came in like that, and it was pretty crazy to see. Come to find out, it sounds like part of that was because she was, you know, she was bringing in Celeste family, Celeste parents. Celeste had a civil lawyer with them as well. I believe they had an interpreter and some other security that was provided by the building. So they came in looking like just presidential, to be honest with you. It was, I don't want to say a show of force, but it was definitely, they were rolling deep. And they came looking like they were ready to do the business, to be honest with you. So that was kind of going on. It really was carnage, people trying to get in on the public lottery. And shout out to the courthouse staff. I was thinking, oh, this lottery is going to be, it was so well organized, so respectful, so genuine and honest, and there wasn't any tomfoolery that went on. I really respect that. So there was just, you know, a lot of people waiting outside. There were a lot of people that unfortunately did get turned away. Some mainstream media got turned away. There were some mainstream media outlets that were trying to get 2 people in the room. A lot of them were told you've only got 1 person. You can either swap out or that's it. And some people were very disappointed. There was a lot of arguing outside the courthouse. Outside the courtroom, where it was really sort of you know, it was really a luck of the draw if you were getting in, and it was kind of very, very interesting to see how that all played out. You know, what different people were doing. People were really disappointed they didn't get in. People were trying to finesse their way in. People were trying to argue their way in. It was not chaotic because they had it under control, but there was, tempers were definitely running high. There was definitely a little bit of controversy outside. And it was really interesting. So that was quite something to bear witness to be honest with you guys. After that, okay, the court was packed. So I got into the court, absolutely packed, ram-packed. Now, I didn't see this. I spoke about this in a previous video, but I did speak to Steve Fisher outside. He was really cool. We had a really good chat. I showed him a few things on Reddit that he hadn't seen before. And we had a very interesting back and forth. Now, apparently, he had a bit of a tense back and forth with Beth Silverman, who basically kind of knocked him back when he was chatting to Celeste family's lawyer, and she said, oh, you shouldn't be speaking to him, he's bad news or something. He did post a tweet about it, but I won't get into that in this video. I'll let him handle that himself. I wonder if he'll be back tomorrow. I hope so. But I don't think he got in. And I think that was kind of a bit of bad news for him, really. But anyway, all right. As soon as we got in, everyone sits down. It was very, very tense. There was a TV set up, and it was very, very clear from the get-go that they were going to be showing evidence, that there was going to be some kind of evidence put on the screen, that there was going to be potentially videos, images. We didn't know what at the beginning, but we did know that there were going to be some things shown. So, as always, in the courthouse, there were very, very strict instructions. No outside communications, no tweeting, no recording, nothing like that. The best you could do is take notes on your laptop. That's as far as it would go. I was there with my notebook for the first half, was able to get my laptop in the second half. It was excuse me. It was a long, stressful, tiring day. I'm actually exhausted, okay? It was a lot. We was in there non-stop, all right? And I've been up since early. So excuse me if I yawn a couple times through this, all right? But I'll try not to. I'll try not to. My apologies, but I really couldn't help it that time. So basically, very strict instructions. The judge was basically seemingly a little bit irritated that it was taking so long to start. It did start a little bit behind schedule, and it did seem like, they were really trying to cram a lot of people in. And again, shout out to the courthouse staff that were organizing it. They were trying to squeeze more and more and more people into that room. It wasn't a case of, it's empty, it's was full to the brim, and they still kept trying to get people in respectfully. I really, really appreciate that. Now, David came out. He seemed like he was in a good mood. He was smiling, and he was wearing some glasses. I haven't seen him in glasses up until this point. First time I've seen David in some spectacles. Perhaps he knew that there was going to be images, photos, text, all kinds of stuff being shown on a screen that was a little bit far away. So it was kind of interesting to observe, David in a sort of professor kind of vibe, but he did look in good spirits. He did look positive. Not as positive as Lil Durk. When I saw Lil Durk at his trial, I don't think I've ever seen someone so happy to be on trial for murder. But David was looking in good spirits like he has done the past few times. Now, he was in his orange jumpsuit, and he was in his shackles. But before we got to the full-blown preliminary hearing, the judge basically said, we can have a little mini hearing at the start that basically we can just deal with the shackles. And they had a little mini hearing. It was a shackling motion, they called it, right? They had a shackling motion before they actually got to the preliminaries. And they basically kind of had a little breakdown of the way that the shackles were going. And basically, they kind of went back and forth with him about the shackles. They basically said, look, all right, you're arguing not to have the shackles on. Blair Burke, David's lawyer, essentially said, look, David's been arrested in April 16th. He's appeared in court multiple times, been respectful the whole time. Absolutely no need for these shackles. It's undignified. It's unnecessary. He's innocent until presumed guilty. Presumed innocent until found guilty. He really doesn't need more restraint than necessary. Now, the judge kind of snapped back. The judge kind of clapped back at this, okay, and basically said, look, there's a whole bunch of different case law, various arguments for and against shackling, and pretty much just said, look, unshackling request is denied, but I'll meet you in the middle. They basically said, look, it is what it is. This is for everybody's safety. We're going to unshackle his hands when he gets to the desk. We're going to keep his waist and his feet shackled so that he can't move around the courtroom. But, Blair Burke said that there's no need for shackles. There's no need for it. The judge said, look, it's not an argument. We're not going back and forth about this. He's going to be shackled to the chair. This is so he can't move around the courtroom. It's not a case of he's behaved himself and we can trust him. He is on trial for heinous, savage, despicable crimes, and he's going to be shackled to the table. And it's not a case of, can we trust him to not walk around the courtroom or move around or do something he's not supposed to? It's not an option. He will be shackled, okay? And they said the best we can do is we can unshackle his hands, uncuff him while he's at the table so that he can gesticulate and, talk with his attorneys with a little bit more animation, I guess you could say. He didn't use any of that, but he did sit there with his hand kind of under his chin quite a lot. And I suppose that might have been more difficult if he was shackled to the table. So what little freedom he was granted was exercised, but they said the shackles are staying. Now, I do wonder, I believe when it gets to trial, and there were a lot of arguments to say, when it comes to a trial, it kind of, in front of the jury, it can kind of taint the jury's idea. It can make him look like a dangerous man and, capable of horrible things if he's shackled, but the jury was not there. This is a kind of preliminary hearing for the judge to assess what evidence there is, and they said the shackles are going to stay. And it was interesting to watch Blair Burke kind of get knocked back a little bit, but she kind of said, look, you're going to let us have the handcuffs off at the table, that's good enough, we'll take it. Okay, so it was interesting. So after that, basically, it was revealed that, there were going to be testimony from a few people. Now, I, at the start, only heard that there would be 2 witnesses brought, but actually a third witness was eventually brought. And it really surprised me who this third witness was. But I'll tell you about them in a little bit. To begin with, it was explained that there was going to be 2 law enforcement officers, basically. A detective from the LAPD that worked on the actual robbery homicide case, and a sheriff from the LA County Sheriff's Office that attended David's property and did a welfare check looking for Celeste when Celeste was missing. And that was the incident where David was allegedly informed that she was 13. It didn't play out quite like we thought, and we were told that there was going to be body cam. But before we got to all of that, the judge basically, by law, had to make some explanations to David. Basically explained to him that at the start of the hearing, okay, the hearings, they're going ahead, right? Whether you like it or not, whether you're here or not. They said that if you don't attend the hearings, if you decide to be absent, if you refuse to come in, the hearings will be going ahead. And if he misbehaves, if you watch the video that I did on my main channel some years ago about Darrell Brooks, that was the Waukesha car ramming attacker, and he made an absolute mockery of his trial, completely disrupted everything, and he was removed from the courtroom a lot. The judge basically said, if you're disruptive, if you don't come in, if you take a late bus, if you want to get an extra shower in the morning, and you're late, this will be going ahead without you. And it would be considered a voluntary absence. Once we get started, this can't stop. You are locked in, literally and figuratively. And if you don't come, that's on you. We're still going ahead with this preliminary hearing. So David agreed. He said, yes, Your Honor. He didn't really speak at all other than that. Let me get a little drink. I'm dehydrated too. No drinks allowed in the court. No water allowed in the courtroom. We're in there dehydrated, no food all day. It was a lot. But anyway, so that went down. Okay, Beth basically explained that these 2 investigating officers would be the witnesses. And Beth asked if there were any additional witnesses for the case in the crowd. Beth basically pointed out, ironically, that David's got kind of 3 people in his legal counsel. On that particular day, she was completely on her own. There was a little bit of controversy. I heard sort of some people in the crowd sort of saying, Beth Silverman turned up with what looked like an army of security and junior lawyers. But when she actually got to the bench, it was just her against the world, basically, with Blair Burke and quite a large team. And she did have another lawyer with her. I didn't catch their name, but they did participate in the cross-examination for the defense. Meanwhile, Beth Silverman pretty much went solo up against every witness, which was really interesting. So they did point out that Celeste's parents were there. I'll be honest, where I was seated, I couldn't really get a good look at them. I didn't see them. I didn't approach them after the trial or anything like that, respectfully. They've been through a lot, and just the fact that they were even in the courtroom that day, honestly, just shows incredible strength, because the stuff that was shown in the courtroom that day was horrible. Just the thought of the parents having to see that stuff is actually just heartbreaking. And once knowing that they were there and then seeing what was shown on the screen, man, it really, really, it bruises your heart, is what I would probably say. So it was revealed that Celeste's parents didn't plan to testify. There's no scheduled testimony from them. I don't believe that they're going to be called as witnesses. I don't believe that they're going to be participating, other than following the trial and having their own civil case, which was announced by their lawyer after the trial outside. So the judge made it clear that family on both sides would be allowed to attend. I suppose they would be guaranteed attendance, guaranteed seats if they so wished. That goes for David's family and Celeste's family. They did say even if the family were to be witnesses at later stages in the trial, that wouldn't be a problem. They would still be allowed to attend all of the proceedings. But it didn't seem like any of David's family was there, from what I could see, unless I didn't see them, because it was a packed courtroom. I was tucked away in like a little back corner. Probably couldn't see too much of anything else other than kind of the judge and, it's been a long day. My apologies. And the standing lawyers. So anyway, we basically got to it, okay, and they kind of explained everything that would be going on next. So once all the shackling stuff was out the way, it was time to kick off, and kick off it did. It was wild. So where we went from here was Beth Silverman essentially begun presenting evidence, and I've attended trials before, both when I used to want to be a lawyer when I was a teenager. If you didn't know that, that's why this is quite interesting for me. But also, you know, other criminal trials that I've attended are just out of interest, and I've sat in a public gallery in the UK before. There's other reasons, other trials I've attended for reasons that aren't important. But anyway, basically, Beth would make it clear all of the exhibits that she would be presenting are pre-marked. They had an order. There was a little bit of dispute about the order. It sounded like maybe the courthouse clerk or the media team didn't quite have the correct stuff in order. So some of the exhibits were slightly out of order, but they were labeled and marked, and in the end it seemed like she was able to kind of get the information she needed. So she presented 2 CDs to begin with, 2 of which contained apparently business records related to David's businesses and his enterprise. I would assume financial records, spreadsheets, things like that. Those weren't presented that day, but there were some reference to some of David's business records and business dealings. And then the second CD that was presented was a Bodycam video that was 10 minutes in length, and we did see that in its entirety, and I'll explain to you what that was in a minute. We watched the entire David Bodycam from 2024, and that was extremely interesting. So the defense said that they didn't get a full witness list from the prosecution, and there was a little bit of confusion, but things went ahead. So the first witness was the senior deputy. I don't know if I should say names. I wrote the name down, but I think respectfully, just in case any privacy concerns. I had a video taken down yesterday for even for having David's address on it, which was obviously a famous address where the crime took place all over the news, but apparently that wasn't okay, and that qualified as like cyberbullying, cyber harassment. So I won't say the name, but what it was a senior deputy in full LA County Sheriff's uniform. He was sworn in, a deputy sheriff with the LA County Sheriff's Office. He'd worked there for 14 years at the West Hollywood station, specifically for 8 years, and that was where he came into contact with a Mr. David Burke. So on February the 17th, 2024, that's when he responded to a request that was made by the Riverside Sheriff's Office at, I won't say the address, but I wrote the address down. It's the Doheny address, okay? The other smaller of the 2 addresses that David was known to spend time at. Obviously, there was the big house they're both in Hollywood, but there was the kind of big house where, you know, the Tesla was found parked outside, and then there was the smaller house, the Doheny house. They might have both been on Doheny, actually. I don't want to... There's been a dispute because of the other place, I think it was Viero. Anywho, the smaller of the 2 houses that David had, that officer basically responded at the request of the Riverside Sheriff's Office. It was around 7 p.m. on the 17th of 2024. Attended there with another deputy and basically explained exactly what they were doing there. So the purpose of this visit was to essentially check the house and see if a minor named Celeste was there, and to speak with the resident of that house as part of an investigation. So during that visit, they got information about Celeste, and they basically had information from the detective, which I won't name, but from the Riverside County Sheriff's Office. They basically let David know ahead of time. The Riverside County Sheriff's Office had actually called David, let him know that somebody was going to come to his house and check the property for this minor. Now, we didn't hear, and I think this would have been great evidence, but I guess I don't know if maybe there's a reason I don't want to play it. We didn't hear the police call. We didn't hear what happened when the Riverside Sheriff's Office called David and warned him about this, warned him about what was going on with Celeste. But they warned him, they told him, officers from LA County are going to come to your property and check for this little girl. Sure, okay. So basically, they referred to this property as the studio house. Apparently, David was well aware that these officers were going to be coming. This was the second smaller house that was being rented for David at that point, and it was described as like a studio house. And I'll explain to you what it looked like, because we saw everything in the footage. So basically, Exhibit 3, they had, various pictures of the house from the exterior. They had aerial pictures of the house. Basically, they had a whole bunch of pictures to say, this is the house that David was in, that he was renting, that the officers came to. Cannot, without a shred of doubt, be any mistake that this is the house that's being referred to. So we basically, saw the whole footage. I'm not going to lie, it was crazy watching the body cam footage in that setting. So basically, the sheriff identified David, the same person from the body cam footage and the call out, as the man in the orange jumpsuit, and basically identified him said this is the body cam footage. That is the man in this courtroom today in orange jumpsuits in the body cam footage that we went to see at that house. So the cop went into the home, did a full search of the home, full sweep the home, and didn't find anyone other than David. No Celeste in sight. Who knows where she was? So the cop spoke to David about Celeste on the scene, asked if she was there, asked when the last time they spoke was, and basically I'll recount to you what was said. So basically, they said, when was the last time you saw her? And he said, November 2023. So this would have been February the 17th, 2024. And they said, okay, when was the last time you spoke to her? He said, February the 13th, 2024. They asked him how they met, and she said, oh, social media like Facebook, Instagram, Discord, kind of a mixture of those two, and basically said they met online around 2021. Now, weirdly, it's like when the cop answered this, they said 2020 or 2021, but when we saw the body cam, it seemed like he said 2021. So the cop basically made it very clear they met through online chat rooms, and they met, allegedly, according to David, they'd only met one time in person. So the cop said that in his opinion, when he was on the scene, he felt like David didn't really know her. He believed David when he said he didn't really know her, and confirmed that David would be showing pictures of her on his phone, including like a school, like a yearbook photo or a yearbook style photo. And basically, apparently it had other kids around it with her name. And they showed the screenshot of him showing the image on his phone to the officers, quite literally. And they also said that David showed the missing persons flyer. Now, this was really interesting because essentially, what's really odd about that is that we saw the body cam footage of the police pulling up and talking to him, and it didn't go down the way I expected. I'm not trying to give David bail or give David a positive spin on this, but it sounded, when we heard secondhand the media reports, that this would be brought up in the trial as, you know, they came to the house and they warned David and said, you know, you're messing with a 13-year-old girl. But it didn't play out like that. The way that it played out was, I'll play by play explain to you exactly what happened piece by piece. But at this point, they were describing what's happening in the upcoming body cam before they'd actually shown it. But essentially what happened then was, you know, they kind of went into the property and they were being pretty nice to David, a little bit suspicious. He was being very cooperative. I would say a little bit too cooperative. He was talking a little bit too fast. But the cops said outright they believed that he didn't really know this girl, that he didn't really know much about her, didn't really know what was going on with her. He even showed them the missing persons poster. So David was wearing like a brown bonnet, and you've seen this guy in a bonnet so many times. I can't lie, the bonnet's not helping the situation. But basically, it was that yearbook picture of Celeste that was shown. It was another picture of her in like a Batman hoodie, and the missing persons poster that we've kind of seen a lot of times. So let me see if I can find you the exact one. So this was the exact missing persons poster that they showed in court. I actually wrote down. So he showed them this. It didn't have this bit at the bottom where it says age 13, height and weight. So I think this was an updated version of the poster that was shared in June. But this top half of the poster, so everything above where it says her name, and I just wrote in my notes, it was her on a blue background and the red background and then a plain background in the hoodie. I basically explained that I basically wrote down in my notes what missing poster this was so that I could go back and find it on memory. So this is what David showed on his phone to the officers, said, oh, I've seen this missing poster of her going around. And so he was there in his sort of his brown bonnet basically showing them this. So the cop says he informed David that she was 13. Now, when we actually saw the footage, it wasn't quite as cut and dry as we thought. So both of the cops searched David's house with his consent. They were like, can we have a look around? He's like, yeah. He's like, yeah, completely. He was completely cooperative through and through, to be honest with you. So the cops said that when they searched the house, they were looking for any proof that a female had been there. They said they were looking for makeup, hygiene products. They said that they didn't find any of that stuff, but they did say David had a bunch of Hello Kitty stuff, which they thought was maybe a little bit sus. Now, I'm not going to lie to you. I got a few Hello Kitty pieces of my own knocking around, all right? I mean, you know what I'm saying? It's just, I think it's cute. All right, I don't want to compare myself to David now. Having a little bit of Hello Kitty merch in your house that a girl's left behind, or you've brought a little, you know what I'm saying, a little Hello Kitty plushie because it's cute. Like, I bought a Hello Kitty plushie from the Hello Kitty Chucky little horror zombie plushie from Universal last time I went there. I just thought it was cute, fun little throw pillow. Got that on my couch, okay? Now, that's not proof of a crime, but the officers did say that that was the only thing because they didn't find any makeup, they didn't find any hygiene products, no feminine products in the house. All there was a bit of Hello Kitty merch, and that's not probable. That's not probable cause to believe anything, right? Might be a little bit cringe, all right, and I'll admit that. But It is not proof of anything. So David explained to them it was an artist home. Lots of people come and go from this building. People come here to record. And the cop actually reached out and spoke with the Riverside sheriffs during the search. So the sheriff's office from Riverside that actually got them to go around there and have this conversation, they were in touch, and they did speak in separate kind of conversations to the officer that was there. And, David I'm not going to lie, David was like bigging himself up a bit. He was explaining, yeah, I'm an indie pop artist, I'm a singer. Like, the cops had never heard of him before. There was like a lady deputy that was there that was sort of talking to, sort of sweet talking David, while the other cop was sort of doing the search. And David's kind of like, yeah, I'm an indie pop singer. Yeah, you can look me up. Yeah, I just came back from Australia on tour. He kind of like, he fluffing himself up a bit. I'm not going to lie to you, okay? So they both were wearing body-worn video cameras, and we did see the body cam footage in full. They took photos of David's ID, and the photos of Celeste from his phone. So Beth basically presented the full DVD of the body-worn video. So all of this was basically an explanation of what we were about to see. And then Beth basically said, let's load up the DVD. It's 10.5 minutes, and here's the transcript. Let's watch the whole thing. So they loaded it up, and we watched the whole body cam footage in the courtroom. So I'll explain to you play by play how that body cam played out. And I wonder one day that'll probably get Freedom of Information requested and put out to the public. Probably not for many years, but this is what I saw. It was nighttime, so the cops pulled up to that property with torches. They're shining torches. It looked pretty spooky, to be honest with you. It's dark in LA at February at 7 p.m. So they answered the call. David said, I've been on the phone with the cops. And they said straight up, they said, is Celeste here? And it was like, the way that they started, it sounded like they was going to play hardball with him. It's like, oh, yeah, how you doing? Yeah. Is Celeste here? And then he's like, nah. He said, they just last spoke when I was in Australia. He was like, I was out the country. I just got back from Australia. I was on tour. I thought he sounded super nervous to begin with. And then he gets a little bit more confidence as the interaction goes on. I'd say David spoke very fast in the body cam footage. They're asking him questions like, when did you last speak? He's like, last week, I just got back from Australia. So I believe he did tell them that he had spoken to her last on the 13th of February. Again, he had that information ready to go. Quick time answer. 13th February, like he was quick time with the answer. So he explained to them that they met at the end of 2021 on Discord, said outright it was like a video game chat room, and that they'd continued to communicate on Discord, Instagram, Facebook, but mainly on Discord. That's where they met specifically, on Discord through a video game chat room. They basically asked him if he has any tattoos. And I didn't actually hear the response to that. David even offers the cop like a drink from his fridge, and they're not interested. They basically asked, do you know Celeste's cell phone number? He gives it over. He gives several numbers for her. And then basically says, look, the only time I ever met her was on November the 12th, 2023 at the beach. And he said an address where the beach was, where he met them. Again, he had all this information ready to go straight off the top. So he gave like a more recent phone number for her. He's like, oh, this is the last number I communicated with her on. And he was being very cooperative. Now, knowing what we know now, it's easy to be more suspicious. But at the time, the cops possibly just thought, look, this guy's super cooperative. He's given all the info. He's probably worried about her. Probably thinks he's in some weird shit, even having an interaction with this girl. And he says, oh, I've got a picture of her. I can show you a picture. If you're looking for her, she's missing. I'll show you a picture of her. He was quick on his feet with it. So notably, throughout the property, there's recording plaques like, million record sold, platinum record, gold record plaques all over the wall. Not necessarily all his. To be honest, it looked like a lot of other artists. I couldn't say I recognized an artist, but I did see plaques of artwork that clearly was not artwork that I've ever seen from his catalog, especially not that early in his career in February of 2024. So from there, he explained, we met a couple of years ago. We spoke on and off. They asked if she knows if she frequents the area, and he was sort of like, oh, I don't know. That was one of the answers where I'd say he looked the most nervous. When they said, do you know if she frequents this area in West Hollywood? He's like, oh, no, I don't know. That was sort of like where he was looking a bit sus and a bit scared, because to be honest, he probably didn't know how to answer that one. He probably didn't think of that one, because it's like, sounds like she did frequent the area, and it sounds like she frequented a couple of them properties. So I feel like that was one where he was like not prepared for that, but it flew under the radar. So David said outright, oh, she told me she was 18. That's what he said. And then he said to the cops, he said this, he volunteered this information. People have been telling me she's 13, but she said she's 18. And so he basically said, yeah, they're saying that the yearbook picture that I've got on my phone was taken a year before, like, I met her. And so I'm thinking, he didn't say this, but it's like he was sort of inferring. It's like, oh, she told me she was 18, and this yearbook picture of hers going around, and I heard it was taken a year before, and like maybe that was 17. He doesn't say 17, but that's sort of what he's inferring. So he basically says he tried to contact her. The phone is dead. At one point, he even said, "Oh, this is like a movie," which is fucking crazy because it's like a movie watching him go through it in trial. To be honest with you, I mean, I'm sure it will be. But basically, he says the last time they spoke was February the 12th. So excuse me if I got that wrong. So I think I said the 13th earlier. But he said he got back from Australia on February the 13th. But he said they last spoke on February the 12th. I actually think perhaps it was the cop that misspoke in the preamble. Because I'm reading that from my notes, but I think maybe the cop said that. But regardless, I've written it down here definitively. David said in the body cam footage, they last spoke on February the 12th. She basically says they were in a group chat together, tells the lady cop his artist name, David, D4VD. He's sort of boasting a little bit. He's like, yeah, I've been touring around the world, just got back from Australia, all of this kind of stuff. And the cops basically say, well, look, she's been officially missing since February the 14th. She says they need to look and see if there's any sign that she's been in the property. David admitted there was alcohol in his fridge, said he had beers in the fridge, and the cops were like, look, we don't care about that. That's not what we're here about. Like, don't worry about it. That's not a big deal. And David's kind of like distracting him a little bit, giving him a little bit of career background, saying he makes all indie pop music. This is like his home studio. It's like an artist house. A bunch of people record there. So that was really interesting, right? So the property had a home studio. It had like a little, if you've ever been to somebody that records music's house, or you ever recorded your own music, you know, like a little desk, mixer, computer, microphone, just your standard home studio setup. It didn't look like a super professional studio with like a sound booth or anything like that. It looked like a decent house that one of the rooms had a studio in it, and people were just living there, trapping music out of it, basically. So they looked around. It was a normal looking bedroom. And if I'm honest with you, when I saw the bedroom, I did think it looked a little bit like the bedroom that we saw David giving the Valentine's gifts to on February the 14th. So I might just pull that up real quick and compare and see if this looks like what I saw in the body cam. Okay, I'm not going to lie to you folks. I'm actually very irritated because I could not find this video for like, I don't even want to know how long. That must have been at least half an hour just looking for this one video. All right, the poster that put it up was deleted. I only found it when I found it in my own video. This new David update is disturbing. Oopsie. From 8 months ago. All right. So just in case you need this important evidence, all right, basically, this is it. All right. This is where it is. All right. And this was the original Reddit post. But this kind of tells a different story. I'm not going to lie. All right. Let me look at this.
Gosh. Oh my gosh. They think you actually did this?
I can't say for sure.
Gosh. Oh my gosh. They think you actually did.
This does look like the room from the body cam footage. I'm not going to lie to you. This does actually look like the bedroom from the body cam footage.
Gosh. Oh my gosh. They think you actually did this?
So that was allegedly on Valentine's Day 2024, okay? Days before the body cam footage was recorded and David was interviewed at that house. All right, I've just looked it up. It's the same house. So the same house where we saw, and I've had to move, I've shifted this up so I hopefully don't get in trouble for showing you this location. You can't see the address currently, okay? But that's the same, this is the same bedroom, all right? And this is the same place the body cam footage was recorded. Same pictures on the wall as well, all right? Same spot. Same weather. So he's there giving Valentine's gifts on the 14th. I don't even know if the prosecutors have this, all right? But it's like, it's all adding up. So the body cam footage that we've seen is the exact same spot where this Valentine's handover took place, okay? It's a fact. It is what it is. Anyway, let me get back to what I was doing because that was a mad distraction. Okay, so obviously I got a little bit sidetracked there looking into that Valentine's Day post, but I knew that I'd seen that room somewhere and I was correct. But anyway, David from there basically goes on to say her missing poster is everywhere in Riverside, and basically says they only met one time. He doesn't usually meet online friends, but met her once at the beach. And he says to the cops, you know, I hope you find her. They're like, we're just trying to find her. He's like, I hope you find her. Kind of a little bit creepy the way I says it, if I'm completely honest with you. So that was followed by a cross-examination from the defense. So they played the footage after the deputy DA, Beth Silverman, had kind of had her chance to speak to the officer. And then Blair Burke kind of stepped in. Basically said there was, and this is where it was interesting, because it was kind of like, okay, this looked pretty damning. But then the way that they attacked him and attack the footage, it made you realize what a, I don't want to say powerful, I don't know for sure if they're going to do a good job or pull this off, but what it did make me think was that David's defense team are very good at finding holes to pick apart little things that just make you kind of just doubt yourself and just doubt what you just heard. They said, okay, there's no point in this interview where you told David outright she was 13, was there? And the cop admitted, I didn't inform David she was 13. And they said, yeah, David said he thought she was 18. And the cop said, yeah, I guess she's 13. And David said, oh, I heard people saying she was 13. I thought she told me she was 18. And the cop's like, yeah, I guess. It wasn't as firm as we thought it was going to be. It wasn't the, we came here and warned you, you better stop messing with this minor. It wasn't that. That's what we were led to believe before this came to trial, was that it was going to be, they warned him, they came to his crib, they warned him, they told him you better not be messing with no minors. That's not what we saw, honestly. That's just not what happened. It's still sus. I still think that he looked nervous, but it wasn't the firm warning like you were warned that we thought. He said, oh, I thought she told me she was 18. They didn't really make it super duper clear to him. And I'm definitely not saying that there's any plausible deniability that he could have continued with what he was doing, but it wasn't as cut and dry. The cop said, look, David was cooperative, all right? He was cooperative. He was volunteering information. He was helping. And the cop actually stopped him when he was trying to give more information. He was trying to say more stuff about her, and the cop was kind of like, we don't need all that info. And the cop would defend himself to Blair Burke, basically saying, yeah, well, we weren't actually there to investigate David. We had just responded to a request to search this property for Celeste. They weren't doing a full investigation into David. They were just looking for this girl, and they'd heard a tip that she was at that property. That was what little we got. And that was really interesting, because it made you think, well, if everybody's saying, oh, why didn't the cops do anything? It's kind of like they weren't full-blown looking at David at that time. It's all well and good to say, oh, well, they reached out to him in February, they should have known. Well, actually, when you look at the footage, it was a little bit more haphazard than you would have thought, and they didn't really step in and stop what was going on. They didn't seem to have too much suspicion of David at the time. They said David was cooperative. They pointed out he provided Celeste's full name, her phone number. He admitted that he spoke to the Riverside officer on the phone. He admitted that he'd met her. He admitted that they was talking, and that he thought she was 18. And they basically said that David wanted to tell this Hollywood cop what the Riverside cop had said to him on the phone call. And he said, well, I'm not here for that. He said he wasn't interested, didn't want to know, didn't want to hear it. He said he wasn't investigating that. And basically admitted that David said, the verbatim, Ian, we saw it in the footage, she told me she was 18. They basically said, look, you asked David, does she look 13? And David basically kind of, didn't really give an answer. He sort of was like, didn't. As far as I'm aware, it wasn't clear from the video. But basically, David's lawyer kind of inferred that, the reason you asked David, does she look 13, is because you were unsure. If you were so sure, and I'm not agreeing with this, by the way, this is just the defense they're pulling, but it's like, if you're so sure that she looked 13 underage, why are you asking this guy if she looks 13 to you? It's an interesting angle. I don't agree. I don't think that David should have, slipped away with any of that. But honestly, it was a very, very interesting tactic. It was very tense back and forth in the courtroom, and the body cam footage was just crazy to actually witness that. So from there, basically, there was a little bit of back and forth. There was a little bit of objection. The judge wouldn't let Beth ask the cop if he thought David was being truthful. That was overruled. The cop basically said that in his opinion, David seemed like he was being truthful, and he was honest about other things. Like he said, oh, there's beer in the fridge, there's alcohol here. And the cop said he was saying all these things that reeked of honesty. It was just surprising. So Beth Silverman would ask if David, so it kind of went back to her to ask questions. She would ask if David admitted that he had had a sexual relationship with Celeste. Blair objected to this, and a judge said, oh, it's relevant. Of course it's relevant. Like, of course that's relevant. Everyone in the courtroom kind of laughed a little bit. It was kind of like, hey, bro, how are you going to object to that? Like, judge was like, yo, this overly relevant whether or not he'd had a sexual relationship with Celeste. And basically, he didn't in that interview, right? So they basically asked if David said that he'd gone and picked up Celeste before. The judge disallowed that. And then Beth kind of rested her case. So she was kind of, she tried to ask him, oh, did David tell you that he had gone and picked up Celeste from her property? So this was, just so you understand, this was in response to basically, imagine Blair Burke's got the guy up there and he's saying, well, David was truthful. He was honest. He said there was beer in the fridge. He said the girl's name. He showed a picture of her. He was being honest. And then when Beth Silverman's turn was up, she was basically like, you really think David was being truthful? And then the judge is like, kind of interjects. And he's like, in your opinion, do you think he was being truthful? And he's like, well, he was being truthful about beer in the fridge. And then was kind of like, was he being truthful about him going to pick her up from Lake Elsinore in his Tesla? Was he being honest about the sexual? So that's where Blair Burke's little argument of David was so truthful talking about beer in the fridge completely fell apart. So that was followed by the testimony from the other detective. I've been talking for 40 minutes, god damn it, about this. So I'm going to wrap it up here. I'm going to take a little break. I'm going to make another video about the second part of the testimony, where the actual LAPD robbery homicide detective appeared, and we did see the pictures from the courtroom. And there is a courthouse artist that was sketching some images, and they've drawn some pretty dark reanimations of some of those pictures that were shown in the courthouse. I don't even know if I can show you those on YouTube, but I'll do a breakdown of that in the next video. I'll kind of describe to you what was there in a sensitive fashion, and I'll do that in a separate video. But I hope you found that breakdown useful. That was kind of the first witness of the hearing, the prelim. And it was very, very interesting, all that body cam footage. So I will tell you guys a little bit more in another video. I'm going to take a little break and rest my voice. I'm tired. I haven't been talking all day, but in between sessions, I've been talking and then I've been recording. It's been a lot. So it was an exhausting day, but I will be back. I'm going to try and get all of this stuff done tonight so that I can start fresh tomorrow. I got like 6 videos I need to make, so I don't even know how that's possible. It's late. We're going to get to it. Thank you for your support. I'll be back with another video shortly. I'll put this one out for you for now, and I'll just go back to back. We're going to just grind it out, okay? Because it is what it is. There's so much going on. I need to give you guys the info. So I will see you guys in the next video. That's it for now. Thank you for watching this one, and stay tuned. 2 more videos coming. All right, folks, I'm back with another installment of what I saw at court today with David. It was a crazy day. So if you saw the last video that I did, I explained how the first witness that was called was essentially a police officer that had done a sort of welfare check or a search on one of David's properties looking for Celeste on February the 17th, 2024. And the second witness that was called was one of the detectives from the LAPD robbery homicide division. Now, I do have the names, but I'm not going to read the names because I got in trouble for showing some information I shouldn't have yesterday. So don't worry about the names, but I was there. I see it. I confirmed it with my own eyes, and you can believe me. It doesn't matter which cop that it was, but essentially that's what it was. So it was basically a detective from the robbery homicide division, somebody with 12 years in the robbery homicide division, a career with the LAPD for 26 years. I'm not going to lie, he looked pretty good. He looked pretty young and fresh for somebody that's done 26 years on the force. He was clearly a veteran, but he looked pretty young and sharp. So for respect to him, I won't say his name, but he was looking dapper. So shout out to him. All right, hopefully I never come across him in any other scenario because that would be bad news. But anyway, he basically would explain that he was in the homicide special unit, which is a special unit in the homicide division of the robbery homicide section of the force, who basically specifically investigate serious crimes of a special nature. That includes crimes against other police officers, incidents where 3+ murders have happened in the same incident. High-profile homicides and complex homicides, and I would say this definitely falls in the last 2. So he would explain who his partner was on this case, another cop with 8 to 10 years as experience, with them 2 being partners for that long. So robbery homicide force for 12 years, had this same partner for, he said, 8 to 10 years, a seriously long time. He would basically tell the harrowing story of being called out to the tow yard on September the 8th, 2025. He said it was a death investigation after a body was found in the trunk of the Tesla. There was kind of a bit of a strange moment where Beth Silverman, the DA, basically said, oh, what would you call a front trunk of a Tesla? And the guy's like, frunk? And it's like, there were laughs in the courtroom. It was like such a, I don't know, rudimentary thing to bring up. But it was apparently very important. So it was important the definition of a frunk was explained, and that was made very clear. So he basically explained that he spoke with kind of the local area homicide detectives. Bear in mind, he is in the homicide special unit of the robbery homicide division for high profile and complex homicides. And this was very, very complex from the get-go. So they basically, he arrived at the scene after the local detectives had been called out to the Hollywood tow yard, and they opened the trunk of the Tesla, and they partially unzipped the top cadaver bag that was in the front trunk of the Tesla. Said that he knew it was a body in the trunk when he arrived at the scene. He was briefed as soon as he arrived on the scene and learned that that car had been impounded after being cited on, I believe, the 3rd of September. It was impounded on the 5th. But they didn't kind of ring the bell, the emergency alarm, when it came to the smell of the car until September the 8th, which is when the police were contacted. The citation or the ticket was still on the windshield of the Tesla when he attended, and he basically asked why the cops were called. And he said that the managers basically noticed a strong foul smell coming from the Tesla. They suspected maybe a body was in the car, and they called detectives, and that basically led to local cops, which then called in the special unit. So he basically explained that when he arrived at the scene, he saw the black Tesla with Texas license plates on it, partially unzipped body bag peeking out of the front trunk of the Tesla Model X, which was open, and basically took a look into it, and he saw a horrendous sight. I want to be very respectful, but I also want to give you all of the information, and we did see the images of this, and it was awful. He explained that the cadaver bag that was on top in the front, it was a dismembered head and torso, so a body with the extremities missing, no arms, no legs, a very decomposed head and torso. He said that he could smell the decomposition. Whole place absolutely stunk. They traced the license plate to David pretty much immediately, and they had the details of his Texas address very soon after they had actually made contact with this Tesla. He claimed that when he arrived at the scene, the body bag had only been partially unzipped by the initial detectives, and basically he had to explain, they explained why the trunk had been opened and why the bag had been partially unzipped. He gave a little bit more information about the body bag. So the cadaver bag or body bag that was on top, he had described it as black vinyl with kind of handles and straps around the side, basically. And it had one zipper down the middle, your kind of classic, emergency body bag kind of scenario that you could probably imagine. So basically, yeah, at this point, Beth Silverman kind of entered in the picture of the body bag and the contents of it. So there were initially it was 2 pictures shown. It eventually was 4 pictures shown. What I think I'm gonna do is I'm gonna show you a courtroom sketch. I'm gonna give you a trigger warning. You're not gonna see anything graphic, but this is a sketch that's kind of a very crude and rough and not necessarily violent interpretation of what was in that bag. You know what? I don't even think. Hang on a sec. Let me pull it up and just take a look at it. Okay, I'm going to show you this. I'm going to warn you, and this has a warning on itself. I'm going to give you a trigger warning. There won't be any gore. There won't be any blood. What you're going to see is more of a kind of very medical arrangement of what was seen. But if you don't want to see that, I'm giving you a trigger warning. View this next part at your own risk. It isn't what was shown in court. It's not a real scenario, but it does show you. This basically is a gist of what was seen. David was kind of sat there with his glasses on, emotionless, looking at the screen the whole time. He didn't look away. There was images from the autopsy, these were images, from his own photographs after he was arrested that showed his tattoos. He had a Celeste tattoo and a shush tattoo. There were shovels that was purchased from Postmates, a fireproof cadaver bag, and I'm going to show you the next page. Trigger warning, this is just a courtroom sketch for documentary journalistic purposes. It isn't the image, but I'm going to show this to you in 3, 2, 1. So this is the next page. So this was, kind of images of the bags themselves, and we did see an image of kind of the arrangement of things that were inside that bag. The front trunk open, and we did see her fingers, and you don't see it here, but you did actually see her hand with the severed fingers that were missing, that were allegedly contained more tattoos. We saw images of the chainsaws, the blue child's pool, the burn cage, kind of image of as they were found, and I'm gonna kind of leave it there. But you get the gist. We were shown these very graphic images that were much more intense and horrific than what you're seeing in these kind of reproduction sketches. But basically, you know, they would describe the scene, and it was very, very serious. You know, they said that the bag was surrounded by insect activity. They kind of described the insect activity that was going on inside the bag. So basically, they kind of said that, you know, really it was unrecognizable, completely unrecognizable. It was just, you know, sort of dark black mess that was inside these bags. You couldn't really make heads or tails of it, really. And there was kind of like a black garbage bag, which was underneath the cadaver bag. And they said just the whole trunk was just surrounded by insects, maggots, flies, larvae, lava, just all of this, which was depicted, and it was just horrible to see. These bags were explained as being wet, not dry. There was liquefaction to a pretty serious degree. They said the drawstring handle on the black trash bag wasn't actually fully drawn, so it hadn't been kind of fully closed, or at least it had loosened up. And they basically said that they took these items out and laid them out, and we did see some other pictures of the contents of these bags laid out at the scene, or I guess at the medical examiner's office. I don't know exactly where they were laid out. But David looked at the screen the whole time. There was a kind of exterior picture of the Tesla with the front trunk open at the tow yard, and just the awful picture of the head and torso with the limbs removed, laid out. Just horrific. And you could see the tube top that was described in the previous explanations of the state the body was found and the clothing. It was exactly as they said, but I don't think anything could have ever prepared me for just how horrible these images actually were. And I can't even begin to describe how awful they were. I've never seen anything so bad. And you know, you hear all these stories of David talking about how much he liked gore, and he was fixated on the screen. I'm sorry to say it, he was fixated on the screen while all this was going on. I didn't see him look away once. He was dialed into the screen, and that was even more chilling. Something I noticed that, you know, even I would say David was completely fixated on the screen the whole time, but his lawyer Blair Burke, I felt like even she couldn't look the whole time. I noticed she kind of looked down at her notes a lot. She kind of looked down, wrote notes, kind of looked away. I don't think she could even stomach what was being shown on that screen. A lot of people in the courtroom looked away. I couldn't see them, but I was told by somebody else that was sat closer to the front during a recess that Beth Silverman, the DA, actually turned around and spoke to Celeste's parents and told them to look away before these images were going to be shown. And like I say, I couldn't see them where I was sat, but I can't imagine what they must have went through, even just being around while that was shown. I would say it felt like there were audible gasps in the courtroom. People were disgusted. I was sat next to various women, and they just looked disgusted. I felt like some of them looked really genuinely shocked and panicked at just how gruesome this stuff was. It was actually heartbreaking, and I've never seen anything like it. I'll never forget it. And it happened today, but it feels like that's really going to be that's going to be something that keeps me up at night, and really, really just you know, I think it just goes to show, you know, it's really just important that we get justice, because it really drove home just how horrific this crime was. This wasn't no gang murder, shootout situation like I'm used to covering. This was pure evil, and I'm not trying to make light of the situation, but this is like worse than anything you'd ever seen in a horror film, or, you know, a gory video game or anything. This was real deal life. It was worse than you could possibly imagine, worse than your worst possible nightmares, if I'm completely honest with you. It's awful, just awful to witness that. And I really, really can't believe what I was seeing. I didn't feel like I had to look away at points, but at the same time, I felt like I had to see that and see the reality of this. I've been covering this case long enough, and that's something that I need to take on board. Is it's all well and good talking about this stuff, doing videos about it, but when you're actually confronted with the reality of what this situation really was, it is heartbreaking, unforgettable, just completely the worst possible thing you've ever seen in your life, to be honest with you. Absolutely the worst thing I've ever seen in my life. It was so bad. So, yeah, I just can't even begin to describe how bad this was. So after that, we kind of saw more photos that were taken by the LAPD in the medical examiner's office. Basically, the detective that had kind of attended the scene and attended this part of the hearing, was asked if he noticed anything about the cut sections of the limbs that had been removed, and he confirmed that there was blue fiber that was found in those limbs, which we would later hear was obviously from an alleged kiddie pool that was apparently ordered by David and used to as a base to kind of dismember the body and try and keep to try and keep the blood inside, I guess, while he allegedly dismembered the body. So they actually showed a picture of the blue pieces of plastic embedded in those limb cuts, and we saw absolutely everything. We saw that. We saw the blue in the edges. And I don't mean to disrespect anyone by saying this. I'm just going to be completely honest. It looked like something from the butcher shop. It looked like a cut of meat. Like a large cut of meat you would see in a butcher shop. Just as far as, it just was completely. You're used to seeing human beings in their normal living, breathing form, and you're just not used to seeing people just destroyed to that degree, to the point that it looks like something that has been. You get what I'm saying. I don't need to say too much, but the bits of blue plastic in there were notable. I don't even want to make that comparison anymore because I don't think it's necessarily the right comparison to make. But that's just my honest thought. It just looked. You sort of just thought like you were looking at something. I don't want to disrespect. I'm not trying to disrespect anyone, but it looked almost like something from a recipe book, like raw meat that was being prepared or was kind of plastic with plastic wrapping that hadn't been fully taken off of something like that was being unwrapped. Absolutely disgusting state to leave a human being in as a real human being, and rest in peace to Celeste. Absolutely awful stuff. But that's the thing. You were looking at it, you're just thinking, I don't have any. I have so few reference points for what I'm looking at. There were so few things you can even think. I don't even know. Is this really what I think it is? It was horrible. So we saw images of the. We saw images of the tattoos on Celeste's hand, and it was the shush tattoo on her right hand. And they did point out that the ring and the left pinky finger were missing. And they showed us pictures of both the remaining hands and the tattoos on them. And they did show us the hands with the missing fingers and the very jagged, cuts where they'd been cut. And we saw the shush hand on the right index finger. Sorry, the shush tattoo. And it was a very clear tattoo. Honestly, it looked like a fresh tattoo. It was very dark black. It looked fresh. It looked like a new dark black tattoo. It didn't look like a tattoo that had been there a couple of years and been faded in the sun. Looked very deep and dark and imprinted. The detective said there was no face or facial features to speak of whatsoever, completely unidentifiable. It was a really, really horrible moment, and then suddenly kind of we stopped for a morning recess. It almost got a little bit too much. So we took a break from that, and then basically we came back after that to continue the testimony, and it continued from there, and there were some very dark details that were brought up, and again the defense kind of picked some very the things that the things the defense picked holes into were sort of quite surprising. They were things that maybe you wouldn't have thought that they would have focused on, but it was like they were just working with what they had, really. They were just trying to find and pick holes into the things that they kind of felt like they had the best shot of downplaying, really. And that was shocking as well. So they basically explained how after that incident, we're in the tow yard, the car was towed to LAPD headquarters, and they basically transported the decedent to the medical examiner's office. The detective claimed that there was actually evidence inside the car. They found a receipt inside the Tesla for Ross Dress Celeste, and they followed up with the Ross Dress Celeste location with the address that was listed on the receipt. And the receipt was dated July 29th, 2025, and they went and got surveillance video from that Ross Dress Celeste. The receipt itself had a date and time, and they were able to get surveillance video, and this depicted David. He had taken the Tesla out for a drive to the Ross Dress Celeste, and they got the surveillance footage of him. And they had a footage of him interacting with the Tesla. They observed the car being driven through Culver City to a Ross Dress Celeste and back to his property, where the car was eventually left. And basically, there's sort of been debate about exactly where the property was located, but this was no mistake. The property where the car was essentially found outside the sort of big mansion property. So from there, they took a lot of screenshots of the Tesla infotainment system. They actually cross-reference that with David's iCloud, and they were able to confirm that his iPhone was connected to the car when he had driven it, and they tracked it. And quite chillingly, they said that the iPhone that he had used connect to the car was a nickname. You know, you can nickname your iPhone, you can change its name. It was called Tranquilizer, interestingly enough. So that phone connected to his iCloud account. It had multiple email addresses connected to it. They were able to kind of get access to all of that. But interestingly, they said they hadn't been able to initially find the actual physical copy of David's iPhone 16 Pro that had been connected to this car. Now, Beth Silverman had submitted photos of the phone and basically claimed that his iCloud account was used. They read out his iCloud account, his Gmail account, and other Gmail accounts in the courtroom, but I won't read those to you now, just in case. But it said his phone was last connected to that Tesla on the 29th of July, 2025. That was the last time the car was driven, and it was left there. I'll tell you more in a minute. But they basically had an extraction report that confirmed that his phone was connected to that Tesla. They use a software called Cellbrite, and they basically sent a warrant to Apple, which gives them the full record of the raw data of everything from that phone, which they can put into the Cellbrite software that makes that data readable, and they can have a kind of full report on everything that his phone has done. So the defense kind of objected to this. They said the detective didn't participate in the extraction of the phone, and they said he wasn't an expert in Cellbrite. He doesn't have the right to talk about this. They said the officer didn't do the extraction. It made him an improper witness, but the judge overruled that. They said, nah, I'm trying to hear about this Cellbrite. So Beth Silverman asked how many times he's used Cellbrite technology. He said hundreds of times. Can't even keep count of the times that he's actually used the Cellbrite technology. Basically went on to claim that they have FBI and LAPD laboratories that they can use to carry out these Cellbrite extractions. He said that he sits on a board with other homicide detectives in other states, and they all discuss how they get information from different cell phones and Cellbrite services. And this Cellbrite software is used across the country. So he made it very clear that he was actually a credible witness on this basis. So not really much to argue with there. So the Cellbrite extraction was basically given in response to a warrant that was sent directly to Apple. And he basically explained how it all worked. He said once you've done that extraction, you can filter through contacts, connected devices, dates, times, artifacts. You can look at the photos, the videos. They can see that it connected to the Tesla Model X. They connected to the Tesla Model X software, to the hardware in the tow yard. And they basically said that this Cellbrite extraction gives you hundreds and thousands of pages of information. It's way beyond what your phone stores on it. It is like what the phone company and what Apple... This is the thing, people talking about, oh yeah, delete your iCloud. You know, Lil Durk talking about, delete my iCloud if the feds say they're on me, though. No, the feds are... And Apple is going to supply the feds with thousands of pages of information that's not even on your phone anymore. It's information they kept when it happened. And they said there was so much information just from this phone that they had 6 to 8 terabytes of data just from this phone. Your iPhone doesn't even hold 6 to 8 terabytes of data. This is all historical information that Apple and the cloud and your phone service provider and your Tesla, I don't even know where it's going, all right? They talking about, it's going to cost you more to get a terabyte of memory in your iPhone. How are the feds getting 8 terabytes out of this thing from a subpoena? I can't even download 30 YouTube videos on this bitch. I don't even know. So it is actually insane how much information they can get. They said they got 6 to 8 terabytes of information just from the iCloud, and that's just Apple will just hand that over. So he shared a actual photo of the Tesla's infotainment system. They explained other iCloud accounts that he had that had been connected. And there was one particular iCloud account that had the most data in it, but I won't tell you what it was called. They said this is how they found out that he took that trip to Santa Barbara in April 23rd, right after the alleged murder had taken place. There was basically access to his navigation system. He also found his way to a charger in Lake Kahuma and Santa Ynez Valley. And they reviewed neighborhood surveillance videos from his property on the 29th of July, which was the last date he drove the car. So he went to the Roche Dress for Less. He came back. They found a neighbor's camera in the area, which observed David parking the car, getting out the car, walking with his phone back right into his front address. And that was where the car was left. They basically said they see exactly where he came from. He passed multiple cameras. He parked the car down the street. He walked through an alleyway back into his house. Probably thought he wasn't being watched. okay? But what happened is he left the car there. He was the last person to drive the car, and they even said, they showed an image of David basically walking into his house after last parking the car on Bluebird Drive, I believe it is. This was the 29th of July at 2:20 p.m. 2025, and they showed David walking from the car right to his house and into his house, cooked. So pictures were then presented of the car where it was last parked. It had the damage to the rear trunk, which was still there and evidenced in the images when the car was found in the tow yard. They basically reviewed license plate readers, and they identified the car had remained in that very same spot since the 29th of July to the date that it was towed. And people say, well, how does that work? They said, well, any police car that drives down that street has automatic license plate recognition, and basically they clocked that car in the same spot numerous times, just cops that were driving through the area. Any cop that's got a patrol through there, that license plate was picked up. I bet you didn't even think that this much evidence was possible. But the cops could literally determine through license plate recognition that car did not move a single time until it was towed with the body in the trunk. And it doesn't sound like there was any opportunity for David to walk down an alleyway in an open street where there were surveillance cameras from the neighbors that were still preserved from when he left the car. The body was in the car when he drove it to Ross Dress for Less. Insanity. So, interestingly enough, obviously Celeste's father was actually in the court with Celeste's mother. I won't say his name, but you can look at, you know his name if you know the case. But apparently he actually called the LAPD on September the 10th. He called the communications line, and detectives were notified, because media and helicopters were there when the Tesla was still in the impound yard, and media kind of made a very big deal about this singer David, his car being found with a body inside of it. Some media even followed the car from the tow yard to the LAPD. And Celeste's father basically got in touch with the LAPD. They spoke with him through an interpreter who was his own son, actually. So Celeste's brother was an interpreter for the father in the LAPD. And he basically said, based on the media reports that he's seen and the connection to David, that he thinks it might have been his daughter in that car. So the father didn't know Celeste had a third phone number that a man had apparently bought for her. And basically the detective got in touch with Celeste's dentist through her father to basically request the dental records because she was unidentifiable in the state that she was found in. Celeste's mom, like I said, I couldn't really see her, but she kind of shook her head and sort of just hung her head and just was distraught when a lot of this was going on from what I've been told. It really just sad state of affairs. So basically from there, they had David's address. They knew where he was at. They knew where he'd been staying. And that's when they served the search warrant. So the detectives from the LAPD's Robbery Homicide Division, they got to searching the property. So they basically identified Celeste on the 16th. They already had David's address. And then they basically commissioned the search on the 17th. So they weren't dragging their feet like a lot of people thought. But I think we're going to hear more about why the arrest took so long later down the line. So they served the search warrant. They had many detectives, forensic scientists. They all descended on David's property. And they showed photos of the gate, the garage stall, the red Tesla in the left garage port. The red Tesla that was in the garage, was registered to Robert Morganroth, David's manager and personal assistant, as he was described. There was a brick floor in the garage with rubber gym floor mats over it, and the Tesla was parked over that. Now, what was very, very interesting and disappointing is they did not mention blood found in the garage. Now, I was told, and I believe I read in the earlier paperwork, that they used luminol and found blood in the garage, and the brickwork was porous and it had blood in it. Not mentioned once. That was actually surprising and disappointing and a little bit odd, if you ask me. That was a little bit surprising. Get a dry throat. So that was a bit strange. I thought we were going to hear more of that, but maybe we'll hear more of that as time goes on. Interestingly enough, it's like they said there was like a gym mat in the garage where the alleged blood was found, but they didn't mention that. And then the red Tesla was parked over it. So it was like they were like parking stuff on top of where allegedly the dismemberment had taken place, I guess. But I don't know for sure. That was not elaborated on as much as I would have liked. So they found an iPhone in the upstairs den. This was an iPhone 15, different to the iPhone 16 that had apparently all of those terabytes of information have been connected to David's Tesla. They said they believed the phone to be David's. It eventually was found to have selfies and pictures of David, his own passport and driver's license on it. They determined it was his. They also said behind the piano they found that sealed burn box. It was labeled as delivery for Victoria Mendez, a fake name that allegedly David had used among other fake names. And they also found a PC Tower computer. They also found multiple email addresses connected to that PC, which were named in court. I won't produce them here. But They also confirmed, if you saw the video I did yesterday that got deleted, they said I was privacy and cyberbullying David. They confirmed the airline tickets were real. They said that that PC and an email account linked to that PC had purchased airline tickets for both Celeste and David on the same trips, one from LA to Texas and one from LA to London, which was that image that we saw previously. I thought I thought Blair Burke was going to say, "Oh, this plane ticket thing has been circulating in the media improperly." It didn't come up. All right, they just confirmed. Beth Silverman, the DA, assistant DA, confirmed that information, those flight tickets were real, and that was the end of that. So they basically said, look, we've got subpoenaed information from his iCloud account, his AT&T account, his Uber, his Postmates, his Home Depot, his Amazon. They said the Amazon account was granted under a separate federal subpoena. So the feds are involved in one way or another, and they basically said they got records of all of his Amazon purchases under a federal subpoena, right? So they reviewed his Amazon records in detail, and they said that his orders on Amazon, for the Victoria Mendez was the fake name that was used on some purchases, that was like a fake Celeste, and then the other one was a new name, a new alias we'd only just heard. Travion Davis was apparently the name that he was going by, which is interesting. So that was basically the conclusion of all of my handwritten notes, but I did actually have some notes that I typed up because I was allowed my laptop in the second half. So I'm going to keep going with that, but what I'm going to do is I'm probably going to split this video into two halves because I've been talking for quite a long time, and also I want to I want to kind of separate some of these topics so I don't get too carried away on putting too many things in one video. So in my notes here, basically, after this, there was a brief recess, and then the detective kind of came back, continued his testimony. The district deputy DA kind of continued grilling him, and that's when they started discussing kind of all of the stuff that he'd purchased from Amazon, the body bags, things like that. Now, I'm wondering whether I should maybe do a different video on everything that he bought off Amazon, because I wrote down as much as I possibly could, and I was actually going to dig up some of the exact same items from Amazon. So tell you what, let me wrap it up there, because I feel like this video is kind of just perfect on its own, with all of the details of what was found in the tow yard. And I'm going to do another video that's going to go into detail on what was found on his Amazon account. So I hope you found that useful. Absolute utmost respect to Celeste and her family. Rest in peace to her. Just horrible to see what went down, but promising to know that justice is going to be done and the wheels of justice are turning. So I'll be back with another video. What I'm going to do, I'll probably do 2 more videos on this topic tonight. Then I'm going to go to bed. I'm exhausted. And then I will be hopefully back to it tomorrow, but we'll see. If I don't get into the courtroom tomorrow, then it is what it is. You know, they were very fair today, so I can't complain. So I'll let you guys know as soon as I know. But yeah, I'll be back with another breakdown. I'll do a separate video on a different topic, and then you can let me know what you thought of this one. Thank you for watching. Thank you for supporting. That is it from me. I'll see you in the next one. Thank you. Bye. Okay, folks, I'm back with some more updates from my visit to the David trial. And in this video, I'm going to be explaining to you everything the detective said that David had ordered on Amazon to his house, allegedly after committing the murder, and exactly what David's defense clapped back with. And I'm not going to lie to you, this was one of those moments of the trial where I thought, ooh, David's defense has got a few moves in their arsenal. They got a few tricks up their sleeve. And David's lawyer, Blair Burke, came with some pretty interesting theories that were very effective. So obviously, if you watched the last video that I just broke down about all of the horrible, harrowing evidence that was shown of, you know, what was inside the bag that was found in the Tesla, the awful state of Celeste's remains, you know, just horrible, horrible stuff. Rest in peace, Celeste, and just chilling stuff that just will haunt me for the rest of my life, if I'm completely honest with you. If you want to learn more about that, go and watch that video. But in this video, that detective basically continued his testimony. He would kind of go into deeper detail about these alleged ordered items. And you know, David was allegedly using 2 fake names on Amazon, Victoria Mendez and Travion Davis. That's the first time we've heard Travion Davis. We've heard Victoria Mendez mentioned before, but we haven't heard kind of, you know, this mention of this mysterious Travion Davis. So what I want to do is I'll probably show you some stuff on Amazon, but I want to be careful that I don't leak my address, because that would be bad. That would be very bad. All right, let me just check. Hang on. So the first thing that kind of came up on David's shopping list, I suppose, for getting rid of the body was these 2 cadaver bags, these 2 body bags, and 2 different types of body bags were purchased. These were kind of quite interesting, and I did find the exact body bags that I believe David did actually purchase. So I believe one of them was this Primacare body bag stretcher combo that basically, you know, it had these 3 handles on the top and bottom and then 1 handle on either side. So that was kind of one of the body bags that he allegedly purchased. I've kind of been able to sort of reverse engineer pretty much the exact body bags that he had ordered. So it was one set like this. So that was the Primacare BB3201 body bag. I guess there's all categories of them. And then this other one, and this one was kind of really stuck out to me. This one was kind of a different type of body bag, and notably this one said City Morgue on it. To me, it seemed like this one was kind of more of a, you know, sort of like a prop, like a movie prop kind of bag. Rather than this one, which seems to be like a genuine cadaver pouch that is actually highly rated and one of the most popular on here. And a lot of people have bought these, interestingly enough. So another purchase that was made was these kind of heavy-duty laundry bags. This one was a little bit hard to see, so I was sort of towards the back of the courtroom, but I'm fairly certain it was this cotton-style laundry bag. I do think that it may well have been this exact one, but I don't want to get it wrong, but I do seem to remember there being kind of various colors available like this. So this sort of heavy-duty laundry bag was purchased under Travion Davis. It was a pack of 2 of these heavy-duty laundry bags that was purchased. And again, it just kind of goes to show, you know, it clearly can have several purposes, but when you're in the situation David's in, there ain't too many scenarios that you can really go to. I think maybe it actually could well have been this pack of 2 extra large laundry bags, because these came in 2s. But essentially, this was kind of like more of a generic product. But what was next was very specific. So this was the exact kiddie pool that David had brought. This is the exact listing. The 8x8 with electric pump and ground tarp included. The ground tarp probably, you know, was a useful kind of accessory that came with it. And it had reinforced seams. This is the exact item, the exact kiddie pool that was purchased. And along with that, there were 2 chainsaws that were purchased. And this is just the Amazon listing so far. So there was a WEN electric chainsaw. This was the exact model, corded 12 amp with 16-inch blade on it. And then there was another one that was I believe it was a Tytok hand-powered saw, and this was kind of a smaller with kind of like a you know, like a sort of hand-powered. So it was this model in, I believe, a sort of red or pinkish color, but it was this exact tool essentially. And this, I believe, it came in pink, and he actually purchased it in pink, which again is super creepy when you think that this is actually the kind of thing that Celeste probably would have chosen it in pink as well. If they made a Hello Kitty one, they probably would have got that as well, which is just sad to think about. But that's really what was going on with him, unfortunately. So that was the exact chainsaw that was purchased. And while all of this was being shown in court, David just rested his head on his chin like that. He just looked the whole time at the screen, looking at absolutely everything that he had bought. He looked a little bit defeated, but he also didn't really look too rattled or shocked. He was just kind of like, the whole way through, Amazon item after Amazon item, just like that. So basically, we were shown pictures of both of these chainsaws in his house. They were found, which apparently they were found in the garage with the blue inflatable pool. So the exact kiddie pool that I just showed you, all of this was found in the garage, and this kiddie pool was obviously, they found these blue plastic fragments in her wounds. They found the pool itself uninflated, and they also basically found kind of several other items that were purchased on different platforms. So these were apparently ordered through Uber or Postmates. Maybe it was Uber Eats. Like, I order groceries and you know, I might order like a SD card from Uber Eats, from Target or something, Best Buy if I'm really desperate or if I want to shoot or something like that. So other items that were apparently purchased, this exact Makita chainsaw was purchased from Home Depot, and it was delivered by Uber Postmates. I don't know if that's Uber Eats or Postmates, or if they had some collab. I don't know what was going on back then. I don't even know how whether it was one or the other, but this was the exact chainsaw. Now, I'm going to tell you something very, very interesting. This chainsaw, out of all three of those chainsaws, this one was never found. And I believe that this is the one that was used to dismember Celeste. And as you're going to find out, I mean, I'll just tell you, the other two chainsaws were found in the property with no traces of blood or DNA on them. This chainsaw, never found. If this is found, it would cook him, but it was not found. Okay, so those other ones that was purchased, this was purchased from Postmates. The other ones was purchased, basically, the other ones were purchased from Amazon and they were still found in his property. There was also a sort of mop and bucket system, a tornado spin mop. This exact Libman green tornado spin mop was ordered from the sort of Postmates site. He also ordered a shovel. I believe there was actually, I think I had the exact listing for the shovel. Where was it? This was the shovel that was ordered, not from Amazon, I believe, but from a Postmates type service. 28-inch mini garden shovel with a D-grip alloy, D-grip, or is it short wooden handle? I think it was sort of very similar to these two. It was on a different website to Amazon, but essentially D-grip handle with a wooden neck. I guess I'm not really a shovel expert. I've not had to do any of this depraved stuff at all. But so they showed everything that he had ordered from Amazon, Postmates, everything like that. They then basically showed his tattoos as well. It was kind of a little bit mixed up. They showed the Amazon stuff, then they showed the tattoos that were taken, pictures of his tattoos that were taken after he was arrested. They showed the shush tattoo on his finger, and they showed a Celeste tattoo on his finger. The Celeste tattoo was red and kind of faded. It looked like maybe he had tried to have it removed unsuccessfully, but the shush tattoo was much thicker and stronger, and obviously, as I said in a previous video, Celeste was found with a shush tattoo that was very thick, black, looked like it was quite recent. It looked a lot more recent than David's tattoos, to be honest with you. Now, David didn't make a move this whole time. Sat there like this, just looking at the screen. I thought that was interesting because when they're showing you all these tattoos on his finger and the shush and the Celeste, it's kind of like, it was almost like he was covering them up, kind of like that. Just looking straight up at the screen. It was super creepy. But anyway, another thing that was apparently purchased that was interesting was this fireproof mat. Obviously, we heard about the burn cage. That wasn't kind of brought up here. But basically, the fireproof mat was quite an interesting find. And it was this exact model, an ASTM D643 flame-resistant mat, basically, that is completely unburnable, okay, up to 3,000 Fahrenheit. I don't understand what on earth you would need 3,000 Fahrenheit for, but I guess that's what it's for. And again, that was ordered by Travion Davis. Okay, it is kind of crazy. So all of that, there was a long pause after the fireproof mat, and I noticed that David kind of like, he sort of like rolled his head from side to side. He seemed a little bit impatient at this point. It looked like he was starting to get quite irritated with all of these Amazon purchases that he had made in his darkest hours being brought up. At this point, the clerk actually brought David over a drink, and then they kind of ended the interview about the Amazon stuff. And that's when Blair Burke's opportunity to grill the detective back was brought up. Let me take a drink. Okay. So after that, that's when Blair Burke basically clapped back at the detective from the LAPD's robbery homicide division and basically asked him a lot of questions. So asked him if he was the main investigator and said that he was, along with his partner. Said that he kind of supervised and looked over the evidence at the tow yard on September the 8th, along with criminalists from the medical examiner's office. They basically had to process the vehicle, the body, the plastic bags, the body bags. He basically, you know, explained that he processed all the body bags and all those kind of things. Said the vehicle was processed the next day after it was taken to the LAPD. And there was a very interesting back and forth. And at this point, I started just typing out everything that was said. So I could pretty much tell you verbatim what happened over the next section. And this was probably this was probably Blair Burke's finest hour in the courtroom, because I feel like she actually picked a lot of holes in what the detectives kind of put forward. Again, I don't think that this indicates any sort of innocence on David's behalf, but what I do think it indicates is that there are definitely a few things that maybe weren't quite done the best way, and this might cause David's the prosecution some problems at trial. So Blair said that basically you arrived at the tow yard after the medical examiner. The detective said that's incorrect. I arrived after the local detectives, but prior to the medical examiner. They said, well, the crime logs indicate you arrived, and then basically said you took over from the Hollywood Auto detectives. And the detective said, I took over from West Bureau, who took over from West Hollywood. So it was basically like the West Hollywood detectives were then taken over by the West Bureau, were then taken over by the special unit of the Robbery Homicide Division. So there were a lot of handovers in this situation that weren't ideal. So Blair said, how long was the West Bureau at the scene? I'm just gonna read this. So apologies, I'm not looking at the camera. I'm just gonna read this so you've got kind of the best information. I might even show you my notes. Let me just show you my notes. Hang on a minute. It'll be easier if I just show you the blooming notes. I can just read this to you. So I'm going to show you my notes, my full notes, all right? I was going to upload these to Patreon or something. I don't know. I'm going to, my free Patreon. I could upload these so you could just read them if you wanted to. And they basically said, okay, how long was West Bureau at the scene? Hollywood was notified around 11 a.m. With notifications sent to West Bureau, who were then just a few hours prior to the LAPD arrival. And then Blair says, was the West Bureau there when the vehicle was opened and the bags were discovered? Detective says, no. It said, when you arrived, was the vehicle open and the bags unzipped? He replied, the front was open and the body bags were partially unzipped. She said, who opened those bags? It said, an officer from Hollywood. She brought up a photo from criminalists taken on September the 8th, 2025 from the Hollywood tow yard, showed another gruesome picture that we hadn't seen of the remains in the bag from a different angle, and that was kind of shocking because the courtroom really wasn't prepared to see that again. There was no really forewarning for that. So he would reply, when he arrived, the bag with the body parts was still in the car. That was under the cadaver bag. It hadn't been moved. The second bag wasn't noticed until they took out the first bag. And she asked, was this image taken when the body was removed? And he said, it's hard to tell, but the body's clearly not in that picture. She says, when you first arrived, the medical examiner had already interacted with the bag in the vehicle. Beth kind of objected to that, but it was allowed. She kind of rephrased, said, did you inspect the vehicle and unzip the bag? He said, I didn't touch the vehicle, and we don't, by law, touch the bodies. That's the medical examiner's job. She said, so when you approached the vehicle, how long until the medical examiner arrived? And he said, less than an hour. So basically said, saw the medical examiner remove the cadaver bag and observe and open the second bag. She said, who directed the bags to be removed? He said him or his partner, basically. Could have been him. I messed the third and the first person up there. She said, were you the one directing that both bags be taken into evidence? And this is where she kind of played a smart little card. I'm not going to lie to you. He said the bag was not taken as evidence. After consulting with the criminal supervisor, due to its contents not being able to be preserved, decomposition and liquefaction didn't allow them to be stored, so they just cut off the handles and the zippers for processing. If you remember, go rewind the video because I can't pull it up because I'm on these notes. But go and have a look back, all right, if you want, or I could just pull it up. The handles on the side of those cadaver bags, all right, which were, these handles were cut off. It was this exact bag. So they cut off the handles. They cut off the zippers from the bags. They kept those because they thought DNA might have been on them. But the inside of the bag was just liquefied remains. Said we couldn't keep it. It was unpreservable. And as I explained in my earlier video, I think that is going to be a problem for the prosecution, because it's going to come out eventually that it's going to kind of be like, oh, why didn't you keep those bags? So she followed up. She said, once the limbs and torsos and head removed, you didn't take either of the bags into evidence? And he said, well, we didn't take the cadaver bag with the torso and head. We consulted with the LAPD criminalist, and they don't recall if the second bag with the limbs was taken or not. And they said, was any testing done before the bag was released? And after consulting the criminalist, they said the best action, take anything out that most likely would have been touched, like the handles and the zipper. And she said, was any other testing applied outside the body bag or plastic bag? Did you get any fingerprint swabs, blue star misting? He said, no, the decomposition in the environment was so bad, they just said, let's cut the components of the bag off and keep those. And then she said, if the medical examiner indicated the black body bag contents were collected and placed and sealed into biohazard bags, and as she was talking, DA Beth Silverman objected. That was sustained because they basically said that they were referring to stuff that wasn't in evidence. You can't talk about what wasn't in evidence. You can only talk about what was and question, basically, like, why isn't that in evidence? But you can't refer to contents of the bag that were not collected, basically. And they said the black body bag and contents was put into sealed into a biohazard bag. They said, so you forensic the Tesla the next day. Did you take any items in for evidence? Did you take any other evidence? Now, Beth objected to that. They basically said, Blair, you can't just ask what evidence was taken. The judge agreed. They said, look, this is a preliminary hearing. This isn't discovery. You had discovery. You should have already established, what was allowed and what is going to be brought up and what isn't. They said you can't ask for potential items, potential evidence, theoretical evidence that was or wasn't collected. We're just going to stick to the evidence that was collected, basically, and stick to that. So Blair would continue, was there any other physical items taken into evidence on September the 9th? He said, I don't recall all of what was taken aside from the swabs. She said, you said earlier you wrote a search warrant for one of the properties and executed it on September the 17th, 2025. Gonna have to blur that on her. Okay. So she says, you were in the detective in charge of that search? And he says, yeah, it was a big place. We had a lot of people working across all 3 floors, moved from garage to first and second floor. So basically they're talking about that property. And she's kind of trying to poke holes, saying, did you get a log? Did you really record who was doing what? And she said, did you keep a crime log of all the detectives that were present who came and left? Beth objected to this questioning, but the judge was like, no, it's allowed. I'm going to let him ask this. I'm going to let her ask this. And she said, did anyone log who was arriving and leaving? And the detective kind of sidestepped it. He said, well, there's detailed notes from the detectives about who was doing what. But she said, what? But no crime scene log. And he was like, nah. And then she said, you and your partner gave instructions to criminalists for items they were looking for, right? Like tools or instruments or weapons that could be used for dismemberment. He said, yeah, this was a week into the investigation, so we didn't really know exactly what we were looking for other than tools for a dismembered body. She said, you gave specific instructions to look for tools that could be used in a dismemberment. He said, yes. She said, earlier you said there was a burn cage that you found at the home. He said, yes. She said, did you personally identify this? He said, I saw it unopened on the second floor of the residence near the patio above the stairs. She said, at the time of the search, did you document its discovery? He said, yes, they took pictures. She said, did you test it with chemical agents? And he was like, test the unopened box? No. And that kind of got a few little giggles in the courtroom. There were a few of these moments where it's like people just kind of bust out laughing. And honestly, it was a bit weird. It was a bit weird. Some of it wasn't very funny. I got neck ache that I'm trying to fix from just hunching over my laptop all day. Catching injuries off this case, man. So basically it said, okay, well, your testimony is you knew it was a burn cage at the time of the search warrant. And he says, yep. She said, well, let me show you the exhibit. She showed the box and she said, is it your testimony that LAPD took this pic at the search? He said, you personally identified it as a burn cage on that day. He says, I saw it that day. And she said, but you didn't take it into evidence or collect it. He said, correct. So he didn't open the box. He said, you testified earlier, let's be clear, the burn cage you talk of having discovered on September 17th, you indicated you determined it was an Amazon order of some kind of burn cage. He said, yes. Cage was ordered July 2025, not April. Yes. So she kept asking about all these items and said, were they ordered after the murder? So I felt like this was her really trying to find an angle to downplay the premeditation element of it. Kept saying you found a number of chainsaws and electric saws, right? Said, yeah, 2 chainsaws and a straight saw blade. A straight blade saw. Said 3 saws, yep, 2 in a garage, 1 on the second floor. So it was a regular saw, but it wasn't the other chainsaw. Said, so you tested those with Blue Star and phenolphthalein, right? Maybe I've got that word wrong, but I don't even know. But basically, they tested it for blood. Said all 3 tested negative for blood. He said, correct. He tested for DNA too. He said, I don't remember if the criminalist swabbed the handles. She said, so you never even collected those items at all? He said, yes, once they were swabbed for blood, they were left behind and not collected. So she said, items for potentially used for dismemberment, you didn't even collect them for any matching saw marks for the dismemberment. And he said, well, when the criminalist tested them and found no blood, then they didn't collect them and they just checked for more evidence if needed. And she said there could have been DNA, and he said no. She said no DNA testing was ever performed on these. And then Beth objected. The judge sustained it and basically said, look, you were talking in circles, has been answered already, and there's no DNA on them. They didn't test it. They didn't find it. There was no chance of it. No blood, no DNA, no point. Okay. So they said, okay, showed a photo of the property. Blur that again. They'll be saying, I'm bullying David now. Oh, you're bullying David because you showed his famous address where he allegedly did a murder. Anyway, sorry, I'm so tired. I need to go to bed. So then she said the 2 chainsaws that you described earlier are those in the back of this image, the photo of the orange chainsaw. And she said, yeah, that's the pink one. That's one, and then the pink one next to it. Did these match the Amazon orders make and model? Yep. Did you do the pink one? Yep. They match the Amazon orders. So after finishing the search, you collected, along with a criminalist, a significant number of items of potential biological and physical evidence. Said yes. It said you collected and booked a number of cell phones and computers. Yes. Did you personally collect those? He said, I didn't. I don't know. I'd have to check. She said, but you said you collected 4 cell phones. He said, I think I discussed one, but multiple were recovered. Basically saying, I found one and other people found the others. He said, how many? He said, 2 in a garage, 2 upstairs, multiple laptops and a PC tower and an Apple monitor computer. It was like an all-in-one monitor computer. And she said, and the cell phone you testified was a cell phone on the 2nd floor coffee table. He said, top floor, it's like a garage on the bottom, then the 1st floor, then the 2nd floor with a den where the iPhone 15 was found. And then says, she said, can I show defense see the iPhone 15 Pro Max recovered in the search? A photo of the phone. He said, yep, this is the phone. She said, how do you know it's an iPhone 15? He said, the warrant and cell phone extraction indicated it. She said, the cell phone extraction was with a warrant after recovery. He said, yep, but you didn't open the phone in any way before. He said, yeah. So she said, so you wrote a series of search warrants after you discovered the iPhone 15 related to the discovery of the phone. And he went, she said, let me rephrase. After, oh my God. I'm taking it off screen. I'm taking it off. This is a joke. Oh my God. All right. No. I'm cyberbullying because I said your address that's on the news. Oh, I can't stand this. All right. What a joke. All right, it was my mistake even showing you that. That was nonsense. Better not cyberbully a murderer. All right. So basically said, let me rephrase, after that, you did a search warrant for Celeste's iCloud after the iPhone was discovered there. He said, I wrote for Celeste's iCloud based on her descriptors, but then also her other numbers and email addresses. And so she said, so you wrote a sworn affidavit on September the 17th that the property was searched, and one of the items recovered was an iPhone 15 Pro Max with an email associated with Celeste, which I won't read you, but it's there. I'm glad that's not on screen. That you believe belonged to Celeste. And then he said, I don't know the date on the warrant. And then he said, I can show it to you. So they're basically trying to say that, one, he was lying about how he knew this was Celeste's phone in the house. So what she was trying to do is sort of line him up with this kind of twisted line of questioning. Where it was like, how did you know it was an iPhone 15? Well, we got all the information off of it. Well, how did you know the information off of it when you filed the subpoena that asked for it as an iPhone 15? And how did you know it was Celeste's? Kind of didn't really have an answer for that, okay? And I would say that during this period, David looked a little bit perked up. He was kind of like puckering his lips, having a few sips of water. He looked a little bit happy, like, oh, this was starting to go his way. Because the detective was sort of talking himself around in circles. So she said, I'll show it to you. She showed him the warrant. And then she asked me, and he said, you testified an iPhone 15 Pro Max was found. And he said, I said iPhones were recovered. She said, you represented the iPhone 15 Pro Max was a phone you believe belonged to Celeste Rivas. Hello. She says, if it refreshes your memory, I can show you. And so the detective looked closely at it. And then he says that the email address belongs to her, but not necessarily the phone. She says, does it refresh your memory? She said, not if... the detective says, not if the question is, I knew the phone belonged to her. She said, you said it was an iPhone 15 Pro Max and you identified Celeste's iCloud. So Beth started interjecting here a lot and basically saying this is argumentative. And then Blair kind of claps back, says, look, the people will allege info was found on the phone belonging to David, but they believe that it didn't belong to him. Now, I heard people afterwards in the courthouse trying to say that this is going to be a smart move, saying that they basically... they alleged that stuff was found on the phone that belonged to David, but it actually didn't belong to him. It was someone else's phone. And allegedly, some of these illegal videos of naughty, illegal things being done with minors might have been on her phone. And he's going to basically try and get off of the production of illegal videos charges on the basis that it was her phone and she was doing it. That's what I think is what they were putting forward. So basically, the judge said that the people, the state didn't bring this up. They can't question on this line anymore. It's kind of getting a little bit out of control. So they kind of move on. Blair then says, after the search, there was a release to the scene. No preservation of the property once you left. The detective says, yeah, I don't remember what time we left. It could have been after midnight. But basically, after that, all day or all nighter search, they released the property back to the owner. And then after that, Blair said, in testimony about the items ordered, chainsaws, body bags, laundry bags, shovels, all of those items were determined to be ordered after April 24th, 2025. Detective says, yes. Blair said none of those items were ordered prior to the date of the alleged murder. Basically, that was it. Blair said, I rest my case there. That's it. That's all I want to ask. So basically, she kind of dropped the mic, basically saying all that stuff that you showed, chainsaws with no blood on them, shovels that were never found, other chainsaws that were never found. No body bag was preserved. The body, you can't necessarily prove, or at least at this stage is the argument she's making, is that the body bag that Celeste was found in was the one he ordered off of Amazon. And they're saying that the body bag was ordered after the murder. At least she's trying to get rid of the premeditation, but then she's also trying to kind of argue that it's like, what body bag? He ordered a body bag off Amazon. I mean, it's a bit of a reach, right? She was found in a body bag. He ordered a body bag off Amazon. But again, he ordered 2 body bags. Only one ends up getting used and the other's a garbage bag. So it's a little bit confusing. So after this, Beth kind of but it's kind of her turn to ask a few more questions. Shows a photo of the black Tesla in the tow yard. Basically just says, was this the condition of the Tesla with the dents in the back? He says, yep. It was covered in dust. She says, yep. Was it the same license plate? He says, yep. Exactly the same as the car was parked at in the property before it was towed. Says, yep. And then that's it. She just rests her case. She basically said, yeah, same car, parked outside his property. We've proved that he drove that car, parked it. It's turned up with the body in it. He ordered a cadaver bag. Job's a good one, basically. She's not trying to hear it. So Blair would then kind of have her opportunity to ask a few more questions. Said there was extensive damage identified on the back of the car at the tow yard. The detective basically confirmed, yeah, there was damage at the bottom of the picture that we could see. The rear bumper was kind of warped. There was damage near the license plate. And that vehicle was taken into evidence from the tow yard. And she said once again, was there any testing that was performed on I'm getting distracted now. You gonna sit there? You just sit there. Just sit there. Just sit there. You look like you're gonna do something very dirty, naughty on my desk. Don't do that. Don't show them that. That's gonna be X-rated. All right. So basically he said, so no testing was performed on the trunk or the damaged exterior of the vehicle. And the detective was like, I didn't think there would be. And she said, no testing. He was like, yeah, just photos. We just took photos of it. And then this is where another kind of ruckus of laughter was unleashed into the courtroom. They said, so you just released the vehicle to be destroyed? And he said, well, no, I didn't release the vehicle to be destroyed. And then Blair says, like, what did you do? What do you do? Just release the vehicle into the wild? And everyone kind of laughed at that. And Beth kind of objected. And then like he basically replied and said he didn't release the vehicle into the wild. He doesn't release vehicles into the wild. Everyone kind of cracked up at that. It was a bit weird, but I guess it was just sort of so random, so unusual to say that. Blair then asked why the vehicle was allowed out of the chain of custody. Beth objected to that. The detective basically said there is no chain of custody. We search the vehicle, we get the evidence out of it, and then we give it back. We don't own the vehicle because of what we found inside it, and we got everything we needed from it. But it did make you think, why would you just give that back? You know, why would that be allowed to happen? Basically went on to ask him, did you find any shovel at the house? The shovel ordered from Amazon, allegedly. You find that at the house? And he said, nope. They said, did you search outside all around the house, like the grass and the pool? He said he searched all around the outside. Asked if you ever found the fireproof mat. No, was never found. And then basically said, when you discuss with a criminalist about the destruction of 2 bags, the human remains that were found at the tow yard, like what was the thoughts of the criminalist? And basically said, we didn't destroy the cadaver bag and the garbage bag, we just couldn't preserve it, and named the criminalist that kind of gave that order basically and took that decision. Basically just said, look, we didn't destroy it, we didn't destroy evidence, we just couldn't preserve it. It was just a mess to preserve. Now I'm honestly disappointed. I surely they can put that in a barrel and preserve it. Like, why can't you preserve that? Where did it go? You threw it in the trash. Like, what on earth? Where is it? That I just don't think that bodes well. I don't think that's going to be a bulletproof silver bullet defense for David, but it just makes you think, bro, how are you throwing away the bag? Like, keep the bag. I don't care how filthy it is. Keep it, and let's check that it wasn't the same shit off Amazon. I mean, that was kind of messed up. So both Beth and Claire kind of declined any more questions with that detective, and Blair actually went and sat back next to David and kind of rubbed him on the shoulder after that testimony. So that was the end of that. Now, there was another kind of long piece of testimony from a financial manager of David's who had worked with Josh Marshall and Robert Morganroth, but I think I'm going to actually leave that for now. Probably come back tomorrow because I'm very tired. I do need to get up very early to get down to the courthouse, and I also think that it would be good to just wait because they kind of ended this. I I'm so tired, I can't even think. They kind of ended this testimony sort of right in the middle. They said it got to 4 o'clock. They were like, oh, we've had enough now. We're going to wrap it up for the day. So he did drop some really big bombs of information, but it probably will make sense to just give you like a more full update on what he had to say once we've heard everything. And I'm just tired. I'm not really going to make a very good video on that. I've got to go and censor out all these addresses now, which is annoying. And that's going to take me a bunch of time too. So I will catch you guys in the next video. Thank you for watching that. Sorry, my energy levels have declined to this point, but it's just been a lot going on. But I really appreciate you guys supporting me, trusting me as your news source on this one. And I'm going to keep you guys posted as much as I possibly can as we go forward into the next stages of this trial. Hopefully I get in the courtroom tomorrow. If I don't, is what it is. I will certainly try my best. But thank you so much for your support, for watching. I will catch you guys in the next video. I'm out. Bye.
Okay guys, so I'm back here for day 2 of the preliminary hearings for the David soon-to-be trial. It's not a trial yet. Right now it's just hearings, but everybody has been kind of following. Just had a very interesting conversation with Steve Fisher, the private investigator. He had a very hectic day yesterday. He had a little bit of beef with the Deputy District Attorney, Beth Silverman. He kind of broke that down for me. Hopefully we'll speak to him a little bit more, might even be able to get an interview with him later. But the plan for today is we're going to be hearing more from a financial manager of David's. He basically was handling his finances, helping pay his invoices, working with his mother to actually, you know, they were trying to raise a bail at a certain point because they thought he was going to get arrested on a $2 million bail. They were basically dealing with all of his finances, moving properties and money between trusts, setting up trusts. There was a lot of interesting stuff. The biggest thing yesterday that I heard that I don't think I've told you guys yet, they reported that apparently over the course of his career from like 2022, 23 to 2025, when all of this kind of came to a head at the end of that year, they're saying David made like $11.5 million roughly, between 10 and $11.5 million. So he was getting a whole lot of money. Clearly he had a lot of money to deal with, and apparently his management team took like $3 to $4 million of that. So everybody was getting a lot of money. It seemed like everybody had a lot to lose, and it seems like they're trying to kind of let everybody know that financial element of the crime, that, you know, he may well have committed this murder in order to, you know, keep his business going, to protect his business interests, to keep all of that money flowing. So it was a very, very interesting day. We were halfway through this financial testimony. We're likely going to kick straight off with the financial manager once again, and he was getting grilled. He was getting grilled by both sides, the prosecution and the defense. He was having a rough day in court, and they were calling him out for maybe saying a few things at the grand jury that didn't add up and were kind of different to what he was saying now. So he had his lawyer with him. It was definitely very, very serious, but I'll keep you guys posted. We're about to go and enter the raffle. Hopefully we'll get into the courtroom again today. The courthouse staff were very fair and reasonable, and we managed to get in there as media yesterday. Let's see how it goes today. We're going to try our best, but there's a lot of people here interested in the case, and we're going to just kind of keep digging and getting as close as we possibly can. So hope you found this helpful. This is just the intro of a bigger update that's going to come, and I'm going to try and keep you guys updated a lot more today. It was a little bit hectic yesterday, and I kind of had to get home and just kind of get all of my notes off, but I'm going to try and give you much more comprehensive updates as I go through it today. So I'll keep you guys posted. Thank you for watching, and I will see you there. Okay, so I'm back here outside the David hearing. Okay, there is a lot of press out here, a lot of interviews, a lot of media going on, a whole load of people in here today. It is a very busy day, it's very hectic, a lot of very, very interesting updates. We've just kind of had back-to-back updates from about 3 witnesses back-to-back. We finished off the witness that we were hearing from yesterday on the finances, which I haven't updated you on. So what I might do is just give you right here outside the courthouse, just the fullest, longest update that I can possibly give you on kind of everything that's came out right at the end of yesterday. That last bit of testimony I didn't have enough time to give you last night, and then I'll follow on with kind of everything new today, the complete conclusion of David's financial management's testimony, and basically just I'll throw everything I've got to you right up until this break. We're on break now. I'm very quickly recording a video, but we just heard some very, very interesting testimony from an officer that found Celeste's ID card, and also a criminalist that was actually there on scene deconstructing the Tesla, found a bunch of air fresheners inside it. I'll break it all down to you here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to hand my camera over to my very legendary assistant right here, who is helping me out. How am I looking? Am I good? Right, I got so many notes. I've got my booklet. Sometimes they were talking so fast that I had to move to the laptop. So I actually just have an absolute copious amount of notes for you guys today. And I'm actually going to kind of go back into some of my notes from yesterday. So if you watch the video that I uploaded last night, you will see that I kind of cut short, just short of talking about this kind of financial manager's testimony, because I was recording non-stop till like 11 at night. I gave you all the information I could, and that testimony was only halfway through. So I figured, why not just give you that full update now that we've heard everything else you had to say. There was some more explosive stuff that came out, and honestly, it was pretty insane. So like, I've got my whole laptop here, I've got all my details, okay, and basically this was, there was a lot. So let me just get up to the exact point that I wanted to start on, where they basically spoke with somebody who is like a financial manager for David. I won't tell you his name, but he was an interesting looking character. I'm not gonna lie to you, he came in the court. He was wearing like a button-up shirt, but he wasn't looking like sharp like a lawyer. He was looking a little bit casual, and he had a tattoo under his ear of like an upside-down cross, which I'm not gonna lie, I thought maybe it was like some satanic thing. I was thinking, who on earth is this gonna be? But he was a sort of financial manager. He was somebody that's kind of, you know, done some backstory basically when it comes to dealing with David's finances. They basically went back and forth about a whole bunch of different points to do with his management company, working for all these different people. So basically said that he was employed by Mogul Vision, which is sort of David's management company. They basically said that he was conducting day-to-day bookkeeping, financial matters, helping sort of their artists and touring musicians. But in the end, he kind of said, well, we didn't really have much going on other than David. We was all basically here doing stuff with David. So essentially, he'd been working with them for years. He said that he met Josh Marshall sort of like late mid 2017, worked with Josh while he was kind of, you know, building up his business. He previously worked at like a very serious and successful accounting kind of management firm, and basically kind of like gave a lot of backstory and details on some of that stuff. Tell you what, I feel like maybe let's move over here because it's so hectic over here. There's a lot going on. I think let me kind of go and grab this little corner over here where it's a little bit quieter. But I'll keep talking. I'm going to keep talking. We're not going to cut. So from there, we basically kind of heard like some backstory about how he'd been working with Josh for several years. They'd been kind of, you know, collaborating on Mogul Vision. He was like the director of finance, like a senior finance manager, and he was really a big part of what was going on with David's finances. He actually did testify at the previous grand jury, which was really interesting. And what we ended up finding out was that, you know, Josh Marshall, he owned Mogul Vision. They really, at their peak, only had one sort of official client, which was David. Now, what was very, very interesting about that is he said, when it comes to Josh Marshall, he said, look, we're colleagues, not friends. He was very specific. He was like, I wouldn't say we're friends. Maybe there was a time back in the day I would have seen him as a friend, but in sort of this situation where we got to where it was like all of this stuff was going on behind the scenes with David, he basically said, we ain't really friends anymore. Like, that's not what it was. So basically said that they last spoke to Josh at the start of June, which is pretty recently. He said that they hadn't really talked in much detail. They just had like a 2-3 minute phone call. They basically sort of asked him repeatedly, have you spoken to Josh about the case? And he basically said Josh refused to have any conversations about the David case. Basically wouldn't talk to him about it whatsoever, wouldn't open up about it. Now, he talked about his salary. He was getting like $100,000 a year from Mogul Vision. Apparently he was getting $200,000 in total bonuses, and so like $300,000. Apparently he had said at the grand jury that he was getting $250,000. He revised that down. There were a lot of back and forth where it was kind of like a case where they said, you know, the amount that you said previously has changed. I think he was worried about kind of perjuring himself in front of the grand jury, but I feel like maybe it was sort of correcting the record. It sounds like maybe there was some kind of financial dispute going on behind the scenes with like, you know, the finance people that were kind of working on Mogul Vision. So that was very, very interesting. And basically he said that he wouldn't be earning any money this year from David and Mogul Vision, and we kind of heard some more stuff later on from you know, a financial manager at Interscope that basically kind of, you know, broke down some of the backstory as far as the money that David was getting, like him officially getting dropped from the label, all that kind of stuff. I'm going to keep walking around this corner if we can find a spot where we're not interrupting anybody else's stuff that they got going on as well. But basically, okay, sorry, my bad, we're doing a little dance over here, it's all good. So basically, he would explain that although he doesn't really see Josh Marshall as a friend, oh look, we've got our own little private alleyway here, this is beautiful. All right, this is perfect. So look, all right, we're in my little secret dingy alleyway at the courthouse now. This is my whole spot. So basically, from here, what we found out was that he still considered Rob Morgenroth a friend. Now, I speak to you guys previously about Rob Morgenroth. He was somebody that seemingly knew a lot, and we found out in this testimony that he definitely did know some of the things that were going on, and he was even getting pressed about that. So he basically said that he was introduced to Rob through Mogul Vision. He knew Josh first. He was still in touch with Rob. He sees him as a friend, and he spoke to him more than a week ago. So apparently they spoke about the case. They spoke very recently. He apparently was shown some stuff where basically Rob was getting in touch with him, talking about David's mother was worried that she was being wiretapped, her records were being subpoenaed, and was going back and forth. Apparently had a very close relationship with David's family, confirmed that Rob was basically David's day-to-day manager, and from there he kind of explained that, you know, this was quite a complicated business, there was a lot going on, said that he helped David set up a trust and that got handed to another attorney. That was kind of followed by him basically, I'm getting a pop-up here, hang on. Basically, working with David's mum, Colleen Burke, who was the finance director. Apparently she was paid $75,000 a year to basically handle David LLC. She was supposed to approve all bills that were paid. She was involved in the conversation of any household utility requirements, utility bills. The 2 homes that were purchased, one in Cypress, Texas, and one in Hempstead, depending on where you're from, what you say. In the UK we got Hampstead, but I think it's different. I think it's Hempstead in this. But anyway, they kind of broke down all the different LLCs that David has, the different trusts that he had, the attempts to kind of move his properties into a different trust. And he basically confirmed that he had a conversation with David's mother about moving the properties into a different trust that wasn't owned by David, so that Celeste's family couldn't sue them in civil court and go after those assets, which honestly was pretty crazy to me, to be completely honest with you. That was wild. So basically, one of the most damning things that we heard was that apparently they usually communicated by text message, iMessage, FaceTime audio. Apparently, after the body of Celeste was found in the car, suddenly everybody wanted to switch to encrypted messaging apps. They moved over to Signal, they moved over to WhatsApp, and Josh and Rob were basically using Signal after the news of the body in David's car was found, after the news came out with that. And then also, they're saying that David's mother was also using Signal, so she was also spooked about her communications being intercepted, anything like that, and basically they switched over to encrypted communications. He said I didn't get given a specific reason for moving over, but it just so happened that was happening after the body was found, which obviously is suspicious in itself. Basically, Colleen, Josh, and Rob all switched over to Signal after the body was found. He basically said he still speaks to Rob regularly in normal channels. He said the communications wasn't consistent. He spoke to David on regular phone calls previously, but hadn't spoken in a long time. Said the last time that he actually saw David's mother in person was when David opened for SZA in Miami. He said he wasn't sure that was end of 2024, start of 2025, but said that he'd spoke to Colleen Burke last week, and get this, they said, "Why did you speak to David's mother last week?" They said, "Oh, she asked me to try and help him find another entertainment lawyer." Not criminal lawyer, not civil lawyer, an entertainment lawyer. And this connects to all of the research that I've been showing you guys on the channel recently about allegations that he's trying to put out his deluxe album independently, that he's trying to make a return to music. There was rumors the album was going to come out on the 17th and they pulled back. I believe they were going to drop that album, and then they saw the backlash and pulled back. But clearly, behind the scenes, David's mother, as recently as last week, is trying to get an entertainment attorney to basically manage David's affairs. Apparently, they still speak regularly. He still does work for David's mother. He's trying to help them find a new entertainment attorney, and he said he's being paid by Colleen and David $7,500 a month as a retainer. And he basically guesstimated that David had generated between $10 to $11.5 million in gross earnings between 2023 and 2025. And I've got more information on his earnings that's going to come in the next session. So basically, he signed in 2022 to Interscope. He got a $600K advance. He was due another payment at the end of 2022 for the bulk of his deal. Ended up being about $2.4 million. And as we found out, as the guy from Interscope basically came through, he would kind of break down exactly how much David was paid every single year. So he explained that some tours lose money. You know, he basically was apparently paid, I think, about $1 million in expenses from his tour. He had like spent money out of pocket to kind of run his crazy tour. We were seeing him going around with, you know, fake coffins for the tour, all kinds of stage management and stuff. So it was clearly a big year, a big operation. Now, what was interesting, everybody's talked about, oh, you can't talk about David's brother, don't talk about Caleb. Beth Silverman brought up Caleb, and they said, did you hire a music attorney for David? What about Caleb? Are you hiring an entertainment attorney for him? And he said, no, not for Caleb. But that was a very, very interesting point, and I almost felt like not many people in the courtroom kind of clocked what was going on there, because I have this suspicion that they're basically trying to get Caleb's music career off the ground now, so that they can kind of get the returns coming in like when David was at his heyday. Because apparently the whole family was reliant on David. David had paid off the family mortgage, was moving the family homes into trusts. Basically, the real estate values that David could well have had was $2 million. Sounded like he had over $2 million in cash in a liquid Morgan Stanley trust account. So he was absolutely rolling in it. He was papered up, he had a whole lot of money. So they basically said that apparently what they were trying to do is get $2 million in cash because they were anticipating in all that period after the body was found but before David was arrested, 7 months, they were apparently scrambling behind the scenes. David, his mother, and his financial management team, they were all trying to basically raise $2 million in cash in case he actually was offered the opportunity to get a bail, and they were ready to bail him out. Obviously, we found out now ain't no bail. The crimes are way too heinous for any sort of bail to be brought to the table. But basically, he had all this money in different accounts. He had an IRA account that ended up getting liquidated after the kind of situation came about, and he needed to get money out of his IRA for a potential $2 million bail. Apparently, Mogul Vision, the company that was managing David, made between sort of like $3 to $4 million between 2023 to 2024. So David's getting like $11 million. His management team is getting damn near half of it, $3 to $4 million. And apparently there was even more money on the table. So we kind of heard about these encrypted communications, and there was a very, very interesting back and forth where Beth basically said, Josh called you on Signal. Did you speak to Rob while he was on tour with David after the body was found? He said yes. And she said, did you ask Rob the details of what he knew? And he said, curiously, I asked Rob what he knew. And she said, why did you tell the grand jury you didn't ask? Because you didn't want to know. And he basically said, well, my testimony today is that I asked him, and it's true. I don't want to perjure myself, but, basically he confirmed I wasn't truthful to the grand jury. And Beth said, what questions did you ask Rob? And he said, I asked Rob what happened. And she said, did he tell you? And he said, he did tell me, yes. And that was it. She didn't ask any more questions. We're thinking, what did he tell you? She didn't get into it. Maybe we're going to hear that down the line. Maybe we're going to hear from Robert himself. I wouldn't be surprised. But basically from there, they said that he kind of continued to speak to them, to speak to David sort of after the tour was cancelled. And essentially from there, they kind of started discussing money and bail and putting up the $2 million, putting up homes for collateral. Apparently it was never really planned for David to actually put up the family home for part of the collateral. Apparently that home was worth a lot of money, as much as $950,000 upwards. And apparently that house was the most valuable asset in the whole David empire, but that apparently wasn't on the table. But they were scrambling to get $2 million cash so that they could actually pay that bail. So from there, he basically confirmed that, that he had basically helped David's mother move money around to try and raise this $2 million bail. Didn't end up being useful in the end, and he confirmed, I helped her move the property out of David's name into a trust so that I could basically help her avoid losing a bunch of money and losing the house in a civil judgment. So that was pretty bad. Now, he ended up getting kind of cross-examined, and they basically, I would say that like Blair Burke and kind of David's defense lawyers, like their strategy was really to try and sort of say, look, David didn't access any of the accounts, did he? He didn't even pay his utility bills. He didn't know the first thing. He didn't even know how much money he was making. They were basically trying to portray David as like a little kid, like, you little kid, you don't know how much money's coming in. He doesn't know how much money's in the account. He didn't even pay the bills. He didn't have a clue how much money he had or what assets he had. He was just oblivious. He was just a little kid singer boy that just got all this motion going, and basically that was kind of as far as he could kind of get with it. So let me hold the camera for a bit, because I know it gets a little bit tiring. So I'm just going to take over for a second, but we'll switch back soon, because I can kind of rattle off some stuff from memory. But basically, okay, this is kind of like, all of my notes that I've got. I know I've been talking for quite a long time, but I do have a lot of notes, and I want to try and just get through all of them. So that was really, that was the gist, in my opinion. Basically, I felt like what they were trying to do with that financial management, as far as the defense goes, was really just trying to portray him in kind of like a light of that he was doing. They were basically wiping David's ass for him, doing absolutely everything. His mum was paying the credit card bill. He didn't even know. He didn't even have his own money. Didn't have a clue what was going on with his finances, and basically was just like spinning it that he was a minor too, that he was a kid when he started. He was under 18 when he started his career. He was getting all of this money. Some of that money was kind of in this sort of like trust for a little bit, where he basically didn't even have access to a lot of his money. As a minor, a lot of that money was apparently entrusted to his parents for a period of time, then he turned 18. And honestly, I feel like it was a very, very, very interesting explanation of how they're going to try and portray him as this sort of kid that has no idea what's going on. There were some laughs at the end of that testimony on yesterday's session, when basically they said David's mother, Colleen, was kind of the contact for David's career. They said Colleen was supposed to use QuickBooks and log all of the kind of basically, Colleen was supposed to use QuickBooks and log like all of the financial transactions that David had going on. And basically, it sounds like she was awful at that. We kind of was hearing this testimony where the whole court laughed. They said, was she any good at using QuickBooks? They said no. And they said, did she get better at it? And they said, no, I'm just getting a drink out while I'm talking to you guys because there is a lot going on. But basically, that was the end of it yesterday. When it kicked off today, we basically got straight back into the same person who was kind of giving backstory on exactly what had been going on with, this kind of like financial manager. So sort of when we got in there today, thankfully I did manage to get a seat on the waiting list for the media, independent media, which was great. I really appreciate them making that happen and being supportive of the independent media. So from there, the judge kind of wanted to start early. David came in, nodded at Blair. He looked somewhat confident to me. And Blair, I've noticed Blair kind of keeps rubbing David's shoulder. She sort of rubs his shoulder, very supportive, almost like maternal instinct that she's giving. And at one point at the start, before everything kicked off, she kind of put her arm around him a little bit and sort of had her arm on the back of his chair, sort of cradling him a little bit. It was kind of very motherly. I don't know if that's the sort of, that's kind of included with the service, or whether, you know, she genuinely is supporting him, comforting him, perhaps because it was going to be a bad day. But basically, Celeste's parents were in the courtroom again today. Apparently there was no objection to them being there by the defense. They basically said, look, we don't know if they're going to have any information or if they're going to be testifying. Right now it's not standing that they're going to be testifying at trial. The judge said if they do become official trial witnesses, that might change things and maybe they shouldn't be there. But for now, she was okay with them being there, and that was kind of accepted. So as kind of time went on, we sort of, you know, continued with this this sort of financial manager's testimony, and from there we kind of just heard like a lot of the same stuff that we had heard yesterday. It sort of went around in circles a little bit, but basically what was made very clear was that like David doesn't have no logins for any of his accounts, has no logins, didn't use any of his bank accounts. But this was the thing, they kind of talked circles around themselves. So it started off with the defense basically defending and saying that, you know, David didn't have any access to his accounts, didn't know how it all worked, like didn't pay his utilities, he didn't know the first thing about money. Sorry, you couldn't open that for me, could you? Appreciate it, man. He didn't know the first thing about money. But then basically like once, appreciate it, I'm thirsty. Okay, so kind of like once the prosecution were able to ask a few more questions, they really started to gun for him, and this was brutal. I just did a little short update about this, but at one point, and the judge was actually really pissed off about this, at one point, Beth Silverman, the deputy district attorney, started firing off crazy info, saying, okay, David never questioned how much money was coming in. He didn't, he didn't question how much money he was expected to make. He didn't care about that. He wasn't involved in any financial aspect of the business. And they basically said, okay, I won't say the guy's name, but he said to the financial manager, okay, were you aware that Josh hired a security guard to live with David? This is where shit got absolutely crazy. I couldn't believe what I was hearing, right? He said, yeah, David was getting so popular, I thought it was a good idea to get a security guard. And basically said, you know, his celebrity status, he was vulnerable, people were trying to get at him, take pictures, whatever, okay? So he got a security guard. They gave the name. I'm not going to say the name of the security guard at all because I don't want to cause no problems. Basically, he said, were you aware of the expenses and costs of the security guard? Yes. Were you aware of the name of the security guard? They confirmed the name in court. They said part of the duty was to live with David. All right? And then this is where Beth started whiling out, and the judge actually wasn't happy about it. Basically said, this was just insane. Were you aware that this security guard was living with David? Yes. Were you aware that this security guard, were you aware that Celeste was living in the house for a period of time too? And that was kind of like, I don't know, didn't know anything about that. And then the judge kind of like, what's this? You can't speculate on what someone else said. And then Beth kind of slapped straight back before the judge really even finished what she was saying, and basically said, were you aware that the security guard was driving David and Celeste around with fake IDs and taking them to nightclubs? And before he could answer, the judge was like, whoa, you're doing way too much. And it was like, the courtroom was like, whoa, like, I can't believe you've just revealed that. So we've not actually heard that in confirmed testimony, but basically the deputy DA is putting it out there, and I hope that we hear from that security guard eventually. But he basically says, were you aware that that security guard that you hired and you were paying for was taking David and his minor girlfriend around to nightclubs in Hollywood with fake IDs? And then the judge was like, whoa, like the judge, Blair, everyone's like, whoa, we object, like, no, shut that down immediately. And that did get shut down, and no more questions were kind of allowed along those lines. After that, it was also brought up, were you aware that David had bought these kind of flight tickets for the flight for Celeste and David to fly to London? We talked about that yesterday, and I confirmed that in a previous video, but it was basically, he said, no, we didn't pay for the airline tickets. We didn't know anything about the airline tickets, had no idea that David was flying out there with this minor, and it was basically established, so I guess he wasn't completely financially illiterate. I guess he did have a little bit of money on the side where he could pay for stuff on his own, because apparently he had booked that flight for Celeste on his own separately. Now, Beth Silverman was basically attacking at this point, saying, what is the deal with like Rob and Josh
Did they know that David was flying out there with a minor? Did you speak about Celeste going to London and Texas? And basically he admitted, yeah, I did speak to Rob about David flying with Celeste to London, not Texas. And she also asked, did you speak to any of the team or David's mother about the fact that Celeste had gone out to meet the family? And the judge really wasn't having that. So basically he said, did you see the flight to London on any of the expense accounts that you were aware of? And basically he basically said he didn't see it. He wasn't aware of that flight. It was there was a conversation about it later down the line, but he wasn't aware of it. So basically they said pretty much like, did you know if David had any other means to pay for this flight? That didn't end up getting answered. There was an objection to that. They asked, did you speak about Celeste? He said no. Did you ask if she lived in the house? Said no. Did you ask him about the drive into nightclubs? Said no. Basically just said no, I didn't know. And then the judge got really pissed when Beth said, did you ask him about what was happening in the house? And the judge was just like, okay, this is way too vague. You're asking about what other people are doing. Everyone was getting pissed off. The judge kind of slapped Beth down at this point. But she was on fire, I'm not going to lie to you. It was almost like, yeah, the information she was firing off was so damning. It was like the Blair and the other side, it was like they was objecting to everything. Everyone was interrupting each other, cutting each other off. It was bad, okay? So after that, it kind of rested there. We ended up hearing the defense just ask a few more questions, basically saying that, you weren't involved in the purchase of one of these houses or the paying off of the mortgage for David's parents. Basically asked about the airline tickets to London. He said he was not involved in any way in that. He asked a question about it later, but he wasn't involved in it, didn't know about it, didn't book it, didn't get involved. He said, did you know if someone gave David some money for the booking of Celeste's flight or how it was paid for? He said, no idea, not a clue. He said, which this was interesting. They said to him, before the news came out about the body in the trunk, had you ever heard the name Celeste before? And he said, yeah, I did know the first name. I'd heard the name before, that was it. And they said, did you know the relationship she had to David? Said no. And then Beth kind of clapped back with just like two more questions after that. Said, how did you know Celeste's name? Where did you hear that? Said he heard it from Rob. And then she said, did you know that was David's girlfriend? And the judge basically the defense objected, the judge sustained it, and Beth was like, all right, no more questions. That was the end of that. So that was kind of everything from that whole testimony spread over yesterday and today. I wonder if maybe it is best to wrap it up here, or maybe I could just give a little bit more info. Tell you what, I'll very quickly give you, should I give you a different, I've got like a bunch more pages, but I just don't think I'm gonna have time. So what I might have to do is save the rest of it for later. I don't know how long we've been out here. I don't want to be late back into court, that's for sure. Tell you what, I'll rest my case there. I will come back with some more information for you guys in a little bit, and hopefully I'll kind of get this video up as something for you guys to see just on the financial side of things. But there was a lot more on the financial side that kind of came after that. And maybe I'll just, I'll just quickly breeze through some of the other financial stuff. I'll keep it very, very, very sweet. But basically, somebody from Interscope Records came through, talked about the deal. I'll just breeze through the most important stuff. They basically said that they terminated David's contract in December of 2025. So bear in mind, months after the body was found, it took Interscope like 3 months before they said, oh, we're going to officially drop David. They dropped him, let him out of his contract, and he hasn't made a penny from them since January of 2026. Hasn't made a penny since then. Now, they issued a termination document. We weren't shown the document, but it was confirmed that there was a termination document. And basically after that, hang on a second, I'm going to switch back. Can I give you that for a sec? Thank you, ma'am. They basically had a termination document. So he was officially dropped. We found out the terms that he was dropped. The guy from Interscope, he was sort of a finance guy. He basically said that he's reviewed all of the finances from the start of David's career in 2022 to 2025 at the end, when they cut him off the contract period. And I'll just keep it real, we told us everything David earned. David was paid in 2022 $950,000 by Interscope, and that was split up between him, his trust, his lawyer got some money. In 2023, this was his best year. He got $3.869 million in that year. That was his best year. That was when he signed his main album deal. But here's the thing, 2024, he only made $180K because a lot of the money he earned in 2023 was in advance. He didn't get to his next project. And then in 2025, he earned $2.27 million. Now, what was very, very interesting was they basically explained that his overall deal was much bigger. So his deal, basically, he had, part of his deal was kind of for merch, his album, it was kind of a mixture of that. So his first album,
He basically was set to earn a maximum of like $3.24 million. He basically was paid an advance of $500,000 for that, and then the rest would kind of be distributed based on what the label spent, what was earned, but it was very successful. For his second album, he was paid $1.5 million as an advance as part of a $3 million per album deal. So he basically did his first album for cheap. His second album was a $3 million album, and then he basically had a 4-album deal where the third and fourth album were options for the label, and they would have been worth between $3 and $6 million depending on how successful they were. And they basically said that, you know, he was also doing brand deals, and the labels were getting 10% of the brand deals, and they basically said in total for his music, David was paid a total of $5.12 million in advances for music and $1.02 million in advances for his merch deal. So he was basically getting over $6 million in advances. Obviously there was more money on the back end, but the total amount of his entire contract, which basically in total was basically in total minimum would have been $4 million for his first album, $3 million for his second, $3 million for his third, and $3 million for his fourth. So basically $13 million at the minimum as a total just for him recording and delivering the albums that he basically promised the label. The contract options of 3 and 4 weren't exercised, and they dropped him in December. So he officially lost a minimum of $6 million due to the murder, and basically they had $7 million committed to David before this news came out. He wasn't paid anything in 2026, but the upper was actually $6 million per album. So if these albums were massive hits, these $3 million albums that he missed out on because of the murder, they could have been $6 million albums. It could have been a maximum of $19 million album. His total deal, if he'd have achieved everything that he could have and this murder never happened, he could have done a maximum, if he was a massively successful artist throughout the deal, he would have got $19 million in total. Absolutely crazy. It really showed just how much he had to lose by being exposed as a PDF file by Celeste, which is allegedly what was a motive for the crime. Now, the defense grilled him. I would say that this was the defense worst hour. They really just talked around in circles. They grilled him on irrelevant stuff about the finances. They basically were grilling him on this trust, saying, oh, David didn't have access to this one trust, and then he did later when he turned 18. He was under 18 at the start. It was nonsense. They just talked around in circles, and it was really, really bad, honestly. This was actually, I would say, the defense's worst hour dealing with that guy from Interscope, because it was very clear that David stood to gain millions from his career that he was trying to protect by doing this murder. So that was the end of that. I'm going to stop there. The person, we just saw 2 people. We saw somebody from the California Highway Patrol, who's the person who found Celeste's ID card on the side of the road. And also, we have just heard just 10 minutes of testimony from an alleged, what's it called, like a forensic scientist who basically is in a position where she was one of the people that actually did the forensic pathology in the car. There was a lot more details to come on that. We only heard about 10 minutes of testimony, but that's going to be really interesting. So I'll do all of that in a separate video for you guys. But for now, I'll wrap it up there. I really appreciate you guys watching and just checking out the updates. I'm going to try and keep you guys updated on just like everything as we go forward from here. But yeah, thank you so much for everybody that's just supporting and, you know, finding my coverage of this really useful. I will catch you guys in the next video. Hopefully you find this one useful. I'm going to have my team upload this while I'm in the courthouse, and a huge thank you to them for helping me and supporting me in this time, which is very tight and stressful, but we're getting it done. So I'm really, really grateful for everyone involved. But yeah, I'll wrap it up there. Thank you so much, and I will see you guys later today. Okay, so I've just came out of the David hearing once again. We heard basically a lot of forensic evidence this afternoon. I did do a very brief update, a little short update for you guys earlier, but now I've kind of got all of the details, and it was a good solid few hours with various pathologists and criminalists, field investigators, all kinds of people. And really, as I sort of touched on in my previous short update, what we're dealing with this time is just very, very, it seems like just really, really dumb stuff. I mean, it seemed like the house, the garage was covered in blood. The Tesla, inside the Tesla was covered in blood. Not just the front trunk where the body was unfortunately found, but also the rear trunk underneath the trunk liner. That was also apparently covered in, they said they couldn't necessarily, okay, let me explain this because this is going to be very important. The person who was testifying, the criminalist, basically says that they spray kind of a material on the scene onto a surface, and that will basically glow a certain color, and then that basically gives a close indication of blood, but they then have to collect those stains, that material, send it to the lab for DNA testing. So nobody there today could definitively say it was definitely blood, but I'm sure that we're going to get to that testimony later. We haven't gotten to anybody from the lab to kind of give that information as to where those samples actually ended up and what came back. But what we did hear was that they had sprayed a bunch of surfaces in the car, in the very rear third row seats of the Tesla Model X, blood all over the side panels. It looked like they were trying to infer, but they couldn't quite say outright, but it looked like what had happened was perhaps, you know, I hate to say it, but I can only assume from the diagrams and the images that we'd seen is that maybe, I mean, maybe Celeste at some point after being stabbed was placed in that third row, and there was unfortunately a lot of material that they said was likely blood on that third row, also in the trunk underneath the trunk liner. So again, it seems like very likely a bleeding body was transported in the trunk underneath the rear trunk liner before those bags were placed into the front trunk. Now, we heard about, you know, nearly a dozen air fresheners that were kind of littered all around the car, not just around the car, but in the bag that was in the front trunk. David had apparently tried to put air fresheners in there, like that was going to help a body that had been decomposing for damn near 5 months. There was the center console had a bunch of air fresheners. There were air fresheners in the back of the car. There were air fresheners, those ones that you plug into the vents. And for this guy to really think that you could basically use air fresheners to cover up a body that had been in the car for months is lunacy. I could not believe that that's really the route that he went. And he just sat there stone-faced through the whole thing, just basically no reaction, looking at the screen, looking at the evidence that was really, really damning. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to kind of like take you through some of these details, some of the evidence that was kind of, you know, captured there. I'm going to do like I did before. I'm going to hand the camera over and I'm going to grab hold of my notes with both hands. So basically, there was a whole lot of updates from these criminalists. So criminalists from the LAPD's kind of field investigation unit. They're basically scientific investigators that have worked for years. They gave their names. So I'm not going to give you the people's names just for privacy reasons. I just don't think it's worth it. It doesn't really change anything to give you their names. So I don't want anyone to get in touch or look them up or anything like that. But there was one scientific investigator that had worked for them for 7 years. They conduct field investigations as part of a unit that basically responds to vehicle searches. They gather and preserve evidence, trained in forensic science, been to over 230 crime scenes, and for the sake of accuracy, a vehicle can be a crime scene in this context. So we don't know 230 scenes, that could be 230 vehicles, 100 vehicles, 100 different crime scenes. This person's been to hundreds of scenes and given this kind of testimony just countless times. Okay, this really was an expert, a professional that was qualified on the collection of biological evidence, and they basically said that they responded on September the 9th, 2025, along with a secondary criminalist who was also named. So they were the primary criminalist, they came with a secondary criminalist, and they went to a lockup where David's Tesla was taken after it was discovered at the tow yard. So it was taken there, they confirmed that it was the same car, same license plate, same Texas tags, and they basically pointed out a lot of details. They showed pictures of the car in the lockup. The car was covered in a layer of dust that kind of coated the entire vehicle. They said that the vehicle smelled of a decomposing body, and that was something that the criminologists basically could confirm based on their experience of having smelled decomposing bodies before. That's what it was, even though the body would have been removed at this point. The remaining car unfortunately did continue to smell like a decaying body afterwards. So it looked inside, found significant insect activity in the front trunk. We saw some more images of that trunk, as well as kind of some of the aftermath, so like the state that the vehicle was left in afterwards. We saw 5 different pictures of the car that showed multiple air fresheners in the cabin, in the front, in the bag that was found in the car. Basically, he really thought that air fresheners could be used to cover up the smell, which was just absolutely absurd. So it wasn't clear to me whether those photos were taken, maybe it was a combination. I wasn't entirely sure whether those photos were taken kind of like before or after, or a combination of before it was towed, when it was at the lockup, because we saw pictures of the air fresheners in their original spots. We saw an image of the front trunk that seemed to have a bag in it that had remains in it with an air freshener. This was horrible, but they described the air freshener as basically, they pointed it out with a stick and described the air freshener as basically buried beneath maggots in the bag in the trunk, which is just horrendous, the frunk. In addition to that, We then saw kind of all of the air fresheners gathered up, I guess, after kind of the investigation had taken place and placed on the seat. So then we saw like it was about 11 air fresheners of different sorts, those little Christmas tree shaped ones, those ones that you can plug into the front vents of your car. All of those, all basically laid out on the front passenger seat. And what was really creepy is next to all of that stuff was, I guess, a bumper sticker that you had in the car, and it said "Love is in the air." It was just such a creepy detail. It was just horrible seeing all these air fresheners in that context that had been gathered up along with this, I guess, bumper sticker. They didn't make reference to that sticker, but it was there in the image, and I just thought, I wrote that down, just thought "Love is in the air" is just creepy. So we had a brief lunch after that. We came back. That's when I recorded my last video, and you know, all of this stuff happened afterwards. So those very brief details about the air freshener I already had when I last spoke to you guys. But after that, they basically did some updates. So before we got back to the testimony, there was kind of some housekeeping in the courtroom, and they basically, you know, had some conversations. They basically said they wanted to kind of lower the amount of laptops being used, a little bit too many laptops being used. And what's very, very interesting is the civil lawyer for Celeste's family was admonished by the judge because apparently he had a laptop, but because he's not media, he's actually not supposed to be using a laptop. Apparently, there was a comment that was made outside the courtroom where he was basically told, yeah, you're not supposed to have a laptop, and he'd made some comment apparently to the judge in the hallway or something. I've not seen the judge in the hallway at any point, but they must have crossed paths. Apparently he made like a flippant comment saying like, oh, is that your rule or is that the court's rule? Some like little snarky comment that he made, and the judge was pissed. Hauled Celeste's family's civil lawyer in front of the criminal court, in front of everybody, and admonished him and basically put him in front of everyone and said he needs to communicate more respectfully in the courtroom. She basically made an example out of him in front of everybody and just said, look, the no laptops rule, you're not media, you're not press. We think people could be using their laptops to record. Unless you're accredited press, you cannot have your laptop in there. Now, I was, to be honest, I found that when I had my laptop yesterday, obviously I did have a press pass and I was allowed in as part of the press kind of overflow section. But I actually found I preferred writing handwritten notes. So after that point, they were like, look, we're going to cut down on the laptops. I was like, I'm cool. I'm going handwritten notes from now on. I'd much prefer to do it that way anyway. So I was kind of okay with that. But that was kind of a very interesting... I'm not going to lie, they brought Celeste's civil family lawyer in front of everybody and like really marked him out in front of everyone. That was insane. They said if anybody's caught recording, don't care if it's meta glasses, your phone in your bag, your laptop, you'll be ejected from the court and you'll be banned from the whole proceeding. No David trial, no nothing, no more dates for you. You're cooked if you get caught recording in there. So, I mean, for anybody that comes down to the court, do not do that, all right? No secret device, no hidden micro. I'm not going to lie, I ain't going to say too much, but like, I kind of like, sometimes you just don't even realize, you're thinking, oh shit, like I've got a device, maybe like, fortunately, every time I've given myself a thorough check before I've gone through the metal detector and make sure I've got my devices. You put your phone into a sealed bag. I'm not gonna lie, there were a few phones going off here, there in the court, so it did seem like the judge and even the lawyers were getting a little bit tired of, you know, phones going off, bottles getting knocked over. There was like a few little mini disruptions in the courtroom and people were getting a little bit pissed off. But anyway, there was quite a few bit of back and forths between the defense, so Blair Burke and Beth Silverman. Now, basically, Blair was objecting to the pathologist that had put up a PowerPoint presentation, basically said, oh, we haven't been provided this PowerPoint presentation. Beth said, we gave you this whole presentation weeks ago. This is exactly what you knew you were going to have, and it's just easier to show you this in the form of a PowerPoint presentation. That's basically what we're going to be doing. So from there, they basically explained that, like, that, you know, they basically explained later on, there was kind of some more back and forth between them. So apparently later on they revealed that apparently Beth and Blair had a different trial on a whole different topic that had been really spicy and fierce and bitter. And basically they were kind of fresh off of a whole nother beef about a different case. And so the judge was basically like, right, we need to simmer down between you guys because you guys are getting at each other's throats. You got a pre-existing beef carried over from other cases. We need to calm that down. So that was interesting. But once all that was gotten out of the way, we kind of continued on from where we were. So I'm going to grab hold of the camera real quick. And I'm also going to retrieve a little drink from my bag because I feel like I'm talking at a million miles an hour. But basically, there was kind of like all these details. Could you open that for me, please? Sorry, thanks, man. There was basically all these little details that kind of came across, and like it was just so much. I was writing notes at an insane speed. So after that, basically, what ended up happening next was kind of like we continued on with the pathologist, I guess is what you would call it, criminalist. Actually, is what they were called. But basically, like, there was this kind of back and forth about the PowerPoint. It really wasn't that important, so they kind of continued on after that. We continued looking at these pictures of the air fresheners, pictures inside the frunk. We saw these horrible close-ups of, like, I'm kind of squeamish when it comes to the bugs and shit as well. So it was like insects, maggots, dead flies, live flies. Beth basically asked for the criminalists. I might just start calling them a CSI, because it sounds like that's what they were, like crime scene investigator, CSI kind of forensic analysis type person. But basically they showed sort of pictures of the empty Tesla, all of the kind of insects and stuff in there. The frunk had insects inside it, around the edges. They actually even said that they searched the outside of the car for touch DNA. So they basically didn't do much analysis of outside of the car, but one thing that they did actually do was they basically tested the part of the frunk that you would use your hand on to close. If you've ever seen a Tesla frunk, it doesn't have a handle. It kind of, I guess, I've not got a Tesla, so I wouldn't know, but it's like, it pops open. I guess you use the app or whatever to pop it open. You sort of lift it up from under the lid, and then you push it down, you put your hand on the frunk and just slam it down. So they did kind of do an analysis of outside. They didn't give any results to that. I guess they probably didn't find anything by the sounds of it, but they basically explained like everything that they touched on, everything that they looked into. So after that, they basically tested the stains for blood. So they have different chemical tests that they can do. One's called phenolphthalein. It was a very big word. If I'm getting that wrong, apologies. But they basically have like the phenolphthalein test and the blue star test, and they can basically kind of check stains, and they'll kind of come up under a sort of UV light, and that will be basically be able to like allow them to determine kind of whether or not it's likely that blood's there. Now, it doesn't fully confirm blood's presence. It basically said if the test is positive, then they think that there's a likelihood that there's blood there. But what that means is they then have to take an actual sample of whatever that material is where it tested positive, take it to a lab to do a full-blown DNA test. And the thing about that is we're probably going to be hearing about that over the next day or two. If this ends up going for more than another day, it's scheduled to go one more day, but there's rumors it could be dragging on to a whole other day. But basically, they're going to send that to a lab, see if it matches the DNA of the victim as well as actually being blood. So they basically said that it was like you see in a movie. They actually said in movies they call this stuff luminol, but that's not what it's called. And they kept referring to it as like blue star. So they said that they basically, they showed pictures of blood stains in the bottom of the trunk, under the trunk liner, in the back of the car. So it wasn't just front trunk, Tesla front trunk that we were hearing about, but also in the back of the car. Looked like there was tons of blood there, and they said it's latent blood that the eye can't see. So they kind of spray it with this substance, and after that, they're then basically able to kind of see it glow, sort of glow in the dark kind of thing. So the rear trunk under the liner looked like it was covered in blood. There was blood in the rear trunk. There was blood in the third row seating section on one side of the car. So if I had to guess, look, I'm just going to have a guess. If I had to guess, I wonder whether maybe David had taken her to the back seat of the car and committed the murder, or perhaps even stored the body in the back seat of the car and then moved it to the trunk, or whether the blood leaked from the back seat of the car into the bottom liner of the trunk. Bottom line was there was blood all over the back of the car in the third row and in the back trunk, and then obviously the body was found in the front trunk. So that was all kind of shown through pictures, just loads of stuff, and they had to be careful. They referred to it as possibly blood. They didn't say, look, we can't 100% definitively say this is blood. We see this as possibly blood. We see this as something we send to the lab for kind of further analysis, and we take things further from there. But they kept saying, look, possibly blood, possibly blood. And that was basically all the defense had to go on. They had to keep saying, okay, we're going to kind of like just focus on that. We're basically just going to, say it's possibly, you don't know for sure, you don't know for sure. That's not going to look too good if we come to court tomorrow and then they have lab results saying, yeah, this was all blood. This all has DNA. This is Celeste DNA. There's not really going to be anything to argue with that. So I would say that it was honestly just a damning day. It was extremely bad. Let's see what's going on with this. So that was no good. They basically kind of showed like a whole diagram. Like I made my own little version of diagram. I don't know if you can see that, but it was like of the car basically. Can you see that? And like where the blood was found and that sort of thing. So I'm not really the greatest artist in the world, but I tried to just reproduce that so I could understand it. So when the defense took over the questioning, when Blair took over the questioning, I'm not going to lie, for the rest of the afternoon, I feel like she was clutching at straws. There wasn't really too much for her to go on. She was basically just trying to pick holes in the fact that, like, it was like really minor semantic things that she was trying to pick into, like what time did you get to the tow yard, who got there first, did the detectives get there before you? She seemed to like just keep going around in circles of this thing of like, well, did the main detectives go there first? Did you wear gloves? And to be honest, all of the answers kind of cooked her. It was like, well, did you wear gloves? Yeah, we did. Did you wear a mask? Yeah, we do wear a mask. The one thing was like, do you wear goggles? No, we don't wear goggles. It was kind of just like, bro, you really just reaching for anything that you can grab hold of at this point, and there wasn't much really to go from. It was kind of like, oh, you arrived after the main detectives, yeah? So what? Like, that was really it. So it basically was like, so you were told the day before the body was removed from the car in bags, and it was like, yes. And it was kind of like, okay, was the front trunk open when you got there? And she was like, no, we opened it halfway through. You know, was your job to collect evidence? Did you wear PPE? There really wasn't anything. Did you swab the outside of the car? Yeah, we swabbed the edge of the trunk. I thought she was drowning, to be honest with you. You know, there's been moments where she's been very good in this trial, but I felt like that she was really just not doing too well. They said, you know, no traces of DNA or blood on the outside of the car. No, yes. So what? The car's full of blood. Blair kind of did a lot of random stuff she focused on. She was like, oh, did you notice there was loads of damage to the back of the car? She was like, yeah. Did you notice there was damage to the front and the side of the car? She's like, yeah, there was like, a bit of damage on the fender. There was like a panel hanging off. And it was kind of like, so? Like, what? So what? There wasn't really anything to that. Let me hand this over to you because I'm going to keep going from my notes. There's like a press conference going on over there, but right now I'm not too interested in what they got going on. I believe that's Celeste's family lawyer kind of probably talking about getting admonished, but I saw it and told you what happened already, so he's probably going to give his own take on that. But anyway, she was focusing on the most random stuff. Dents in the car, tape on the spoiler of the vehicle. Basically went on to ask, you know, how does the phenolphthalein spray work? She basically says you spray the blood, it goes bright pink, brightens up under dark light. It's presumptive positive for blood, but we have to send it to a DNA lab to confirm it. She said, I cannot confirm blood at the scene, that's not how it works. And then Blair just kind of focused on that, so you can't say you confirm blood. You can't say you can confirm blood. And it's like, yeah, she's saying she sprayed it, it looked like there was potentially blood, and that's going to go to the lab, and then we're going to probably hear from the lab later this week. So the thing it almost like, I'll be honest, this is my opinion, but it almost seemed like she was more putting on a show to make it look like she was putting in work for David, but the points she was making, I'd say, were no good. Kept saying you can't say when these stains were created, and they were like, well, you know, we sprayed them, we took pictures of them, you know, we saw the possible blood stains in the trunk, and she was like, oh, you can't say how those stains got there. And it was kind of like, yeah, like, can't say how the stains got there, that's not my job. It's not my job to say it's blood, it's not my job to say how the stains got there, it's my job to spray it and say if there might be blood, and send that off to somebody to confirm it's DNA, you know, approved blood. So I feel like she was just looking for absolute randomness. There was even when I say she was clutching at straws, she was even like, was there a photo with a blue rectangle drawn around it? Were these enhanced with Photoshop? And then she basically showed like an image that basically like had a blue square around it, and she was like, is there Photoshop on this one? And Beth objected to that. The judge kind of sustained it and basically said, look, you keep using the word Photoshop, but the reality is, it's like, they basically said in the report we used an image enhancement software to make the image look more like it would have looked to the natural eye when we were there. That's it. And they're saying that I resent the continuous use of the term Photoshop. You're trying to make it look like we doctored the images when really we just used the software to kind of make it easy for you to see on a piece of paper or in a presentation. And she said, I don't know what software it was. I couldn't say Photoshop. You keep saying Photoshop. They basically said, was there any blood found in the interior other than the blood right at the back on the back 3 rows? There was no blood in the front 4 seats. Again, so what? There's blood all in the back in both of the trunks. It was... she didn't have a leg to stand on, and then she just rested her case at that point. After that, Beth kind of basically just said, was there editing by the lab photographer, not you? Did you enhance the photo? They basically said, yeah, we enhanced the photo, we don't change anything, we don't add anything, we don't take anything away. All we do is make it look more accurate to the human eye, like the images we took at the scene. That is it. They said this is normal protocol all across America. Basically said, it is what it is, that was it. And it was just kind of like, Blair spent so long trying to go down this line of this Photoshop, and then it was just like, this is just a normal thing, they all do this, there's nothing really to that. That was it. And that kind of ended dramatically. They brought in another criminalist from the LAPD Forensic Science Department, who's basically been working as a field investigator for 9 years. By the way, can you see the camera battery on there?
It's at 10.
It's at 10, okay, we got time, we're gonna finish this video off. So basically, this woman was kind of working in the same capacity, but she searched David's property. So when they actually went to David's house on September the 17th and searched the garage, she was the one spraying the place up with Blue Star, and they found blood everywhere. So she had like very, very deep experience working for various companies and for the authorities as a criminalist, basically finding out this information and working with crime scenes. This was all about bloodstains, basically. Sprayed a whole bunch of surfaces and we saw all of the pictures. His garage was full of blood. So what it was on the floor, they had those kind of like gym mats, the sort of interlocking rubber floor mats that you can get. Those were basically covered in blood. They lifted those up and looked at the brickwork underneath. That was covered in blood when they sprayed it. There was a trash bag filled with wet wipes. All of the wet wipes covered in brown material that likely was blood. We're gonna obviously hear the DNA results on a lot of this stuff, but bear in mind we saw pictures of it looking normal, like the brickwork on the floor wasn't covered in red stains. It looked normal. It had clearly been scrubbed and cleaned, but then when they sprayed it and did the black light on it, carved a giant blood stain, not just on the brickwork but the rubber matting that was on top of it. And they said it's likely that the blood even seeped through that. They also basically talked about the chainsaws. They basically admitted, yeah, the chainsaws didn't have blood on them, but they had the blue kiddie pool, which also tested for not just blood, but also it had linear cuts in it that they couldn't say it was consistent with a chainsaw, but they basically said that it had been cut with sharp instruments and it had chunks missing. Obviously, we had heard that there was blue plastic in Celeste's limbs. So sorry to have to say it that way, but that's what they told us. And she said there were parts missing. The cuts in the blue kiddie pool, they didn't line up perfectly like incisions. There were chunks missing. It was jagged. And they basically said, they didn't say chainsaw, but they basically said, look, chunks were missing. They tested for positive blood. They tested for possible blood. It was positive, phenol positive for possible blood. And there was red stains just all over the rubber mats, the brickwork, the kiddie pool, the garbage bags that had all the wet wipes in it. And even there was a rowing machine in the garage that had possible blood that lit up under the phenol test. It also, the Tesla supercharger that he had to charge his car had tested positive for possible blood. So all of this was numbered. They said the blue star was glowing all over the place, absolutely loads of possible blood absolutely everywhere, all over the floor, the mats. It was consistent with basically blood seeping through. The trash bag tested positive for blood. The chainsaws were clean and they left those behind. They said we photographed the chainsaws in their original position, we moved them, took more pictures, we left them behind when there was no blood and DNA on it. And again, this was kind of like another red herring where it was like, those two chainsaws, forget about those chainsaws. The real Mikata chainsaw that was allegedly used, seems like it's long gone, and that was allegedly the one that was used. And these two unused chainsaws, they're like a complete distraction. So basically, from there, apparently there were big tarpaulins, a green one and a black one. They tested phenol positive too for possible blood. They laid out those tarps for examination. They sprayed Blue Star on them, numerous red stains. All of the stuff at the garage was just a horror show. Blood everywhere, on everything, possible blood. So basically, like, the pool was, the kiddie pool was crumpled up into a ball. Apparently it had a fresh laundry liner in it, like a one of those little white things that you put in your laundry, I guess, to stop it color rubbing. And they said that the actual kiddie pool smelt like fresh laundry. Sounded like they had actually put that kiddie pool into like a domestic laundry or something like that, or washed it with laundry detergent, because that's how they said that it smelt. But it was clean. We saw a picture of it with, no visible blood, but obviously it tested positive and under the UV light covered in blood as well. So basically, there was another little beef between Beth and Blair after the break. They came back, they were kind of going at each other again. There was like a little beef about Beth wanted to take a picture of one of the exhibits that Blair had. Blair said you're not allowed to take pictures. Really what it sounded like is she had an unredacted of Celeste ID of Celeste that she'd shown in the court earlier by accident. I think Beth was trying to take a picture of it to prove that she hadn't redacted something she shouldn't have, but she wasn't supposed to be taking pictures. So then they had a beef of like, you're not allowed to take pictures, you're not allowed to have this stuff unredacted, you're going to try and redact this, edit this image and send it into the courthouse before they realize that you did this wrong. Blair was like, I'm not going to edit anything, I just wanted to do the redaction as I was told to do, I'm not editing. And basically the judge was like, you two are having a crazy beef from a trial that you had previously, you need to calm down, and any conversations you guys have are on the record. I can't even have you guys talking to each other off the record now because the beef is getting so out of control. That was crazy. But anyway, separate to that, they basically said, look, no photos, no chance, you guys need to just have professional conversations on the record. And that's about it. So we continued on from the blue pool, jagged cuts out of it. Basically, it was just a bloodbath in there, like blood on everything, absolutely everywhere. It was all glowing. We saw all of the pictures of it. So basically, I'll be honest, when Blair took over, I feel like she was just like clutching at straws like I'd never seen before. She was focusing on the most random stuff that really wasn't helpful. She was asking, you know, how do you log moving things around? Did you move everything around? Did you wear face masks, goggles? Did you take precautions? How do you know DNA is not going to be contaminated? Who was there first? Did you get briefed by the detectives? Did the detectives tell you to look at chainsaws? To look for chainsaws? It just wasn't like going anywhere. It was just talking around in circles. The judge kept saying, look, we already know there were 2 chainsaws with no DNA on them. We already heard this. Like, the judge was even getting a little bit like, what are you asking about? You're asking the same stuff over and over again. And they basically just kind of kept repeating themselves, to be honest with you. Kept saying, you know, what did the detectives tell you to search? Did you touch the same things as the detectives? And she was just being very honest up front, and I don't think she was caught out at any point. And I would say I noticed Blair was kind of pausing for very long periods of time. They said, did you know that David was a suspect before the search? They said, well, yeah, his Tesla was found with a body in it, registered to him at this, not at this address, but in Texas, but it was him living in this property. So yeah, he was a suspect. Like, that don't prove nothing. That don't prove no bias. Like, we all know what this case is all about. We were looking for blood. Somebody was found deceased in a frunk. So it was like Blair was thinking she was getting these gotchas, and then there was just nothing to it. So they used Blue Star in the rest of the house, in the living room. It didn't sound like they found blood anywhere else in the house. And again, Blair just kept repeating, well, Blue Star is presumptive. It doesn't prove blood for sure. It doesn't you didn't confirm human blood. No human blood's been confirmed whatsoever. They said many sprayed items didn't react, but they still collected them because they were similar to things that did have blood on them, and they wanted to do further analysis. Seemed very reasonable to me, to be completely honest with you. Some items they sprayed, they said that there were some tarps that didn't get sprayed that they still took anyway. They said that there was one trash bag that wasn't tested at all. They had a trash bag full of wet wipes that had what looked like blood on it. We saw a picture. It looked like, imagine you've used wet wipes to wipe up a bunch of blood and put them in a trash bag. That's what we saw. So they basically said a number of items were moved prior to testing, as if that was some big gotcha. And they basically said, yeah, detectives moved stuff. They said that the chainsaws were up on a shelf too high. They said they took a picture of them as they were, and then they moved them. I think Blair thought that they were going to say, oh, we didn't take a picture of their original position. But they were like, no, we got a picture of their original spot and where we moved them to. And it was kind of like, what are you going to say to that? So she basically just kept trying to find angles, and none of it was going anywhere. Blair seemed really surprised when she said I had a photo of the other location. Now, what was with the original location of the chainsaw, what was interesting is the dryer sheet that was apparently inside with the kiddie pool, like a little white, imagine it's just like a piece of paper you'd put in with your laundry to stop it color running. They said that they didn't collect that, and that was almost like, oh, that's a big gotcha. And it's like, well, what use was that? I don't know. Maybe they should have collected it, but it really wasn't a big deal. It didn't really make any difference. It seemed like Blair, right at the end when it was ending up, she was trying to take some issue with like 2%. She was basically trying to take issue with some trash bag that had been collected, but basically it didn't really go anywhere. I feel like there was really not much for her to go on. So look, I'm about to lose battery on my camera, but that was basically everything that I could kind of get from my notes. There wasn't really anything else major. And it really was kind of Blair kind of flailing at the end there, and then that was the end of it. So I'm going to wrap it up there. Thank you for watching my coverage of this today. I should be back here tomorrow, hopefully. But if anything changes, I will let you guys know, but there will be back to the regular programming after that. But I really appreciate you guys trusting me with a news source. Thank you to everyone on my team who's helped me out today. It's been a really, really smooth day. Really, really happy with how everything went. And I'm going to wrap it up there before the camera dies. But thank you guys, and I'll see you soon. Okay, I'm at the David hearing. This is now day 3, and today was straight back-to-back drama. It was nothing but drama in the courtroom. 2 people got kicked out at the start. One of them is very, very well known, somebody that you guys will definitely know. It was crazy. So look, I'm going to break it down to you. We got to the courthouse today, and I was already aware that basically somebody from a certain news organization, I won't say who or what or why or what was going on, but basically somebody had put up a video yesterday in the afternoon. So we came out of court, and I saw a video going around on social media of someone basically saying, oh, we're getting live updates from inside the courtroom. We've got our reporter inside there, and she's sending us live updates of everything that's happened from inside the courtroom while they're there. That's a big no-no. The judges said time and time again that basically there is no live reporting, there's no live tweeting, there's no sending Discord messages, there's no nothing. She didn't define or explain, every single way that you might send somebody a message, but made it very, very clear that that was not going to run, that was not cool, that was not flying by any means at all. And somebody seemed to have the bright idea to use a active and live Google Docs document where somebody else somewhere could see the updates and the edits they were making to that Google document live in the courtroom with their laptop. Now, some people have been allowed laptops. I did use a laptop for a little bit on the first day. I honestly found that writing in my notebook was actually a lot better, so I've just stuck to the notebook, and thankfully so, because they were hot on anybody with a laptop. Now, I saw this video going around yesterday. Everybody saw it. When we came to court today, it was unfortunately not looking good for independent media. I was nearly ready to go home and do a live stream and talk about how I didn't get let into the courtroom, because they basically said, honestly, I was a little bit disappointed at this. They basically said, oh yeah, because of this video going around and because of this, you know, people using laptops and broadcasting live inside, we're going to be way hotter on people today. And they said, what network are you from? I said, oh, I post on YouTube, I'm media. And they were like, YouTube, nah, not sure you're going to get in today. I was shocked, to be honest with you. I was really taken aback, thinking that's really how they're going to do me. And it was mainstream media that had been broadcasting live from the courtroom, but they were punishing everybody, so everybody was pissed. And after that, fortunately, I won the lottery. Okay, 3 days in a row. I've seen some people won the lottery 3 days in a row. I don't know what's going on with that, but I won the lottery day 3. A couple other people won the lottery. Also, a lottery winner who was allowed in, Steve Fisher. SF Investigates, the private investigator that was employed by the homeowner of the house that David was living in when the murder allegedly took place, may well have been the location of the murder for all we know. We haven't really heard evidence for that yet, but does sound like we're going to be hearing something about that. But anyway, so Steve won the lottery, I won the lottery, a couple other great people won the lottery. Good for us, good for them. It was really it was a lucky day, because it didn't sound like they was letting no YouTubers or any independent media into the court, despite the fact that mainstream media were the ones who were leaking information. So I don't really respect that whatsoever. I was quite upset, because everybody else has followed the rules. The independent media are following the rules, but you got mainstream media using Google Docs to basically sneak information to people that aren't even in the state of California. I didn't respect that at all. I thought that was super lame, super out of line, and everybody else, the independents were getting punished for the mainstream people. Basically, I mean, I don't know if it's a crime, but it was definitely a violation, and the judge was pissed. So once we got into court, not only the judge, but Beth Silverman, the deputy DA, was pissed. They came in with a bad attitude, I'm not going to lie. No disrespect to them, but they were both pissed. They were both upset. They weren't happy with things that were going on. And basically the judge says, look, I want to put something on the record. And Beth's like, I want to put something on the record too. It wasn't clear whether they were going to be on the same thing that they were going to be talking about. I kind of knew. I had an inkling, because I could seen all the fuckery that had gone on in and around the court. So basically, the girl that had the illicit Google Doc broadcasting information that they shouldn't have, the judge basically pulled them up in front of the court, just like they pulled Celeste's family's civil lawyer in front of the court for having a laptop when he shouldn't have, because he's not a media yesterday. They pulled her up in front of the court, admonished her in front of everybody, said, we've made it clear. They had the bailiff come out and said, repeat what you've said every single day about no live broadcasting, no live communications from inside the courtroom. Basically, it had it explained to everybody like we were children, just how obvious we've all been told time and time again. You don't need to tell me twice. I respect the rules. I respect the authority and the rule of law in that courtroom, especially whatever the judge says goes. Clearly not everybody felt that way, so she was hauled in front of everybody. She basically said, oh, I'm really sorry, you know, I didn't know that somebody else had access to that Google Doc. I mean, it's not what your colleague was saying. And I even said to her before it kicked off, I said to her, because I knew who it was, I said, look, I think you're in trouble. She was kind of like, oh, I don't think it's that much of a big deal. I was like, I don't know, I think you're in trouble. And the judge pulled her out in front of everybody, and she basically said, yeah, I didn't think someone else had access to the Google Doc. And I said to her, it sounds like your colleague stitched you up. And also, the judge basically made it clear that a complaint was made at 3:50 or so p.m. yesterday. So the person who posted that video saying we're getting live updates from inside the court, they posted it while court was still in session. So whatever organization that is, absolutely cooked. That was insane. And honestly, low-key, like, just really, really disrespectful to the courtroom. She was kicked out. They basically said, yeah, I've heard your excuse about Google Docs, but you've been told 1,000,000 times, using a Google Doc to kind of get around and, you know, attack sort of the spirit of the word of what I said. Basically, it's kind of like, look, I don't need to sit here and list all the different kinds of collaborative word processors that exist that you can't use and exclude them. You know you shouldn't be able to broadcast from inside the courtroom, and you did it, and basically you're cooked. Kicked her out. But I ain't gonna lie, they said kicked out, you're kicked out for 1 day, just today. She's apparently gonna be allowed back in tomorrow. She's a nice person, no disrespect to her, but at the end of the day, it felt like they said that you ain't no YouTubers. They basically said like, oh, YouTube, I'm not sure you're gonna get in today because of something that mainstream media did, and then they get kicked out for 1 day. They're gonna be back tomorrow. Hopefully they ain't gonna be on no Google Docs, that's for sure. And I think she was officially banned from having a laptop throughout the rest of the proceedings. So she's gonna need to warm that wrist up and get the notepad out for the next few court dates, unfortunately. But I do really respect the judge, and I think everybody else, especially the independent media, have been just like so respectful, so positive, so following the rules, everyone on time, everybody acting in an orderly fashion. It was disappointing that somebody had upset the judge to that degree, and it seemed like really the little guys were the ones that were going to suffer, so that was really sad. In addition to that, I kind of saw it coming. Deputy DA Beth Silverman basically attacked Steve Fisher, not physically, but verbally, absolutely fried him, basically said he was at the grand jury, he's behaved inappropriately, he is a witness to aspects of this case, he was admonished for sharing information in the grand jury afterwards that he wasn't supposed to, he didn't show up when he was requested to come to the court for his admonishment, and basically said he needs to be kicked out, and then also said he had an improper conversation with Celeste's family civil lawyer outside the courtroom, and she said I had to intervene and pull him away from them. It was improper. Now, interestingly enough, okay, Steve actually stood up and he said, can I put something on the record to the judge? So Steve stood up for himself. Respect to Steve for standing up for himself. He's a stand-up guy. I had a long conversation with him before trial. Before the hearing. We both won the lottery together. We were chit-chatting before, talking about some of the stuff that's been going around. And he said, look, I was approached by Celeste's family lawyer. I didn't approach them. I wasn't trying to have an improper conversation. Didn't even know who he was when he approached me. And Celeste's family lawyer then stood up and said, I can confirm that. I just approached him. I just recognized him from his coverage. I just wanted to say hello. It wasn't anything improper. And what was really interesting is Beth kind of seemed like she felt sidelined by the fact that, Celeste's family civil lawyer was stepping in to defend Steve. And then the judge basically said, well, look, I'm going to exclude Steve because it's improper. Might change a little bit later down the line if we can basically confirm that any of his grand jury testimony or anything else that he maybe bore witness to wasn't going to be included. But what was very interesting, this is crazy. I don't know if I'm going to get in any trouble for saying this to you guys, but basically after Steve was kicked out, I was sat a little bit closer to the front, and Beth basically turned around and absolutely fried Celeste's family lawyer. Basically said, you're way out of line for talking to him and stepping in and even trying to kind of defend him at a certain point. Basically made it very, very clear that she wasn't happy with him making press conferences outside. He did do a press conference yesterday, basically I'm not gonna lie, it was very loud, so I'm sure the whole courtroom heard, but Beth basically says you can't do press conferences, you're out of bounds, you're doing too much, and she said to him numerous times, I can pull your badge. The badge that you get to actually get into the courtroom, she said, if you keep playing around, I can pull your badge. She literally said, I couldn't believe it, she said, I can pull your badge, see how far I'll take this. All right, she said, see how far I'll take this, I'll pull your badge numerous times. And she said something about his press conferences is just not really giving the right impression. And, respectfully, I can understand why the deputy DA wouldn't want the family civil lawyer outside making press conferences when those aren't really the proceedings that are going on right now. She was clearly very upset and frustrated with him kind of stepping in and giving his thoughts on things, and even standing up and addressing the judge to defend Steve. So she was on smoke. I gotta give it to Beth Silverman. She's definitely super feisty. She's super passionate, but she's an amazing lawyer. So I understand why she was pissed off at everybody. It was probably a lot of shit that she was dealing with. She also kind of brought up that there was a lot of shuffling, moving around in the court, people dropping their drinks, noise in the hallways. It was very distracting being in there, and I completely understand where she was coming from with all of that stuff. So honestly, I respect her, and I can see why she was frustrated, but she was pissed. She was super, super pissed. I would not want to get on her wrong side. So, you know what I'm saying? If anybody wants to send this to her, I'm Team Beth. All right, utmost respect for what you do. Your career's been amazing. It's a pleasure to watch you work. Clearly you're in your element, killing it at what you do. They're saying they call you the sniper. I've definitely seen you snipe a few people already. Utmost respect, and just absolutely nothing. I don't want no smoke. Blair Burke's very interesting. She's kind of like very, very different. She's very laid back. She's given that maternal vibe to David. She's talking very softly and quietly. It's two completely different strategies going head to head, and it's extremely interesting. So I'm definitely finding, just observing, the transparent legal process in the United States and the state of California playing out. It's an honor to even witness it, and utmost respect to Beth and Blair, both of them. Respect both of them, all right? And Beth even said that somebody had disrespected her outside of the courtroom, and that was not on, and they were taken out. So I got literally zero anything bad to say. She's a legend, all right? She's killing it, all right? She's slaying it. So basically, after all of that was out the way, it was like a drama-filled intro. Like, we're 10 minutes in, the court ain't even started yet. So all of that was dealt with. all of the problems were ironed out, and then we basically kind of got to the bottom of you know, all of these little courtroom dramas, and then we finally got on to actually what was important, which were the details. So it was the pathologist that was on the stand that was there yesterday, criminalist, that basically had kind of you know, some of the evidence yesterday about all of the kind of blue star that they spray on things to see possible blood. We still haven't had confirmation that it was blood yet, but we kind of heard a little bit more about, you know, the positive testing for possible blood. They kind of went back and forth with Blair Burke about these chainsaws. It said that they found another saw, a third saw upstairs, also didn't test positive for any kind of possible blood. So they basically kind of went back and forth, and the sort of, I'm going to call it like a CSI, because I don't want to, that's just my reference point for this kind of behavior as far as like doing crime scene investigating. But they said they found a third electric saw, tested negative for phenolphthalein. They basically said that, you know, they didn't test these saws with the cut marks on the mat that was covered in possible blood, because they said there's no point. They said we didn't even test it for DNA. Clearly these weren't used to cut a body up. They weren't used to, they didn't generate any kind of positive proof of possible blood, so there was no point. They didn't collect them. They said there was, just didn't matter. What was interesting about that is that we then kind of heard from Blair afterwards. She sort of attacked that, was like, well, why didn't you take it, you know, you took other things that you didn't test, some things didn't test positive that you still took. And they basically said, look, it's at the discretion of the detective to decide what to take. I'm there to do tests. They can tell me to test certain things. If it doesn't react, it's up to them. They say, well, no point taking these chainsaws. These chainsaws are a distraction. They're clearly not ones that we used in the dismemberment, so we don't have any interest in them. So they kind of showed like, what was very interesting is one of the things, we'd heard about this burn cage that was found next to the piano on, what was it, the first floor of David's house. In the UK it's the ground floor, the first floor. In America it's the first floor, I think it's the second floor. Okay, in the US it would be the second floor, the garage floor. Anyway, all right, the piano that was on the sort of first living floor area, we basically saw a picture where there was no box with the burn cage. Now, the CSI basically said these pictures were taken right at the start when they entered, before anything had been touched, and there wasn't a burn box, there wasn't a burn cage. It doesn't really matter, it doesn't make any difference, but it did cast like a little shred of doubt onto the proceedings where, okay, well, if you're saying that you took pictures immediately before anything was touched, and you said you found this burn box that you didn't even take and you left it behind, where was it? Doesn't really make a difference to the situation when the garage is full of possible blood, but it just gave Blair Burke a little straw to clutch on, to be honest with you. And you know, she's clutching at straws, but there's definitely a lot of straws that are popping up that she's grabbing onto, and some of them, you know, some of them might take root at some point. So you got to give it to her. She's doing her best with what she has, but unfortunately there are a lot of dead ends popping up, and she's clearly just doing her best. So basically, Beth kind of took over, talked about basically like different items that were found. I'm gonna pass my camera over real quick so I can go two hands over here. But yeah, I'm gonna stand over here. Come a little closer. Cool. Okay, cool. So from here, we kind of have like a whole bunch of back and forths about why did you collect certain things, why didn't you collect other things, which things did you test for DNA, which things couldn't you test for DNA. They basically kind of went back and forth. It didn't really go anywhere, okay? Blair Burke took over, basically talked about, you know, you were directed to find tools for dismemberment, right? And they said, yeah, we only took items that could be processed. And they basically, she just kept asking over and over again, like we saw yesterday in court, why didn't you take the saw? Why didn't you take the saw? And it was like, because there was no possible blood on it. And it didn't really go anywhere. They said, look, we determined there was no value to those. We left them behind. Blair tried to bring up another point, basically saying, okay, well, if you didn't know if somebody else left DNA on it, somebody else could have left touch DNA on the handle of those chainsaws. I think she was trying to build a narrative that maybe somebody else, Rob maybe, had, you know, taken part in this dismemberment. But again, it was like, well, there's no blood on those saws, so it doesn't matter if Rob, it doesn't matter if, you know what I'm saying? It doesn't matter if anybody's DNA is on the handle of those chainsaws. They weren't used to commit a crime, so it did not matter. So Blair's angle there didn't really go anywhere. But again, she was trying, she was pulling all the moves that she could, and you know, respect to her for trying her best to find the angles that worked. So they basically went on to say that they don't take any DNA, they don't do touch DNA testing for barely anything in somebody's own residence, because it's assumed his DNA is probably on absolutely everything in the house. It's his house where he's living. Now, Blair clapped back and said that, basically, oh, well, you knew other people were living in the house. And she said, yeah, we were aware other people lived at the house. It was a rental property. But again, you got a chainsaw with no possible blood on it. There's just no point. And that was kind of it. So then we moved on to another witness. And this was a criminalist in trace who was a criminalist in the trace analysis department, a level 3 criminalist, been with the department for 26 years, 22 years in trace analysis, a very, very high level operator when it comes to evidence. And I would say this was very, very damning. There was a lot of stuff that was given, but I won't give you all of it, but I'll just make it very, very clear. They had the blue kiddie pool that was allegedly used as the basin where the dismemberment taken place in the garage. We'd already seen that pool had, you know, loads of possible blood on it. And what was really damning is that they found there are these kind of jagged cut marks on the kiddie pool where chunks were missing, and they took the blue chunks of plastic that were unfortunately found in Celeste's dismemberment wounds, as well as there was material that were found wrapped up in her tube sock, so it was tube socks, stockings, long socks that had been cut up that were retrieved from the body. And basically, they matched them up like a puzzle piece. The blue pieces to the kiddie pool. So the blue pieces that were found in the severed wounds and the kiddie pool that was allegedly used to as a basin to commit that horrible act, they matched up like a puzzle piece. And we saw at least 2 separate images of different puzzle pieces that connected perfectly. That was the same material that came out of the body that was from the kiddie pool. That was incredibly damning, if you ask me. I honestly don't think that there really is much else you could say to that. There was a few pieces that didn't fit. They suggested that some pieces had been lost. Some pieces may have, you know, I don't know, been cleaned up, been moved separately. It was extremely bad. It was literally like, imagine a puzzle piece. One puzzle piece is found in the trunk of a Tesla next to a dead body, and one puzzle piece is found in the guy's house, and they connected together perfectly. That was so, so damning, and there really wasn't a good response to that. Those fragments connecting, they connected absolutely perfectly. It was a perfect fit, a perfect match. They connected like, it couldn't have been more perfect connection. It was crazy to even see it laid out, like the blue pieces. You get the gist. I've kind of explained it over and over again. So they had all different kind of fragments. Some of them didn't match up. Some of them, you know, were kind of disconnected in a way where they couldn't really connect to everything, but they had at least 2 that matched up perfectly. There really wasn't much comeback to that, to be honest. From there, we kind of heard and we saw pictures of some of the clothes that were recovered from Celeste's body inside the body bag. You know, they were just horrendous, rotten, completely destroyed, basically, just completely blackened. There was underwear from Victoria's Secret, socks from Skechers, Forever 21 tube top, and leggings from an unknown store. Celeste's parents were in the courthouse, in the room for that, and you know, it felt like that was really just horrible to kind of see the state of the clothing, and there were insects embedded in the clothing, dead insects in the clothing. It was just really horrible stuff. Even though we've really seen much worse stuff, like even just the human cost of seeing that the state that the clothes were in, let alone that the actual person that was left behind, and rest in peace to Celeste, even seeing the clothes was just really harrowing and heartbreaking. So it was claimed that when the clothing was actually given to the criminologist to analyze, they were still wet. They were still deteriorating due to bacteria and insect activity. They had a very strong smell, and she described them as very wet and in poor condition. She said the soiling of these clothes prevented her doing a comparison of fabric, and apparently a small fragment of black fabric was found in a trash bag in the garage, but they couldn't connect it, and they believed that it was potentially from the socks or the leggings, but they couldn't connect it. The clothes were too rotten, too waterlogged for them to do that connection. But there was a piece of fabric that was found, but unfortunately they couldn't tie that together. But again, it just goes to show you another piece of evidence, probably not going to be able to be used, but a piece of evidence that is certainly just another kind of like piece of icing on the cake when it comes to like fabric from the body. It was found inside the property. Okay, sure, we can't connect it because the clothes are rotten, but like this is just so bad. It's evidence on top of evidence. We've already got the blue fragments coming together like a puzzle piece, but you know, they nearly had the clothing in the house as well, and it was just horrible. They found black pieces of fabric inside the trash bag that were apparently kind of foam pieces that might have been kind of from the innards of the black rubber floor matting. You know how it's probably black hard on the top, a little bit soft. Those kind of gym mats that were in the garage, they probably have like more of like a foam, softer stuffing inside them. They found pieces of that. And basically there was talk about some footprints apparently being unable to be lifted from the kiddie pool, and again that was kind of like a non-starter, because from there you sort of just heard like, we couldn't lift the fingerprint, the footprint, my fault, like a shoe print. They said we couldn't lift it, we didn't manage to, we didn't manage to kind of get to the bottom of it and lift it. But what was really interesting about that is that essentially Blair kind of just, she grabbed for anything she could. She said, oh, well, the detectives didn't tell you a shoe. They didn't have a matching shoe of David's to even connect it to. So what's the point of getting the footprint? And it was like, well, yeah, we didn't even take the footprint, so it didn't even matter. So that was kind of very, very interesting, but it didn't really go anywhere. Again, it was like the really bad evidence and then a few other little pieces on top of it, and it was like Blair was just attacking whatever she could. It was bad, to be honest. It was really bad. So after that, we ended up hearing from a detective that basically did sort of the phone analysis and tracked kind of David's journey sort of up and down to Santa Barbara, which we've heard so much about. And we basically heard that his cell phone was basically accompanied by the Tesla within an hour of the alleged murder taking place at David's property, drove up all the way through Santa Barbara County, did interact with and pass the locations where Celeste's passport card was found, which again, really, really bad news. That's a really, really bad look for David. Like, he went to a Tesla supercharger that was 24 minutes from where Celeste's passport card was found, and he made that trip numerous times. So we heard loads of analysis. I won't bore you to death with it, but just about how this cell phone tower pinging system that triangulates where you are from your phone signal works. They explained loads and loads and loads of stuff about why this is accurate. I believe them. I don't need to bore you with the details, but they basically said your phone pings the cell tower, it comes back, they can find the coordinates, they can see you moving, they might not know exactly where you are in a pinpoint moment, but they can basically see the general area, and they showed a map of him moving all the way up the coast towards Santa Barbara County, having stops all along the way and all the way back down. They said that he had apparently called, or they said that David's phone, because they kept objecting to saying David, they said David's phone had called Celeste's phone at like 1 a.m. in Santa Barbara County, and it rang, went to voicemail, and wasn't answered. So again, sounds like he was maybe up there. I don't know what he is going to say, what his defense is going to be on that, but it really just sounded like a kind of a fake cover phone call to try and make it seem like he had contacted her. I don't know where she is, I don't know. I'm just driving up to Santa Barbara randomly in the middle of the night, all night long until 7 in the morning. Didn't really make any sense. But he made that journey up to Santa Barbara numerous times. He basically apparently went up there on April the 23rd, leaving around 11:31, driving all the way into the early hours of the morning of April the 24th, and ended up coming back early in the morning, basically arriving like 7 or so in the morning. There's a crazy loud siren. That's probably like drowning out what I'm saying right now. So I might let that pass by before I give you the last little piece of information. So I'm just gonna freestyle it until this goes. How much camera battery we got left right now?
We got 13.
13, okay, that's unlucky. I've been lucky today with winning the lottery, but I don't know about the camera battery luck. But anyway, he allegedly made that journey back to this remote area of Santa Barbara numerous times. They talked about another journey up there on May the 8th, 2025, which again, allegedly 3 days after the dismemberment, possibly to dump more evidence. We still don't have this, well, third chainsaw. People were talking about, oh, a third chainsaw was found in the house. Apparently it wasn't a chainsaw. It was like a small electronic cutting device that had nothing to do with, had no trace evidence of possible blood on it. So if I'm just going to give you my opinion, it sounds like the dismemberment took place on May the 5th, and we're going to hear some more evidence about that soon. But on May the 8th, he took another trip up to Santa Barbara County. Shovels have been bought and never found. I wonder if he buried the chainsaw somewhere along that path and they still haven't found it. So he apparently went up there, ended up driving like all the way back, arriving back home on May the 9th at 5:15 a.m. So he's up here doing all-night trips to go and like get rid of evidence and like go and disappear into these random places. It's very, very creepy. Apparently he did the drive again on May the 31st. Again, this was in the daytime, so it was like 1 to 5 p.m. That kind of journey took place, and he ended up getting back around like after 8:20, and he stopped at a destination at like 4:47. And again, this is apparently the journey where he stopped at a Tesla charging station that was 24 minutes away from where Celeste's passport card was found. It was Santa Ynez, and basically they confirmed that the Tesla infotainment system had the Santa Barbara charging locations that had been searched up, and basically they just confirmed it outright. The defendant's phone and his Tesla moved in unison all the way up to Santa Barbara County those 3 times. That was it. They left it as a break there. I'm gonna grab this. So basically, that was kind of the end of it. So we really kind of like heard quite a lot of stuff. There was a lot of drama in the courtroom today with all that stuff that was going on, but it was really interesting, and I feel like it's heating up. There's a lot of like technological evidence, a lot of kind of, some people were saying it afterwards like, oh, that was kind of boring. There was definitely a lot of kind of technology and a lot of background. I definitely was still very, very kind of gripped by all of the information that was coming out, and really I'm just gonna have to kind of just keep locked in, stay dialed in. The guy that was giving that technological information, I ain't gonna lie, he was talking so fast. That guy is a fast talker. It was hard to even keep up with what he was saying. So I'm going to do my best to keep making my notes. I hope you found that update useful. I'm going to get this uploaded as soon as I possibly can, and I will see you guys for the next segment. What I'm going to do is go back inside, and then at the end of the day, I'll give you guys a full update of everything. But just stay tuned to my Instagram. I'm also posting on TikTok, Trap Law clips. I guess somebody else got the Trap Law Ross TikTok before me, but we're gonna get that ironed out. But check me out there. I'm just posting really quick updates. There's like little 10-15 minute breaks. I'm just coming and giving really quick updates and getting back in there. So if you want really quick, urgent updates, not from inside the courtroom though, because that's not allowed, and we're taking that very seriously. That was crazy. So thank you for watching this one. I'll keep you guys updated. Thank you to everybody that's helping and supporting. And thank you to my team, everybody that here that's just showing up, and members of the public that just want to see justice for Celeste. This is so important that we follow through and that we keep the community safe, and that we make sure that these horrible crimes are punished, prosecuted properly, professionally, and we're all just documenting the process for transparency, and I think it's really important. So thanks everybody. I'll see you guys in the next one. I'm out for now. Thanks. Oh my gosh, folks, I'm not gonna lie, I think we might have just witnessed the end of David. I think that the testimony that we just saw, the DNA evidence, the confirmation that the stains that were found in the garage, in the back trunk of the Tesla, were confirmed to be Celeste DNA. Now, I feel like really this was the end. I feel like I saw David kind of just really look the most defeated I've ever seen him so far. He really was non-reactive at a lot of points before this, but I would say that after some of this DNA evidence was brought up, it was the first time I've really seen him sort of like really slump down in his chair. I felt like even his sort of other lawyer, not Blair, but the other one that's kind of supporting her, I feel like even she was sort of moving her chair back to sort of shield him from being seen by the audience, because he looked a lot more uncomfortable. He was fidgeting a lot, rather than just being locked in on the screen like he was at other moments when damning testimony was being brought up. He was fidgeting around. He was kind of looking at the screen, looking down, scribbling in his notebook, sort of slumping down in his chair. He looked way more uncomfortable, and it looked like this was really affecting him as it was revealed that it was Celeste's DNA in all of these locations. You know, there was a lot of semantics, and I feel like David's lawyers, as I said earlier, look, they're doing their best to give him a defense. Everybody that's accused of a crime is innocent till proven guilty and deserves a decent defense, and they're doing the best. I'm not going to lie, they're probably being paid very well. They're doing their best. They're putting in work. Blair Burke is doing the best that she can, but the materials that she's working with are not really ideal. It's not a great situation. It's not a great hand that she's been dealt, and there is just really, really damning evidence. So I'm going to kind of take you through all my notes quickly. I have another video that should have gone up not long before this one came out, just with kind of everything that's been going on today. I'm going to hit you with those back to back, and I'm going to rush home and I'm going to do an update on the YG situation, because I know everybody wants to hear about what's going on with YG. Maybe you don't care about that if you're only following the David trial, but anyway, what happened was pretty crazy. Okay, so we came back after the lunch break. We saw kind of the DA speaking with Blair. Not the DA, I said, my bad. In my notes, sometimes I'll refer to David as D4 rather than, and it looked like DA there. No, David spoke with Blair after they came back after the break. Honestly, he seemed like he was in good spirits at the start. You know, there was maybe some semblance of, I wouldn't say a smile, but definitely he was kind of looking in good spirits when he came back after the lunch break. It looked like he was kind of on good vibes, and it didn't take long for that kind of smirk to get wiped off his face, to be completely honest with you, because it started off confident, but then we kind of continued on from this testimony from basically this lawyer who was kind of, basically had done a lot of the analysis of the cell site information, the GPS towers getting pinged in different directions, and, everything that was going on with kind of his car being moved around and taking these 3 trips to Santa Barbara, which I would have covered in my previous video. So I'm not going to go on about that, but it felt like really what Blair Burke was up against was just kind of like just attacking any angle she could try and find. She was basically just asking any questions about, how long you've been with the task force, who were you employed by? You were employed by Verizon, and then are you employed by the FBI? No, he's not. He's sworn in by the FBI, but he's straight LAPD. It was kind of like she was looking for anything. She was looking for absolutely anything that she could kind of put together about this guy, was asking about his backstory, his history, his working history, the GPS data. Basically, it was established. It was like, look, these cell tower indicators, it indicates how far away a phone is from multiple cell towers. It can estimate the direction and the distance, but it doesn't give direct GPS coordinates. It can give you a pretty good idea. It can locate it down to an address or a rough area, but it couldn't give coordinates. And that was like a big thing thing that Blair was trying to kind of latch onto of just like, well, you didn't have coordinates, there's no GPS. And he's like, yeah, we don't get GPS. Not to say that GPS wasn't captured by something else, but he was like, I work with the cell phone companies, I get the cell phone data, the phone calls, the pings to the cell towers. GPS is on the device. The device is collecting a GPS signal, we're collecting the cell phone tower pings. And it was almost like Blair was just kind of like, like what can I do with that information? But it wasn't really compelling. She was trying her best, but it wasn't really compelling. So we kind of heard about these different kind of trips to Santa Barbara. They asked if Celeste's phone had been analyzed, and again he was like, look, it's not about analyzing phones, it's about analyzing, you know, the call log information, the cell phone pings. And they basically kind of brought up this phone call that was made to Celeste that was never answered. It went to voicemail, and basically it appeared to suggest that Celeste's phone, you know, didn't have any GPS information. They said it could have been on airplane mode, but it wasn't confirmed. So it was pretty ambiguous. But what was clear was that it seemed that night, you know, within an hour of Celeste allegedly passing away, you know, he was on this trip to Santa Barbara. You heading out? Okay, I'll see you tomorrow. Yeah, take care. So basically, it was like this talk of you know, this trip to Santa Barbara and like what that was all about. Let's tell you what I'm going to do. I'm gonna plant my phone down because my notes, I'm not going to lie, are comprehensive right now. My notes are serious. So let me plant this down, and I'm just going to go full note taker style. Okay. So look, got all my notes here. There was a whole lot going on with that. So she basically like, I drew a little diagram. You're probably not going to be able to see it here, but I drew this little kind of diagram, and there's wind going, all types of things going on right now. I kind of drew this diagram, and it basically showed these sort of like coned areas where the cell towers basically ping and where the phones kind of respond to those pings and they lock into the cell towers. And it basically showed these sort of cones of like, imagine like a cell tower's here. It sort of showed the cone, the area that it pings, and then it would show like another cell tower, the area that it pinged, and then another one, area that it pinged. It was almost like a Venn diagram located right into David's house. That was pretty damning. And then they were kind of like, well, it's not GPS. They're saying, oh, you know, he could have been near the house. And he's like, well, look, I basically, on a pretty good balance of probabilities, can say that it's likely that was the address, that was the property where, you know, these things were going down, basically. So that was kind of that. They talked about, you know, the cell phone tower data pinging to where the passport card, Celeste passport card, was found. You know, that was kind of damning. And really the last straw that Blair kind of tried to pull on him, and it didn't really go down too well, to be completely honest with you guys. Basically said, well, what about the GPS coordinates that we were given about the passport card that was found, and how that didn't quite match up to the exact stretch of road that was photographed in the officer's image. Well, the officer that was kind of doing all of the cell phone data stuff, he basically was just kind of like, well, I didn't collect that information. I didn't collect that GPS coordinates. We basically can ping the cell tower into roughly a similar area. And they were like, but it's not the same area. It's not the same coordinates, right? The coordinates in here are slightly different. And he was like, yeah, they're slightly different. We're using a different methodology, but they're very close. It's very close. It's very similar. It's overlapping, and it's a different piece of technology being used. And it was kind of like, what else are you going to throw at him? So she tried to sort of mention a bunch of other things that just didn't really help. She was like, did the detectives do a drive test? Did they do the drive? If you're saying that you went to Santa Barbara, you know, at 11 o'clock, and then he was there for a few hours, then he came back and he was back by 7 a.m. Did you do a drive test to make sure that the distance was the same? And they were basically like, no, we don't really need to do that. It's not really a good use of time. We don't really need to go and do that journey, and it doesn't really prove anything. We have a methodology to work out how long a journey is going to be, and it just doesn't really matter. You know, he kind of had great answers for everything. She was saying, oh, how can you be sure that it's his exact house? And they were like, well, you've got all these intersecting arcs where the cell phone towers point, and it all pointed towards David's exact residence. They all encompass his home and point to his home. You could say maybe they pinged in the alleyway next to his home, but it's like they point to his home. It's all directed at David's house. That's what was going on. He said, look, I can't say exactly. I can't say 100%, but I can say it's consistent with him being in that exact area, his house. And they basically said, look, Celeste's phone, it wasn't giving off any cell phone tower data. We don't collect GPS data because that's a device piece of information. We collect cell tower pings, and the phone was basically, it could have been on air. They basically said it could have been on airplane mode. It could have been off. They said that it wasn't just David's phone, but it was also the Tesla, and there was kind of again a point of contention where like the defense was sort of like, well, how does the Tesla modem ping off to the towers? And he was like, well, look, the Tesla modem connects to the Sailor network, which then connects to the cell towers. For all intents and purposes, a Tesla is a cell phone. It interacts with the cell phone service pretty much the same way that a cell phone actually interacts with the cell site towers and all those kind of things. So for all intents and purposes, David went out there with a car that was a phone. His car was a phone. A Tesla is a phone. I don't have a Tesla, but like Teslas operate like a smartphone. You got all of that infotainment, everything there. So they're basically saying, look, one of the last things that Blair really came out on that front was basically that to say, having this signal, what it doesn't tell you is if any particular person or multiple people were in the car. Car could have been full of people, but David could have been the only person that had his phone. Or the car could have been full of people, but they just had David's phone and David wasn't there. I mean, that's a long shot. Do you really think that that's going to go anywhere? I doubt it, but these are like the very few final things that they could really clutch for, because it was just so damning. We just saw everything that was going on. We hadn't even heard about this supposed Uber trip from Celeste's home to David's house, which I'm sure that will be brought up at some point, probably right at the end. But it's like the way that the prosecution are laying everything out, it's like, then we finally got to the blood evidence and the DNA evidence, and it was just like, okay, they've laid such a good foundation. It seemed like the defense really had nothing to go on. So they basically said, look, you can't tell if somebody is holding the phone or if the phone's been left behind or if the phone's in a car. And I'll be honest, no disrespect to Blair, but it sounded almost like she was a little bit technologically not illiterate, but like it was almost like this guy was clearly an expert in this technology, and she was asking sort of very basic questions of like, oh, can you tell if someone's holding the phone? Can you tell if someone's doing something with the phone? And he was like, look, the cell phone, if it's on, it's pinging the cell tower all times. They were like, does he have to make a call for it to ping the cell tower? And he was kind of like, well, you don't have to make a call. He said every microsecond there are pings from the cell phone tower to the phone. It's happening constantly. It's a constant connection. There's always something going in and out. He said you don't have to do anything. This is happening without you helping it or not. If the phone's on, if the phone's not on airplane mode, it's pinging the tower. You don't have to do anything. It's always seeking a tower. It said it's always seeking a tower. Every millisecond your phone is searching for a cell tower. So any criminals out there thinking you're going to try and get away with something, I'm telling you, every millisecond your phone is searching for a cell tower. It's snitching on you every millisecond. That's what you're dealing with, okay? So honestly, I'm gonna move on from this because I just feel like it just went around in circles so much. I thought that the defense seemed honestly quite flustered at a certain point. It didn't really feel like they could get anywhere with it. One of the few things they said was, did you file a full report, or is this PowerPoint the only thing you've got? And he was like, yeah, just this PowerPoint. So when Beth had a chance to talk again, she said, all she asked was one question. She said, did you put all of the info you had into this PowerPoint? He said, yes. She said, I rest there. Now somebody's car alarm is going off right now, so I might just have to entertain you guys while that's going off, because there's all sorts going on. There's actually chaos out here right now. I'm a little bit like, I'm so dehydrated. I've been hearing all types of rumors of people that might have been in the courtroom. So I already told you about the situation with Steve Fisher and all of that kind of stuff going on. But yeah, that car alarm is really kind of ruining the reporting right now. I wonder if it'll stop. If it doesn't stop, I'm gonna have to stop and make this another recording. But I wanted this to be natural. I didn't want to edit it because the editing and splicing stuff together is what's slowing me down. I am recording this now, having uploaded no content on YouTube today because we failed to get the files over to the editor in time. And so I don't want to do no more editing. It's nonsense. Anyway, the alarm has stopped. That's amazing. All right. I'm going to kind of slow down a little bit and kind of start going through some of these specific details. So after Beth had her opportunity to basically mention all of the relevant information being in this PowerPoint, there's no need for a bigger report because the PowerPoint is the report. The PowerPoint has everything you could possibly need. So David's sort of second defense attorney, the one that's sort of below Blair, then came back to kind of have some conversation. No disrespect, but I really am not impressed with her. I don't think she's had a good moment in this whole thing. Blair's had a couple of good moments, to be completely honest with you. Like, there's been a few moments where Blair's kind of like pulled something out the bag. She said something that's kind of interesting and sort of caught you off guard and made you think like, oh, okay, none of the chainsaws had blood on them. That's interesting. But this lawyer, I'm not gonna lie, she's not had a good moment in this whole thing. She came on to basically ask a really bunch of dumb questions about latitude and longitude, and it says, you know, it differs to the latitude and longitude coordinates that the previous person said that they found Celeste's passport card at, and he was just like, yeah, It's close enough, basically. We use a different methodology, it's different technology. It's basically the same area, it's close enough, but we're using a different approach to this. And it was the same thing when they talked about the passport card and they tried to say, well, the picture you took is at a different location to where you said the coordinates were. And he was like, yeah, but I used a different version of Google Maps that had the satellite imagery rather than the map imagery. And it was kind of like, that was like a mic drop moment. It was like, oh shit, like, what are you gonna say to that? So anyway, pretty much Beth just asked one last question at the end of that after they had kind of brought up this whole coordinates thing. And they said those coordinates that other officer logged were about where the passport card was found. They said that had nothing to do with your report, did it? And he said, yep, nothing to do with my report. And she went, yep, there you go, arrest there, that's it. Okay, that is it. So after that, that is when the most damning evidence came. This was when, I won't say the name, but it was a woman from the LAPD crime lab, basically in the DNA unit. Her job is to identify biological fluid like blood, DNA, saliva DNA, could be sweat, anything from the human body, could be human hair, could be any number of things basically. Her job is to identify if something matches somebody else's DNA. She's got 18 years experience at the lab. She's been in the DNA unit 18 years. She's straight DNA veteran. Nothing but DNA she's dealt with her whole career. She was an absolute DNA veteran, okay? And she basically explained, look, I'm a DNA analyst. I do quality measures. We basically check everything. And her job is to basically ensure that the results that come from DNA unit are completely accurate. She was very, very professional, very on point. She was, I don't know if there are any more people that are more expert in DNA in the world, you could probably say. She seemed like an absolute world leader in this kind of stuff. Let me do the do real quick. Anyway, she basically explains that they generate documents every single step of the way. So everything they do with DNA, anything they do with these samples, it generates documents, it generates reports, everything's documented. There's nothing that can really be messed with. The instruments and technology they use is what generates the report. So she made it very clear. It's not about me taking a look at something and deciding if it's DNA under a magnifying glass. She said, we feed these things into machines that tell us with a very high probability if DNA matches somebody else's. She went on to basically say that there's a whole internalized process for the LAPD crime lab. They have internal and external audits when it comes to how they do things. They adhere to the American national standards, the ISO requirements. It's an accredited lab and it follows all the appropriate procedures. It's externally audited by DNA experts from outside. Every other year they have independent reviews of their processes. It sounded like this is one of the most tightly controlled operations that you could possibly even have. It was very, very professional. She basically explained that, you know, for all casework, she makes sure that they follow the national protocols. There is a framework that is set for the whole of America that they all have to follow. It all has to be at this high standard. She has to basically make sure that everybody involved has proper training. The lab is completely secure, so sheriffs and detectives can't just walk into the lab and come and mess with evidence or mess with what's there. It's an extremely secure location and it's kind of very, very professionally managed. It was an extremely detailed account of how this organization works. So she got to explaining how the evidence is kind of collected and sampled and analyzed. Basically explained items are collected from the scene. They don't necessarily know what might be found on them. So obviously we saw the previous testimony where they were spraying, you know, they were spraying objects at the scene, seeing if they glowed blue. They had, you know, they said in the movies they call it luminol, but they have something called blue star and phenolphthalein, and they basically will spray things, and if they show up bright, it's suspected it's possible blood. Now here's what was really interesting. This didn't really look too good, but at the same time, I think at a certain point we have to accept that, like, you can never be 100% certain of anything in life, in any kind of criminal case. When they spray the stuff and it shows up pink, it shows up bright blue under the dark light, they said that's likely to be possible blood, right? They then have to DNA test it and test if that DNA on the suspected blood belongs to another person. They can't say 100,000% with all possibility that it's definitely blood at the scene, it's definitely DNA after the fact. It's all to the point, and they were talking about set to the likelihood of like 1 to a septillion, numbers followed by 24 zeros. So it's like the likelihood is so high, but they can never be 100%. There's no such thing as a sure thing in life. And that's the way that they were explaining it. That's because they're professional, but it was almost like that felt like it gave Blair and the defense, you know, a license to sort of cast doubt on absolutely anything. So that was a really interesting interaction. But she basically explained that their work is peer reviewed. She's looked at thousands of samples. She even explained what is DNA very briefly. It's a molecule molecule that is in every cell of the body. It's basically, everyone's got DNA. It's very identifiable. Your DNA is your DNA, and they use it for forensic testing. They have a 4-step process to basically check, process, amplify, and then create a picture of the DNA, all done with equipment. And it doesn't matter who does it. Once it's put into the equipment is going to give a completely objective, impartial report on what it is. Nobody's sitting there thinking, yeah, let me just decide that this looks like Celeste DNA. These are professional pieces of equipment that are designed to do this. They don't have feelings. They don't think David's cooked. They're not hating on David. They've not seen David's music videos. This is a machine that just decides, is this Celeste DNA or not? So from there, they basically explained that they took a reference sample from Celeste, and this is really horrible, but they basically said that they had a toenail clipping that was provided to them by the medical examiner's office that had the remains. They created a full DNA profile for Celeste based on her toenail clipping, and they took a buccal swab, which is basically a mouth swab from David's mouth, to build a profile on him. So they had a full profile of Celeste DNA and a full profile of David's DNA. They took DNA samples from the Tesla, the back lower trunk. Okay, this is when David started looking tense. He's been very chill, just looking at the screen, not reacting too much. He's definitely in the mindset of, I don't want to react, I don't want to let people know how I'm feeling. This is when he started looking tense. He looked locked in, he was leaning forward, he was fidgeting, he was moving around. He wasn't quite slumping in his chair yet. That was when the evidence came out. But basically, they dropped the bomb on him. Well, this is the thing, right? They kept not saying blood. They were like, the stain in the back of the vehicle that shone bright when they sprayed it with these chemicals that was possible blood, that matched Celeste DNA. They weren't saying it was definitely blood. It was basically, they sprayed it, it was likely blood, we DNA tested it, and it belonged to Celeste. And the back of the car, the bottom trunk of the boot, we call it a boot, you call it a back trunk in the UK, was full of this stuff, okay? I would say at this point, I noticed David very subtly just kind of like pucker his lips. Like when that piece of information landed, I thought it was kind of like an admission, like I'm cooked, to be honest with you. When they said it was confirmed, they said that the DNA on that stain matched the profile for Celeste Rivas, and it was like just trying to keep it cool, but you could tell he was rattled. You could tell that this was affecting him, because this is the most damning stuff that we've seen so far. So from there, basically, he was kind of like tilting his head side to side, like, puckering his lips, and they said it was confirmed. The DNA was confirmed to belong to Celeste. They said the evidence from the home garage, the black rubber mat. David's fidgeting in his seat while this is going on. He's fidgeting in his seat. He's kind of moving around like... This is the most we've seen him move the trial. These were subtle movements. He's not doing it as animated as I am, but he's kind of like repositioning himself. That's the most we've seen him move. That's the best that I had to go on. They said that the black rubber floor mat that was in the garage, that was covered in a huge luminous stain once they sprayed it with that material as it reacted, that was, possible blood, they confirmed in the courtroom that was a match for Celeste DNA. So after that, it was just kind of like, you could definitely see David kind of depressed a little bit. I felt like he kind of sunk down into his chair a little bit. And I'm sad to say, but Celeste's family was in the courtroom, and her parents were there, and I observed her mother looking like she was crying, and it looked like she was handed a tissue by somebody in the prosecution team. That was just obviously a horrific moment, not just for the family to just internalize how real this was, but also for David. The way that he was moving and shifting around, the little movements he was making, you could tell he was rattled, to be honest with you. And I even think that the defense kind of were like, just sort of a little bit like, just trying to be like buddy. I'll tell you a little bit more about what the defense did in a minute. But at this point, it was Beth Silverman, the deputy district attorney, that was kind of grilling this DNA expert. So David kind of looked down at points, like puckered his lips some more, kind of like looked up, looked down, because previously he was dialed in on the screen, but this time he was kind of looking down. There were times he was sort of looking away. I felt like it was like, I don't know if he was pissed, I don't know if he was upset, I don't know if he felt like he knew he was cooked. But it really, really was like the moment a lot of people have been waiting for. So I thought he looked more defeated than usual. From there, they basically said blood DNA was confirmed. The DNA was confirmed from those suspected blood stains at, I believe, 15 different locations, and they said that there was a likelihood of, I believe, 20 quadrillion in one likelihood that this DNA came from Celeste. And 20 quadrillion is 2 followed by 16 zeros. So we can't say 100%, we can never say 100%, but we're talking about we're talking about quadrillions here, all right? Not millions, billions, trillions, all right? Quadrillions. There's a whole another level to this stuff. So David kind of kept on moving. He kept moving his head. He was looking over at the screen, then looking away, and then looking back. They said that the stain that was on the edge of the rowing machine in the garage, that matched Celeste to a 1 septillion likelihood. I don't even know how many zeros a septillion is. They said that the stain on the Tesla charger plug matched Celeste's DNA. And at this point, Blair Burke started interjecting a lot. And basically said, I want on the record that she's reading this from a piece of paper. She's not saying this from memory. And the judge is kind of like, can you just say that you're reading this? Can you just tell them that you're referring to your notes? And she's like, I'm referring to my notes as I say this. And then they just continued. At this point, I feel like David kind of looked up a little bit frustrated. I don't know if he was frustrated with his legal team or the whole situation, but she just continued, next blood stain, that match. Next stain that was suspected to be blood was a match to Celeste DNA. A lot of the stuff around in the garage, they did say that there was a very interesting one. We heard about this trash bag that had a bunch of wet wipes in it that seemed like they had blood on them. It said that the outer trash bag, it had a mixture of DNA. 4 contributors, 1 of them was David, 1 of them was an unknown male, 2 were completely unknown, 0 of them was Celeste. Now, I don't really think that necessarily proves anything. That's like the straw that they're going to clutch onto, but it seemed to me that it was really just a case of like, whoever had been in the garage, maybe David threw a few soiled wet wipes in there, maybe someone else threw a little something in there, maybe somebody else like touched the edge of it, maybe someone brushed up against it. Blair kind of kept bringing up in cross-examination, well, I could touch you and then touch someone else and I could get your DNA on them with you never touching them. And she was like, yeah, it's a possibility, it could happen. But it's like, we're talking about an entire pool of glowing, luminous, reactive liquid on the floor that's testing positive for her DNA, and she's found in the front trunk of a Tesla. And you want to talk about, I could touch you and touch him and transfer a bit of DNA over there, and just because a barely relevant trash bag has 4 people's DNA on it, really doesn't prove anything. So as this continued, they said that the stains on the wet wipes in the trash bag, they did match Celeste, but they didn't match David. And this was something that Blair kind of latched onto a little bit to say, well, that didn't match David, right? She didn't say it, but it felt like she was trying to infer that, well, he couldn't have used it to wipe up the blood and put it in the bag, or his DNA would be on it. Like that's kind of like, if you want us to believe that I could touch you and touch him and then put your DNA on him without you ever touching him, it's like, dude could have easily used gloves to put a bunch of blood-stained wet wipes into a trash bag and then threw the gloves somewhere else. Disposed of the gloves in the household trash that's long gone. That's a theory too. It's kind of like these kind of wild theories, they don't really hold up water because you can hit them with a counter theory that just is way more logical. Like, why wasn't his blood on any of the wet wipes? Sorry, why wasn't his DNA on any of the brown stained wet wipes that had Celeste DNA on them? Maybe he used gloves. Maybe he used this mop that he apparently ordered from Amazon and put wet wipes on them, and then used the mop stick and poke them in the bag using his foot with a shoe on. Like, there's no reason that there's not loads of other logical explanations for that. But anyway, during all of that, it just sort of honestly, David just looked livid. He looked frustrated. He looked defeated. He was sinking down into his chair. I swear, every time I looked over at the DNA expert, I swear, every time I looked over at David, he was smaller. He was smaller and smaller and smaller down into his chair. He looked really, really defeated, in my opinion. So Beth kind of rested. David was extremely fidgety at this point. He looked so frustrated. And then at that point, basically, we kind of sort of heard a little bit more from David's defense. So as Blair was kind of getting up from next to David, walking over to take the podium to question the DNA expert, I noticed David kind of wiped his eye a bit. Now, as I kept looking at him, he didn't do it again. It didn't look like he was crying. Maybe he just had something in his eye. But for a minute, I thought, is he shedding a tear? Is he really realized that it's over with at this point? But I couldn't say that he looked like he was crying after that. But he definitely kind of wiped his eye a little. And bear in mind, he's barely moved in this whole thing. He sort of walks in, sits down, sits there, and barely moves for hours. So this is the most we've seen him. So he kind of had a little whispering chat with Blair. She came up and got the podium, and the other lawyer that's not really too good, she kind of took Blair's seat and sat next to David, and it looked like she was kind of sitting next to him to give a little bit of moral support, a little bit of emotional support. But then as time went on, I'm seeing he's fidgeting, and I felt like she kind of slid her chair back. So imagine I'm David sat here, she's kind of sat sort of here, and then I'm in the courtroom sat way over here at the back. So I felt like she kind of was just slowly just moving her chair back away from the desk, sort of providing a human shield to David, you know, literally and figuratively. And it was harder to see him. I couldn't see him fidgeting. I couldn't see him doing what he was doing because this kind of lawyer had sort of taken a different position and just sort of gotten in the way. I thought that was interesting. I wonder if that's part of the defense sort of, you know, blocking him from kind of being seen going through an emotional moment. But basically, from there, we ended up kind of hearing from Blair. She basically tried to attack the whole situation of like not doing the testing themselves. So like the DNA expert that was actually on the stand, Blair kind of was going at them basically saying, well, you didn't do all this testing yourself. You didn't personally do all of this testing. And I felt like it wasn't necessarily like a really in-depth line of questioning, because it was made very clear at the start that these are like industry standard tests. It doesn't matter who does the test, it's all about the machines and the technology that basically analyzes the DNA in depth, and essentially it's all about the machines. It doesn't matter what your feelings are, it doesn't matter which person looked at it. And I believe they even said that the actual person that like put the physical material into the machines that does this testing, I think they said that they were like on maternity leave or something. They weren't available, they weren't able to. Hey, okay. I'm in the middle of the recording. Can I do it afterwards, or you want to do it really quick?
Is it okay?
Let's do it really quick. Okay. I'm still going to keep recording, but I'm going to take a picture really quickly. So yeah, come over here. We'll do it real quick. No, you don't have to be in that. Okay.
I want a picture so bad.
That's okay.
I've been following. I'm like working and like following along. I'm like, I can't believe this.
That's
it's
all
so
good.
Crazy.
No worries. Don't say anything crazy.
Thank you.
That's all right. No worries. Take care. Have a good one. Okay, so basically, they were kind of trying to attack the idea that like, well, you didn't do all the testing personally, so can we really trust what you're saying? And it was like, yeah, we can. And she said, like, Blair said to her, like, you can't really speak to the handling of all the evidence. But like, basically said, like, did you ever speak with the detectives? And she was like, no. She's like, did you ever speak to the DA? And she was like, yeah, I spoke to the DA about scheduling coming here to testify at the hearing, and, you know, just the sorts of things from my report that they would want to have. Basically confirmed, look, I'm not the person that analyzed this stuff. That person is on maternity leave, but it doesn't matter who puts it into the machine. We're all basically judged by these kind of American standards of exactly how this kind of testing should take place. So it really just shut down this argument that like, just because you didn't physically put this material into a machine, that somehow you're not qualified to testify. And then she kind of reiterated, look, I'm certified, I'm trained in biochemical analysis. And she, Blair kind of hit her with a really funny one, was like, do you have a qualification in DNA? And she was like, I've got a degree in like chemistry or biochemistry. And they're like, so no DNA qualification? She was like, I don't think there is no DNA, there's no bachelor's of DNA, like that's not a thing. This is probably the best qualification that you could possibly have for this kind of thing. And there really is kind of no way that, you know, there's really no way that like I could be more qualified. She basically was like, I'm the most qualified I could possibly be. There is no better qualification. There is no University of DNA. Like, I got a DNA degree from the University of Samoa. Like, what are we talking about here? So, and shout out to anyone that gets that reference. But anyway, I've been talking for a long time, man. I feel like it's dusty out here as well. This downtown dust is not the one. So like from there, we basically heard that like, look, there's no DNA certificate. I'm the most qualified that you can be. I do continuing education on this type of analysis. I have to submit for recertification every year. Every year people are checking that I'm actually good at my job. I'm not on nonsense and I'm really doing what I'm supposed to be doing. And it was just kind of like, what more do you want from me? I'm the most qualified I could possibly be. I've been doing this DNA shit for 18 years straight. Like, and I think at a certain point Blair was kind of like, yeah, all right. She was like, I'm in the California Association of Criminalists. I did a master's thesis on DNA. Like, Blair was like, have you ever been published? And she was like, well, my master's thesis on DNA extraction reports was published. Like, she did a master's thesis that was published on DNA extraction reports, which we're literally debating in the courtroom. And she was like, well, have you published anything about DNA in a journal since? And she was like, no. And it's like, yeah, because she's been getting busy working on real cases for 18 years straight, getting recertified every year. It was almost like every time she tried to attack her on something, it's like she had the perfect answer. She was like, well, do you have a degree in DNA? She was like, well, that's not a thing. And I've got a degree in biochemistry, which is like, encompasses everything that you could possibly think to do with DNA. She basically did explain that she's testified in other courtrooms about this stuff too. She said she's testified in this courthouse before, in Long Beach and in Van Nuys, but not in the federal court. And again, it was this kind of thing of like, this isn't in the federal court either, but it was also sort of like, she's going to latch onto that. Well, like, oh, but okay, I guess you're not so qualified that you've not you've not testified in federal court before. Like, so, like, she's clearly a leading expert on this stuff. But they were just looking for anything they could. Meanwhile, David's over there just fidgeting, like, and I could barely see him because his lawyer basically got in the way, so I couldn't even see him at this point. Like, there was no more seeing him after that. So basically, she explained that she mostly has testified for the prosecution, but she was once subpoenaed by the defense side for testimony, but it didn't sound like that sort of ended up being anything substantial. I think she said that she was subpoenaed by the defense to give some evidence for a defense on a case, but then she ended up getting called to the bench by the prosecution in that case. That's sort of what she said, unless I've got that wrong. She kind of went back and forth with Blair, who was sort of bringing things up, like, it was getting really elementary to a point. She was like, you can't actually see DNA, right? Like, it's not a thing you can actually see. And it was kind of like, okay. And I'll be honest, while this was going on, I couldn't see David because the other lawyer was blocking him, but that lawyer that was blocking him was kind of sat there like this. I don't know if they were just getting comfortable or if they were praying. They looked a little bit like they were praying to me, because this was the lowest of the low, I would say, of the trial. And respect to those lawyers for doing their best with a completely foobar situation, but like, it was just like, brother, what are you gonna do? Like, that's Celeste's DNA all over the floor. It's all glowing. It's glowing all over the floor like a scene out of CSI, and it's in the back of the back of the trunk's full of her DNA. She is in the front trunk. Cell phone towers pinging off that, like, David and the Tesla right after the time of the murder, then suddenly goes on this midnight trip. The only thing that was missing, I'm getting attacked by a bee again. Who saw the video that I did? I can't remember what I was talking about where I got attacked. I was here at the courthouse where I got attacked by a bee. Maybe there's a bee's nest here. But anyway, from there, I'm going to wrap it up soon. I'm going to lose my voice. But basically, from there, the lawyer did the praying hands. I didn't think that was going to help. She basically kind of defended herself, said, look, we basically, use DNA. You can't see it. You can't pick up a bit of DNA and look at it, but it's like we use it to identify the genotype. Everybody has an individual DNA. The only time that your DNA will be the same as someone else's is if you're identical twins. Yes, family members might have similar DNA profiles. You might have some of the same markers, but basically they're saying, look, parents can share some markers, siblings, but they're not identical. They're shared, but they're not identical. Unless you're an identical twin, you're not going to have the same DNA. And I don't think there's any suggestion that there are any identical twins in this situation. So basically went on to say, look, you can't say how long DNA's been there or how it got there. And that was really the best argument that the defense could pull. They basically were like, look, you can't say how long the DNA's been there. You can't really say, like, if that... I think what they were trying to get at was like, oh, honestly, they didn't say it, but I felt like what they were trying to get at was like, maybe... Celeste had like done a really heavy workout, and like you can't prove that it's blood, right? It could be any type of DNA. Maybe it just could have been all over. Celeste's DNA could have just been all over the floor of the home gym, and in the back of the Tesla. It was kind of a real nonsense level argument, and it kind of trailed off. It didn't really go anywhere. It said you can't say how long DNA's been there or how it got there. And they said activity level is what they refer to when it's like how DNA actually got to a place. And they said DNA doesn't give you information other than who it belongs to. It doesn't indicate how it got there. It doesn't tell you how it got there. It doesn't tell you how many days or years or minutes it's been there. And while this is all going on, David was visibly fidgeting. I kind of caught a few glimpses of him around his lawyer, and I would say he was fidgeting a lot continually. I've written in my notes over and over, and David keeps fidgeting. So she basically, she says kind of, Blair kind of went down this line of questioning and said, oh, if I touch this podium, I leave my DNA on it, right? And it was sort of like, yeah, they didn't say this, but you're thinking like, yeah, but if you sprayed it with Blue Star, it's not going to glow. It's not going to glow, is it? That's blood. But it was like, oh, I could put my hand, so I've left DNA there. That, like, right? Like, there's other ways of leaving DNA there. And basically she said, look, yes, secondary transfer, it could go from one person to another. I felt like at this point Blair was just spouting nonsense, to be honest. Like, she was just looking for anything. Like, the person up there is like, yeah, DNA can move from one place to another, but like, that's not what this is. So basically, I felt like Blair was kind of talking in circles on this secondary DNA transfer. It's funny because the medical examiner was going to be the next witness, and I felt like she was really running out the clock. Honestly, it felt like a filibuster, if you know what that is from politics, or she was just like running out the shot clock. To me, it almost felt like she was just asking nonsense questions, talking in circles, talking about DNA. If I touch this, if I touch that, I could move it over here. And David's just sinking down and down and down into his chair to the point he was about to fall through to the basement because he was looking very defeated. Every time I saw him, he got smaller. So they brought up the rowing machine DNA matching to Celeste, and they're saying, well, you can't say how it got there, right? Or for how long it was there. And I think she was trying to infer that like maybe Celeste had gone to the crib and done a rowing session and left a little bit of DNA on there. And that's when they said it's possible the DNA came from blood, right? You can't specifically say that this DNA came from blood. It could have come from skin cells, it could have come from sweat, it could have come from other things. And it felt like for a moment, it almost felt like Blair looked like she thought she was getting the motion back. Like she was like, it's possible it came from blood. It's not definite, right? And we're like, a minute ago we're talking about quadrillion and septillions, and you're talking about it's possible, right? I think she thought like she was hitting with this, and it was not going anywhere. So after that, basically the district attorney joined and was actually in a crowd, so you knew something serious was coming. And we knew that the medical examiner was rumored to have been the last witness. They came out for like 5 minutes at the end, but really I'd say that the defense just filibustered for ages to just push off this testimony from the medical examiner. So after that, we kind of went around in circles talking about this trash bag. They're saying, oh, well, it didn't definitely have, there was a trash bag that had 4 people's DNA on it. One of them was likely David. Inside that trash bag were the wet wipes with brown stains on them that were proven to be Celeste DNA, and another trash bag. And it was crazy because Blair was like, the trash bag that was inside the other trash bag that was surrounded by wipes that, you know, have Celeste DNA on it, right? That random trash bag in there, that didn't have David's DNA on it, did it? And she was like, nah, it didn't. And it was like, got him, like, yes, you excluded David from that one, right? And it was kind of like, bro, like, this is, we're rearranging deck chairs on the Titanic at this point. And I do think she was stalling and filibustering. So they basically went on to kind of just go back and forth about this kind of irrelevant outer bag. They said there were 4 contributors, 2 were men, and then they started talking about the lab software that was used to kind of collect and analyze this stuff. It was called StarMix, and they were basically talking about you know, what StarMix software does and how it works and what they put into it. Now, at some point, one of the lawyers came over and gave Blair a little scrap of paper. I thought they were going to give her a scrap of paper to say, stop, please stop, like, this is going so badly. But it was kind of, I guess it was like a little strategy. So they gave her to the scrap of paper, and then suddenly she kind of upped the energy a little bit, to be honest with you. She kind of like came back alive a little bit, and then she was like, why didn't the original March 11th, 2026 report, why did it say at least 4 contributors to the trash bag rather than strictly 4? And then they were basically just like, it said at least 2 males, 4 individuals total. It wasn't like, if that was how it was worded, at least, it's like she was trying to infer it could have been a million contributors. At least 4. That means at least 4 up to an infinite number. And they were like, nah, it's identified 4 individuals total. StarMix gives a probability estimate, basically, and it explained the percentages that each contributor was going to be. Out of 4 people, it said there was 41% chance of one person, 27% chance of a second, 21% chance of a third, and 11% chance of a fourth. There wasn't reference to a 5th. There wasn't, oh, you know, there's a 1% chance there could have been a 5th person. It was talking about 4 different DNA profiles found and the likelihood that there was that many. That basically seemed to be the whole of it. And David was included as a contributor to that DNA mix. Now, they basically explained how this kind of StarMix software, it kind of defines like a possible contributor. And it just seems like no matter what you do when it comes to this high level medical analysis, you can never say anything for 100%. I couldn't say to you with 100% certainty that I'm going to upload this video. Who knows what's going to happen? I'm going to try. I'm 99% sure that all of this recording that I've done now, I'm going to upload. But you never know. You never know. I might drop the camera down a drain on the way home. Who knows what could happen? So you can't ever say with 100% certainty of anything. So basically, she basically just started explaining things in very simple terms. She's like, as an analyst, I use my knowledge to determine like what the information that I've read from this technology is. She basically said, look, I can take a conclusion from this. If the software tells me that there is a like 6 pentillion, what was it they said, septillion likelihood of something being the case, she basically said, look, as a professional, I can take the likelihood statistic that the StarMix software has generated and give you a conclusion. Blair basically kept kind of just like going at these convoluted questions. She even at one point asked a question, I didn't get a chance to write it down, and then the judge was like, wait, can you repeat that? And she was like, I can't even remember what I said. Like that's the level the discourse had gotten to at that point. She was saying stuff, she was sort of like, when you get the StarMix and like you don't know if the DNA is connected to the person, like how do you know how the mixture was like reached? It was something, you know what I mean? And then the judge is kind of like, wait, what? And she's like, She was like, I can't remember what I said. Like, let me just come up with a new one. She was freestyling, filibustering, it seemed like. So anyway, I'm going to wrap it up soon. I can't believe I've got this many notes. Don't tell me I got this many more pages. That's insane. They basically said, is it possible if someone picks something up? She kept saying, I've written it over and over again, but could you pick something up and move it? And it's like, yeah, you could, but that doesn't explain the glowing floor. Anyway, from there, she said, some samples didn't have enough material to get a DNA sample. And again, this seemed like it was almost like a gotcha, but then when you forget all the other evidence that's been proven, they were like, that third row of the Tesla that had a big glowing stain on it, that one was inconclusive, right? And she was like, yeah, that third row of the Tesla where it looked like the side panel and they'd sprayed it with Blue Star and it glowed up a bunch. For a minute, it looked like, oh, Celeste had been stabbed and then forced into the corner of the back of the Tesla. They basically said, yeah, we didn't find enough DNA on that section of the car. We didn't find enough. We couldn't do anything with that. And it was kind of like, you ain't really got him. It ain't a got him kind of moment. They basically said, look, there were other places, other stains that they had insufficient cells to run the test. It wasn't a case of it was proven not to be Celeste DNA. It just said in whatever they collected in those areas, there was not sufficient cells to determine who it was. That was it. All right. Still showed up blue on the, still glowed up on the Blue Star. Still was possible blood, but when it actually came to taking that and putting it in the machine and finding out whose DNA it was, they were just like, look, that third row couldn't do it. The back trunk under the liner confirmed Celeste blood. So what more do you want? Just because it's not in the third row, that doesn't disprove anything. So when Beth got up, she kind of like really just tried to shut this down. She was like, look, what's the difference between possible and probable, right? You could say like, probable is like, you look at the septillion likelihood and you say, yeah, it's pretty probable, it's likely, right? Possible is like, anything's possible, right? Anything's possible, could be anyone. Anyone could have picked up Celeste DNA and planted it in David's trunk to annoy him and to set him up. Yeah, it's possible, but what's probable is that she was murdered and stuffed into the car in the garage. She was dismembered in the garage. We don't know where she was murdered yet. But anyway, I'm running on fumes now. This is hard. Is that what I thought it was? No, it's not. I thought I had more drink. I don't have any drink. I've got like one little dribble. This is the amount of Mountain Dew that I've got left. I've got to finish the video on this. This is what it must feel like to be a car on E. You know, when you're on E and it's like, fill up. And you're like, let me get a few more miles out of this bitch. Anyway, so from there, they kind of talked about, they talked about David was excluded. So all of the possible blood that was confirmed to be Celeste DNA in the trunk under the liner, they said that they could definitely exclude David. It wasn't David's DNA. It wasn't, David hadn't made a big old mess in the trunk with some other bodily fluids. It was confirmed that was Celeste DNA. So they went on to kind of talk about the steps of collecting DNA, the same stuff that she said basically at the start. She reminded everybody of the certifications in the lab, how serious they take things in the lab. They said some items aren't able to be analyzed. There's not enough material to analyze them. It is what it is. Sometimes it glows up blue, but you can't analyze it. There's just not enough. It happens, okay? So from there, apparently there were different data thresholds that were produced by different pieces of equipment at the lab. So it's like, different items, different pieces of DNA and evidence have different levels of thresholds, different likelihoods that it is a specific person's DNA. It's not testing, it's 100% sure it's blood. It's testing, is this DNA, could be from anything, relation to Celeste, and it glowed up blue, which means it's likely blood. That's what we're dealing with. These two things at the same time, and basically they were saying, look, these results, they come up as a certain level of reliability and probability. It doesn't matter who puts the DNA in the machine. The DNA, they put the stuff into StarMix, they look at the data, and they basically say, we can determine the likelihood that this is likely, okay? They can use the gender marker to identify people. One of them was confirmed to be David when it came to the outside of that trash bag. I feel like I'm talking in circles now, like Blair Burke for a little bit, but I was making note of the circles that she was taking the court into. So basically it said one thing that they did point out, they said, DNA can come from things other than blood, but they look at all sources of DNA, but they only look at human DNA, not animal. So, there's no way that it's like, oh, he drove into a deer and put it in his trunk and that's what it was all from. No, this is confirmed Celeste DNA. Like, this is from this case where Celeste was ultimately found. So they basically said, look, sometimes if sweat is mixed in with blood, they were kind of trying to go on this sweat narrative, like, what if it was sweat? What if she just put in a massive session in the gym? And they basically said, look, if sweat is mixed with blood, the blood basically overwhelms the sweat. So when that stuff's glowing up blue, that's likely likely possible blood. The presumptive chemical tests are for blood. Those sprayed tests where it glows up blue, that's for blood. That's not a sweat test. That's not a snot test. That's not a rubbed my hands all over the floor, rolled around on the floor shirtless for a bit test. It's a blood test. When it glows up, it's blood, and then they check it's that person's DNA. So those two things together are pretty tough to beat. But again, it's kind of like you're clutching at straws, just saying like, well, you can't prove that it's blood. It could be sweat. But also, when they sprayed it, it lit up and it was likely blood. And then we checked the DNA, then it was specifically the person we thought was murdered's DNA. Those two things together, like, you're just talking nonsense if you're really going to try and beat those. So, like they said, they repeated the fact that that third row, it was insufficient. There wasn't enough DNA to go on. They kept talking about the trash bag. They said, basically, they just talked in circles, and the last thing that they just said was, well, David was excluded from the two attempts to find evidence. So like the third row, and there was another piece of stain evidence that was collected. I can't remember where it was from. Everything was going so fast. But they basically said, well, David was excluded from 2 of those tests, right? It wasn't his DNA on 2 of those tests. And it was kind of like, yeah. And then she rested her case there. Beth rested her case. And then basically there was 6 minutes left. They brought the medical examiner up, but because they had been filibustered by the defense team, the medical examiner basically damn near got up there for 6 minutes, told him his name, and then pretty much it wrapped up for the day. So look, today was massively drama filled. We had all of these issues where, you know, people were getting kicked out of court, people were getting in trouble. They were saying that they might not be letting YouTubers in and stuff. So they have extended the preliminary hearing tomorrow. They're hoping to wrap it up tomorrow. If they don't wrap it up tomorrow, it'll be continuing until Monday. Let's see, let's try and get in tomorrow. I'm hoping it'll be better vibes now that everything got dealt with. A few people got made examples of after the whole debacle about live reporting from Google Docs in the courtroom. I had my notepad ready. All right, we're not doing no laptops. We're going full no technology, man. So I'm just glad to be in the courtroom. I'm really grateful that I managed to win the lottery today. Literally won the lottery, gang. I haven't even got, they take away my pass, so I haven't even got my pass to flex. But that was kind of a really cool feeling, honestly, because I was thinking, man, it's not going to be my day because of kind of the fuckeries that other people have done. And then I won the lottery, so it was great. Unfortunately, Steve won the lottery, but he wasn't lucky when Beth got involved. So shout out to Beth. I got nothing but good things to say about Beth, man. I'm scared of Beth. She running a tight ship over there, right? And look, I've said a few little snarky things about Blair, but at the end of the day, look, everyone deserves a defense, even David, because if he doesn't get a proper defense, then you can't really say that he had a fair trial and justice was done and the possibility of actually putting him away and keeping things safe. So everyone deserves their defense. You know, and they're doing the best with what they can. To be honest with you, it's low-key impressive. Like, you guys have got the worst situation to deal with, and they're trying, they're swinging, they're taking attempts to iron it out, and that in its own is interesting to see. But anyway, I'm gonna leave it there. I'm about to lose my voice. I need to go chill out for a bit, maybe have some food, and then I'm gonna quickly try and do an update on this whole YG situation, because I'm hearing all sorts of stuff going on with this YG situation, and it sounds like Flacco might have predicted the whole thing. So anyway, I'm gonna wrap up there. Thanks so much to everybody that supported today. I'm just super tired. It was a long day. I'll catch you next time, hopefully tomorrow. We'll see what happens. Peace. Okay, folks, so I've just come out of the David hearing. This is day 4 now. It was originally 3 days. They've now extended it to 4. And I thought I'd seen the worst of it, but this was by far the worst thing that I've seen in this entire hearing. The evidence that we saw from the medical examiner, they showed the full autopsy. They showed the full photographs of the autopsy table. It pains me to have to say this, but I'll just tell you straight exactly what it was. And it's a trigger warning in case you don't want to hear anything graphic, but they put together the body back together again in one piece. They took the severed torso and head, the limbs, the legs that had been cut into 4 pieces, the arms that had both been cut off, and rearranged them on the autopsy table. Now, what was really, really sad about that is it just showed you it really gave you an appreciation of just what an awful state Celeste had been left in by the person that did this to her. Now, I think that what was really, really heartbreaking was when you're seeing these horrible images a few days ago of liquefied remains in a bag, you're seeing, severed limbs piled up in a trash bag. It's very, very horrible. It was horrific and just traumatic to even see. But it felt she'd been dehumanized. She'd been cut into pieces. She was no longer a full, whole person. But when everything was put back together on that autopsy table and we could see her as one being, as a person, not as a bag of I'm not even going to say it, but not as a bag of matter, but as an actual person with arms and legs and a head laid out on a table, it really, really became real. I was honestly shocked. It really, really, this is the first time in the trial I've felt genuinely angry. I was actually felt angry and furious, and I looked over to David when that was being shown, and I just felt pure anger. I felt raged. I actually felt enraged. I was so disgusted. It was the most disgusted I've been in this whole set of hearings so far. It was awful. It was the worst thing I've ever seen in my life, honestly. And I said that a few days ago when I saw the contents of those bags, but this was worse, and it felt even more personal and just despicable. So what we then heard was kind of a back and forth with the medical examiner, and I would say that David's team were using some absolutely desperate tactics. They're trying to kind of go down this line of questioning. They're like, oh, maybe Celeste stabbed herself. Absolute nonsense. David's defense are absolutely flailing, and David even looked pissed off at his defense because they were doing such a horrible job, to be honest with you. They're probably doing the best with what they've got, but when you see that stuff on screen, the last few straws that they're clutching, minuscule, okay, very, very tiny straws that they're clutching on that really don't have much juice in them at all, if that metaphor makes any sense. But anyway, I'll kind of break down everything to you. At the start, David came in with good energy. I'll tell you what, that didn't last very long. He kind of had, you know, a little bit more energy than he kind of had at points yesterday when I was in there, and I could kind of see that how it was going down for him. There was definitely some ups and downs over the last few days, but the medical examiner who had taken the stand yesterday, they only got up there for about 5 minutes, and as I described in the video that I did yesterday, I felt like Blair Burke, David's defense, were kind of filibustering, to be honest. A few people gave me their opinions before going inside. A lot of people felt that maybe Beth Silverman was sort of filibustering and delaying a little bit. The main head district attorney was kind of nearby and watching, and some people thought, oh no, maybe she was kind of showing off and, you know, trying to run circles around the defense to show off to the main DA. I thought it was Blair Burke that was really filibustering and really just trying to push back the full medical examiner testimony into today, which is what ended up happening. But anyway, I've got much more to drink today, and rather than yesterday's video, so I will be able to talk much more clearly and with a lot more energy. So basically, I'll run you through kind of everything that was said. And basically, they kind of went back and forth with the medical examiner. It started off with Beth. I'll tell you what, I'm gonna hand the camera off to my trusty helper right here. You got that? Yeah, all good. Cool. So basically, from here, we kind of heard this testimony about he basically said a lot of things that there were a lot of things that he could say and a lot of things that the medical examiner couldn't say. Basically said, look, I can't estimate exactly how long she's been dead. The environmental factors make it very, very hard. He described scavengers, weather condition, insect activity. All of this stuff made it damn near impossible to determine exactly when she passed away. But what he did say, it was clear that this person had been dead at least weeks. They said, can't you say months? He said, well, look, I say weeks because 8 weeks could be 2 months, but if I say a month, that means it has to be 4 weeks. He said it's multiple weeks at least. That's the best that I can do. And as I told you guys yesterday, a lot of this comes down to, you know, accuracy. They can't say anything with 1,000,000%, not even a million, with 100% certainty. They can't really confirm anything. They can just give you a really high probability of, you know, what they believe happened based on their expert research and the evidence, but nothing is 100%. But he said, look, it said it was clear that the person had been dead at least weeks. Now, there was kind of this sort of back and forth about whether the autopsy was kind of done to a high standard, and there was an assistant that assisted with the autopsy, and they tried to kind of attack that a bit, but it didn't really go anywhere. But basically, the main person that did the autopsy, I won't say their name, but the medical examiner who dealt with this, they had a trainee medical examiner that was kind of supporting them. They conducted the autopsy together. They kind of explained a lot of things out loud during that autopsy as it was conducted, and then notes were taken, and that was kind of submitted in a overall report. And we basically saw diagrams and images and essentially kind of like a lot of backstory about, you know, what was really going on in that medical examiner's autopsy table and while this was all going on. So from here, we kind of saw a breakdown of exactly, you know, the state that the body was found in, the kind of insights that they were able to gather from taking a look at the body under these, you know, lab circumstances, essentially. Obviously, they explained that, you know, the body was severely decomposed. It was just an awful state that the body was found in. The medical examiner basically explained later on that, you know, they've done thousands and hundreds of autopsies like this, but to actually see somebody in this state that was this severely decomposed and dismembered, that was very rare. And he couldn't say the exact amount of times that he's dealt with situations like this, but he kind of, it sounded like, you know, it was definitely under 50. He said 25 perhaps. Was it 10? He said he couldn't say for sure, but it sounded like this was such a serious, awful state that the body was found in, that there was very little reference points that he actually had as far as not many cases or bodies that he's found in this condition in his previous career experience. And everybody in the courtroom was just kind of impacted just by the horrific state that Celeste's body was kind of found in. It was just awful to even see that the medical examiners were having to deal with this situation that had been created by whoever was responsible, which we're trying to get to the bottom of through this hearing and eventually probably a trial. But anyway, there were references and images of some of the evidence that we had seen previously. We saw more photographs of the severed edges of the dismembered limbs, which had the blue plastic material, and we heard pretty damning testimony yesterday about how this blue plastic material had allegedly came from this blue plastic kiddie pool that was apparently used as like a basin to pretty much, you know, pull the blood and at least a sloppy attempt to kind of gather evidence when this alleged dismemberment happened in what looked to be David's garage. So we saw those plastic fragments again, and we'd seen yesterday that those plastic fragments that were found in the wounds and the plastic fragments that were actually, the entire kiddie pool that was found in David's garage were a perfect match. It was like two puzzle pieces coming together perfectly. The blue plastic from the wounds and the plastic kiddie pool that had chunks of it missing, and that was just incredibly damning. And again, we just saw more awful pictures of the wounds with the blue plastic in them, embedded in them before they had actually been taken out, which was just awful to see. I don't think anything could have prepared me for what I saw in that courtroom today. The images that they showed that were part of the autopsy were just horrific, the worst stuff I've ever seen. And you know, I've covered a lot of cases, a lot of crimes, a lot of murders, but I've never seen anything like this, and it was absolutely awful. It felt like there were gasps in the courtroom. I felt like David's reaction was kind of quite shocking, but I'll get to that in a minute. But from there, the medical examiner kind of explained that there was kind of like, you know, different tools that were used. You know, they believed that tools were basically used to cut through these limbs. And it was really interesting because the medical examiner was basically asked, well, how do you cut up a cadaver when you were dealing with an autopsy? And they basically explained that they kind of use different kinds of tools to cut the body. They said through soft tissue, we cut through using a scalpel. We would use a circular bone saw if we need to cut through bones. And this was really bizarre. They said that, you know, when they need to cut through something like ribs, they use something, they sort of said it's something akin to like a hedge cutter, which I just thought was kind of like very bizarre. And just a weird way to refer to it, but this is how matter of fact it is, that if those are the tools that they're using, those are the tools that they're using. Just more kind of these just shocking details and nuances that just made you think, wow, that's really what they're used to using. And it kind of sounded like the medical examiner was inferring that, you know, he's got experience cutting through bones and the sorts of equipment and tools and machinery that are needed to actually sever through a bone. And he was given that expert opinion. He said power tools are the only thing powerful enough to cut through bone. There's no way that you could have done that with a knife, or, you know, they didn't put any other kind of theories forward, but they basically said it had to be power tools. We can't say what. They didn't say it's a chainsaw. We didn't say it was definitely this product or that product, but pretty much just said outright, has to be power tools to cut through the bone. That's the only thing that you can do. And this is somebody that cuts through bones for a living as part of autopsies. So it was, you know, he was extremely professional. He was clearly an expert, and he really knew his stuff. So it was very interesting. So we've kind of gone through some of that. We haven't really gone through any of that evidence yesterday, but things kicked off very quickly because the medical examiner had already taken the stand and been sworn in right at the end of yesterday. So it pretty much just went straight into his testimony, and you know, he kind of continued on from there. Now, there were a few interesting little pauses. There were kind of a few interesting little pauses because it seemed like Beth Silverman, the deputy DA, had actually kind of misplaced her phone at a certain point. And what was kind of strange was that she was very calm and cool and collected about it. She was kind of kicking ass yesterday. 2 people got kicked out of court. I heard that actually maybe a 3rd person got kicked out of court that I didn't even see. So we kind of saw that play out. We saw Beth kind of being, you know, a lot nicer today, even though she'd apparently misplaced her phone, or the phone, I suppose you'd be concerned that someone had taken the phone. But basically, she kind of, she joked before they kind of proceeded, like, oh, can somebody use their investigative skills to, you know, find out where my phone is. So she wasn't taking that too seriously, and she did turn around and actually speak to Celeste's family lawyer and ask how the family were doing very respectfully, which was kind of definitely different to what we had heard previously, where she was kind of admonishing him for, you know, sticking up for Steve Fisher when he was getting thrown out the day before. She said, "I'll pull your badge," but she was kind of being cooler with him today, which was interesting. Now, I'm not going to read that. That's not important. But anyway, there was kind of some AV issues with the screen. Beth kind of joked as well, oh, you know, you don't see this kind of thing in the movies, when they were basically talking about the AV system not working, saying you don't see that in these kind of big legal dramas that you see on TV and on Netflix and stuff like that. But this is kind of the moment where we ended up seeing, you know, some of the images. And initially we saw the autopsy report. That's kind of what we've seen online. It's kind of, you know, the drawing, the outline drawing of the body with marks where alleged stab wounds were made. Well, we know that they're stab wounds now. Where the bodies were, where the legs were severed in 2 places with lines showing that, where the hands, the arms were severed, as well as 2 fingers from one of the hands which was severed. But from there, he said, look, he can't determine if the cuts were made post or ante-mortem. And again, it's kind of, there were a lot of semantics, but it was basically kind of like, look, he wasn't going to speculate on what weapon, well, not necessarily weapon, but tool was used to dismember the body. They said, you know, Beth basically asked, could this be consistent with the use of a power saw? He said, look, we can't determine exactly what was used. We can't make a guess. This isn't what we do. We're just basically explaining what we do know and what we can work out. And we don't know whether exactly when these cuts were made. The cut surfaces were observed to be flat and clean, so clearly a very powerful tool was used to cut them. They weren't pulled apart, they weren't broken apart or anything like that. And they basically said, they asked, well, could this potentially be a chainsaw? And they basically admitted it could potentially be a chainsaw. The 4th and 5th digits of the left hand were amputated, which we kind of already knew. There was kind of similar cut surfaces to all of the limbs, so, you know, it sounded like it was probably, you know, the same tool that was used to kind of cut the body up. And they were actually uneven. They kind of observed that it definitely wasn't possible that it was a straight cut through both legs. One leg's cut was higher than the other. The arm cuts weren't perfectly even, and then even the second cut to cut the severed legs into 2, they weren't even too, so it did seem like this was one at a time that these cuts had been made. Now, they once again observed the tattoo, the shush tattoo on the right second finger, so her index finger, which was sort of on the inside or sort of outside of her finger, which would be closer to her body, which is what they said, so it would have been the outside, the shush tattoo right there. So David stared at the screen while the fingers were being shown, and he'd been shown this before, but I did kind of feel like he was really staring at the screen. He was definitely getting a good look. We saw him kind of fidget and look away a little bit yesterday, but at this point, he was quite dialed in, locked in, looking at the screen. But what was very interesting was when just the most horrific image was shown. It is the worst. This is the worst thing I've ever seen. They showed a full photo of the whole front of the body on the autopsy table as it had been arranged with all of the limbs put together. And I noticed David visibly recoiled when this was shown. I think nearly everyone in the court was shocked. Or I would think a lot of people in that courtroom, that was the worst thing they'd ever seen too. The body was very decayed, it was very darkened, bruised, but it was all put together. You could see, obviously, the shape of a human. It really personified Celeste. And rest in peace to Celeste, because at the end of the day, this is all about her. This is all about the fight for justice for her. And a lot of people have forgotten and overlooked the fact that this is a real person. People talk about girl in the trunk, body in the trunk. She wasn't a body in the trunk. She wasn't a bag full of stuff. She was a real life person, Celeste Rivas Hernandez, and rest in peace to her. And she deserves justice. She did not deserve what happened to her. And thankfully, they are fighting to get to the bottom of that. But to see that and to see her, you know, what little dignity could be returned to her by being put back together, it was shocking and awful. But there was also, I felt like, a little something positive to it, where it was like, you know, at the end of the day, she wasn't just left in that bag forever. She wasn't left in that state forever. At the very least, she was put back together. She was made whole again, and it was just horrible to see, but it kind of really made you realize she's a real person. That's a real person. It's not a bag of stuff. And I thought that was really, really powerful. And I noticed David recoiled, and I wonder whether that really was a moment where he realized what he did, allegedly. Because allegedly, if he's the alleged person that did this, he would have been the last person to see her as a whole person. I wonder whether he'd ever seen her all put back together again since, whether he checked and looked at what he had in those bags and in those trunks, allegedly. And I wonder, and that really felt almost like, you know, Celeste's back together again, you know, back to fight for accountability. I don't know if that makes sense, but it was like seeing her assembled in this way, it made her a real person again, and it showed she's still, even though she's not alive, even though all the horrible stuff that he did to her, he couldn't eviscerate her spirit. Her spirit was in the courtroom, and the fact that she was shown in that state was, this is a real person, and you're going to be held to account for what you did for this real person. Nothing you can do ever, no chainsaws, no decay, no burying, no getting rid of evidence, nothing will ever get rid of the fact that this was a real person, and the justice for that real person is coming. I just want to make that really, really clear, because at the end of the day, this is all about Celeste and her justice. It's not about David and what he's doing in the courtroom. Who cares about what he's doing? This was the first time I really felt angry in the courtroom. When we saw that picture, I just felt angry, I felt furious. I looked at David, I just sort of felt, man, like I'm furious at this guy. So I would say he recoiled. He actually did then look away. He'd been looking at the screen. He'd been dialed in, looking at the screen, very focused up until this point. And when that image was shown, he looked away. I noticed he looked away. He recoiled, looked away. And, you know, this was just the worst thing we'd seen in this trial so far. From here, he kind of rocked his head left to right, as we'd sort of seen him do yesterday. I would say he was rattled. This is the most rattled I'd seen him. He looked shocked. He looked maybe a little bit disgusted and ashamed at what he had done. So he kind of like looked back at his lawyer, and then kind of like sat forward, sort of had his hands in front of his mouth, sort of as he had been sat before. But this was just a horrific picture that we were shown, and it really kind of just was just so upsetting, and in just on every metric, it was just horrible. I hope that none of you ever have the displeasure of seeing this image, because it was awful. And thankfully, Celeste's family, her parents, were not in the courtroom at this time. They were not there, and we basically, you know, I believe they are around, and I think we will be seeing them later in court, but thankfully they weren't around for this part of the testimony from the medical examiner. And, you know, that kind of, I can't imagine what they would have gone through seeing that. I hope that they've never seen that. I hope they've never seen that in Discovery. It was the worst. Oh, it was awful. So I'm going to move on. You get the idea, okay? You know, it was a full picture of her whole body laid out. The only thing that was missing was they kind of put a sensor mark over her crotch for kind of dignity reasons, which I think is respectable. Now, because I felt like David was looking so rattled, once again, same tactic we saw yesterday, this time it was Blair Burt. She kind of shuffled her chair backwards to sort of conceal David, because I think you could see he was agitated, you can see he was rattled, and now it was Blair Burke making the effort to basically human shield him from the people behind in court looking at him, because everyone was looking at him. It was like we saw that horrific picture, and then it was like all eyes on him. And Blair's kind of shuffles her chair back away from the table to try and cover him up, which again I just thought was, it is what it is at this point. But basically, we could see her face, unfortunately it was very decomposed. You could kind of see the teeth exposed. It was clarified that she didn't necessarily have a full set of braces, but she had like an inner mouth wire, which would be indicative of, I believe they described it as like a permanent retainer. But anyway, that was kind of a point of contention yesterday. People saying she didn't have braces. There's people on Reddit saying, look at these pictures, she doesn't have braces. Cool. She had an inner retainer, and that's what was found in her mouth. So there was, this stuff is just so horrible to even say. Her head was extremely decomposed. There was partial skeletonization of the head, especially around the left eye, which obviously the left eye was absent. We'd heard that before, but to kind of see it in that context was horrible. The ribs and upper body were very kind of dark and discolored. There were a lot of skin defects all over the body. This was just hard to look at, because they're describing things and you're looking at them, but it was an image you really didn't want to look at for too long at all. They explained that some areas of the body were wet during the autopsy. There was still insect activity that had been observed, a small larva still attached, and there was a strong odor, decomposition smell that was described by the medical examiner while the autopsy was performed. And he even said that actually it was reported that while the autopsy was going on, they could actually smell the decay down the hall. So this was all just really, really upsetting. They kind of described these like soft tissue defects. They were looking for internal trauma. They located 2 internal traumas, what looked like stab wounds, defect in the right abdomen, and basically they showed the diagram of exactly where these stab wounds had kind of taken place. Now, basically, after that, they showed kind of photos of the torso after it had been taken out of the Tesla. So we saw it on the autopsy table. We then saw it kind of separately as it was in the tow yard previously. And they basically did that as confirmation. Was this the same body that you received? Yes, they confirmed it was the same body. So ain't no chance you're going to say, oh, there's something different, someone different. So they detailed these 2 wounds, likely a sharp force injury. They said, well, decomposition can cause the liver to shrink, so the wound track and depth can change. It could have been an even deeper wound than they observed, but this was consistent with the victim being stabbed in the stomach. and basically they kind of did an internal examination of the body, a full-blown autopsy with the organs removed, and this was just horrific. I'd never seen anything like this. It wasn't as personal as the previous one where it kind of showed all of her, but it was a photo of her body open, I guess rib cage open. They do an incision in the chest. If you ever seen an autopsy, people with the scars across their autopsy, their chest after an autopsy, we saw completely inside her, and they kind of explained, you know, labelings of where the wounds were, what was inside. They showed a picture of the liver that had been removed. They showed that it had like a wound tract. They showed another extreme close-up of kind of outside of the ribs, and explained just kind of more detail about the trauma, the skin defect. They said there wasn't necessarily trauma to the bone of the ribs, and they basically said, look, we can't necessarily tell if these stab wounds were post-mortem injuries, but basically he did say, you know, theoretically there were kind of defects to the ribs that traditionally could be caused by knife wounds or gunshot wounds. He wasn't saying it was a gunshot wound, but he was just saying these are the examples of the things that could cause this kind of trauma to the ribs, and basically explained that there was some sort of damage to the actual bone of the ribs, but they couldn't determine the exact detail of it. And we saw kind of a few different close-ups of the ribs that explained kind of the different pathway, and they explained that one of the stab wounds kind of reached to her chest cavity, and it could have caused issues with breathing, and they basically made it very clear there were no other bones that were disrupted. There was one wound that was 2 inches in depth. It was moved from kind of the left to the right of the body, so in sort of through the side, and they basically showed, I already told you about the blue plastic fragments that were shown in the wounds, but they basically explained we had loads of samples and examples of the blue plastic fragments, explained how they were then retrieved and then sent over for further analysis. As we heard the analysis, that's how they ended up getting there. So from here, there was a very interesting moment where Beth Silverman asked a question that was sort of objected to as a leading question, but it was allowed in the end. She basically said outright, she said, okay, well, let me just ask you a hypothetical. If the decedent was murdered in an attempt, if the decedent was murdered in an attempt to dispose of the body, could the killer use a blue inflatable pool and a chainsaw to try and dismember the body, and would this have led to the blue plastic fragments? And it was kind of, they sort of object to it. The judge was like, no, I'll allow it. Like, you can ask that. Like, that's what this is all about. And the medical examiner basically said, possibly. He can't say yes, he can't say 100% yes to anything. All he could say was possibly, and he hit him with the possibly, and it seemed like that was good enough. So this was really damning. They basically said, are these wounds that you could die from? He said yes. Both of these wounds were life-threatening injuries. The chest wound would be likely to restrict breathing and cause bleeding into the lungs. The other wound that damaged the liver would have likely also been life-threatening. Beth asked very clearly, if you didn't get medical attention after receiving these wounds, would you die? And they said yes. It would likely take minutes to bleed out to die. They said, how many minutes? They said, I can't estimate, but I would only estimate in minutes. I would not go more than an hour. It's not something you measure in hours, it's minutes. Could be 2 minutes, could be 59 minutes, but they basically said in a matter of minutes from these wounds, you will die. They were life-threatening wounds if you don't get medical attention. And I think that is what's going to go to this, alleged suggestion that he kind of didn't act and watched her bleed out and die, which I think we will be hearing evidence for that later, likely from a detective. So they just made it very clear. They said if you don't get medical attention for these types of wounds, you will likely die. They said that one thing that was a little bit disappointing, they basically said, look, we couldn't prove or collect any blood from the body because the body was in such a state that there was no blood available. There was either parts of the body that had liquefied or I guess parts of the body that had gone hard. So there was no blood necessarily to speak of. All DNA, but not necessarily blood per se because the body had been left in such a state. So they basically said that they confirmed the manner of death was a homicide. This is a type of death, a death by the hands of another, allegedly David Burke. They said the cause of the death was multiple penetrating injuries, and they already shut down the defense's attempts to argue that it was an overdose. They said toxicology screened for substances, they checked the liver, and they basically said there was a small positive, there was negative for benzodiazepine, inconclusive result for methamphetamine, and they ruled out the overdose defense. They said, based on these, you could not explain this death due to drugs. And they were like, yeah, no, ruled out overdose. Overdose is not possible. It was multiple penetrating injuries. So they left it there, And then David's defense lawyers came up, and it wasn't Blair Burke, it was that second lawyer who, I'm not going to lie, in my opinion, she's been absolute trash. She's been rubbish. And it's been really the times when Blair Burke doesn't really have like a good angle or a slam dunk, when it's really damning evidence, that she sends this kind of second in command to just go out there and get cooked and grasp for straws. And honestly, it was an absolutely abysmal show by that second lawyer. It seems like she sends her out to just get cooked whenever she doesn't want to take the brunt. She was there trying to be human shield to David so no one could look at him, and she sent this other lawyer up there who basically just tried to find any excuse and to put forward some of the most ridiculous and arguably just laughable potential angles for why she could have ended up dying. And it was just ridiculous. So they asked the medical examiner, well, how many autopsies have you actually conducted? He said 2,500. I don't even know how he finds the time to do that. That's insane. He's conducted 2,500. They said, well, how many are decomposed like this? They said, well, that's probably in the low hundreds. They said, how many are dismemberments? He said, well, those are few and far in between. That's not common. I said, can you estimate? They said, less than 15? He said, maybe. Less than 25? He said, potentially. He said, less than 10? He said, I don't know. I don't know either, but it sounded to me like there definitely was, he was like, could have been 10 or more. So he basically explained, look, I worked with another medical examiner. I had a person in training who was like a trainee who was assisting me, but he led it. So it's like they're trying to go, oh, well, was this person you was with like unqualified, or like, did you not do it properly? It's like, no, he is followed all of the training. He's supervising the whole situation. He said, well, you can't determine if the dismemberment occurred at the same time or different times. That one leg could have been cut off, and then a few days passed by and another leg could have been cut off. He said, yeah, I can't confirm that. What use is that? No defense. They were looking for absolutely anything they could, and nothing was really surfacing. And they just kept asking him to just repeat random stuff, like, you know, do you think that it was done with power tools? And at a certain point, Beth's objecting, saying, look, he's answered all of this. Like, he's been said that he thought it could have been done with power tools. It had to have been done with, you know, power tools to cut through bone. That's the only way you can do it. And they kind of tried to attack him, saying, well, you use power tools to cut people up, but you don't dismember people. So there's no real training that you could have. You couldn't really give an expert opinion on dismemberment, because that's not really what you do. And it was kind of like, all right, so like, okay. And they said, well, you have experience, but you only usually cut through skulls and rib cages. And it was kind of like, yeah, he's not a dismembering murderer, but he does cut through bones, and he's done 2,500 autopsies. Like, what do you want from me? They tried to kind of call out his signature. They said, oh, why is the autopsy report signed, it's got another signature, who's that? And he was like, oh, I double signed it. He was like, I did a digital signature, printed it out, signed it again, just to make sure that I'd actually checked that the printout was correct. They're like, ah, okay. They basically said that the two fingers that were missing, this was really bad. They basically said, well, two fingers were missing, they were never examined, were they? And she said, those fingers were never, and she paused. I knew she nearly said those fingers were never found. And that would have been very wrong, because that would have been an admission that they're missing and that they were taken off, and that maybe their client, the defendant, might have had something to do with them never being found and concealing them. She said they've never been, and then she stopped. Long pause as she tried to think about what she was saying, and then she said, they don't exist. And then Beth objected and basically was like, you can't say they don't exist. They're not available. You can't say they don't exist. Or I think she said, oh, they don't exist anymore. No, she didn't say anymore. She said, you can't say they don't exist or they don't exist anymore. We don't know. They could be out there. They were a real thing that existed. What are you trying to say, that this girl never had these two fingers? It was nonsense. So then she had to correct herself and say, oh, those fingers are not available, right? And that was it. It was kind of like, so like what, these two fingers, she's gonna die of some kind of like finger disease suddenly, and it's not gonna be all of this horrible stab wounds to her. It was nonsense. They were looking for anything. They said, oh, well, you know, were you present when the body was removed from the car? I was like, no, that's not me, that's not my job, like that wasn't part of what I was doing. And they said, well, who handed over the scene report? Did you review the scene report for the person that was at the scene? And was like, yeah, I reviewed it. They said, could you work out whether the eye was removed or whether it was decomposition? He said, well, the head was severely decomposed. I don't know whether the eye was removed and the head continued decomposing around the missing eye, or whether the eye was so decomposed it liquefied and no longer ceased to exist due to the decomposition. Again, it was kind of like, what on earth defense are you trying to get from this? They said, did you have any conversations with the detective about any specifics of the case? He said he couldn't recall any specific conversation. He didn't get any real updates on the case. He was there to do the autopsy and give that report, and that's it. He's not in cahoots with the detectives. That was going absolutely nowhere. And they basically asked him, how certain can you be of results and your standard of facts. Is there a standard of facts for doing autopsies and what you do? And he said, well, there's not necessarily a strict American standard of facts like there were for the DNA testing, but he says this is something that's taught, it's gained through experience. He's done 2,500 autopsies. I think he knows what he's doing. And they basically said, you know, he's willing to say that she has been dead for weeks. There's a week within a month. There's 2 weeks, there's at least 2 weeks within a month, 4 weeks in a whole month. He would not say months, but he'd say it could be multiple weeks. It could be 8, 12, 25 weeks. He wouldn't say years and he wouldn't say days. So he basically said, I'm going to say weeks, not months, but it could be months if you accumulate the weeks. So multiple weeks, not days or hours. So he said that his entire autopsy examination was limited by the advanced state of decomposition of the body. And he pointed out that parts of the body were literally eaten by insects. He said that fluids would evaporate, no liquid blood remained in the body whatsoever, and the leftover body weighed a lot less than you would expect. It was 71 pounds at the time of the autopsy. And they tried to get him on that and said, oh, you can't remember the weight from memory, you have to check your notes. And it's kind of like, yep, so what? Like, he just checked his notes, it was fine. So they talked about, well, the autopsy took place on September 9th, but the report's dated December 9th. What's that all about? Why did it take 3 months? And he's like, well, we had to wait for the test to come back. We had toxicology. We had to defer the cause of death at the start. That's normal. We confirmed the penetrating injuries. We confirmed the toxicology proved that there was no overdose death. So then we basically confirmed it on December 9th. And it was just like, oh my God, they were reaching for anything. So Beth kept objecting, saying, you're just asking the same stuff over and over and over again. And that was it. They said, oh, you couldn't tell how much time had occurred between the 2 stab wounds, right? And you couldn't determine what order they occurred in. No, but they were both life-threatening, so it didn't matter, all right? And they basically said, well, it was likely that they were inflicted before death and they were life-threatening. And they said, well, you can't determine for sure. And this part actually really upset me. This pissed me off, because they started trying to say that Celeste might have stabbed herself. They said, well, if that's the case, you can't determine if she was holding an instrument when the wounds happened either, right? And he's like, yeah, I can't determine that. They said, you can't rule out that she might have caused the wounds to herself. And that's when they slapped back. They said, well, that's a consideration. But he said, but when people do stab themselves, we tend to see hesitation wounds around the actual wound, either an attempt where they've kind of gone to stab themselves and pulled back. It's a natural reflex. People don't just, it's not easy to just stab yourself, to harm yourself like that. It's not really easy. He said, we generally see hesitation wounds around the actual final site of the stabbing. None of that was observed. Honestly, I feel like that was like a despicable long shot from the defense. Like, let's try and say she stabbed herself. What a load of nonsense. And the medical examiner slapped it down straight away. From there, they said, well, you don't know the circumstances of the wounds. And he's like, yeah, I don't know the full circumstances. They said, oh, the size and the length, you couldn't tell if it was pointed, you couldn't tell if it was necessarily, you know, they didn't say, but, you know, I guess there's types of objects that you could plunge into somebody, or, it didn't even really make sense, but they were basically saying, oh, you can't tell if it was pointed. And he was like, well, look, we can't say at all what the object was that was used to kill her. All we know is that it entered her body and it caused life-threatening injuries and ended her life. Likely would have ended her life. And they said, you can't tell if the body was in motion or what direction it was facing, right? And it felt to me like what they were trying to do was insinuate that maybe she fell on the knife, which was absolutely ridiculous. And he was like, yeah, we don't account on if the body was moving forward, the speed of the body, or if the instrument is moving. We don't deal with that. And it was almost like, oh, we might got something here. It's like, what, you think she stabbed herself or she tripped up and fell on the knife? Sounded like nonsense, okay? It was embarrassing, to be honest. They were really flailing. And I would say David was starting to look irritated, to be honest, because it was just like, you guys didn't have no moves left. I'll tell you something interesting about what happened after it wrapped up with David. But basically they said, oh, no blood was seen around the wound, right? Because of the post-mortem changes, there was no blood. And they were like, yeah, but it was a life-threatening injury, so it doesn't matter if there was no blood. We know bodies tend to have blood in them. She had blood in her body at some point. Seems like, they didn't say this is me just interjecting, but it seems like a bunch of that blood ended up in David's garage. But anyway, they basically said, you can't determine if the wounds had hit a major vessel, and you can't tell due to the stage of decomposition, but they were life-threatening wounds. They basically showed a whole bunch of pictures again, and I thought this was shameless for the defense to even bring up the graphic pictures again, and basically said, oh, can you point out the liver? It seemed like it was just like, oh, a pop quiz, let's just see if he can trip up and point out the wrong thing. And while this was going on, David kind of puckered his lips. He looked like he was pissed off and that his lawyer was blowing it. He was kind of over there like, he was like that. I feel like he looked like he was pissed off, like his lawyers were blowing it, like, you're cooked, and we can see that you're cooked. Okay, so basically I felt like the whole courtroom was actually, I felt like I could feel sort of anger and a rage in the courtroom, where people were actually really upset that this was being shown off, this evidence, really upset with the actual state that allegedly David had left Celeste in, and really upset with the fact that the defense forced everyone to look at these pictures once again, just looking for some kind of, just looking for any inconsistency that they could try and build a defense off of. It was horrible. So they basically said that the photos, they don't demonstrate that the wound tracks of the liver. They basically said it's difficult to photograph a liver, and obviously the lungs were so decomposed they couldn't determine if they had been perforated, but regardless it was still a life-threatening injury whether or not it punctured the lungs. They basically said, you know, was there any evidence that she bled inside or outside the body? And they said, look, we can't do anything from the blood. There wasn't, we didn't have, when it came to the autopsy, blood was not a factor, all right? And again, that didn't prove anything. It didn't prove or disprove anything, but they kept trying to go at it. They said, oh, you know, there were abrasions on her right hand. And they said, well, there are multiple linear abrasions. They were superficial. We best describe them as scrapes, not wounds. It wasn't necessarily defense wounds, but it wasn't necessarily anything other than just scrapes. And I feel like that was, they were trying to go with the sort of self-harm angle and maybe try and go for the angle that she had tried to hurt herself. I would say that lawyer got completely lost. She was lost in a maze. She was rifling through her notes for ages. She looked panicked on the stand, to be honest. She looked absolutely panicked. She said, oh, you mentioned it could have been a possible gunshot. And he was like, no, that's not what I said. I said that these types of injuries, they can sometimes come from gunshots, but then he was like, there was no exit wound, so we would not be suggesting that this was a gunshot. We said that this was a, the way they described the actual, the death was basically caused by multiple penetrating injuries, not gunshot, no exit wound, anything like that. So like, bro, I was bringing up a gun, thinking, oh, well, we're going to try and say that she was shot instead of stabbed. It was like, she could have been shot before David turned up. Nonsense. He was like, no exit wound, no chance, no point even bringing that up. So as they went on, they said, well, there was no penetrating object found inside her chest, and they said, well, there's no way to prove that it's a gunshot. If there, maybe there'd be a bullet or an exit wound. They had none of that. There was nothing there. In the absence of an exit wound and a bullet inside the body, you cannot say that it's a gunshot. They brought up the pictures of the severed finger again. They asked about, they said, oh, in the background there's a trash bag, right? They said that trash bag was disposed of. Why didn't you keep that? And again, he was like, look, that's not my department. I don't make the decisions on why the trash bag that the limbs were in was disposed of, that they couldn't preserve it. It's not my problem, nothing to do with me. And they said, well, the fact that it was disposed of was on the same report as the one you filed and signed, right? And he was like, yeah, it's on the same report. You know, all these people are involved in this. He said, the criminalist didn't brief me before the autopsy about the bag. I've got nothing to do with the bag. I don't know which specific person brought the body in for an autopsy. It doesn't matter, it's not important. And they said, well, you know, you often collect items in biohazard bags, right? And he was like, look, that's the criminalist job. If the criminalist didn't want to keep hold of the bag that the limbs were found in, nothing to do with me. I've told you what my part is. I don't know what happened to the bags, and nothing to do with me. He said office policy is to keep record. So he didn't say this. The defense said, well, is it the office policy to keep record of destruction of any items at the crime scene? And basically they said, I think that was objected to, but then basically after that lawyer that was just absolutely drowning alive, she went over to Blair, whispered. The judge was like, look, we've only got 5 minutes left. Can you get this done? Like, can you ask more of your questions? Like, get this wrapped up in 5 minutes? And David's lawyer was kind of like, oh yeah, I think so, it depends. Does Beth have anything to say? And Beth was like, I got no further questions. She seemed a little bit smug, like she knew that they were cooked, like she knew that they were getting deep fried, and she was like, bro, hang on. She was like, nothing else. She was like, I ain't gonna ask nothing. Like, they cooked themselves. I don't even need to say anything else. So David's lawyer got back up once again, asked a couple more dumb questions, wasted 5 more minutes of people's time, said, oh, would there be any difference between external and internal bleeding? If she was stabbed, would the blood have been visible? Would the blood have not been visible if the person was wearing clothes? Basically suggesting, oh, if they were stabbed, the person that stabbed her might not have seen the blood. It would have been potentially contained within the clothes. And he said, look, I can't identify any of that. All I can do is identify these marks that are on the body at this stage. Basically, it's like, that's not what I can say. So that was the end of that. And I would say that, like, after that, let me grab this. After that, David's lawyers went back over to sit with David. And honestly, if you ask me, they were avoiding him. It's just my opinion. They went over, sat down, the two lawyers whispered to each other. They kind of gave David the cold shoulder. They kind of turned away from David, had a little whispering conference. They didn't even look at him as he was being led away by the jailers. David was scooped up, taken away. They didn't even look at him, and I thought he looked a little bit pissed off. I think it was a thing of just like, bro, we just got fried, and He probably wasn't happy. They probably weren't happy. They're doing the best with the evidence they got, but the evidence is overwhelming. So this was just honestly a complete shocker, okay? That's basically everything I've got to say about this for now. I'm going to go back in, and I'm hoping, everybody's saying that this should be wrapped up today. This will be the end of it. It's possible it could drag till Monday, but I think there's only one witness left, who is the secondary detective on the case, and I think he will be dropping the final tranche of damning evidence, and I think this could tie everything back together. I'm expecting to hear about the Uber records of her being brought from her home to his house in an Uber. Any records to do with anything that might have gone on in the house kind of before you know, the body was moved around, and potentially some other evidence. I think maybe we're going to hear some bombshells. This is kind of the big finale, and I think there's probably evidence that hasn't been leaked or circulated that's going to be coming up, and I think this is honestly going to be a pretty dramatic end. But I would say got absolutely deep fried. His lawyers were just looking a mess, if you ask me, and they're doing the best with what they got. They ain't got much to go on. So that's that for now. I'll see you guys in the next video. Appreciate you watching this one, and I'm out for now. Bye. Okay, we just had a very, very intense afternoon of testimony from the second detective that's leading the case against David, and this, every single time I come out here I say this is the worst stuff. This wasn't the most shocking or upsetting stuff, but it was just the most blatantly criminal stuff that I think I've seen so far. Now, I'm going to try and tell you everything I possibly can while I'm still here at the courthouse, but I don't think I've made this many notes since I even started attending these preliminary hearings. Not the trial, preliminary hearings. I know you guys like to get on me if I accidentally say it's the trial, but it's not the trial yet. But this was, basically, this was an extra day of preliminary hearings. It was only supposed to be 3 days. It ended up going long. This was now the 4th day, and really this was kind of the big grand finale, the big conclusion. We kind of heard from this detective. Basically, this is who had gone through his phone and found the illegal videos. Fortunately, we weren't shown the illegal videos, but he basically described 48 images or videos that were illegal. I don't even want to say the words, but the C word and the P word, you know what I'm talking about. Awful, disgusting stuff. Fortunately, they didn't show it in court, but what they did do is have printouts referring to each item. I believe that those items could be viewed by lawyers inside a secure building in either the courthouse or the LAPD building, whichever one. I don't ever want to go over there, but they've got a secure building where these sorts of images can be seen securely by only the people who really need to see them, and I wouldn't even want to be one of those people. That is awful that these people are even being subjected to this, and I was so glad they didn't play that stuff in court. But there was 48 images or videos that were referred to. Absolutely disgusting stuff. I'm gonna very sensitively describe to you maybe roughly some of what those were without going into too much detail, but they described them in great detail, and it was disgusting. This guy is disgusting, okay? It was gross, the stuff. It's exactly what you could imagine when it comes to this guy having a completely adult relationship with this minor, and she was 13 in all of these alleged images that were talked about. Now, that was horrible on its own, but then they showed a bunch of PG images of them two kissing on the lips, laying in bed together, kissing each other on the cheek. In the car, there was a picture, I think I mentioned it earlier in a short that I did, but basically there's a picture where she's kind of taking a picture of David. Imagine like I'm taking a picture of David like this, and then I'm holding up, like, you know when people like hold something up in front of the camera, it's like, imagine, I mean, look, I don't know, just like imagine that post there, that poll is David, all right? And she's holding up a Plan B next to him. If that's David, she's holding up a Plan B next to him, a literal Plan B emergency contraceptive next to him. Those are the sorts of pictures that were on his phone, on his device, okay? Absolutely gross, completely snitched on himself. Set aside the 48 indecent images of a minor, the fact that he's got these funny, goofy little pictures of like her taking a little picture of him with the Plan B, thinking that's cool. It was just mental, honestly. It was just mental that that was a thing. And then once we kind of got through all of those horrific images that thankfully we didn't have to watch, but they were all described, we then got to the text messages. We heard all of the text messages for pretty much throughout their entire relationship, from when it started to their breakup. All of the text messages, iMessages, their inner conversations, and basically, I'm not going to go too into detail. I could break down, I wrote down as much as I could, but they were doing it all the time. They talked about relations, having the S word all the time, day in, day out, all the time, talking about sometimes 10 times. There was one where it was like, oh, we did it 10 times. He said, I'm going to send you 10K. And she was like, is that because we did it 10 times? And he talking about, actually, it was 6. Absolutely despicable stuff. So I've got loads of notes. I'm going to kind of go over those for you now. I'm going to hand the camera over to my trusty helper right here. Thank you so much. And break it down. So I got Diet Coke this time, okay? I'm going to be hydrated. I'm going to be able to give you all of the updates. I'm just going to go in. I'm going to throw as much as I can at you. We got a good amount of battery life in the camera. So hopefully I can just get everything to you while I'm here at the courthouse, because I think that would be much better. Well, it's fresh on my mind, and while we're fresh out here, it looks like all the other media have gone home, so your boy's still here working the shift, man. But it is what it is. Okay, so this was the deputy detective on the case. I won't say his name. I don't feel like it's even helpful to give you guys specific names, but I know what the names are, and you could probably go and look them up if you needed to. It's not really relevant, but what is relevant is that this is the deputy detective on the case, the second detective in line. 28 years in the LAPD, 9 years in the robbery homicide division that works basically to catch serial killers, high-profile cases, arsonists where people die, multiple murder cases in single incidents. Basically is partners with the main guy that was leading the case that we'd already heard from once. Veteran of robbery homicide division in LAPD. This guy was serious, he was on point, he was very, very smart, and he spoke, you know, incredibly eloquently about all of this evidence and all the details that were coming out. It was very, very interesting. He said, he came out, I'm just going to tell you what he said, because this is crazy, and there's going to be a lot. This is the most I've written, all of this. What I might not do is read you all the text here, but I'll give you a brief idea of them, and maybe I'll go home and actually sit there and read all the text out for you verbatim. But basically, he said, I reviewed the contents of David's iPhone 15 found in his house during the house search. I examined the phone. Let's let the Hells Angels go by real quick before we continue with this testimony. I'm sure some of those might be attending the courthouse one of these days. But anyway, he said, I examined the phone, and the phone number belongs to the defendant, David Burke. So he said David was apparently living in the house alone. Okay, he basically said, we searched the house, we found the phone in the house. David was living in the house alone, but we did find luggage in the house that belonged to Robert Morgenroth. So he had luggage in the house. But anyway, on the phone, they found various artifacts that made them believe that they could confirm it was David's phone. Not only was it his actual phone that was registered to him and his number he was using, it had pictures of his passport, of his IDs. It even had a picture of a fake ID that he'd made for himself from North Carolina, saying that he was 21 years old. And do you remember we heard that there was apparently a bodyguard, security guard, that was taking David and Celeste around to nightclubs in LA with fake IDs? Well, there's the fake ID for you on the phone. And you're going to hear more about this bodyguard in a minute, because this most insane shit was said about the bodyguard. So the phone was full of selfies, credit card pictures of his own mother's credit card, a parking ticket for the Tesla. It was his phone. Okay, and there were photos on the phone of David with Celeste. Now, we've seen a lot of these pictures online of like David in the Tesla with like a woman's arm next to his head, or David kind of with a woman with her face covered. These are the things that went around publicly that he was bold or stupid enough to post online. But in his phone, there's just straight up selfies, him and Celeste. He's driving the Tesla that she was found in. She's taking a selfie. It's clearly her with the red dyed hair. Hella selfies of them two together, kicking it, laughing smart. Them two together, they were an item. Clearly they were together. Absolute, just self-snitching to the nth degree. It was insane. There was actually one really honestly disgusting picture where it was kind of like, when someone's always gonna have a bigger hand than the other. There was a picture of them two putting their hands together like that. Just a picture of their hands in the air. Her hand looked so tiny next to his hand. It was just disgusting. And clearly they had used that image amongst many of the images that were there to just prove she was a minor. Her hand was so small. It was tiny little kiddie handprint next to his big ass 18-year-old hand. I don't know how big his hands are, but her hands were tiny, and that picture really did a lot to just make you realize, like, this is gross. That really set the scene for everything else that came off that phone. But that was from his phone. There was pictures of both of their hand tattoos. There was more pictures of Celeste with the engagement ring that came off the finger that was severed, which we previously had from the autopsy. Disgusting. So he had clearly proposed to her, thought that they were getting married. She was wearing a literal engagement ring on her wedding ring finger, and she had the David tattoo on her finger that was cut off as well. So we saw images of the shush tattoos on her hand as close-ups, the engagement ring. There's an image of her engagement ring that's been going around on Reddit for quite some time. And we saw that, but we saw a more detailed and better picture of the engagement ring, them two holding hands. Absolutely cooked. All the stuff that was going around that people were like, well, we got to wait and see. No, that was all in his phone. That was all real. That was really what was going on. So there was that going on. All right. We saw pictures of them together in the Tesla. We saw her taking hella selfies with him. I already told you that. And it was actually quite sad because the mum and dad of Celeste were in the courtroom. They seemed quite upset by these images. And we barely even got started. And so as things went on, the Deputy DA, Beth Silverman, actually turned around and said to the family, I don't know if you should stay for this, because this stuff that we're about to get into is horrible, and you're not going to want to hear this. And they did actually leave before the text messages were read out. So that was kind of, that was just sad to see them get upset, and then for them to just get to the point where they say we can't even hear this stuff. It was just heartbreaking. There was pictures of them in bed kissing in the house. Right? That second house, that house that basically was the big house that they swabbed for blood, and the blue light, the blue star shone up like a Christmas tree when they found that the suspected blood in the garage. In the bedroom of that property, there's pictures of David and Celeste in bed kissing on the lips. We don't even need to see these illegal videos. That's what they were allowed to show us. And Blair Burke and the defense tried to keep objecting, and the judges they were like, oh, there's no grounds for there's no foundation for these pictures. And the judge is like, these pictures speak for themselves. We know who they are, the defendants are, who the phone is. We don't need to lay foundation. These are the defendants, the defendant and the victim kissing on the lips inside the property. All of the reactive spray just lit up blue. Like, what more do you need from this? So that was really interesting. And so at a certain point, they basically started describing all of the illegal videos, and they described 48 images. I'll describe some of them to you, and I'll kind of just give you a very crude broad overview of them without being too offensive. I really don't want to offend anyone with this, but I also don't want to say anything that will cause any problems, cause any offense. So, trigger warning, even though I'm going to kind of maybe use some metaphors to describe what was described in court, what you're about to hear is shocking. And all of this apparently was images, videos that were captured by David himself or by Celeste while she was 13 and he was 18. He was 17, he was a minor. He was 18, she was 13. They made that very, very clear over and over again, and they basically stopped every now and then to go, can we just remind everybody, how old was she? And she was 13 through all the messages. So, yeah, they described the pictures, they didn't show them. There was basically, apologies if this is not the right way to describe this, but it was full-blown relations, captured on video, mouth stuff going both ways, bare bodies of both parties, and fluids from the unidentified fluids, but it sounded like fluids from the male side of the relationship. They said that the background of a lot of these photos was consistent with David's property. I won't say the address, but they said the address. You know the property I'm talking about. Some photos didn't show her face, but it showed her dyed red hair that was established in the previous pictures, where she's taken selfies of both of them with the dyed red hair. Absolutely her hair. He had a picture of the two of them topless, embracing each other as his phone lock screen. The guy had illegal photos as his phone lock screen. Just not only despicable and disgusting, but also like Idiot of the Year award. The guy had a phone full of evidence. It was disgusting. So they basically went through the qualifications of an illegal video. I'm not even going to say the letters for what they call it. Starts with a C. There's a couple other letters in there. You know what I'm talking about. They basically defined what an illegal video is for those intents and purposes. They said, we're not going to show them, but we've got paper artifacts that refer to them. We're going to put them on paper. And both of the lawyers went and stood on either side of the detective and basically watched as she said, this is the new image. No one in the crowd could see any of those images. Thank God. Now, there was kind of like a little bit of back and forth. Blair was kind of objecting to the way that the notes were dated and said, oh, they've added on like extra little sticky tabs to say which date things happened. The judge wasn't really trying to hear it. And then Blair objected to the dates being on the photo, saying, how did you get these dates? The judge was like, look, we're going to allow it. If you want to challenge it and probe it your end, that's fine. But you can't just object to everything. The dates, how did you get the dates? It's pretty well established how they got the dates. It's from freaking iPhone. We can see when all the images and dates of these images were created. And so Blair basically was arguing, saying, oh, this is an extraction report, not images from a phone. These are extracted. The dates are extracted from the extraction report, and the images are separate from the phone. Judge wasn't trying to hear it. He was like, shut up, just run it. We need to know what's on these illegal videos. So they said the detective made it very clear. They retrieved the phone in the house search. They gave it to the LAPD department that extracts these type of illegal videos that start with the letter C, and they look at them in a secure facility, and they basically describe the videos as qualifying as illegal videos that start with the letter C that show a child engage in illegal acts. That's all I'm going to say. So apparently there are a lot of duplicates of these images. I mean, the fact that his wallpaper was an illegal picture, that was duplicated a lot on his phone. I don't know about you, but sometimes I accidentally take screenshots of my phone, and you capture your wallpaper. Luckily for me, the backdrop of my wallpaper is my beautiful cat, and I've got millions of duplicate screenshots of this in my phone, because that's my wallpaper, right? Sometimes you take a screenshot by accident. This freaking idiot had an illegal photo as his backdrop on his phone, so anytime he's taking a screenshot, he is duplicating an illegal image. What a moron. That was unbelievable. So there's that. So from there, we basically started to hear a list of these one by one. So I won't explain every single one of them, but I'll tell you some of the highlights. And I don't mean to downplay the seriousness of any of this by any means, but what this really was just a line-by-line explanation and inventory of these illegal videos, and they brought up 48 illegal videos or photos in total. There were videos of David performing illegal acts with his mouth in the bedroom of the property. There was pictures of an African-American male showing himself off inappropriately, that would have been transmitted in a context to her and in the context of a conversation which would not be legal. All right, I hope you can understand what I'm trying to say with that. There was a picture of him behind her in an illegal position. While this was going on, David's lawyers were scrambling. They asked for a pause. They were kind of like, they were doing that same thing where they were kind of shielding David, so I couldn't really see David, but he had a notebook and he was actually writing quite a lot of stuff during this period of time. But his lawyers were absolutely scrambling. They were in a shambles at this point. So obviously, Celeste's family had then left. It was kind of like sort of in a little moment where the lawyers were scrambling that the family of Celeste, the parents, ended up leaving the courtroom. It's kind of, they took that opportunity to get out of there. So there was a lot of talk of images that an African-American male had taken of themselves. Perhaps you couldn't see the face, but they were basically identifying African-American male, white substance on his hand and other places, close-ups of Celeste doing stuff with African-American parts, let's say. That's how they described it, with different words that were a little bit more descriptive. Images that were self-taken of holding parts, nude picture flexing, close-up of the female parts. They explained that there was one of the defendant naked on his knees and a person under the covers with parts sticking out and the red hair visible. Lots of references to African-American man holding parts, touching parts, upper body being touched and grabbed, pictures of the defendant laying his head on somebody's most sensitive part of their body that you wouldn't show off in public, if that makes sense, in the bedroom at the property. Close-ups of female parts being touched by themselves and other people, pictures of the defendant smiling, laying his head on parts of somebody that they shouldn't have, picture of the defendant naked in the shower, holding his parts, obviously the lock screen on the phone with an illegal photograph of both people involved topless that was inappropriate, images of the victim doing stuff with the defendant allegedly, just more and more defendant kissing the victim's body, different parts being exposed. During this time, I feel like David kind of cocked his head back a little bit and sort of nodded it side to side. When I could see him, he was looking frustrated. He was looking shaken up, like it was just disgusting, the stuff that was being read. So kind of just more of this kind of stuff, pictures of his head next to illicit parts that he shouldn't have, pulled down sweatpants, exposing certain things, them making kissing faces whilst posing without fully covered type things. You get the gist. 48 instances of this. That's basically the most that I can really say, because they got into specifics of every single image, but I wouldn't dare describe those, and I even wrote sort of just a very brief summary of what was going on. So after that, we then got to the text messages that were saved in the iCloud. And you know what I think I'm going to do? How long have we been recording for, does it say? 18 minutes. So I think what I'm going to do is I'll give you a very brief summary of some of the messages that were sent. But what I might do is actually go home and actually read you all of my notes, because I tried to write down pretty much every side of every conversation that they had. And there were only a few messages that moved too fast that I couldn't actually write down. My hand is damn near broken after all of that. So let me give you just like a very brief summary of some of that stuff that was discussed. And then I'll actually break it down to you and I'll read you all of my notes. But they basically said that there were text messages in the iCloud that related to these illegal images that basically proved discussion of the creation of videos. They went back and forth talking about, we need to film everything. I need to have videos for when we're not together again. Disgusting stuff. And it confirmed that those videos were real. It confirmed that those videos had taken place. The intent was there to make them. It was gross. What was very interesting, it said the first time they ever communicated on iCloud, iMessenger, or an Apple messaging system. We didn't hear about the Discord right now. Obviously, there's rumors that they had spoken and connected on Discord in 2021, but the first time they communicated on a private telephone messaging app, which was described as iCloud, probably Apple iMessage, was on August the 8th, 2022. August the 8th, 2022, she was 11 years old. So apparently their very last exchange was on April the 23rd, 2025. So quite literally from that moment that they started talking on iMessage when she was 11, they talked a ton, day in, day out, talking about all the adult activities that they're getting up to. And this went right up until the day she allegedly was killed, April 23rd, 2025, and then they just stopped talking after that. It's just so blatantly obvious what had gone on, and the fact that there was a flimsy attempt to cover this up. None of that's even came about yet. But anyway, we heard sort of all these text messages back and forth. Like I said, I got loads of notes on all these text messages, so I'm not going to read them all right now. But basically, they touched on a whole bunch of different messed up subject matters. Obviously, I already told you that he had a picture in his phone that she had taken of him holding up a Plan B next to him. If that's not the most incriminating bait thing that you could ever possibly have in your fucking phone, mine is taking that picture, I don't know what is. But they outright discussed her going to get an abortion and him texting her being like, is the abortion done? Is it going on? I'm trying to get an update. That was crazy. Always talking about Plan B. It sounds like he was basically constantly having unprotected sex with her, and I probably shouldn't have said that. Constantly, it's done now, but constantly getting pregnant and then having to deal with it. They were using Plan B regularly. Apparently, I believe there was one full-blown abortion of a child. Or a potential child, and then there was kind of discussions of it afterwards, discussions of her feeling like maybe she wasn't right afterwards, her constantly worried that it was happening again. There was even one point, it was so sad, where she pleaded with him, said, look, I can come over and I can come and stay the night, but like, you can't get me pregnant. She said, please, just don't get me pregnant again. And that was just heartbreaking. So kind of all of that, they went back and forth so many times about so many different things. And like, I felt like during this part of the testimony, I would say to describe him, I felt like he looked like his jaw looked kind of weak. Like, I don't know if you ever been like, if you feel like you're gonna cry and your jaw's kind of just like a bit like, it's kind of just a little bit weak. It's not like locked in, it's not solid, you're not like gritting. He looked like his bottom jaw was low-key quivering a little bit, and he looked shook. It was unbelievable, these texts. You know, there was all kinds of messages of her talking about, I'm manifesting my period, I hope my period comes, when he had allegedly got her, you know, pregnant. Basically, he had told her to like start tracking her period using an app. They kind of went back and forth. He admitted to his this was crazy. This was like gasps in the courtroom. He admitted in a message to her, he said, I have different names and aliases and shit. Sometimes I go by Travion Davis. Travion Davis, what, the name that you ordered a bunch of stuff to your house after the murder? Like, what the hell are you talking about? You talking to the girl, telling her you go by Travion Davis. That was insane self-snitching, unbelievable. Okay, so they went back and forth about Plan B a bunch of times, about, you know, basically he said he didn't want to put her through it. there was a moment where he basically said, oh, why am I going to send you 1,000? You deserve 10,000. And she says, what, because you fucked me 10 times? And he said, actually, it was 6. And then the court was stopped, and they were like, let's just remind the court, how old was she at this time? And they're like, she's 13 when he's saying all of this. So it was message after messages. They're going back and forth, sharing I love yous, going back and forth. He's apologizing for putting her through all of this, making her get Plan B and making her go to the clinic all these times. It was absolutely horrible. But one of the craziest things that was talked about, and I spoke about this on a short a minute ago, he basically said to her, oh, Operation Awesome is going to be so amazing. So let me tell you this, you won't believe this. He had something called Operation Awesome, and this was an operation that was planned February the 14th, 2024, Valentine's Day, first time she went missing. He was apparently plotting to have his security guard and him pull up in the Tesla outside her house in Lake Elsinore in the darkness of night at a stop sign, like they were stopping at a stop sign, and she was going to run out with all of her belongings and go away with them. Basically a plot with his bodyguard to kidnap her from her home and move her full-time into his property. And you remember when that actually happened? That's when she went missing, and then the police came knocking on his door. And he later said, this was crazy. He later said, oh, I can't wait for us to be able to be together without the cops getting in the way and meddling, without wanted posters being everywhere. He said to her numerous times, he said, oh, I can't have these posters going around anymore. Absolute insanity. And I'm not going to lie, now I'm starting to think like, I don't want to say sympathize, but I'm starting to think a little bit more about Asia and how she sort of went to David with this this missing poster for Celeste, and how she claimed that, you know, he lied about it and stuff. And it's like, so he was basically saying in messages, oh, I'm tired of people bringing up this missing poster for you. You're thinking, what on earth? So he had a plot with his bodyguard called Operation Awesome, and she was like, oh, Operation Awesome's going to be so... I'll tell you this one message, because this was just fucking pissed me off. She texted him and said, Operation Awesome is going to be so hard. And he replied, he said, what, hard as in hard to do, or hard like a full Balenciaga fit hard? I'm thinking, what the fuck? What are you talking about? And she said, oh, it's hard because I don't know what to bring. And then he's texting her back in all caps talking about, we've been over this. Basically, anything you can't replace straight away, bring it. Clothes, makeup, jewelry, shoes. And she's like, I don't have any bags to bring it. How am I going to bring it? I'm so small. It was just like unbelievable, the stuff that was going back and forth. So there was a lot more to it, and I'm going to read you all of the messages in another video when I get back. But basically, he said, I'm not going to say the name, but he said the name of his security. He's like, oh, do you want me to get so-and-so to pull up at the stop sign right outside your house? Do you want me to get so-and-so to come help you with your bags? We're thinking this guy's really arranging his security guard to be a moving-in service for Operation Awesome, which is to kidnap a 13-year-old from her home and to move her into his Hollywood mansion. Absolute insanity. I need to hear what that security guard has to say. So basically, that happened, that went down. That obviously ended up failing because people were contacting him about this minor living at his property, and she ended up getting sent back. So time's going on, they're texting all throughout 2024 and basically just talking about having adult conversations constantly, talking about all the things that they do, saying that like, oh man, the Diet Coke went down wrong that time. Basically saying like, just like stupid little things like, oh yeah, I'm feeling sore as F the next day, like they've been doing stuff. I'm not gonna lie, there was one where he messaged her, bro, it's so gross, like, what is that? Is that like a party bus going by the courthouse? There was one where like she was saying she had a sore butt, and he was like, you need to wash your ass. And she's like, I'm so sore. And I don't even want to get more into it at this point, to be honest. He's talking about, we got August, we got a Vegas trip booked, baby, Trump Hotel. They were going to stay at the Trump Hotel. He was going to stay at the Trump Hotel in Vegas with his minor. I didn't even want to touch that one. That's crazy. Okay, so they went back and forth a whole bunch, talking about the pregnancy symptoms. She was constantly worried about pregnancy. There was at one point he said to her, oh, I've got a business credit card approved for you, and I'm going to write everything off as a business expense. So he's committing tax fraud as well while we're here. He's got his minor girlfriend on a business credit card, and he's basically saying anything you buy is a tax write-off in LA, so any clothes or food or whatever you want, you can buy with my card. Insanity. And you know what she clapped back with? She said jewelry, smiley face. Unbelievable. She was cooking him while she was still alive, so she was getting the ups on this fall, but that was unbelievable. He's like, yeah, you can tax write off anything, and she's like, jewelry? This guy was not only a PDF, despicable, disgusting example of a PDF, but also just a despicable simp that was getting finessed out of his business expenses. So they add that onto the many charges. One of the things that was very messed up, I'll wrap it up soon, but they talked about, Celeste actually asked him and said, does your mum know we have sex? And he basically said, oh, she basically assumes that, you know, anytime as soon as we see each other, that's what we're going to do. That was kind of, that hinted towards her knowing something was going on, or at least her having suspicions. And it was interesting because it was kind of like everything was good and they're talking about hooking up every day. We do it all the time, all day. I need more videos to look at while we're not together. You say, yeah, does your mum know we had S yet? And she says she thinks that's the first thing we're going to do when we see each other. And then it seemed like there was this trip to Texas where basically she met the family, and basically Beth Silverman pointed it out, and it seemed like one of the messages that was after that, it indicated they'd broken up. So I don't know if she'd gone to meet the family and they'd said something, if that had gone badly. I don't know, but basically clearly the family knew something was going on. There were a bunch of other little details. They were talking about, you know, she'd been hurt because of the physical things that they had been doing together they shouldn't have. She was hurt. She was saying it hurt so much. Horrible stuff. Just horrible stuff. I don't even want to mention that. He texted her and said, I need more hickeys. And obviously there was videos going around of him what looked like he had hickeys on his neck. And a lot of people were like, oh, that's unconfirmed. It could be anything. Nah, confirmed. He's texting her saying, oh, I need more hickeys. I need more videos. Just awful stuff. So in addition to all of that, like he was calling her mommy at a point as well. So look, whatever you're into, if that's what you do, that's cool. But like this is a minor. How are you calling a 13-year-old mommy? That was just embarrassing, to be honest with you. Like, that was insane. And like, she's calling him baby, he's calling her mommy. He's saying like, I'm not even gonna say, but he's saying, I want to do it everywhere. We haven't done it on the couch yet. Gross stuff, just gross, horrible stuff. He was talking to her about marriage. He was saying, let's get married next year and have a baby officially. I'm not going to make you go through that, getting rid of it again. And it seemed like at the end, she was even like upset. She was like, oh, I can't believe you made me like kill my child, which was just horrible and sad to hear. Bear in mind, she's a child and she was killed allegedly by this man. So basically they were kind of going back and forth just a bunch, and eventually David sent a really long message, and that message was so long, it was read so fast I couldn't write it all down, but it was basically him sort of going off at her, basically saying like, oh, you're always talking about people who used to be in your life. I don't talk to girls anymore. I don't talk to anyone unless it's about music. You're always complaining. We couldn't be together. We could only be together 2 nights a week in the middle of the night. You know, things should have been different. And we didn't hear the actual response to that, but it sounded like David was kind of going off writing long-ass messages to her, basically complaining. And at one point, things got so bad, it looked like Blair actually had her arm around David, sort of consoling him and comforting him, because this stuff was so despicable and just embarrassing and just out of control, to be honest with you guys. So there was more and more of it, more of the same really, just more back and forth about pregnancy, confirming that they had an adult relationship, confirming they wanted to make videos, and really it kind of everything concluded on the breakup. It sort of mentioned this final communication, or at least one of the last times that they spoke on March the 14th, 2025, where they discussed hooking up and basically being like, this isn't happening, this isn't working out, we can't have a balanced relationship, the boundaries are terrible. Talking about, oh, I came over, I wasn't supposed to hook up with you, this wasn't how it was supposed to go. He was clapping back at her, talking about, you always initiate it, I just follow your lead. Bro, you are an adult and she is a minor. I'm gonna leave it there, but there really was just like so much just like horrific, damning evidence today. I honestly am just like completely just shocked at how stupid this guy was when it came to his illegal relationship. He shouldn't have been doing it anyway, but he did it in a way that so guaranteed that he was going to get caught and that he was going to get in trouble, that realistically he's got no chance of beating this. I cannot fathom why he would want to take this to trial. If he doesn't take a plea agreement, he's one of the dumbest people of all time, because they're only going to release more text, more messages, more footage. This was meant to be a 3-day preliminary hearing. It turned into a 4-day preliminary hearing, and the evidence and images that we saw were absolutely despicable. I don't understand why this man would even want to fight this. There is 0% chance that he can beat this at trial, as far as I am considering. I'm not a medical examiner, so I can make 100 or 0% predictions. It don't really matter, okay, because I'm just giving you my personal opinion. But in my personal opinion, there is a 0% chance that he's beating this. Pretty much every single attempt that he had to try and clear things up, have a better excuse for what was going on, they cooked him, it was over with. It just didn't go anywhere. And I really do think that the best thing he could do is plead guilty, take the death penalty off the table. At least he can sit in his cell for the rest of his life without being put down like a fucking sick dog, which is really, might be what he deserves if you believe so. But right now it's still, you know what I'm saying, allegedly. But allegedly, I wouldn't be surprised if he gets the death penalty if he takes this to trial, because the evidence is so damning. Not only is it obvious that he did it, but it's obvious that, like, he is a absolutely awful human being, allegedly, in my opinion. But anyway, it is just despicable, the stuff that's coming out. So that's kind of the whole of it. That was like everything else that went down today. Just want to say a big shout out to all of the courthouse staff. Obviously, it's been a very stressful, very tiring hearing, not trial, hearing. You know, tensions have run high. 3 people got kicked out yesterday. Fortunately, I don't think anyone got kicked out today, but I did see a girl getting what looked like a bit of a talking to in the hallway. I didn't ever find out what happened with that, but I do want to know, and I hope that they're okay, because I'm not going to lie, getting admonished by the judge or the DA or anybody looks pretty terrifying, and I definitely want to make it very clear I have nothing but respect for the deputy DA, the full-blown DA, everybody in the courtroom, the judge, even the defense. I've got the utmost respect for them, and really at the end of the day, they're all participating in a really important process, which is just making sure that justice is delivered and society is safe, and that people are given a fair defense as well if they are accused of things. You know, sometimes people get falsely accused of things and they deserve a defense. Sometimes they don't, and they get cooked, and we get to see absolutely everything that went down in a clear and transparent way. And I know there's been a lot of press and media coverage on this event. It's probably been really stressful for the court clerks and everybody everybody working at the courthouse to manage this. And you know, there's been some tense moments. There's been some little moments where it's kind of, you know, people have been put down or people have been maybe unfairly snapped on, but at the end of the day, I think everyone's doing a really good job. I'm really grateful to have even met everybody down here. Just want to say a huge thank you to everybody that's been supporting me, you know, anybody that's been watching the videos, as well as my team that's been helping me put these videos together. Really grateful for all of your support. I know that there's been a lot of ups and downs and stressful moments, but you know, I really appreciate what you guys are doing, and I know that you guys appreciate what I'm doing with making these videos and just getting you guys this just raw, unadulterated insights from the courtroom. And last thing I'll say is I was just having a little think about this. I kind of thought, you know, it wouldn't have been such a circus in the courtroom if they allowed cameras to film in there. And on the first day when I appeared, there was somebody from, I don't know, the media affairs department, I guess, that it was their job to kind of make a case for why cameras could be in the courtroom. I didn't think they made a very good case whatsoever, to be honest with you. And the judge basically was like, yeah, we're not going to have cameras in this. We're not going to have it, all right? Because when they had the OJ trial, there were cameras in the courtroom. We saw loads of the OJ trial being broadcast. It wasn't allowed in this. And I did think to myself, oh, that's not really great for transparency. I do think it would have been less stressful with people trying to get into the courthouse if they were allowed to record. But conversely, because they've not allowed cameras in there, that means that people like me, some of the other reporters from some of the other publications in the mainstream media and independents, people like Sloan, shout out to Sloan, spent a bit of time with him over the last few days. He wasn't here today, but he's been doing great coverage on this on TikTok and YouTube and Instagram and just everywhere. You know, utmost respect for what he does too. But really, you know, by not allowing the cameras to be in the courtroom, that actually gives a great opportunity, not just to the mainstream media that were there, but the independent people like me, like Sloan, like others, who basically have decided to take it upon ourselves to get into that courtroom, put in the effort. You know, for all the people that say, oh, all Ross does is read Reddit comments. I ain't read a Reddit comment all week, gang. And realistically, I'm in that courtroom, I'm breaking my wrist trying to write down the notes, get all of the information, and I'm literally, anyone that's been here will see, I am literally sprinting from the courtroom to the outside to make a quick video to update you guys on my phone in the most succinct way possible, and I'm literally sprinting back to the courtroom and writing at a breakneck speed. I got a little butt cushion to stay comfortable in there. I got a fold-out table. I'm the most equipped person in that courtroom. I'm not going to lie to you, but I'm so grateful. I'm not going to lie. I'm so grateful that they've not allowed cameras in there, because that basically means that the only people that can actually talk about this stuff are people like me, people like Sloan, people from LA Mag, from the news, NBC, I think, what, is it KTLA 5 or somebody? I don't even know, I haven't really chatted to them too much. But basically, you know, I'm really grateful for this opportunity to be able to be a trusted news source for you. If they allowed cameras in the courtroom, I'd probably be at home reacting to what's going on in the courtroom. But because that's not been allowed, it's given an opportunity to people like me, and it's given an opportunity to other people to do their best to communicate that information in a way that you guys find useful. And obviously, this reporting has been very popular, and I think that realistically you could go and watch anybody talk about this stuff, but you guys rely on me and you trust me and you appreciate the way that I break things down for you in a very honest, transparent, fast, easy to understand way. So I'm incredibly grateful for that opportunity, for the courthouse for allowing me in, for them not allowing other cameras in. You know what I'm saying? Law and Crime could have had all this content. It's not about the content, but it's about the fact that rather than you just watching it yourself, you're trusting people like me to broadcast it to you and let you know what's going on. And I really take that seriously, and I really appreciate that you guys trust me. And I'm not running around doing this for clout. I'm genuinely trying to go into that courtroom every single day with the mindset of making the best notes possible, the quickest updates, so that the transparency in the community is there. As I've said before, this isn't about everybody, you know, piling in on David. It's about justice for Celeste. Rest in peace to Celeste. Absolutely, like, the most important thing is just justice for Celeste is done. It's done transparently, and everybody can follow along and feel like these LA streets and America in general is safe, and if something horrible like this happens to you or a loved one, it's going to be dealt with properly, it's going to be fair, reasonable justice, and it's going to be communicated transparently. They've decided that the best way to do that isn't to have a camera in the courtroom so you can watch people face the music for their crimes. They've decided to let people like me, and anybody could come down here and you know, get into the public lottery and decide to do their reporting, and if they do a great job of it, people are going to appreciate it, people are going to watch it, people are going to respond to it. So I just wanted to make that clear, and just let you guys know that, like, my intentions are definitely just very pure when it comes to getting you guys that information from the courtroom, and just genuinely being a good reporter. I'm seeing this as an opportunity to do my best, to get into that room, make the best notes, give you guys the best updates, and make sure that I'm spreading the word and keeping Celeste's name alive as the fight for justice for her continues. Thank you so much for watching this video. I will go back to my desk. I'm probably going to read all of the messages this evening. I am so tired, but I will do another video for you guys, just breaking down all of my messages. And I've got a lot of other unrelated projects to catch up on this weekend, so I'm just so busy, I'm exhausted, but it's all good. Thank you guys, and I'll see you next time. I'm out. Bye.
Apologies if you tried to watch this video yesterday, but today YouTube decided to remove the original upload of the video, which was completely out of line in my opinion. Now, their claim is that I violated their community guidelines on child safety, specifically claiming that we have zero tolerance for predatory behavior on YouTube. Content that sexualizes minors in any way is not allowed on YouTube. Now, I checked the full policy, and I am extremely confident that I did not break any of these guidelines with my reporting. Specifically, the sort of content that breaks the rules is content that endangers the emotional and physical well-being of a minor who is under 18, and that content breaching this policy should be reported to the police. Now, unfortunately, Celeste is no longer with us. Rest in peace to her, and she is the victim in the David case. Now, the victim in this case was 13 and at the time many of these messages were sent, but I believe that in context, this should be allowed. My reporting on the text messages that this despicable alleged groomer David sent to her before allegedly murdering her does not endanger her. If anything, it's a warning to the wider community of the tactics that groomers are using in the modern day on social media. Now, this policy does state that you cannot post sexually explicit content involving minors, specifically anything including even minor nudity. But I believe I did not violate these guidelines because I simply just read notes from my notebook that I made whilst I was inside the courthouse in the courtroom attending the hearing. And I was even very careful about rephrasing anything that was overtly sexual to tone it down from what was actually said in the courtroom that would have been offensive. And furthermore, the same policy page states that the discussion of these themes is allowed under educational, documentary, scientific, and artistic contexts, or an ESDA exception as it's known on YouTube. Now, I've successfully argued for ESDA exceptions on many videos before this case, and I thought this would have been absolutely no different. This video was quite clearly an educational and journalistic piece where I made it clear that I was documenting a real legal case concerning a minor who was not in immediate danger and that the reporting didn't violate any of the child safety policies. Despite all of this, however, my appeal was immediately rejected and the strike warning on my account still stands. And after this, I was directed to take a training course on child safety. This was a questionnaire that made it very clear that documentary and journalistic content is allowed to include content that violates the community guidelines when it's a documentary marked as not suitable for kids, which all of my content is marked as. Now, I personally don't believe that a real person even reviewed my video or the context of it, and I think that they have improperly labeled me as in violation of the child safety policy. I categorically disagree with YouTube's characterization that my content sexualized a minor out of context or promotes child abuse in any way, or that I engage or promote any sort of predatory behavior. That's false, and it's disgusting, and I've been doing a lot to speak out against that sort of behavior. Now, the purpose of this video is a journalistic piece that documents the legal proceedings against a child predator, the same type of content that you see in predator catching videos all over YouTube day in, day out. Now, discussion of themes against community guidelines is expressly allowed on YouTube under the rules regarding ESDA exceptions. So after giving this whole situation heavy consideration, I've decided to take a huge risk and re-upload this video in full. I personally think it's genuinely important to warn the public about the dangers of online grooming and to document the methods being used and employed by online predators in the modern era. I feel I'm doing this responsibly, and I hope that with some heavy censorship and a lot of caution that this video can remain up publicly. I don't want to say too much and get in trouble, but I just want to say that I'm grateful for all of the support that I've gotten from people who understand my mission and how I operate. And if you've been following me for a while, you'll know I post all of my most important and in-depth breakdowns on my Patreon at patreon.com/traplawross, usually early, extended, and with exclusive content. And I've also decided after this situation today to also use the free section of my Patreon to upload my handwritten notes that I took during the court proceedings to provide everybody with an independent place where I can document and show off the journalistic work that I did in court, somewhere where it's not going to be unjustly censored and available to the public for free. Furthermore, I want to make it very clear that I believe this information is in the public interest, something that YouTube's policy on ESDA content makes clear is completely acceptable, especially when it comes to broadcasting of public hearings. Now, I believe the decision not to allow cameras in the courtroom at the David hearings or trial has made it harder for the public interest to be served in this case. That's exactly why people like me, Lauren Conlin, Mark the Shark, and Taylor Parise, and others have all made the effort to attend the long and difficult days, showing up to the hearings, making notes all day so that we can inform and warn the public. I think YouTube is in the wrong for deciding that this information isn't in the public's interest, ignoring the context of the actual video that I put out there, and suggesting that responsible discussion of the tactics that predators are using on kids today is somehow complicity or positive promotion of child abuse. And unfortunately, the only person who decisions like this actually helps is David, whose team have been working overtime to sweep the facts under the rug, bend the facts into their favor, sway public opinion, and smear the victim and her family. Ironically, during the questionnaire that I had to take following this strike warning, YouTube's child safety quiz, I noticed that it said, before posting content of yourself, your family, or friends, think carefully about whether it might put anyone at risk of danger or negative attention. Ironically, I think the only person who received negative attention from this video was David, his defenders, and his accomplices. I'm not going to give up on pushing the truth out there for the public interest, and I'm never going to be silenced by David, his legal team, his management, his friends, or any social media platform, no matter how hard they try. So I've decided to take the risk, upload the video once again with the following short disclaimer, making it very clear the context of what this reporting is. So I hope that this stays up. I hope that YouTube can see sense, and I hope you can see my heart is in the right place. Thank you for listening, and here's my report. Before I show you today's courthouse video, I need to tell you something so YouTube doesn't punish me. I categorically condemn David's actions and all predatory behavior involving children or adults. This video is educational, documentary, scientific, and artistic content. More specifically, authoritative reporting on a true crime case from a journalistic context. I've personally attended the David preliminary hearings as an accredited reporter, and I'm here to tell you the facts of the case. I'm doing this to inform and protect the public and raise awareness of the tactics and methods used by predators. This video includes no content that violates the advertiser or community guidelines on YouTube, and the purpose of this video is to add context and condemnation to a story in the public interest and to protect the public. I will be reporting basic factual information that I've personally observed while attending the court proceedings as a professional journalist. While this video contains multiple points of view, including the defense attorney's arguments, I wholeheartedly condemn David, his actions, and the actions of any groomer or predator. I'm obliged by YouTube's rules to tell you that you should not imitate the actions of David, and this statement represents a clear and informative discouragement against imitating dangerous or harmful behavior. This video doesn't include any illegal material, instructions on how to carry out a crime, any footage of a criminal or victim while a crime is being committed, and this video categorically does not intend to glorify the crimes or criminals being discussed. I hope that's understood. Now here's the video.
That was an intense day at the courthouse. I was at the courthouse at the fourth David hearing. Okay, I've got a little special guest with me right now. But I was at the courthouse for the fourth hearing in a row, back to back. And essentially, we heard in the court basically all of David and Celeste text messages between them over the course of years. Now, if you saw the update that I did outside of the courthouse earlier on today, you'll see that I kind of broke down, you know, some of the details, some of the backstory. A lot of the other reporters that were in the room have now kind of, you know, given their updates, and a lot of them, the people that were allowed laptops, you know, they were basically writing down, typing out as many things as they possibly could. Now, I had my trusty Tiffany notebook with me, okay? And whilst I was in there, my wrist was damn near on fire. I nearly managed to write down every single text exchange between David and Celeste. And there was like one that I There was like one or two that moved a little bit too fast or were too long for me to write everything out. But I wanted to, in a separate video, basically just go through all of my notes, give you guys just the entire text thread, the entire conversation. I'm just going to read it to you. I'm not going to reproduce it. I'm not going to put it on screen. I've literally just got handwritten notes. I won't show you what's on that page because I've messed up stuff on this page. But I've got my handwritten notes here, and I'm basically just going to go through the entire text exchange. And what you're going to find out is that David is an idiot. Not only is he a despicable PDF file, and I'm not talking about the sort that you download, but he was a dummy. He admitted openly in many, many, many back and forth exchanges to have had relations with this minor. She was basically all of these texts, with the exception of a couple that happen after her 14th birthday, which I will tell you when that happens. Pretty much the vast majority of the text messages that I'm going to read you took place when David was 18 and Celeste was 30. That's a fact. That is a fact. That's what happened. Those are the dates. Those are the times. Ain't no David was 16, 17. He was a kid too. Nonsense. He was an adult. She was a minor. That's that. So I'm going to go through absolutely everything with you in this video. And it's just despicable. So the conversation started. Let me give that a caveat. My mistake. The majority of the messages that we saw occurred when she was 13. Now, apparently, they first communicated through iCloud messages in August of 2022. So apparently, they first spoke on the 8th of August 2022. And that was basically like the first time that they'd actually communicated, at least on iCloud. They were rumored to have been in touch on Discord before then. But that was kind of the first iCloud, iMessage, Apple-based communications that these two had. And that's very important because all of this was provided via Apple, basically. And one of the unfortunate details is there's no way of Apple, and look, any of you criminals out there that want some advice, I guess, there was no way of Apple reproducing emojis or GIFs, or obviously there were images that were included in his iCloud account, but there was really no way of reproducing some of the things. So there are some certain moments where they go back and forth, and it just has a square, what I saw in court, just had a square that said OBJ, like object. I don't know if that was an emoji, Giphy, GIF, image, sort of inline image. I don't know, but we didn't get to see those. So if you're a criminal and if you're the next El Chapo and you want to plan all your drug deals and never get caught on iMessage, if you communicate exclusively in emojis or GIFs, apparently the feds ain't able to get hold of those. So that's very interesting. It's been a long day. I'm going to stay hydrated. I'm going to get all of this info over there for you guys, okay? So they first communicated on iCloud-related communication methods on August the 8th, 2022. At the time, Celeste would have only been 11 years old. Now, the last exchange that they ever had was on April the 23rd, 2025, which we now know is the day that she was allegedly murdered. She was saved in the phone as Cel, C-E-L, and that was sort of like a shorthand nickname that he had for Celeste over the course of a lot of their communications. So in terms of text, they kind of followed, the same sort of, basically like, they followed a pattern in their messages, and the messages lined up to the pattern of illegal videos that were found on his phone. I talked to you guys earlier about that in a separate video, and I'm not going to really talk about the existence or description of any of those illegal videos in this video. But what I am going to do is explain to you the text messages between them, and you're going to hear, unfortunately, David making requests for more videos, and basically sort of like this sort of candid conversation between them where they both kind of, commit to basically make more videos together. And again, I don't think there's any argument to be made that she enticed him into it or that he shouldn't have known better than to communicate with on this basis. But you're going to kind of see that, he's the only adult in this conversation. So this should have never been happening, and she really can't consent to any of these interactions. He, at certain points, tries to kind of like throw his hands up and act like she initiated certain things, but at the end of the day, he allowed these things to happen, and he was dead wrong for allowing any of this to happen. So basically, we kind of saw like a whole bunch of pictures in the court and all that kind of thing, but eventually we got to the texts. And the text begun on November the 25th, 2023. And the context of these is they were referring to the fact that there was discussion of emergency, and there was basically talk of emotions, and it sounds like an took place, and David was getting minute-by-minute updates from Celeste about that taking place and confirming that it happened. And it really just goes to show you how duplicitous he was. He had this girl thinking that they were going to get married, they were going to have kids, they were going to start a family together. And you can just see the manipulation, you know, when he's trying to get what he wants, it's we're getting married, we're going to have a kid. But when he needs that done, he's on the case and he's talking all kinds of reckless different ways. So the first thing that we were shown in court was a message from Celeste to David where she said, currently manifesting my... David replied, did you miss your date? And I as soon as these messages started getting read in court, I noticed that David kind of like quivered his lips. He knew he was cooked, and he knew how bad this was. She said, David replied to her. David replied, said, did you miss your date? And he said, you should start tracking using Flow. Now, this is an app that can be used for tracking periods. I've never used it. I've heard of it before. Not for myself. I've never dated anyone that's used it. I'll be honest with you guys. I think they call it, there's a name for when people use tracking apps as contraception and they have sex sometimes when it's less likely to get you pregnant. It can still happen, and I've always just thought that was nonsense, to be honest with you. If I'm gonna have sorry if it's TMI, but if I'm gonna have relations with someone, I practice very safe sex. If I'm gonna have relations with somebody, it's gonna be with protection. I don't want to have kids. I actually don't want children at all. Currently, as it stands, don't have any children. Don't want them ever. If that changes up, I'll be sure to let people know. But realistically, as it currently stands, don't want kids. Don't fancy the vasectomy, the Black Boy Max special. But what I do know is that it's my responsibility. If I don't want to have children, I should not be having unsafe sex. It's very, very simple. And, you know, maybe I'm more mature than most people. You hear all these stories of guys, oh, it just doesn't feel as good. Grow up. It should have been his responsibility, but he was trying to get her on the Flow app. All right, that's what we had from David. He's trying to get her on the Flow app. So after that, he would later follow up with her. He said, I know that's why you should start tracking. It's ovulation week. It's important. I just need to make sure you're on top of your... Why wasn't this piece of shit on top of his just putting a condom on when he's going to do this act? At the very least, excuse my, I'm quite frustrated today, and like as time settled down, like it's just made me more and more irritated with the stuff that I've seen in court. But it's absolutely your responsibility. The idea that he's telling this you need to be on top of get the Flow app is absurd to me. So she would reply and she said, I'm not having it. And after that message was read in court, Beth Silverman, the deputy district attorney, paused and said, can you just remind everybody how old she was at the time of this message being delivered? And the detective said, David continued by sending a hyperlink to the Flow app. So he's doing marketing. Who knows? He might have even had a promo code. This guy was really out here he sent the Apple Store but the Apple Store link to the Flow app. Couldn't have just put a condom on, right? And she replied, and if I'm not having it. David replied, damn near impossible. We both didn't. This guy is a moron. That's not how it works. I'm sorry if anybody is not very didn't take sex ed or skip sex ed in school. You both know doesn't necessarily mean you can't get pregnant. Certainly, as far as I'm aware, I don't think the woman needs to finish for the pregnancy to happen. And even for the man, you can release that material without finishing. And Celeste, she obviously trusted him and believed him. She saw him as in a position of authority. He was older. He was supposed to be more experienced. So she replied to that, yeah, you're right, when he said it was damn near impossible. And he was lying to this girl. He was sending her up the, what's the phrase? Kind of, you know, is it sending her down the river? I don't know. Like, she was basically being lied to by this older man that she trusted, and he's saying it's damn near impossible. We both didn't. What type of grade school sex education is this that this idiot had? Anyway, more texts were released from December the 1st, 2023. And in these messages, David texted her, and this was so dumb because we heard this previous testimony that David had used pseudonyms to order some of these, you know, despicable tools that may well have been used in the attempted or planned disposal and disposal of Celeste's body. David admitted to using the pseudonym that was on some of those packages. He sent her a message, said, I have different names and aliases and I go by Travion Davis here. All my packages and everything. He said that on December the 1st, 2023. He didn't think when he allegedly murdered this girl and ordered items to try and dispose of the body. He didn't think, I'm on iMessages telling the girl that this is an alias I use. And he said, all my packages and everything. I go by Travion Davis here. And Celeste replied, said, please be joking. David said, nah. So a little while later on December the 20th, 2023, about 1:47 p.m., they had another conversation. David messaged saying, this was fun as hell. And then David said, this was fun as hell. Or that was fun as hell. TS was fun as hell. Celeste replied to that, do I take the... So now we know what TS means. This was fun as hell. Celeste replies, do I take the... So we know what's going on. And David replies to that, this is so irritating. Take it sober too. If you don't feel any symptoms tomorrow, just take it tomorrow. You have 72 hours. He said, take it sober too. So you're out here partying, getting drunk, having was fun with a, and you talk about take it sober. So the following day on December the 21st, 2023, at 6:30 p.m., David said, why not one band when you deserves 10? One band is $1,000. I don't know what the context of this conversation is. This is all they showed. But clearly, maybe she was asking. Maybe she was saying, can I get a band? Can I get $1,000? I need some money for this. I need some money for that. I don't know. But he said, why not one band when you deserve 10? And do you know what she replied? She said 10. What, because you f***ed me 10 times? That's what she said to him. And he replied to that. And he said, it was 6 actually, baby. And she said, how you know? And again, the deputy DA paused the courtroom, said, how old is she when this message was sent? Still. So the following year, not a whole year later, but you know, two weeks or so later into the next year, on January the 8th, 2024, but Celeste is still at this point, David texted her. He said, I'm sorry again, baby. I didn't ever want to put you through this. And Celeste replied, no, it's okay. Don't worry. Both of us. Oh, sorry. She said, no, it's okay. Don't worry. Both of us aren't able to take care of it. And bear in mind, this is just a couple of months where after David told this, it's damn near impossible if we both didn't. Disgusting. So after Celeste says to David, no, it's okay, don't worry, both of us aren't able to take care of it, David replied, I know, but still. Then Celeste replied, don't worry about it, my love. And David replied, you're so much stronger than me, baby. I love you. Celeste replied back to that, I love you more, my love. It's okay. Don't worry. Neither of us are capable of watching and taking care of. And David replied to that, yeah, I know. A few hours passed. David replies to her once again, says, when are you going to get it done? Celeste says 2 days. David says, also, my mum always told me to ask this if I was in this situation. It's mine, right? And Celeste says, of course, David. And David says, yeah, I know, baby. I just have to ask so I don't feel like a complete for her. He's talking about his mum. Now, his mum comes up later in a much more damning context, but I just found this very irritating because I'm sorry, Colleen Burke. I'm sorry, Colleen Burke. Hopefully no one sends this to her, but clearly you failed as a mother. And this despicable excuse of a son that you've got here, the only good advice that he had in the relationship front was, if you knock up a girl, make sure you ask if it's yours. People want to point the finger at Celeste's parents. Not deserved at all. They've been through enough, and I've seen them in court. They're definitely going through it. People are acting like they just don't care. They care, and they tried to stop this monster. But David's mother, Colleen Burke, really means to tell that's the best advice that you had for your despicable, disgusting, pain of an excuse of a son who allegedly has murdered a little and grew years in, years out. That was the only advice you had. He said, my mum always told me if I was in this situation, ask, is it mine, right? And then for this absolute dirtbag to respond, look, I know, baby, I just have to ask so I don't feel like a complete for her. If you thought you was a complete and knocking up your girlfriend and not asking whether or not it was yours, what is this state of affairs that his life has become? If you thought that was a complete, I can't even fathom what monumental failure of a person you are. I'm really irritated. This trial has actually just taken a real toll on me emotionally, to be honest with you guys. So there might be some venom in this video, but these text messages are disgusting. So that was the advice that we got from Supermom Colleen Burke. Make sure when you check it's yours. Now, I'm going to be real with you. The fact that he would even think that, you know, I've got to ask her that it's mine because she might be... This is she ain't really got nothing else going on other than school. What do you mean I got to make sure that it's yours? My mum told me to make sure that it's yours. Give me a break. So the day after that, on January the 9th, David basically said, wait, the appointment's at 9, no? And Celeste replied, 9:30, and then posted some kind of emoji that wasn't recovered. David then replied, it should take 45. And then Celeste said, shut the F up. So then about more than 45 minutes later, basically, David sent her another message saying, how did it go? And she just replied with an emoji and followed that up saying, about to be done. And she said like 10 mins probably. 5 minutes after that little exchange, David follows up and he says, I feel like an N-word waiting for test results. This bothered me. This bothered me because I'll be honest with you, people get really riled up when I talk about race. I'm a white guy. It is what it is. I cover a lot of African-American artists, not just from America, but from the UK and other countries too. And I've covered plenty of white people, people of different races. Doesn't matter to me, right? I care about what you've done, what art you've made, what crimes you've committed, what your history is, what your legacy is. I really don't care. It's not a racial thing. But the idea that even David is perpetuating this sort of stereotype, said, I feel like an N-word waiting for test results. That kind of pissed me off because it was almost like, bro, the closest thing to racism that David's experienced is people in articles calling him a rapper when he's a singer, right? And they're assuming because he's African-American, all right, let's say what it is. Assuming because he's black, he's a rapper. A black guy making music, people are presumptuous and call him a rapper. That's low-key that's a little tinge of racism. It's not serious racism. He's not being denied entry to somewhere because he's black, but them assuming because he makes music and he's black that he's a rapper, it's a little racist. But for him to be in the message when he's talking about this girlfriend of his, and he's waiting for her to get the... And he says, I feel like an N-word waiting for test results. This guy's already sunk so low, he is already in hell, even though he's still alive. But for even just things like that, it's just like, bro, you just making just a mockery of yourself, your background. Like, for you to even say that, and you guys can just analyze that however you want. He said, I feel like an N-word waiting for test results. He said, I'm like waiting to hear about the process and I keep asking LMAO. He's trying to make a joke out of it, saying, you know, making a joke, using the N-word and kind of talking about a stereotype of like, you know, a girl and I'm leaving her to deal with the consequences or whatever. And then he kind of like redirects and he's like, oh, I'm like waiting I'm really just waiting to hear about the process. I'm just really interested and intrigued. You, sir, are not interested or intrigued. You are trying to you're trying to make sure that your crime is covered up. You've committed a crime and there is a crime inside that person right now. You trying to find out if they asked any questions. You trying to find out if she told them anything about you. You're trying to cover your own ass to the detriment of this. Why wasn't you there with her? Because it's a crime. All right? So a little bit of time passes and they're just having some chit chat. And we don't hear any more from the court about what happened with that actual at the time. But Celeste replied completely unrelated, I believe on the same day or sort of as part of the same thread. And she said, do you think I can put concealer on the tattoo yet? She's 13 still. And obviously she's got the David tattoo and then they've both got the matching shush tattoos. And she's talking about, I need to be able, do you think it's like enough time has passed from me getting the tattoo that I can put concealer on it to cover it up? And we didn't hear a reply from that. Now, the following, the following month, on February the 10th, 2024, we kind of see like a series of exchanges. And again, the court were reminded that she was at this point. So the first of note that was brought up was on February the 11th. It was around 11:28 in the morning. And David basically said to her, I can't believe this. David said to her, I see you on the 14th for V-Day. 15th is the operation. And Celeste replied, KK. Now, I was in the court. I was thinking, operation? Like, is he getting surgery? Is she getting surgery? Is he getting her no way is he getting her some implants of some sort. That's crazy. But no. This operation was them moving in together, right? So David basically replied when she said KK, all right, and she wasn't enthusiastic about the meeting up for Valentine's Day on the 14th and the 15th being the operation. She just said KK, and he said, WTF? What the fuck? And then she replied, she said, Operation Awesome, gonna be so hard. So it transpired that they had a plan called Operation Awesome, where he was basically planning on using his security guard that was apparently living with him, or at some point lived with them, from her family home in Lake Elsinore, to pull up at a stop sign and act like they were just stopping for a routine stop sign, and coordinate and plan for Celeste to run out of her home with her bags packed and the help of a privately hired security guard from her home and move her into this grown adult David's house, 18 years old at the time. This is days before the police came to his property. Okay? So she said, Operation Awesome going to be so hard. Operation Awesome. What kind of kiddie bull is this that this creep is doing? It's disgraceful. She said, hard as... This killed me. David said, hard as in hard to do, or hard as in full Balenciaga fit hard? She said, I don't know what to bring. David then replied in all caps, so like shouting, we've been over this for weeks. And then replied in normal text, anything that you use or can't replace immediately, you bring. Clothes you like, makeup, jewelry, shoes. Celeste then replied in all caps. She was clapping back. As I've said before, she was like a little firecracker. She wasn't always putting up with his She wasn't scared of him, even then. So she replied all caps, shouting back. She said, this kind of didn't make sense. So this is a little bit weird. She basically replied and she said, how? Oh, okay. She basically said, how am I going to bring it, though? I don't have anything. And then he replied in all caps, I'm giving you 2 different duffel bags when I see you. And then he replied, I don't even get half of what I want to bring in the bag. So she said, can't even get half of what I want to bring in that bag, and I can't carry it. I'm too small. So in response to this, all right, David said for Valentine's Day or for OA, which is Operation Awesome. And Celeste said for OA. I'm talking about Operation Awesome. It's too much. I won't say the name of the security guard. I wrote it down. Crazy. David replied and said, do you want me and security guard to hide out somewhere and help you bring your stuff to the car? And Celeste replied, OMG, no, that's so embarrassing, dude. And David replied to that and said, baby, this is the most important day of your life next to the wedding. And you're worried about being embarrassed. And David said, we're not live streaming N-word. We're beating our phones back and getting, she said we're beating our phones. This didn't make sense. I don't know if I wrote this down wrong, but he basically said something like, we're not live streaming N-word. We beating our phones and beating our backs and getting the F out of there. Don't overthink it. Stop overcomplicating it. And then Celeste replied, STFU, shut the f up. David replied, I'm serious. Celeste said, text you later, I'm cleaning. And David said, okay, love you. About to go finish the phone stuff and add service. And that basically was a separate cell phone that David had given to Celeste. So he was saying, I need to go to the phone store. I need to go get the phone service set up. I'm getting you a secret phone. All right. So before I move on, I just want to reiterate how disgusting and disgraceful this is. So he said, do you want me and my private security guard, another grown man, to hide outside of your family's home, to hide out somewhere and help you bring the bag to your car? So you're offering yourself and another grown man who's employed to help you by Mogul Vision, who hired the security guard. You are basically saying, would you like us to hide out near your family home in the cover of darkness and just sneak around and help you bring your bags to the car so that we can you. And she's saying this is embarrassing. And he had the gall to say, this is the most important day of your life next to the wedding. This is you talking about this is the most important day of your life that I'm going to from your family home. And people want to blame the parents and say, what were they doing? They weren't doing anything. David had a private security guard that was willing to camp out overnight outside their home. And you want to talk about what were the parents doing? This guy had an actual private hired security guard. God forbid the family didn't try and intervene and fight David's private security to stop their daughter being is ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous. And I actually wish the parents, I mean, you know, I understand why the parents felt like they needed to leave the court, but I wonder if they're even aware of some of these details. So David basically got back to her, and they were speaking in the afternoon on Valentine's Day, February the 14th, 2024. And, you know, this was around the time that she went missing, obviously, officially, and there were the wanted posters around for her, or the missing posters for her. But David kind of had a back and forth with her about the night. About the plans for Operation Stop Sign. Sorry, Operation Awesome. David said, so explain to me what you want to do. I'll tell security... He said the name, but I'm not going to say the name. He said, I'll tell security, stop at the stop sign, and you run out and make... and you make multiple trips out to the car. Celeste said, hell no, just tell him, get to the stop sign. David then says, so how are you going to carry the heavy bag? Celeste said, it's not going to be heavy if it's that small. David said, no, you're supposed to use the duffel bag I got you and what you used last time. What you used last time, if that's bigger, just use that. And Celeste said, I literally don't have anything to pack with. She sent an emoji that's unknown, and she said, she's just said, I got a tote bag. David said, why you ain't tell me N-word? And that was all caps. So she said, why you ain't tell me N-word? And she says, I did. David said, third Birkin then, fuck it. So he's joking like, oh, I guess I'll get you another Birkin. I'll get you a Birkin bag, right? And then he said, which was super creepy, he said, but garbage bag method. So I guess garbage bag method is just like throw everything in there, throw everything into a garbage bag and just bring that. Celeste said no. David said, you have too much stuff for that little ass duffel bag. Why didn't you ask for a bigger bag? And this doesn't make any sense. He said, you can't dog or tuck that little ass. I think it meant to say you can't pack that little ass bag. But I think it was a typo because when I wrote it, I was like, wait, what? So a little bit more time goes on, and sort of later on in the afternoon, around 2:38 p.m., they continue talking. Celeste messages David and says, it fit. David basically gets back and says, me and my security are going to be there at 11:50 p.m. So just before midnight, under the cover of darkness, him and his private security guard are going to pull up to their family home in Lake Elsinore. And bear in mind, we heard rumors that Celeste's mother was locking her in the room and sleeping in the same room with her so she couldn't sneak out. When people say, what were the parents doing? The parents were doing their best job, and this guy was pulling up with private security in his Tesla in the middle of the night and doing Operation Awesome, doing a military-style operation based on timing. How is a parent supposed to contend with that? They can't even keep this girl from having a phone. He's given her secret phones and they're communicating on different phones. And apparently this other phone that David gave her was never found. So after that, Celeste then a little bit more time went by, and I guess this was just right before it happened. Celeste texted David saying, hey. David said, hey, my love, asked you 1,000 times, LMAO. You ready for this? And Celeste said, yeah. And that was the last that we heard of it. Obviously, she went missing. The police came to his house. We saw the body cam right at the start of these hearings. And it was very, very clear that, you know, he had something to hide. Now, it would have been a different story if we'd have heard all of that stuff. And then we would have seen this body cam footage of him lying to the police being like, oh, I never really heard of her. Like, you know, I think she told me she was 18, but they'd be saying she'd seen the missing poster. So Operation Awesome has gone down and then the cops are going to his house. All right, and we're seeing that on body cam. That's crazy. So a bunch of months pass by now. Now we're in June of 2024, and she's still years old, but David is now 19 years old at this point in the year. She's a few months away from her birthday, and that was her last birthday she was alive for. So on the 9th of June at 11:52 p.m., Celeste would message David, and this is going to get a little bit gross and a little bit graphic, and I'm going to be careful about what I say and what I read. But basically, Celeste would message David and say, "What you doing?" And then follow up saying, the following day at 8 a.m., all right, Celeste said, "I'm going to shower right now." So I'm feeling like they're probably in the same property, sending texts inside the house in different rooms, in the big-ass house in Hollywood Hills, in different rooms. That's what I'm deducing from this. So she said, "I'm going to shower right now." David replies, said, "Bet, wash your for real, since it was itchy last night. You know what that means." There's some kind of emoji that we couldn't see, or a GIF, and then David replied, clapping them cheeks. Now, I think you can imagine what they had going on, but it's not good. Later on, Celeste would contact David separately and basically say, "What if the first didn't work?" David said you would have a little time passed, and then Celeste would message David on a separate occasion. I didn't get the exact date, but it was between June the 11th and between the 10th and the 13th. So I didn't get the exact date, but it would be between June and 10th and 13th. Celeste messaged David and said, and I'm assuming they're sort of cohabiting at this point, or at least they're spending a lot of time together. Celeste says, "We need to record everything we do for when we don't see each other." David replied, "For real, for real." Celeste said, "You deserve the best in the world." David said, "I love you. You deserve better." He said, "I miss you. We record in everything like we used to." And bear in mind, this testimony is coming after they've confirmed 48 videos had been found on his phone. So a couple days later, on June the 13th, oh, actually, my bad. This was all on the 13th. So those last messages were on the 13th. Now, this continues into the day on the 13th. Celeste says, "I sent you a on Instagram. Open it tomorrow." David said, "I just opened it and Will jumped." And apparently Will, according to the detective, is a nickname for his thing, his wiener. In the UK, they call it a willy. I don't know if you ever heard that. People call it a willy. Maybe it's a UKism. They did go to the UK. I don't know. Celeste sent him another message saying, "We need a makeout vid. We only had kisses." And then David replied, "Dead ass. No more pics. More vids." Then David sent another message to her saying, "August 11th to the 17th, Vegas, baby. Booked. Trump Hotel." And you know what Celeste replied to his dumbass? Celeste said, "How much did your dumbass pay to stay at the Trump Hotel?" So I ain't gonna lie, he tricking on her, talking about bags and all this other stuff you're gonna see. He's talking about, yeah, book the hotel for the Trump Hotel. She ain't like, "Yeah, baby, thank you." She like, "How much did your dumbass pay?" This guy was a dumb trick, even when he's messing with the, which is just embarrassing for him. And I'm delighted to see that. A little bit of time passes by, and David sent another message. You know what he said? He said, "I can't wait to move in together without cops, baby. I'll see you more and take you out every day." And she said, "I miss you so much." And then he replied, "You're going to be with me everywhere." Now, what's crazy about that is it's like he's talking about, "Oh, I can't wait to move in together without cops." How on earth did this guy think, after the cops had already been to his house and the cops were, "This is a missing operation, awesome with your security"? How did you think you could just be on your phone talking about, "Oh, I can't wait to move in with this cops a bit and I'm going to take you out every day"? This guy is actually disconnected from reality, if you ask me. So a little bit of time passed, and David sent a message saying, 4-year vacation, slide back. This is what he was saying that they were going to do. He was saying, this kind of out of nowhere, like a gap of time passes. I don't know what message was sent in between. But he said, 4-year vacation, slide back, get the rest of your documents, and we get married in Italy and dip out the country. So he's basically saying, get your passport and we're going to dip out the country and go get married in Italy. This is get married in Italy to a. And then Celeste just replied, David. And then David replied, LMFAO. After all these OAs, we can finally make it happen without all these police and posters. So I've just looked up what OAs meant, and they didn't define that in court, and I didn't really get a clear explanation. I'm not actually finding that out. Maybe someone can let me know in the comments, but he said after all these OAs, we can finally make it happen without all these police and posters. So a little bit of time would pass, and then Celeste would message him again saying, I got dem symptoms. I don't like this. David would reply, it's okay, LMAO, we don't know for sure. Celeste would reply, what if the first... I can't even believe it. What if the first didn't work? And David replied, you would have a LMAO, you had hella periods, but nah, first gone. And she said, I hope. Talking about first gone. How many times did they go through this? It's not clear. They didn't at any point during the proceedings say that, like, hello. They didn't at any point during the proceedings say, like, oh, there was confirmed 3. It felt like there was at least 2 talked about. Oh, okay. I see what you got going on here. Okay. It's not time for that. It's not time. Okay. All right. You are interrupting my journalism, sir. Thank you. He still wants it. Don't try it again. We're not. It's not time for that. Don't jump up. Don't do it. No. Right. Okay. We're gonna have to tuck these into the notebook so you cannot see them as prey. Thank you. Sorry. I hope that's not inappropriate. This is just me living my life, and my cat is in the room. I leave my door open when I'm recording because he gets sad otherwise. Anyway, guys, sorry. So from there, actually, we did have a break. So that actually was an appropriate time for this cute little guy to interrupt me. But basically, after that, there was a break. That's when I kind of did a couple of little updates on some of the details that I had heard for you guys. You probably saw that on my social media, on shorts and TikToks and whatever. But after we came back from the break, we just got straight back into the testimony. So from there, David sent her a message, a longer-ish message, and it was once again about the issue. He said, let's let this be our last one until we have the real one. If you're actually pregnant, if we have twins, cool. We wanted 2. Anything more, and it's going to be adoption. I'm going to read that to you again just so you fully understand what nonsense this guy is saying to this girl. He's selling her a dream and lying to her, in my opinion. She replies, but what if they're the same gender? And David said, damn, didn't think of that. He's selling a dream. Then he said, we have a clear vision of how we want to build our family, right? We have a clear vision of how we want to build our family, right? She posted some kind of emoji that wasn't seen. And you know what he said after that? He said, I don't want your getting crazy loose. And he said, and I also got another business credit card approved for you to use. So whatever you buy is a tax write-off in LA. Clothes, food, and whatever you want, you can buy. He is selling her a dream. Isn't it convenient? And for him to say that I don't want your getting crazy loose is disgusting. But this is but after that, he's dropping, oh, by the way, I got you a business card. You can buy anything you want. Just get that done. That's the vibe that he's giving off. So, ironically, after she basically is told that she can have a business credit card and buy whatever she wants as a tax write-off, which sounds to me like the IRS maybe should look into David and Mogul Vision if that's what was going on. But she replies like the female symbol. So I guess that saved. It wasn't an emoji. It was like, I guess like you can type that as a figure into a phone and into like key codes. You know, it's like, you know, you've got all the 26 letters of the alphabet and dollar signs and things like that can actually be reproduced by the Apple's keyboard. So I guess the sort of female sex symbol, you know, the opposite of like what Austin Powers used to wear on a chain. That's the best reference point I can even think of on the spot. But basically, that is essentially what she replies. So she just sends the female sex symbol back to him saying that you can have an unlimited company credit card on the company dime. And then she just sends another message saying jewelry, smiley face. So she low-key taking him for all he's got. And I respect it, to be honest. She treating him like a diabolical trick. And, you know, he's just a sucker and a simp that's just going for it with this absolute clown. If she wasn't, this would be low-key embarrassing. But anyway, it's even worse and despicable and illegal, and you know, we're gonna see how that all works out for him. Now after that, David sends her another message, and again, it's like bear in mind he's He's given her all this spiel. Oh, you're gonna have, you know, we're gonna have kids, we're gonna have twins, and we're gonna just get. And you're gonna have an unlimited credit card and jewelry. And then he follows up. He says, I just don't want no posters, and you've got to be able to get on planes. I can pay for you. I can pay you and give you a credit card so you don't have to worry about the money part. Now, when he says I can pay you, I'm not going to lie, that sounded a little bit like he was talking about giving her a job, putting her on the payroll. It wasn't, I can send you money, I can send you a band, I can send you 10 bands. It was, he's licking me. It was, I can pay you. You can get on planes now. Was he employing her? Was Mogul Vision employing her? He said, we don't have to worry about the money part. I just don't want no posters. And you've got to be able to get on planes. So full-blown international, definitely interstate. She went to Texas, but full-blown international took her to London. Absolutely insane. So they would continue their discourse on June the 14th, 2024 at 10:21 p.m. When Celeste would say, pic might look cute in there though. And if you remember, I told you earlier that she basically took a picture that was almost like, imagine like you taking a pic. Imagine I'm taking a pic of my cat right now, and then I'm holding a bottle of Plan B in front of him. Like, you know what I'm going to do? Pretend this hand sanitizer is Plan B, and pretend my lovely cat is, is David. All right? Imagine the hand sanitizer is Plan B and the cat is David. She's posting we saw in court a picture like this. Can you see that? Let me turn the brightness down. That might be a problem. I just want to illustrate this just very obviously. I'm going to get it in focus. It's going to be worth it. Hang on. See that? Behind the scenes now. Okay. So imagine that's Plan B and that's David, right? There you go. There's your little. Thank you. You came in handy. You worked for me. Now I'm going to put you on the payroll. So imagine that. All right. That's an image that we're shown earlier on. This image of this Plan B, along with a bunch of selfies of them two together. You can see both of their faces bright and clear. Celeste says, I think that Plan B pic might look cute in there. So I guess he's doing some kind of like Instagram carousel, or he's doing a post getting her advice. And David says, oh yeah, send it to me. OMG, dude, our first Plan B pic is effing gone. No, OMG, dude, our first Plan B video is effing gone. I'm so mad. She says, for real? And David says, unless you have it somewhere. And she says, no. And then she posts an emoji over and over and over again for a whole line. Now, after that, she says, should I add one of these into the post? And then David says, it's between this emoji or this emoji. Unfortunately, we don't get to see what they are. And then she said, or this because someone in the background too. It's a girl's name. I don't know who. But he said it's between this or this, two different emojis, or this because blank in the background too. And then Celeste replied, pick Plan B. The blurry one, though. And we did see that Plan B image a few different times from different angles, and one of them was blurrier than others. So I guess, you know, she on this thing of like, it's cool aesthetic to show the more blurry version of the picture. But the fact that he even considered posting up a picture of the Plan B next to him, I don't even know if that got posted. I don't know if that was something that circulated on the Reddit or something. But after that, David said, I want to repost. She said, I want to repost and post about you type of vibe. So basically it's like he wants to be able to post, but she can't be in it. And bear in mind, we saw these other images going around social media of like her with her arm around David, or her with her arm in the frame, or her with her face covered up. He wanted to post her. He wanted to show her off. This was kind of part of his whole little deceit and thing that he had going on with her, where he basically like, he couldn't show that she was a but he wanted to tease and put clues out there and show her. And she said, oh, you can't see my hair there. It's red. I don't know if that was like, you can't see my hair's there, or if it was like, you can't see my hair there, but it's red. I'm going to have to go and do my research into this, because she basically said, I'm going to look it up real quick. Okay, so I actually wrote down two names that were mentioned in the court. And I was thinking, I swear I've heard one of these mentioned in previous posts on Reddit, but I've just looked up the post I was thinking of, and actually it was not who I thought it was. So these are two names that I hadn't heard before. I thought I'd heard, but I actually hadn't heard. I'm not going to say who they are, but it sounded like they were people that were related to Celeste. So Celeste said, not this person or that person, thinking I got straight hair and red hair. And then David replied, surely they remember what your hands look like. You're recognizable. Now, the context that was given in the courtroom was that it was basically like David saying, I want to be able to repost you, but I'm not sure. Can you see your hair? Can you see your hands? They can remember what your hands look like. Basically, but conspiring to say, I want to post you on my story, but like, if people that are looking for you see your hands, they're going to work out that it's you. That's what was kind of allegedly being discussed there. So a little bit of time passes, and they kind of remind the courtroom that David's 19, Celeste is still at this point. So out of nowhere, later on that month of June, Celeste drops David a text. She says, I miss. David says, I know. Now that I think about it, we got really good at bruh. So a little while after that, on June the 19th at 1:18 a.m., Celeste would then message David and say, your mum know we yet? David would reply, and this is verbatim what was said in the courtroom and in the messages. I wrote this down. I was very careful to write this down exactly because I was probably paraphrasing earlier. She said, your mum know we yet? David said, word for word, she thinks that's the first thing we're going to do when we see each other. She thinks that's the first thing we're going to do when we see each other. She thinks that's the first thing we're going to do when we see each other. He's 19. He says she thinks that's the first thing we're going to do when we see each other. Now, at some point, right, what's really interesting, not yet, but in a few months' time, so clearly David's mother was aware of Celeste. Clearly there were at least inferences and assumptions about some kind of relationship going on between them. And eventually they would meet. We know that's a fact. So I want to know what David's mum was thinking of this. Other than giving him advice, making sure, make sure that you ask her that the baby's yours if you... I'd love to know what his mother kind of, had to say about all this. So later on, Celeste messages David again, said, I can see you and sleep over. Just don't get me pregnant, please. And David replies, we've done a good job the past few months. This is how I wrote, maybe I wrote this wrong. It said, how last time was the only time pregnant up condom in December. So it sounds like he's basically saying, the last time was the only time you got pregnant recently from the effed up condom. But that sentence was kind of a little bit disjointed. That was exactly how I wrote it down. So I don't know whether, unless I misphrased a little bit of that or it was a typo. So on June the 23rd, 2024, at 10:59 p.m., David messages Celeste and says, rate today out of 10. And Celeste sends back an emoji. Probably one of those emojis that's like a square with the number in it. There's like an emoji for each for numbers, right? I'm pretty sure there's a 10 emoji. But anyway, sends back an emoji, right? Maybe it was a 1. So 1 out of 10. Weirdo, creep, maybe. So they had a back and forth. Celeste then followed up and said, I love you more. She said, I don't know. David would basically go on to say, I need more hickeys. And Celeste would reply, my are sore. And once again, the court would be reminded of their ages at the time. Now, it's ironic that came up because this picture had been going around for quite some time. Now we know that this is Celeste. All right, red hair. We've seen the unredacted images from the courthouse that basically actually just show him in the car taking these selfies with her. And he had the same hair, various different poses, various different days, but we knew he was in the Tesla kissing on her and taking pictures with her now, okay? And you can see he's got a hickey on his neck. And so we now know that there in messages, David's talking about, I need more hickeys, all right? And then we got the date on that one, all right? So it's all adding up. It's all lining up, all right? This was all real. They was together and they had hella selfies where you could see her full face. I think we might well have actually seen this full image. And I'm going to say something I forgot to say in my last video. But they actually did say in court that during some of the illegal videos where he
He was identifiable by the black spot sticker on his head that he was apparently wearing in other pictures taken around the same time. This guy is an idiot, and he's disgusting. He's okay. So we saw pictures from, looked like they were from this same day where we were seeing Celeste. A lot of these pictures that you've seen here, we saw like, clearly they probably took 6 or 7 pictures on this occasion where Celeste appeared just bait-faced in a few of them, right? So we actually saw the sort of real-life, real-deal accompanying pics that would go along with these sort of teaser pics, including like an even better, higher quality close-up of the engagement ring, etc. But he was often identifiable with this stupid Spot Star sticker on his head. And now some people have called me out for wearing Spot Star stickers. At the end of the day, look, we all get acne, whether you're a diabolical PDF like David or a little internet Reddit nerd like me. Now, the use of the star sticker isn't indicative of anything, but that helped them identify this clown when he was doing despicable stuff, all right? But regardless, who cares about any of that? I'm just pointing out that those spot stars were brought up. They were apparently included in several of the videos, and it was just another little bit of icing on the cake of David being cooked. Anyway, it just gets worse and worse. So David would contact her another time in June 2024. And he would say, let me know if I'm ever too rough. And she says, you're not, but it's... Later that day, apparently that very day, June the 24th, 2024, when those messages had gone back and forth, this lined up with 9 videos that specifically were taken and found on his phone, particularly pictures where was happening. And there were pictures of him with his face next to... The following day at 9 a.m., so the next morning... Celeste would message David, all caps, saying, we fucked, and it hurt, and it hit, SMMMM, so much. And then David replied, he said, nah. Oh no, I think it's nah. I remember every time you say ow, who knows? I'm just going to have to say at this point, this video is just, I just want you to know what he said. He said, nah, I remember every time you say ow, last time you didn't say it once. And Celeste replied, I ran to the bathroom. Then David replied, that was just the cap. And so she kind of talking to him in this baby voice. Maybe he liked that. That's like infantilizing kind of way to talk. On July the 9th, 2024 at 1:25 a.m., David messaged her. He said, I'm thinking about your abortion gift. Maybe, I guess another one was coming. She said to him, I want Balenciaga hourglass purse. I've never seen one of these. Let me look that up. So I guess this is the purse that she was looking for, Balenciaga hourglass purse. I've never seen one of these before. It's kind of interesting shape. That's what she wanted. And they retail for $2,900. Some of them are going on the secondary market, an older one for $900. So that's what apparently she was looking to have for her abortion gift. All right? So I lost my page there. My God, this is crazy. So she then said to him, do you ever just sit there and think, we have a whole ass tape? And David replied, a few of them, yep. And Celeste replied, 15, no. Wait, hang on. A few of them, yep. I don't know if I didn't write this right, but I think she said a few of them, yep. No, she did say this. I was really thinking, no way did I write that. That's actually what was said, but no. He said a few of them, yep. And she said 15, no. Or no, 15, no leak it, please. And let me read this sentence again, because I was kind of thinking like, that don't make sense, but now actually I've thought about it, it makes sense. She said, you ever just think we have a whole ass sex tape? He said, few of them, yep. She said, 15, no leak it, please. And he replied, N-word, you don't leak it. That's not a video. Imagine. So the idea that like he murdered her because she was going to expose him, he gave her that ammunition. They're encouraging each other to record these videos, and he's surely at some point he considered the possibility. He's making jokes talking about you don't leak it. So a day after that, on July the 10th, 2024, at 11:21 p.m., sorry, Celeste messaged David and said, does anyone even know we even had sex? And I feel like this is when we're starting to see a sort of suspicious side of her coming out. She's starting to realize, what's this creep got me into? She says, does anyone even know that we even had sex?
And then she follows up. She says, then let's get married next year and make the baby simply. And David replied, nope, and I would like to keep it that way before we're married. David then sends her a message saying, can I against the window in Vegas? Celeste says, want to. And David says, want to everywhere. We still ain't. Celeste said, let me on the couch. Celeste says, let me on the couch next time, baby. I'm going to. And then David said, yes, mommy. And then David basically goes on to say, I just need my face. And then she replies, you're always between in general. Then on August the 22nd, 2024 at 3:41 p.m., during this period of time, Celeste went to stay with an aunt in Los Angeles County. And during this time, David sent her a long text. Now, it's unclear whether she was staying there permanently, if she was there on a trip. This is the part where I lost some of the text. It was going so quick. So let me just quickly search and see if another journalist with a laptop typed it out in full in that short period of time, and I'll read the thing in its entirety, but if not, I'll just read you everything I did write down. All right, so I know that I said before that I didn't have time to write down the message and that I couldn't find any other journalists that wrote it. Well, shout out to Taylor Parise. She was in the courthouse and she actually checked her notes and she had typed out the message and she gave me the message today, and I'm going to read it to you guys. It was a long, bitchy message from David, and I'm going to read it to you very carefully, and I don't think there was anything messed up in here. It said, I'm going to just say one thing and leave it on my end. You're enough for me. All I want, all I need. Remember when we started, me, and never forget that you used to come over the house only past 11, and all we would do is... and go on walks. I wanted real dates and I wanted to take you places and spend time with you, but because of your situation, we couldn't do those things. So the time that we spent together was enough for me. I don't need friends. You checked my phone. I tell you, you're everything to me. And I mean that. I don't feel lonely anymore. In my eyes, it's like you constantly want more than me. That's fine. Make friends. Just don't get close to males. We need to stop things and people we used to have. When we were only able to see each other twice a week, that was enough for me, because that was enough for me. And frankly, if it was still like that, it would still be enough for me. That's vaguely what he said. I think maybe there are a couple little words missing here and there. But yeah, that was what he said. Very, very messed up, very bitchy, very just bleeding heart. Okay, I've just done a pretty extensive Google search, and despite other journalists having laptops in the room, I wasn't allowed to have a laptop, right? Like, the first couple of days I was allowed a laptop, somebody did some dumb shit, and then they ruined it for all the independent journalists. So you could only have a laptop if you were mainstream media with all these credentials, okay? Even though I've been trying to get my credentials, and they won't give them to me because I'm a YouTuber. Anyway, that's a separate story. But I wasn't allowed a laptop for these last two and a half days, so I had to write everything out by hand. I'm quite actually disappointed because the whole thing's going on and all I'm hearing is in the back row. You guys, ain't nobody published this long ass message. I wrote down everything I could apart from this message. I'm actually pissed. All you fuckers with if I had a laptop, I'd have written down every single word verbatim and told you everything. Shout out to all the other journalists there, but it's this type of thing that pisses me off. You lot don't respect me as a journalist because I'm independent and post on YouTube, but ain't not one of you got the information that you needed to do. None of you was getting busy with the laptop. What the fuck were you typing? What were you typing? You didn't get this. So I'll read you everything that I could, and I'll let you know that there were gaps because it was moving way too quick. It was shown on screen very briefly. The detective read it, and then they moved on. It was gone. I wrote down as much as I could. I don't think I missed anything else other than this long message that basically, while Celeste was staying at her aunt's house in LA, David sent her this big, long, pissed off message. I'll read you as much of it as I can, but I'm so disappointed that nobody had that and put that up there. I think this is so important. If I was allowed a laptop, I would have given you exactly what was said. Anyway. She said, so David sent her this really long moaning message. He said, I'm going to say one last thing and leave it on my end. You're enough for me. All I need. You used to come after 11 p.m. We used to drink and fuck. I missed a little bit of information where he's talking a little bit more about what they used to get up to. But then he says, because of your situation, we couldn't. And I think he was saying we couldn't be together the way that we really wanted to. I was down, but I made the best I could of the situation. He said, you're everything to me. I kind of missed another part after that. I'm just grabbing as much as I could, but a decent amount of it's here. And then he basically said, you only want to send reels to a boy or something. so if I remember correctly, he basically said, and a part of the thing I missed that I can kind of remember, he basically said, I don't talk to anybody else outside of the music industry. I don't talk to other girls. I don't talk about anything other than music and you. I don't need friends. I don't need anything else but you. But you can't like do me the same courtesy. He was kind of getting jealous, and then also being like, and I did remember this. I didn't write it down, but I did remember. He said to her, he was like, I've let you go through my phone. You've gone through my phone. You know I've got nothing else going on with other girls. It sounded like she'd maybe accused him of something or suspected something. And he was like, you've been through my phone. You know I've got nothing else going on with other chicks. Yada, 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 yada. Right? You're everything to me. I don't need anyone else. You only want to send... she said, you only want to send reels to... My bad. He didn't say you only want to send reels to a boy. He said, I only want to send reels and gifts to you. And you only. So he basically was sort of inferring that she was talking to other guys. Maybe she was entertaining other guys, talking to other people, sending reels to other people, joking around. Because when you're really locked in with someone, you'd be sending the reels back and forth, and things be reminding you of someone, and you'd be sending it to them, all right? He said, I only want to send reels to you. I don't do anything with anyone else outside of the music industry. So this is the next bit he said verbatim. He said, you always complain about people who used to be in your life. And he basically explained that, like, you know, you're always complaining about people who used to be in your life. They're not in your life anymore. I don't need to hear about them anymore, basically. It's like what he was saying. And he's like, why are you so focused on the other people? It sounded like he was referring to boys. And she was focused and pissed off and upset about, like, interactions she'd had with guys back in the day, or maybe traumas, other stuff happening with other men. He basically went on to say, like, oh, I'm just warning you, don't get too close to other males. Don't get close to other males. It was weird. It was a mad little jealousy thing. I missed some of what came after that, unfortunately. No one else had it. And then he basically said, we can spend more time together now. I missed the next part. And basically said, back then, when I could only spend 2 nights a week with you, back then that was enough. And so it sounded like he was sort of saying, like, now we can spend more time together, but you're kind of like, it sounded like he was inferring she was, like, entertaining other guys, or even just, like, chatting to other guys. He was getting jealous. She was getting, like, suspicious of him, and basically was saying, like, now we can spend more time together. Back then, 2 nights a week were enough, and if it was still like that, it would be enough. But now we're supposed to have all this time together. He doesn't have time for you. It's like, now we can spend more time together. It's a problem. It was just this big, long, rambling text with sort of jealousy. And it kind of was a little bit like, it kind of went one way and then went back the other. I'm sorry I didn't get everything down for that. I tried so hard to just write everything out. They went through this message so fast. I pretty much got everything else. But anyway, after that, okay, I believe just over a week passed. And we got to August the 30th, 2024. So at 2:08 a.m., okay, they had a back and forth. And this is where you can see the relationship's deteriorating. So Celeste texts him and said, realistically, I care about you, but I killed my kid for you, in reference to the abortion. And David replies, has to be the right time with the right complications, talking about having a child. And Celeste replied, I still would have been there for it. So she's regretting not having the child and going through with the abortion that he pushed. And he pushed it hard, as we saw from the previous messages. So David would then go on to say, yeah, selfishly, because also the child would have been mine. So then he's kind of accusing her, saying, well, it's selfish of you to say that you would have kept it and been there for the child, because it was also mine, and like I wasn't trying to be there for it. Basically putting it on her. I don't like the way he's talking to her, to be honest with you. But anyway, she then clapped back and said, David, I have to lie to people. She said, some of my handwriting's getting bad because I was getting tired. She said, David, I have to lie to people. Yeah, she said, David, I have to lie to people and even lie to my kid for the rest of my life. I would do anything to have the kid back. So she's basically saying, like, I've had to lie to my whole family about this abortion. I had to lie to everybody. I even would have to lie to my own kid. If it seemed like she was sort of saying, if I went on to have a kid, I would have to lie to that kid about what had happened in the past. And, you know, their relationship, right? She said, I'd do anything to have it back. And she said, I still took a life of an innocent, literal baby. And it's so sad to hear that, because, like, she didn't even realize that she was a literal, innocent baby that had her life taken by the man allegedly in that chat. And so David replied to that when she said, still took the life of an innocent, literal David just said, then let's end that there. And then Celeste replied, I can talk about it without crying. Like, previously she couldn't talk about it without crying. Now she can talk about it, so we can talk about it. We don't have to end it there. That's what was being inferred. Celeste went on to say, I'm willing to talk about my child. So she's talking about the child as if it was there. She said, I'm willing to talk about my child. And David said, I don't like talking when you're upset. And then she replied, how do you feel about it? And David said, I'm saddened by it, more sad of how it was conceived. Outside of marriage and how I pictured it, I can't change it, but I can change for the next child. He's still manipulating her and grooming her. And rather than just being surreal of just like, bro, realistically, he made her have that abortion because he can't get caught rocking with a... As bright as day, that's what was going on. But here's the thing. He's manipulating her, saying, she's saying, how are you feeling about it? Like, don't you feel bad about killing this child? Like, he ain't thinking, right, he don't give a shit about that. But he's saying, I'm saddened by it. I'm more sad of how it came about. We weren't married, you know. He's pulling that. It's a whole manipulative relationship. And it was reaffirmed during this period of time that they were still having this adult relationship throughout this period. Now, on her birthday, September the 7th, 2024, she messages him and says, I haven't taken a pregnancy test in a minute. And he said, because you haven't missed a lol. And Celeste replied, I will take one when I see you. But she's basically saying, oh, I haven't taken a test. He's like, yeah, because you haven't missed your period. It's not a big deal. She's like, I'll take one. Clearly, she's got it in her head. And no doubt she's got medical trauma for being sent to have multiple abortions. No shit. But anyway, I made a note that kind of as we got to this later section, David was writing in his notebook loads. And they didn't actually let him take his notes with him. The lawyers had to take his notes away from him at the end because he's not allowed any discovery in his cell. He's probably not even allowed notes about their dirty text messages. But anyway, you know, just under a week after her birthday, when she turns 14, on September the 12th, Celeste messages David and says, I'm scared I haven't got pregnant in a minute, and we f a lot. So, and then David replies, because we have when you're least likely to get pregnant. And she replies, oh, okay, I was scared. And so while this is all going on, David kind of just got his head down. He's writing in his notebook. I don't know if he's doodling, writing notes, just scribbling, writing songs. Who knows? But on September the 22nd, 2024, she messages him again. So am I going to get pregnant? And David says, that's why we sex on days that you're not dating. No. So the detective points out that on September the 28th is when they fly to London. They fly out there for a period of time, 2 weeks, I believe, from September 28th into October. So he is over there with this unaccompanied in London, having his way, doing whatever he wants for 2 weeks. Disgraceful that was allowed to happen. I don't know what airline he flew with. I've got some questions for the airline, to be honest with you. Actually, we do know. I'm pretty sure we did actually see it. It was, I won't say because I don't want to accidentally defame somebody because I've forgotten the exact airline it was. And I got in trouble for showing that airline ticket. And they still haven't reinstated that video, but that's another story. Want to have a word with that airline for sure. How on earth did they allow that to happen? But anyway, the detective pointed out that they went to London for 2 weeks together. Then they came back, and then they flew out to Texas to meet David's family. And it wasn't entirely clear exactly when that trip took place. But what is clear, it seems like the full breakdown of their relationship kind of happened in the aftermath of that. Might not have been the reason, but it doesn't... I get the impression that that trip, that visit with his family didn't go well. That might be a saving grace for his mother and his family and all of the people around to be like, yo, like, he turned up with this and we was like, what the f***? And we told him break it off, and then eventually that relationship deteriorated rapidly from there. We don't know. But what we do know is that they basically communicated again on November the 7th, 2024. And Celeste messaged David and said, I literally had sex with you daily for almost a year straight. And David replied, you treat this like it's the first breakup. It's the 8th time. So she's sort of saying to him almost like, I don't know about bargaining shit, but she's almost saying to him like, bro, how we breaking up? Like, I guess, you know, during the trip, she said a year straight. I literally had with you for almost a year straight every day. And then he's like, you're acting like this is the first breakup. This is the 8th time we've broken up. So some time passes. And then in December of 2024, they have a back and forth where it sounds like they met up and it didn't go well. So Celeste messages David and says, I thought you invited me to your house to cuddle. He said, she says, I was going to go home. We could have just kissed and left it at that. And David replied, you asked if I wanted, and I folded. And then she replied, is a connection? And then David replied, then we stopped and you cried and I told you and then you asked again. Sorry, I held you and then you asked again. So I'm guessing, I'm inferring that she had said, I want to make a connection. I want to reconnect with you. And then it's like they stopped having sex. She cried. He said, I held you. And then you asked again. And then she said, no, we made out. I was supposed to go home. And then David replies, like this happens every time. David said, like this happens every time you initiate a kiss and I go with it. You ask me to be your boyfriend. I just follow your lead. Basically confirming that they were boyfriend and girlfriend, but he's blaming her, saying, I follow your lead. You, sir, are a grown man and this is a... And you're talking about you initiate the kiss and I go with it. You ask me to be your boyfriend. I just follow your lead. Grow the f up. You're 19, bro. This is a minor. What are you talking about? So this is actually the final message that was shared between them. On March the 14th, 2025, they were still communicating, still discussing the relationship. So at 8:22 p.m. on that day, Celeste basically texts him and says, we can be online friends, but not in person. I just want to move on. And David just replies, okay. Then Celeste replies, this isn't happening. I feel like we can't be in a balanced relationship. Maybe if things were different, but all we do is hang out. I want more for myself. And David just replied, boundary setting is terrible. And then Celeste replies, it's more than that. And that was the end of the hearing. It was damning stuff. Everything in order, considering the fact that we had heard, you know, we see the body cam of the cops visiting his home. I'm not going to lie to you. Beth Silverman, the DA, she's damn near a storyteller, because the way that she had the evidence unfold day by day, it was almost like, I'm not going to lie, like it was a movie. Like she started off with these clues, the body cam footage, like she started off with this sensational body cam footage, and there was a bit of plausible deniability of like, well, you know, it wasn't outright told to him that she was 13. He thought she was 18. It was like there was a little plausible deniability at the start, but then it's like we then backtracked. It was like a Tarantino film. The last thing that she showed us was all the text messages all the way back, all going back to 2022. The first thing she showed us was the body cam of the cops knocking on the door after the kidnapping. We didn't hear about Operation Awesome until the very last hour. And the first thing we're seeing is body cam footage that's like, you're thinking, oh, it can't be that bad. Now I know about Operation Awesome. I want to go back and see that body cam footage. I can't, because it's the end of the preliminaries and that information is not being made available to the public. But my God, what an absolutely insane experience. What an absolutely wild narrative that Beth Silverman, the Deputy District Attorney, has put together. Kudos to her, all right? Some people weren't feeling her. Some people were feeling like she was a little bit too feisty to certain people. She definitely is a strong woman. I definitely don't want to ever be on the wrong side of a prosecution. And I don't plan to be. I don't plan to commit any crimes whatsoever. But like she's not fucking around. David is finished. David is up against an absolute, like, she the real sniper. She the King Von of the courtroom, okay? She is gonna catch his hat for sure. It was insane. So it's almost makes you wish that you could kind of watch it back in reverse and actually experience that back to front, because with the context of those text messages, I wonder if that was the intelligent way of doing it, because it's like those text messages were so damning it would make you just completely presumptuous that he would want to kill her. Obviously, bro, just them texts alone, it's kind of like, yo, he would definitely want to get rid of this girl. She knows too much. She talking about she got 15 tapes on him. It ain't even a case of, oh, she said she was going to expose me. She was going to go on TikTok talking about David's messing with Amaya. She had 15 tapes on deck. Seems like, allegedly, in my opinion, yeah, killed her after all of that, right? We're going to find out. I'm sorry this video was so long, but I wanted to give you guys all of my notes, and I was actually disappointed. Even as I couldn't finish writing that down, I could hear everybody in the back tapping on their laptops, and I was thinking, there's one message that I can't write down. I'm a perfectionist. I'm pissed off with myself. I didn't write that message down, but I literally couldn't. My wrist was not strong enough. But anyway, I will continue covering this case, possibly even over the weekend, because there were some very interesting leads that some people have sent to me about details of some very interesting things that have apparently been going on around the case and around David. And I will be sure to keep you guys posted about anything new that I hear. For everybody that says, Trap Law Rush just sits and read Reddit comments, I think this week has proven to you guys otherwise. And maybe next week we might just have some Reddit comments to go on, and we will be digging into the Reddit. We're not abandoning the Reddits. The Reddits are the hub for the discourse, but I think you can see that I have definitely done the utmost to get the information to you guys as raw, unadulterated, and factual as humanly possible. And I know there are a few Redditors in there too, all right? I know a few Redditors. I know a few of you shit-talking Redditors done see me in person and smile into my face and acting cool. It's okay, all right? It's okay. I got love for you guys. But all I want to say is that at the end of all this is rest in peace to Celeste Rivas Hernandez. This is all really just documenting history for her to get the justice that she deserves, for her family to get the justice they deserve. It's not about me. It's not about other creators in the courtroom, mainstream media influencers. It's not about the DA and Blair Burke and the vibes and what people are saying and people getting kicked out. All of that's just drama. All of that's secondary to the fact that this poor little girl was taken out of this earth completely wrongfully against the wishes of God, against the wishes of nature, against what should have been a long and fruitful her life that belonged to her. Her life belonged to her. As you see in those texts, David low-key saw her like property. She was an inconvenience to him. She was a real person, all right? She wasn't the contents of a bag in a car. She was a real person, and she was robbed of her life. And this is all about basically not making her whole again, because it's not possible, but basically doing justice and taking everything away from David that he took away from Celeste. And if that comes in the form of a life sentence without the possibility of parole, so be it. If that comes in the form of the death penalty with a needle, so be it too. But it's all about Celeste. Rest in peace to her. And I saw stuff in that preliminary hearing that I'll never recover from. I've talked about it in other videos, but it was just horrific. And to be honest, like, this is really the first time after like 4 days back to back where I've really been able to just like take a breath, because I've come home from the courthouse every day exhausted and like just so tired and so drained. And when I'm at the courthouse, again, I don't want to make this about me because it's about Celeste, but like when I'm at the courthouse hearing about these things, seeing these images, seeing the images like of her body and the bags and everything, it's just horrific. But there's so much going on. I'm trying so hard to like write notes every day, and it's really tiring, but there's so much going on, and there's so many great people in the courthouse, like other great journalists to talk to, that like I've made really good friends that I hope I can stay friends with for a long time at the courthouse. But like there's so much going on, there's so many people you don't get to think, and it's only in them moments like afterwards when like you get home and all of that, the courthouse is over, there's no cameras, is silence, and you're not surrounded by all this stuff going on to distract you. And I just got home and thought about that horrible picture of the body and the limbs all put back together and just how bad of a state she was in. And I just feel so awful for her family. And like everything that I've witnessed in this trial is the worst stuff I've ever seen. I've seen so many like gang murders and crimes and stuff, but like I've never seen anything so bad. But it's not really like on me to say, oh, I wish I'd never seen that, because like David, like Celeste's family, they've lost their daughter, and that's really what matters. And like, fortunately, they didn't have to look at that shit, but it's like that happened. I had to look at what actually happened, and unfortunately, I think it's good, and I respect Beth Silverman for sparing them the trauma of seeing that, because that was horrible. And when I got home today and I could actually just decompress, because all these other days I've got home, I've had so much to do. I've had to film until nighttime, go to bed, wake up. I've barely had a minute to think. But when I got home today and I sat down and I thought about it, and the images of those autopsy pictures and the contents of that bag just flashed, like scarred on my brain, like scarred into my mind, real trauma. And I just feel so just like, there's just like, I didn't know the world was really that evil, like in real deal life. This isn't a video, this isn't a story, this isn't something that I'm like researching for a story. This is real deal, real life. Someone really did this, and allegedly David's the person that did it. And if he deserves what whoever did it, like, look, justice is going to take place, but like there is no place for anybody. The state that she was left in those pictures, whoever did that should be dead, basically. Death penalty, needle, lethal injection. I don't care what it is. That's what it should be. Because if that was my daughter, if that was my sister, if that was my niece, my nephew, I would do it. So, fortunately, that's not the case. So rest in peace to Celeste. Massive condolences to her family. Really admire the strength that they had to even turn up and face this fucking dirtbag every day. Utmost respect to them for that. I'm gonna leave it there. Sorry if I got emotional at the end, but like it's been a really hard few days. But it's really not about me. I don't matter in this whole grand scheme of things at all. But I'm gonna wrap it up there. Thank you so much for watching this, guys. And I'm out. I'm definitely gonna go and get some rest now, and maybe I'll take a little bit of a break from talking about this. But I appreciate you watching and following, and I'll catch you guys in the next one. Thank you.
All right, folks, so I'm here once again outside the courthouse for the David preliminary hearing. This is now day 5 that we're into. It was originally meant to be 3 days, veered into 4 days. Now it's on the 5th day, and it's looking like it's going to be wrapping up soon. Now, this isn't really the best update. I'm kind of quite upset this morning. I don't know if you realize, you probably did, if you were watching the video that I did about the horrible text messages that David and Celeste had shared that was played in court on Friday. That video was just taken down by YouTube. Now, I'm really upset about this. They've already denied my appeal. I question whether they've even looked at the video. But, you know, you are basically allowed to talk about, you know, bad, sad, horrible things on YouTube under a doctrine called the ESDA. Basically, it's the Educational, Scientific, Documentary and Artistic Purposes. You're allowed to talk about these things. I didn't show anything illegal, which obviously is completely against the guidelines. I simply told you guys everything that I heard in the courtroom. I dumbed it down. I was careful about what I said. I didn't say anything outrageous or offensive or completely graphic, anything like that. I just let you guys know what was said in court, and I'm just so disappointed that YouTube has made that decision, and I'm just really in shock, to be honest with you. For them to actually treat me as if I'm one of the abusers that's sharing and creating this kind of content is just like disgusting, to be honest with you guys. I'm so disappointed, but at the end of the day, that's not going to stop what we're doing. You know, we're still following the case. We're still, you know, following up and basically tracking everything that's going on in the pursuit for justice for Celeste. So I'm going to let you guys know a little bit more info as it goes on. Now, when we were in the courtroom today, we heard a bunch more messages. We actually heard the exact messages that were sent on the day before, the days leading up to, and the day of the alleged murder. I'll be honest with you guys, I don't know if I feel comfortable even telling you what's in those messages right now, because of the way YouTube has kind of treated me over the last 24 hours, and I just don't want to risk it. I did receive like a full community guidelines notice, a warning, a strike warning. I've had strikes before, which I've kind of fought. Some of them I've beaten, some of them I haven't. I think this was just completely unjustified, super out of line for somebody that's actually a journalist at the courthouse, you know, as official press reporting on this case for journalistic reasons. The idea that I've received a strike as if I'm like an actual child abuser sharing illegal material online is just like, it's so out of line, and it's just so off base for what's actually going on, and I'm really disappointed. So I did put up a post on Twitter and I let everybody know what was going on. I don't want to say too much. I don't want to say the wrong thing or get in trouble. All I'll say is that if you followed me for a long time, you'll know that I do post some things on Patreon. I'm in the process of putting together all of my handwritten notes from my journal in the days that I've been here. I'm in the process of putting all of those on Patreon as free, for free members. You can become a free member for nothing, basically, and you can get access to just certain things that basically I'll make available to you guys. So what I want to do, and I haven't done this yet, but what I want to do is make all of my notes over these days available so that it's completely transparent and so that everybody can see what's going on. I do think it's very suspicious that on the same day that, you know, we're hearing these ridiculous messages going around that allege they're from Celeste's neighbor, absolutely dragging her and her family, you know, the day after we've seen this fake I Did It song being posted, that my video is getting taken down and I'm being given a notice that I'm sharing child abuse material, which is just honestly like low-key defamatory. But basically all I did was, you know, read you guys from my notebook and explain what happened. There were no images, there were no graphic descriptions. I was very careful. I didn't use any of the messed up words that were actually, you know, said during this. I didn't describe at all, specifically I didn't describe the 48 illegal images that were found on his device, they were all described in great detail in court, and I'm just super disappointed. You know, you hear on these YouTube channels all the time, they be doing predator catches, they be reading these messages with predators, messages back and forth. That stuff's all over YouTube. It's kind of pushed all the time. So I'm just super disappointed with that. So with that, I'll try my best to like give you a completely sanitized update on what we heard this morning, and I really just feel like I can't really say what's really on my mind here. But what I'll say is that they did continue to read all of the text messages, and I did write all of them down. Obviously, I can't share those with you at this stage, but I did write all of those down. And basically, they communicated, you know, apparently they said it was, they said there was like thousands, literally, they said that there were like thousands of messages between them in the days leading up to the murder. Asia was mentioned, and it wasn't in a good way. I can't really say. I'm looking at my notes now and I'm just thinking I don't even want to get in trouble, don't want to get a strike, I don't want to be completely silenced like for good. But basically, what can I say? I can say there was definitely some kind of jealousy thing going on between people in that group. Celeste was asking about other people. She mentioned several other people by name, including Len Cooperstein from Darkroom. I believe did mention Rob. There were, as we heard, these sort of threats made against him. I don't know if I can say that. They said that the Uber was indeed, like, he did send an Uber to her house in Lake Elsinore, exactly as we thought. Man, she said some stuff that was pretty extreme, and she was definitely playing tough with him. Like I said, I can't tell you what she said, but yeah, they were having a really, really tense conversation in the days that led up to the alleged murder. There was kind of a big falling out between them. And again, you know, the defense made some pretty outlandish claims, which I'm going to get into maybe in a little bit. But what we really heard was that, you know, they'd had these really tense back and forths, and exactly as we'd been told by the prosecution. Basically, you know, she had said some really extreme things, saying that she was going to put him in a bad situation because of the things that he'd done, and then he changed his tune and was agreeing to meet, sent the Uber to bring her to the house. It sounded exactly like what the prosecution said. Now, when the defense clapped back, I can't really say that. When the defense clapped back, they basically said, like, They pointed out things that I thought they were going to point out. They did try and kind of drag the family. I feel like they said a whole lot of nothing and pointed the situation towards the family. But then it's like they started bringing up all these random people, like Celeste's cousins. They referenced an aunt. But again, these are people we haven't heard anything about. As far as I'm aware, you know, I don't think that these people had anything to do with anything. I don't think they were complicit. I think that there were definitely lies that were told on both sides. But at the end of the day, none of that can really distract from the fact that it seems that what's alleged is that David murdered her to protect his music career, to protect himself from getting exposed. And we just saw more evidence to that effect. The idea that David had met family members of Celeste was presented as if it was some kind of big gotcha, like, oh, see, the family knew. But I really just didn't put as much credence on that as I think the defense wanted us to feel. I mean, I feel like there was definitely, you know, there was talk of this trip to Six Flags where one of Celeste's relatives had apparently attended. You know, apparently that was true. And there was talk of this trip to Las Vegas where apparently one of Celeste's was in the same city at the same time. They tried to present it like, oh, she accompanied them, and then the prosecution were like, didn't accompany them, was there in the same city at the same time in a different hotel, traveled there in a different vehicle completely separately. So it was almost like these things they're trying to cover for, like, oh yeah, the family was really involved. It's like the prosecution had good slapbacks to them. And I'm very, very suspicious now of the fact that this post was put around on social media yesterday claiming to be one of Celeste's neighbors, sort of saying, oh, the family knew all of this stuff, David loved her, he wouldn't have ever done this to her. I'll be honest with you, a lot of that stuff, that post lined up with sort of hearsay things that were brought up in court that I personally don't really believe were very credible. I think you're going to hear a whole lot of people now reporting, oh, the family knew, they're going to be blaming the family, which we knew was their strategy all along. But it seems like both the prosecution and the defense kind of played their best cards at the end. The prosecution definitely, you know, had a lot of ammunition. The defense didn't. The defense basically were finding themselves saying, well, the family knew some stuff, and they started talking when David was 17, and there were times when Celeste lied about her age. And it's like they're throwing all this stuff at you, but then you remember, well, David was informed that she was 13 when he was confronted after Valentine's Day at that property where it was on police body cam. It seemed that he was actually very, very much aware of the situation. He said, oh, some people are saying she's 13, but I think she's 18. She told me she's 18. Well, I feel like that in line with, you know, messages from years ago where she's lying about her age. Apparently the age changed several times during the course of their conversation, which to me was very suspect and didn't really make me want to sympathize with him too much. And I really feel like the defense were definitely really clutching at straws and setting the groundwork for this kind of blaming the family routine. But again, I don't feel like what they said was credible. It was kind of these other family members we hadn't heard anything about. And I will say that Celeste's family was actually, her parents were in court for this testimony, which was shocking. But basically, they're laying the groundwork to try and sort of blame the family and blame the victim. And they were trying to say, well, Celeste was the one that kept asking to come over his house as if he is not a full-grown adult and that she is a minor. So it didn't really make any sense. And they brought up other messages between them that kind of painted Celeste in a bad light. But again, absolutely, it's sort of just to dazzle you and to take you off the scent, when in reality, what really this is all about is that this guy is a grown man who was 18. He groomed this girl. It sounds like all of the adult contact that they had was very much when David was 18. Even so, what they had conversations before he was 18. And Beth Silverman made it very, very clear this is a statutory offense. The illegal videos found in that phone are proof that these things happened. And it doesn't matter if you thought, I thought that she was a different age, it doesn't matter. We got all kinds of sirens going on right now, so it's very, very hectic. But let me see if I can let these pass before I keep going with these facts. But it seemed like basically she was saying, well, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if he could have thought that she was 80 years old. It does not matter because he committed the crime. It's documented on video. They've been confirmed by the detectives. And regardless, the evidence is insurmountable at this point, I would say. And I think just deflecting and blaming the family is just absolutely poor taste. And it's not going to work. It's not going to help. It doesn't mean anything. You know, they mentioned that apparently there was a signatory, a notarized signatory from Celeste's father that had allegedly permitted for her to travel to London with David. That was brought up. But again, I don't know. We've heard that maybe someone else, I don't know, right? There's been rumors that that could have been forged. There's been rumors about who might have notarized that. I won't get into that into this video. But anyway, look, I think I'm going to leave it there. I'll update you guys later. I need to get to the bottom of what's going on with this video. But like I say, I'm just super, super disappointed that the reporting, the completely honest and transparent reporting on this situation is being taken down by YouTube, and I'm being put in the same bucket as David, which is just disgusting and offensive to me. And I'm really, really just disappointed at the way that that's gone down. But I'm going to get you guys the updates as soon as I can. Obviously, the big update that I know a lot of you were finding very useful yesterday and the day before is gone. It's not coming back by the looks of things. I don't know what I'm going to do. I'm waiting to speak to somebody from YouTube. It's funny because YouTube often say, oh, we'll give you someone to talk to, and then when things go down, it's like, oh, no, you can't talk to anyone. We're just going to send you AI email replies. So I'm in court right now. I'm going to try and get to the bottom of it. I'll let you guys know. But yeah, just really, really disappointing. A lot of really significant things were said in court today, but as it stands right now, I don't think I can actually tell you them in detail. So really, genuinely sorry about that. And I'm just like really confused. So I'll keep you guys posted. I'm gonna go to the rest of the day. I'll come out, I'll try and give you guys another update and say what I can. We're at kind of closing arguments now. Beth Silverman has just made a very, very compelling argument. The defense have made, I wouldn't say it's a super compelling argument, but they kind of have got all of the good points that they could have possibly made and kind of put those together, and they're basically making their argument as to why, you know, they don't feel like enough evidence has been presented to prove this murder, the lying in wait. They're saying at the very least you could say that a body was moved and desecrated, and it's kind of like Beth Silverman's just clapping back being like, there is so much evidence. Just because we haven't got this little tiny little thing of the exact, just because we haven't got him on camera doing the whole thing doesn't necessarily mean anything. So I'm going to leave it at that. Hope you guys find this useful. I'm going to keep fighting to find out what's going on. If you get a chance, go on X and just like support and retweet and like that post that I put up about this situation and tag team YouTube, because I just think this is really wrong. And I'm just hoping that this is a mistake by a bot and they've just looked at the video and tarnished me with the same brush as David, and then it's a mistake and I've just been caught by these AI gremlins that don't seem to establish any of the context of what's going on. But anyway, like I say, I've got loads of updates. I made loads of notes. I can't tell you what exactly was said right now, but I'll keep you guys updated as soon as I possibly can. And that's going to be that for now. So thanks, guys. I appreciate it. I'll see you soon.
Good afternoon. My name is Nathan Hockman. I'm the Los Angeles County District Attorney. Today I am here to announce that Judge Charlene Olmedo held David Anthony Burke, who goes by the name of the singer David, spelled D4VD, to answer for the horrific and barbaric killing of a 13-year-old at the time, 14-year-old at the time, Celeste Rivas Hernandez. He has held him to answer for first-degree murder with the special circumstances of lying in wait, doing this crime for financial gain, and murdering a witness to an investigation. David Anthony Burke has also been held to answer for the mutilation of the remains of Celeste Rivas Hernandez on September 8, 2025, and he has also been held to answer for engaging in continuous lewd and lascivious acts with a 13-year-old. What we have seen in this preliminary hearing, and the preliminary hearing was conducted by one of our most experienced deputy district attorneys, who is right here, Beth Silverman, and her team, working with the Los Angeles Police Department's Robbery Homicide Division. They methodically presented over 5 different days before Judge Olmedo the evidence that showed, and at this point we had to show it by probable cause. But by probable cause, and I would argue by an overwhelming amount of probable cause, and we will eventually prove this beyond a reasonable doubt. It followed the timeline of the interactions between Celeste Rivas Hernandez when she started as a 12-year-old, then a 13-year-old, then a 14-year-old, who never got to see her 15th birthday. Because in the intervening time, where she had these interactions with Mr. Burke, he engaged in this sexual conduct with a 13-year-old repeatedly, over and over again. This came out in text messages that were presented, in videos and photographs that were presented to the judge that showed this sexual activity. Ms. Silverman methodically tracked the timeline of their interactions during 2022, 23, 24, 25, that eventually led to the time where Celeste Rivas Hernandez went over to Mr. Burke's house in the Hollywood Hills on April 23rd, 2025, and has never been heard of again. But what Ms. Silverman and her team were able to show to Judge Olmedo is that on April 23rd, 2025, what actually happened was the brutal and horrific murder of Ms. Hernandez, and thereafter, over the ensuing 5 months, how her body was chopped up, left in the front trunk of a Tesla, only to be discovered on September 8th, 2025, after the car, this is Mr. Burke's car, had been towed to a tow yard. What now happens is that there will be an information that will be filed within the next week or so. That information will track these 3 felony counts that have already appeared in the complaint. August 31st will be the arraignment on that information. Thereafter, there will be a trial that will be set. That trial can be set as early as 60 days. And as we saw in the preliminary hearing, where the defense demanded that they have that preliminary hearing done within the time that the law allows, and every time they want a preliminary hearing, we were ready. Often preliminary hearings in a case of this complexity take many, many more months than we've seen in this case. But when the defense demanded a quick preliminary hearing, we said, bring it on. And that's exactly what we did. If the defense wants a trial, 60 days out or whatever, they want this trial, we will be ready for that trial. So at this point, again, we don't have additional consideration. Because Mr. Burke now is eligible for the death penalty. The death penalty considerations are now being waived. Part of that consideration will be any submission that the defense wants to submit to the district attorney's office. It is something that we will consider on whether or not we will seek the death penalty. At this point, the death penalty determination has not been made. I will now open it up for questions.
Mr. Hartman, a quick question for you. The defense, during their final arguments, they brought up a point where they said that Celeste Rivas was being very aggressive with David, and they said that he might have felt intimidated, maybe even threatened. Do you think that a self-defense argument would fly in this case?
The defense made many arguments. The defense did not present any evidence. And by the way, the defense doesn't have to do anything in a criminal case. At all points in time, a defendant is presumed innocent until unless proven guilty, and today it was by probable cause. And at a trial, it will be beyond a reasonable doubt. We will have to convince 12 jurors unanimously to find every element of the crime in order to actually get a conviction. The defense has made many arguments. Again, they are arguments at this point. The arguments themselves are not evidence. If and when the defense wants to present evidence at any point, we will match and meet that evidence and overcome any of the arguments or evidence in the trial that will be upcoming.
Let's give us the idea of the scope without violating your secrecy. Were you investigating for a jury, large any of evidence, you tell us about it. We haven't heard. Okay.
So the other idea that you need to have is that preliminary hearing is not designed for the prosecution to present all its evidence. Mr. Greeley is correct from the Los Angeles Times that there was additional evidence that was actually considered in this case that we anticipate being presented in the trial. I'm not going to go into the specifics of that additional evidence. I'm going to say that we presented a significant but small fraction of our evidence in this preliminary hearing. At a trial, we will present all our evidence because the proof at a trial will be beyond a reasonable doubt. We will not be allowed to use certain hearsay that you can use in a preliminary hearing, but you cannot use in a trial. It has to be admissible evidence. The witnesses will need to come in to establish all the foundation, the relevancy, and overcome any objections to the type of evidence. So you are correct. There will be additional and significant evidence presented in a trial that wasn't presented here at this preliminary hearing.
Mr. Hoffman, there was testimony.
That many times. The evidence that we did see, particularly on Friday, I think folks found, I think fair to say, very graphic, very difficult. Both of you have worked in many cases over the span of your careers. How would you say the evidence in this case strikes you, and how does it stand up against other cases that you've worked over the course of time?
We believe that the evidence at trial will be overwhelming to prove guilt beyond a reasonable doubt on the 3 charges with which Mr. Burke will be charged. You got a small preview of some of that evidence, including the text messages and the video and photographic evidence that was also presented directly to the judge. This was difficult evidence to even hear, but also the crime that we are dealing with is incredibly horrific and barbaric. And it's not shocking that the evidence that would prove a horrific and barbaric crime would itself also be very difficult to deal with and to watch and listen to. That is the evidence. We'll make sure that the jury eventually has all the evidence in order to reach a verdict in this case.
Excuse me, Mr. Hoffman. Mr. Hoffman.
But today the defense presented text and say
I'm sorry, you have to speak up just a touch.
yes, the family previously said that they didn't approve of David or Celeste's relationship, but the defense presented text and saying otherwise. What do you think?
So again, we have said this before, the unspeakable tragedy that the Rivas Hernandez family has had to go through to first lose their daughter, but to then find out how they lost their daughter is something that there are no words to do. All we can do in the district attorney's office is bring justice in this case by bringing that killer to justice. That killer is David Anthony Burke, and we intend to bring him to justice before a jury at a trial in the upcoming future.
One more question.
Mr. Hoffman, there was some testimony that other people around David, maybe family members or managers, knew about this relationship. Have you ruled out other defendants? What do you think about that?
Again, at trial, we will bring in all relevant evidence that will establish all the elements of the crimes that have been charged. You heard a preview of that evidence in the preliminary hearing, whether it was, again, certain witness testimony, certain text messages, videos, photographs. There will be business records, and there will also be witnesses that are recipient witnesses. They have information that is relevant to establish the mental state of David Anthony Berg and the acts he committed. That evidence will be presented at trial, at the end of which we will be seeking a verdict of guilt on the 3 counts of which he will be charged: first-degree murder with the special circumstances of lying in wait, doing it for financial gain, and eliminating a witness in connection with that case, mutilation of human remains, and engaging in a continuous series of sexual acts with a minor that are lewd and lascivious acts. Thank you all very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
At this time.
Will you be calling the parents to testify?
Okay, let me grab that. I'm going to keep talking. So that was the DA and the deputy DA basically giving their thoughts on everything that had kind of transpired today, and it was a very, very interesting update. Really like a victory lap for them, having kind of spent such a difficult and just depressing week of such just horrific testimony. So absolute ultimate respect to the DA and the deputy district DA for essentially just following through and pursuing what everybody really in this situation wants, which is to see justice for Celeste and to see the safety restored to the community. So I'm really, really happy to see the result today. Congratulations to the district attorney's office for getting the result that they were looking for, the result that a lot of people thought was coming, but now we're actually seeing it play out. For real life, for everyone to see. No more of this kind of nonsense, he didn't do it, all this kind of stuff. So we're going to see the full-blown trial, but clearly there was enough evidence for probable cause. Even right at the end, it was pretty laughable, some of the arguments that they were trying to make, saying, oh, can we get all the charges dropped because you haven't proved this, that, and the other, and there's no murder weapon, you can't prove what David was doing while he was at his property when Celeste pulled up. You can't even prove that he was inside the house, could have been outside the house. You only triangulated him to the nearby area. It was kind of some pretty nonsense arguments that were being brought forward. But obviously we're going to find out what goes on when it comes to full-blown trial. So I'm going to do another video giving you guys a bit more of an update on everything that I observed today, and then I'm probably going to go home, do a bigger breakdown. I'm going to kind of assess my options because obviously I've got this issue I'm dealing with YouTube at the moment. I'm going to try and work out if I can either get that video back somehow in some shape or form, or do another breakdown, and maybe I should do a whole new breakdown of the text messages and just find, I don't even know what I'm allowed to tell you guys at this point. So I've got a whole bunch of notes, and I'll keep you guys posted, but for now actually I think we're about to see, we might be seeing an update from Celeste's actual family lawyer, who is actually the civil lawyer who is working on this. So let's see what he's got to say. We're gonna try and catch up with him. Can I give you this?
Last 5 days, it seemed the light of day, which agreed 100% with the prosecution that the evidence is sufficient for accountable for these charges. Families relieved that it's done with. They're going to take a break, and they appreciate the hard work that the district attorney's office has done, as well as the investigation by LAPD investigators, Corey Farrell, and Detective Byers. And they also wanted to thank the media for your coverage. They haven't appeared before the media. They're very private individuals, and so they hope that you understand that even though they haven't appeared before the media, that they're grateful for the media's continued coverage and keeping Celeste's name in the news. The defense attorneys brought up some evidence that was deemed inadmissible at this preliminary hearing. They made allegations that didn't have any evidentiary basis, including the assertion that Celeste may have committed suicide or that Celeste was violent. And I personally found that very disturbing. It seems that the defense attorneys are stopping at nothing in an attempt to discredit the prosecution's evidence. And the family was horrified that the defense attorneys brought up evidence to put the blame on a 14-year-old child. I want you to remember February 17th, 2024. That is when Los Angeles County Sheriff's deputy did a welfare check on the home of David Anthony Burke and informed David that Celeste Rivas was 13 years old. David Anthony Burke has taken the position that Celeste said she was 18. He didn't know she was a child, but he knew because he was told in February of 2024 that Celeste was only 13 years old. This is a strict liability crime, meaning that if he's 18 and she's 13 and they're having sexual relations, that is automatically a crime. He does not have a defense. However, he had direct knowledge of Celeste's age and continued in their sexual relationship. So I find it important that the defense attorneys are trying to put any blame whatsoever on this young child. David Anthony Burke is known for a song called Romantic Homicide, and only a sick, disturbed mind like David Anthony Burke would think that a homicide is romantic. Thank you very much.
Can you address some of the evidence?
Thank you.
Is there anything you want to say about what Man, that's all good. All right, so yeah, so now we've just heard from the family civil lawyer. He's given his thoughts. It was definitely a mic drop moment for him to say there's nothing romantic about a homicide, and that, you know, David basically, you know, was making music, was making money. I think what's interesting is obviously, you know, his role is essentially to pursue the civil lawsuit against David. That'll be the civil litigation, the wrongful death lawsuit. Realistically, millions of dollars are on the table for that. And it's highly likely that David and his family will lose potentially everything in this, because the crime was so heinous, it was so obvious, and his career had so many moments in it that really were related to the crime. Lyrics about it, music videos about it, a bunch of lookalikes in the music videos. It beggars belief. The amount that this guy snitched on himself and the amount that he intertwined his business with his crimes, essentially. I think it is going to be a rough one when it comes to the civil case. You know, I don't think it's very likely that he's going to do very well in the criminal proceedings, but I think when it comes to the civil proceedings, I think he's going to be in a whole lot of trouble. It's probably going to be easier for them to prove the civil side of things. I mean, realistically, you saw O.J. Simpson beat his criminal case, but end up basically losing everything and being financially ruined for the rest of his life because of the civil suit. You know, his ex-wife and you know, Ron Goldman's family and their respective lawyers put forward towards OJ. So I think David and his family are going to lose everything. I think that it's very likely that he's going to lose this case based on the evidence we've seen today, and there's even more. And as Celeste family lawyer said, I just want to make it very clear, the family are hurt and disagree with any of these wrongful portrayals of them as being complicit or knowledgeable about what was going on. I've said from the very beginning, I don't think the family knew the extent of what was going on. I think it's possible that either they were misled as well, or they simply were unable to actually, you know, participate in stopping what was going on. And what I'm hearing, they actually did their best. They did as much as they possibly could to essentially stop this from going on. But anyway, I'm going to do a longer update for you guys. I'm going to find another spot to just like knuckle down privately and get some updates out to you guys. But thank you for supporting the coverage, and rest in peace to Celeste. Justice is definitely on its way.
Before I show you today's courthouse video, I need to tell you something so YouTube doesn't punish me. I categorically condemn David's actions and all predatory behavior involving children or adults. This video is educational, documentary, scientific, and artistic content. More specifically, authoritative reporting on a true crime case from a journalistic context. I've personally attended the David preliminary hearings as an accredited reporter, and I'm here to tell you the facts of the case. I'm doing this to inform and protect the public and raise awareness awareness of the tactics and methods used by predators. This video includes no content that violates the advertiser or community guidelines on YouTube, and the purpose of this video is to add context and condemnation to a story in the public interest and to protect the public. I will be reporting basic factual information that I've personally observed while attending the court proceedings as a professional journalist. While this video contains multiple points of view, including the defense attorney's arguments, I wholeheartedly condemn David, his actions, and the actions of any groomer or predator. I'm obliged by YouTube's rules to tell you that you should not imitate the actions of David, and this statement represents a clear and informative discouragement against imitating dangerous or harmful behavior. This video doesn't include any illegal material, instructions on how to carry out a crime, any footage of a criminal or victim while a crime is being committed, and this video categorically does not intend to glorify the crimes or criminals being discussed. I hope that's understood. Now here's the video.
Okay, it's official. David just lost in court. He lost, he took the L. He will be facing all of these charges. He will be facing a trial. He is going to be arraigned at the end of August, and he will then have to make an official plea on these charges, because what I'm hearing, the grand jury didn't charge him. That's why we had this probable cause hearing. 5-day preliminary hearing in the end. It was absolutely intense. It was a lot. Okay, it was actually a lot in the end. A lot went down. 5 days worth of testimony, witnesses, back-to-back witnesses, and he got cooked. He lost. All right. Now I've got all of my notes here. I'm going to be really careful about what I say to you guys. So if you saw the last video that I just uploaded, and you probably noticed that video about all of the text is missing because it got taken down by YouTube, and YouTube have upheld that. I appealed it. I was thinking they must have made some kind of mistake. I appealed it on journalistic grounds. They're not having it. Apparently I'm spreading child abuse, which is just shocking, and just, it's just, let's not even get into it in this video. But basically, okay, I'm going to be really careful what I tell you, but I'll tell you everything that went down today in this format. It seems that these outside the courthouse videos haven't been a problem. I guess it's just when I'm at home reading from my notebook, that's a big issue. So I'm going to give you everything that I've got here, everything that I can give you very, very carefully and sensitively. And then when I'm going to go home from the courthouse, I'm going to try and find a way of getting that content to you guys some way or another. And I am going to put all of my notes, I'm going to take a photo and put all of my notes into a PDF file, not that kind, and put that onto Patreon, on my free Patreon, free membership, so you don't have to pay. I'm not telling you go pay for my Patreon, yo, you got to give me money for all this stuff. It's just another place that's independent of YouTube's ridiculous censorship and just like falsely accusing me of promoting child abuse, which is absolutely untrue. I'm going to put it on Patreon on the free tier, so you're going to be able to read all of my notes, and then basically not going to be able to hide anything from you, okay? That's how it's going to be, and then from there, I'll see if I can get you that video. We've done a censored version of it, but I'm not sure if I can even put that out because I'm too scared. I don't want to be banned from uploading for a week because there's a lot more things that I want to tell you guys about. But anyway, let's get into it, okay? Let me tell you everything that went down today that we heard about on day 5. So basically, okay, I can't tell you that. All right, let me just look over this. Tell you what I'm going to do actually is I'm going to, let me find a good little spot. Okay, I'm going to hand this to you, good sir, and I'm going to grab my notebook. I'm going to stand here. Hopefully I'm looking all right. We haven't got too many people around here. It's still a media circus going on over there. We just heard from Beth Silverman, the Deputy District Attorney, the main District Attorney, as well as Celeste's family lawyer for the civil suit. So I'll have probably uploaded that video before this one, so you might have already seen that. Hopefully the audio is decent on that. We were kind of at a distance fighting to get sound, but I'm hoping that worked out for you guys. But basically, this is the gist of what went down today. I'm going to be really careful and a bit slower so I don't say anything that's going to get me in any trouble. But David came in court. He was in a chatty, decent mood. He was kind of cracking some jokes with the courtroom clerk and his lawyer about being really thirsty and he wanted some water. We saw him have a drink. I'm not gonna lie, there were a few sus people in court today. Few sus people, I was looking at them thinking, where are you from? Who are you supporting? What's going on with that? But I didn't see anyone I recognized, that's for sure. Celeste's parents were in the courtroom today, and they were there when they were, you know, arguably just absolutely slandered by the defense team. They made some really bold accusations about the family, which I wasn't super happy to hear, but I'll explain it all to you now. So basically, they said that there were literally 8,000 or 9,000 texts from the last bit of testimony up until the day that Celeste was killed. That kind of really surprised me. They were texting thousands of times. But all right, are you ready for this? I'm going to be really careful what I say, but I do think that, to be honest, I'm gonna take a risk. I'm gonna read you some of these messages, but I'm gonna be really careful about how I say it and what I say it. But what I'm about to tell you is gonna blow your little mind. Asia, you're cooked. Asia's name came up, all right, and it was insane. We saw a text message from Celeste basically saying this. We'd heard this rumor for ages, and I've talked about this rumor, and I'll be honest, I mentioned this in my earlier coverage when all these Reddit rumors were going around, and I actually felt bad for even saying this, but it turned out it's true. This supposed love triangle between David, Celeste, and Asia, it came up. They showed, Beth Silverman, the deputy district attorney, the sniper herself, showed text messages in court from April the 22nd, the day before Celeste was allegedly murdered. Celeste messaged David, said, but can you tell me why you want to be friends with Asia? Mental, all right? David replied, basically saying she was a friend of his, and she apparently replied. We didn't see what David's response regarding Asia was. We didn't see that. We just saw Celeste basically being very jealous. Admittedly, she was clearly a jealous lover. You shouldn't be in love with a child that's... she got the maturity of a 14-year-old because she was a 14-year-old, all right? It's not really a surprise there. But basically, she then followed up, said, bro, just jump into her. There's no need for friendship. Keep her as an acquaintance like Lane Cooperstein or Rob Morganroth. So Asia, Lane, and Rob all came up in a back-to-back triple combo, which I could not believe. It was like the Avengers of despicable people who have acted like they had nothing to do with this. Well, Celeste knew who all three of you were, and she knew about your friendships. She said, just bump into her. Just bump into Asia. No need for friendships. Just keep her as an acquaintance like Lane or Rob. Are you kidding me? What are you talking about? What on earth? So after that, we basically saw Celeste follow that up by saying, and you're really saying you'd end our friendship just to be friends with her, talking about Asia, over me. And then she said, that's disturbing and disgusting to me on a deeper level. So after that, David replied and said, when did I say I'd end my friendship with her for you? And then Celeste replied, someone who's known you for years over someone who knows you for 1 year, I didn't want to be friends with you if you still want to be friends with her. So Celeste was jealous of Asia. That's now been proven, okay? The day before David allegedly murdered her, she basically was kind of like going back and forth with David, calling him out. I'll admit, I don't know if Asia had knowledge of Celeste's feelings towards her, the jealousy, these allegations. I don't know to what extent Asia was aware. But Celeste was aware of Asia, and she was jealous of her. And she was suspicious of David's relationship. She said, keep her as an acquaintance like Lane or Rob. She was aware of Lane. So this idea, people were talking about, there's a rumor going around that Celeste might have been staying with Lane when she wasn't at the main house with David. Rob was mentioned. So Celeste knows who Lane and Rob are. The fact that this little girl who David was messing with, that you're all going to deny having anything to do with, she knew who you lot were. That's damning, to be honest with you. So anyway, all right, as Celeste said, she said, oh, I've known you for years. You've only known Asia for 1 year. You should be friends with me. That was crazy. Celeste basically went on to say, why was she at your house then? And David was like, at my house when? She said the address of the other house. I guess he still had it. And David was like, oh, well, for Coachella, everybody came to get wristbands. So she came over for a reason, basically. There was a good reason that she came over. And this is where it got crazy, all right? I talked about this in a short earlier, but Celeste then threatened to kill David. I'll keep it real. Look, it's bad, it's damning, but that's what happened. So Celeste basically said, oh my effing God, I swear to God, I will kill you. She was in my seat. I think she's talking about maybe seeing Asia like sat in the seat of the Tesla that Celeste usually sits in, or perhaps maybe there's a seat in the house that's usually reserved for Celeste that Asia was in, but she was jealous. She said, I will kill you, I will strangle you, and tell my dad so many lies and do so much damage to you and end your career. That's crazy, okay? Doesn't mean she deserves to die. This is a 13-year-old wilding out. How many 13-year-olds have said, I'm gonna kill you before? This is a kid. So I don't care. A lot of people are now saying, oh my God, she threatened to kill him, self-defense. Nonsense, ain't no self-defense. This was a kid. This is a kid that was just whiling out, talking rubbish, talking nonsense. Doesn't matter. Not self-defense, but obviously it was bad. But really that just says to me the lengths that David had actually pushed this minor to. She was so frustrated with him that she was talking about she wanted to kill him. So she went on to basically say, she posted at your house, you weirdo. And then on the day of the murder, they continued talking to each other. They talked about seeing each other. He sent an Uber. David said to her, are you coming at 9 or is it too early or late for you? Celeste said, I said I can go whenever. David basically leaned forward and stared at the screen. While these messages were going on, David was locked in. Now after that, Celeste said, what you mean, leave at 9 or get there at 9? David said, leave at 9. Celeste said, actually, yeah, or I can be in Riverside for it too if you want. She went on to say, by the way, is it chill if you get the Uber for me at 8:30? I'll be back in Lake Elsinore. It's hard to get Ubers there. And then later on, David said, so get it to your house or down the street or something. And Celeste said, let me check. She sent him an address that I won't read to you. And she basically, David went on to say, why do I have to show you everything I get? And Celeste said, because you had because she didn't say this. I don't want to say it. I've got to be careful what I say. But she basically, to the effect, said, he said, why do I have to show you everything I get? And Celeste said, basically, because you made me, I was expecting because of you at a certain point, all right? So after that, now this was interesting. Celeste kept calling David like queen and girl, and I think she was trolling him, and I think she low-key was like bullying him, like, you know what I'm saying, head under the arm, ruffling his head. Like, she was just like, she was dog walking him at some point. She was like, get my Uber, queen. Like, he was calling her, she was calling him queen, and low-key making a mockery of him. And I just thought that was quite funny, and she actually clearly had a sense of humor, and she was sort of still roasting this fool right to the bitter end. So the address was shared. I won't tell you the address, but the address was the address. It was what it was. And then basically they went back and forth. David's saying 4 minutes, 1 minute, okay, he's there. And she's saying, okay. And then while she's in the car, as we heard before, basically, she was calling him queen, then she said girly pop. She was calling him girly pop, which was hilarious. She said, girly pop, I'm almost at your door if you're home. He replied, got you, gate open, door unlocked. He didn't say, I'm gonna open the door. He said, gate open, door unlocked. Now that's something that the defense were trying to rely on later, basically saying like, oh, you know, he didn't say he was there. He didn't even say that he was there. Like, how do you know he was there? He didn't even say that he was there. And it's like, gate open, door unlocked, like, bruv, come on, he was there. And the cell tower suggested that he was in the vicinity of his own home. This is when the alleged lies began. So this is when David basically said around 10:31 p.m. And here's the thing: she arrived to the car at she arrived to his house allegedly at 10:10, and that's when David said gate open, door unlocked. All right, when she said I'm almost here, 7 minutes before that. And then at 10:33, all right, David says Uber said you're here. Where you're at? Hello, bro, Celeste. And after that last message from Celeste, where she said, this is so sad. But the last thing she ever sent was girly pop, I'm almost at your door, open if you're home. She never sends a message ever again in history. The girl she never ever sends any message. That's the last message she ever sent in her whole life, all right? And you want to believe that because David's going, where are you at? Hello, bro, Celeste, where you at? And then she's apparently like, this is like 10:33, 10:36, and then there's no messages from Celeste ever after 11 p.m. And then basically, David then messages her at like 10:30, says, bro, blocking me? Hello? Bro, I'm gonna call you, bro, you're scaring me. He was lying. So, allegedly. So then by 11:41, he's saying, dude, what the F? Where are you, please? And then he never texts her ever again. She never sends a text ever again after that. It's over with at this point. It's completely over with at this point. So, basically, the detective made it clear he reviewed the Uber records. The victim did arrive at the property at 10:10 p.m. And then at 11:30 p.m., and bear in mind he's texting while this is going on, but 11:30 p.m. his cell phone and his Tesla begin moving north towards Santa Barbara. So interestingly enough, okay, they revealed something that we already knew, but this was all while David was planning the rollout for his album Withered, which obviously is just a ridiculous name considering what ended up happening. Now, it could have been a coincidence or it could have indicated some premeditation. I'm not entirely sure, but at the end of the day, he basically had a bunch of album stuff to deal with after that. Funnily enough, actually, he had been at a meeting with Interscope that day about his album rollout. Now, we ended up seeing all of these locations in his Tesla infotainment. He drove up to Santa Barbara, all of that kind of stuff. And this is where the cross-examination took place. So Blair took the stand, sorry, not took the stand, but Blair took the podium and begun continuing to question this detective who was continuing on from the previous day's testimony. And she basically got to blaming Celeste, painting David as a victim, painting David as somehow kind of like being a victim in all this. I'm gonna get to it, but she painted out David to be such a bitch, and that David was basically like a victim in all this, and like he did what he's supposed to do kind of vibe that she was giving, and blame the family. So the first thing that Blair Burke said was basically the first contact with David and Celeste on iMessage was August 2020, right? So that was confirmed. She said that was online text messaging, right? When did they first meet in person? They said they first met in person in November 2023, right? They said first communication with Celeste. What was the first message? So apparently the first message, or within the first couple of messages that David and Celeste actually shared, Celeste asked David his age, and apparently he said 18. Now this is what's crazy, okay? And I would say that Beth Silverman looked a little bit flustered and a little bit like, just a little bit pissed off at this line, just this general line of questioning. I was pissed off too, because I feel like the line that you could see the avenues they were going down, and it was not pretty, it was not cool. So after that, all right, basically, there was kind of a back and forth, and Beth objected and said these are like random iMessages, these aren't the extraction from Cellbrite. And then Blair was basically telling the detective, didn't you review these messages? And he was like, oh, I can't really remember, I've reviewed so many messages. He could only remember the ones that the prosecution had put in front of him. For a moment, it almost looked a little bit like, oh, okay, this is going to be a W in his favor. But then it's like the detective kind of was just locked in and started answering the questions. And it was like, cool, these are iMessage from David's, look, these are the Cellbrite. It was unclear to me, but basically there was a whole back and forth about where the detective was basically like, we got all these messages from a Cellbrite extraction. I can't remember all of them. If you're asking me about specific ones, you're going to have to show me. And then Blair basically produced a bunch of messages that were apparently sympathetic towards David, that she then showed the detective one by one, and Beth made sure to kind of like oversee that and make sure what was being shown was legit. But anyway, once we moved on to that, okay, they said in the first message between David and Celeste, where Celeste asked David his age, they said David told Celeste he was 17, and the detective was like, well, I don't remember, he might have. They said, well, you admitted Friday that when they first spoke, he was 17. So the first thing they were going for was like this thing that like he was a minor too. I'm going to lean up against this, I think it'll be more comfortable. You want to just jump in there, thank you. So like this idea that like, oh, he was a minor too, that was sort of where how they were framing it to begin with, to say when they first spoke he was 17 too. After that they basically talked about their birthdays, they kind of went back and forth about all the details. They identified David's birthday. It was weird, I don't know if this was a mistake, but I'm pretty sure they said David's birthday was March the 5th, 2005, and I thought I read on Google it was March the 28th. Maybe Google's wrong, I'm more inclined to believe his lawyer, or maybe she misspoke. But anyway, they said fair to say out of hundreds of messages you reviewed, you focused on their ages, right? Because when the previous testimony was being given, we constantly heard Beth Silverman pausing and saying, and just remind us, how old was Celeste and David during these messages? And it was always, she's 13, he's 18, over and over and over and over and over again, okay? So from there, basically they said you looked at tens, hundreds, thousands of messages, hundreds of thousands of messages, and you focused in what was said. So they said on the first message they ever spoke, David told Celeste he was 17, and what did Celeste reply? And this was a bit of a bombshell. David said he was 17, Celeste said, I'm 16. Now Beth objected to that, there was a little bit of tension. Blair had to rephrase the same question, but she got the same answer, yes. Okay. So when they first spoke, admittedly, all right, and this worked in David's favor, David was 17 and Celeste had said she was 16. Now, they claimed that over the course of 2022-2023, Celeste actually changed her story and told David that she was 18. Now, after that, okay, Blair would introduce various messages that actually came from the 22nd of April, 2025, the day before the alleged murder. So basically, she kind of established when they first started talking, they were both minors. All right, fine. And that she had lied about her age. Okay, fine. Doesn't change the fact this is a statutory offense. She could say she's 80 years old. It doesn't matter, because if you abused her and you did the business, you are a criminal. There is no... I thought that it doesn't need malice or intent from what I understand for these charges. But anyway, from there, okay, Blair Burke would introduce a bunch of messages that were apparently sent either basically the day before they ended up meeting up. And this was pretty crazy, okay? They reviewed that same message that we'd already heard from the prosecution, where Celeste had said, oh my God, I'll kill you, I'll strangle you to death, I'll tell my dad so many lies, I'll injure your career, life, and damage you. Now, this is what was very, very interesting. So after that, I can't actually tell you this message. She said, I will straight up mutilate something of David's that's very sensitive. That's all I'm going to say. So basically David replied, he said, you've turned this into a bigger thing than this conversation. And now I'm not going to lie to you, it wasn't really even brought attention to, but that sentence was very ominous to me, and I felt like that was the message where he decided to kill her. That's just my opinion, all right, allegedly. But David replied when she said she would mutilate part of him, David said, you've turned this into a bigger thing than this conversation. What bigger thing? What? Murder? Violence? I think that's when he decided, but you guys be the judge of that. And obviously the jury will really be the judge of that, as well as the judge. But anyway, I digress. David says, this is how it goes with you. You have to find out after the fact that you do not listen to me. That didn't really make sense to me. But anyway, Celeste replied, said, nah, I don't even play like that. I'll dead go to Val's door on some crazy shit, knocking and crying. Now, anyway, I'll just move on from there, okay? You can do your own research. And then Blair basically went on to say there were 1,200 messages that were sent between Celeste and David on the 2 days before the murder. David basically said, why do you think you proved my exact point? Celeste said, you have one more chance to tell me the truth. She said, tell me the truth, David. I need to see you tonight. Tell me the truth. Now, bear in mind, the context of this all started, they're talking about Asia. So I don't know if this was other girls, if it's specifically about Asia. I don't know what was going on with that. But basically, it was like, you need to tell me the truth. You need to tell me what's going on. Now, a little bit of time passes. David said, So, okay, David said, how are you going to feel distant? How are you going to say you feel distant? You pushed me away from the start of the year. Celeste said, if I see you and Asia hanging out, I'll make an anonymous account leaking all of the stuff I have on you. Again, doesn't mean she deserved to die, but she was cooking him. She was ready to expose him. She made it very clear that just because someone's going to expose you for being a PDF-related file, you don't have the right to kill them. That's no self-defense. This just provided a motive, and I personally feel like accidentally Blair Burke actually provided a lot of ammunition and motive. Because realistically, reading that, it's kind of like, well, it sounds like she gave him no choice, but as far as he was thinking about it, from the perspective of someone willing to murder to protect their career and finances, like, she had taken it there, so he was willing to take it there. Anyway, Celeste continued threatening me. It was crazy. She said, and I have all the old numbers from my phone printed out, including your mum, so I can contact her if anything. Oh no, sorry, I can contact her anytime, lol. David said, okay, with a laughing emoji. And then she went on to say, I also have somebody's fiance on my phone, so I could text her, it will spread to your work girl. I don't know who that was. Well, I heard the name. It wasn't a name I'd ever heard before. I'm not going to say whom, but yeah. So Celeste said she had spread to your work girl. So really it sounds like she had connections and phone numbers and contacts to the people involved in his career. So basically, apparently there were threats constantly back and forth. Blair basically said there were hundreds and thousands of texts between them, a lot of threats, a whole bunch of Celeste basically making threats. And Blair basically pointed out of the hundreds and the thousands of texts, did Celeste ever say specifically about participating in a criminal prosecution? And the detective admitted she never talked about testifying or taking it to the cops. She just talked about taking it public. Now, we found out at the end when the judge made the ruling that doesn't frickin' matter. Doesn't matter. Doesn't have to be take it to the cops. It can just be, I'm going to expose you. That was enough for the special circumstances. The cops would have liked her to be a witness, but it doesn't mean that they needed an investigation or for her to willingly be saying, I'm going to testify in this upcoming trial that hasn't happened yet. Okay? So that didn't help. But that was one of the many straws they can continue to clutch at. So after that, basically, like, Blair said, just reiterated, like, she threatened to kill him, to call his mum, to leak stuff, threaten him, but she never once mentioned going to the police. Now, the last threat apparently came. I don't know if this was a threat, but anyway, David has said, I know you ended the. David basically said, I know you ended the friendship like 10 times, and then David said, when are you coming to mine? Are you going to want food? I'm going to be hungry at the end of the day. She says, sure, what kind, girl? So she's still roasting him, calling him girl and shit, which is quite funny. She's like, yeah, what time, girl? What kind, girl? What kind of food? And David said, In and Out, and she said, K. And they tried to present this like, look, he wouldn't murder her. He offered her In and Out. You couldn't possibly give someone an In and Out to, entice them into a sense of security and then murder them. Surely not, right? That was absurd. Like, the idea that, like, look, come on, man. Like, if I'm going to go and catch a body, as long as I buy someone In and Out beforehand, I guess that's just fine. That's just fair play, is it? That was ridiculous. But from there, Blair basically went on to say, this is where she started putting the blame on the family. And I really didn't like this. And to be honest, this made me think, oh, okay. So that message that was going around yesterday that was supposedly from a neighbor, that probably had been leaked out there with coordination from the defense, because suddenly a lot of things in that neighbor's message matched up with things that Blair was saying that nobody should have known about. And I'm still skeptical. A lot of people are going to be coming out of this hearing saying, oh, see, the family knew, the family were in on it. I still think what they said about the family was very flimsy, and I'm going to tell you why here. I'll tell you what they said, and then I'll tell you why I think it's BS. Blair basically asked the detectives, David was known to Celeste's family, right? He said, yeah. I said, after the missing persons report, Celeste's parents allowed Celeste to live away from home in May 2024. with her aunt in the same city that David lived in? And the detective said yes. Now, I thought that was a very clever misdirection. She tried, the way she worded it, tried to make it seam like, see, she let David go and live in she let Celeste go and live in Los Angeles with David, right? That was the way she worded it. She let him go live in Los Angeles where David lived with her aunt. It was almost like playing shuffle with certain words. Because just because she went to live in Los Angeles with her aunt doesn't mean that she was given permission to live with David. Permission to live in the same city with David when this girl's been sneaking out, lying to the parents for years, getting secret cell phones they don't know about. They're trying to make it seem like the parents signed a permission slip for their minor daughter to go and live with David, and that is not true. That is misinformation, and the way that it was spun, I think, is out of line. So really, they said that Celeste, for whatever unrelated reasons, they didn't say why, they didn't say it had anything to do with David, but Celeste went to live with her auntie in the Los Angeles County area. Not Hollywood, not West Hollywood, not in the vicinity of David's house, not in David's house. She was living with her auntie in the Los Angeles County area. That's a big area, okay? But everybody is going to now put that out there and say, see, the family said that she could go and live with David. Not true. But I could see what she was doing. And look, fair play to Blair. She's doing the best she can with a bad situation to try and give the man a defense, which everyone deserves a defense at the end of the day, even though this guy looks to me to be a monster. But at the end of the day, everyone deserves a defense. And I think that what actually ended up happening after that was, we kind of saw her twisting things to make it seem like there was more family complicity than there actually was. They went on to say aunts and cousins knew about the relationship, yes? Now here's the clever misdirection. Blair said at the start David was known to Celeste's family. Didn't say parents, said known to the family. And then they said aunts and cousins knew about the relationship. And they said yes. Now look, I don't know the ages or the backgrounds of the aunts and cousins. You're more likely to tell your sibling about a little secret illegal relationship you've got going on than maybe your parents who are going to be judgmental and step in. Some people have got that relationship with aunts and cousins. I've got uncles that are, closer in age to me. It depends what your family tree looks like, right? I thought that was clever misdirection. David was known to Celeste's family, yep. Did aunts and cousins know about the relationship? Yes. They said, did David attend church with Celeste's family? And David would pick Celeste up from the family and take her on dates at the mall. That was a yes, but here's the thing, and I talked about this earlier. Saying David attended the church with the family makes it sound like Celeste's whole family was all there with David. Oh, this is our boy David. Remember in that message that was going around yesterday that was apparently from the neighbor that said, they were showing David and Celeste off in the community. They all loved him. They loved each other. I couldn't imagine him killing her. Now, I think that's nonsense, but I think they put that out there to muddy the waters. But listen carefully. David attended church with the family. That to me could mean they just simply attended the same church. They could have easily gone completely separately. David and Celeste could have been the only ones, or David, Celeste and her cousin could be the only ones that actually knew there was a relationship. David could be sitting 5 rows back giving Celeste a little wink when nobody's looking, and that's it. That doesn't necessarily mean that they were all welcoming David into the community open armed like we were led to believe. And then I feel like Blair basically attached those two things together. David attended church with the family and would pick Celeste up from the family house and take her on dates to the mall. They didn't say that he would knock on the family door and bring her out and shake hands with everybody in the family and give them birthday gifts, the type of nonsense that we were seeing in that post going around. All they said was David attended the same church with the family. Doesn't mean that they were all together hand in hand, and David would pick her up from the house and take her on dates. Well, we know that David would try and pick her up in the middle of the night with his security guard secretly trying to kidnap her. So that doesn't mean anything as far as the family being friendly. That doesn't mean that the parents condone the whole thing. And I'm very suspicious, and I've got to give her credit as a lawyer. She worded it well, and she definitely made it seem very much like there was a lot of complicity. Wrongfully, in my opinion. They would go on to say David took Celeste's family to Six Flags. Family makes it sound like the whole mum, dad, cousins, brothers, sisters, everybody was at Six Flags. As far as I'm aware, it was just a sister. It was just her sister, right? And you might have your little secrets with your sister. Your sister might know about your secret older boyfriend. Maybe not your parents, maybe not your older aunties, your older higher level guardians. But again, she kept saying, the family knew, and then she would focus on like one relationship. David took Celeste's family members of Celeste to Six Flags, right? Whoa, what, just the sister? And then they said the Vegas trip. Celeste's adult sister was aware of the relationship, right? And that adult sister went to Vegas with them. And then basically the detective interjected and said, accompanied them to Vegas, went with them isn't right. She went in a different car at a different time. She stayed elsewhere in a different hotel. She was in Vegas at the same time. that doesn't even necessarily mean that, you know, it said that they had apparently met up in Las Vegas. That could have been one or two times that they met up, and that could have been a sister that kind of was knowing a little bit about the relationship, keeping it hush hush. But the idea is like the family were all aware, they're all going on a big family vacation to Vegas. The way she presented it was genius, but I saw through it. From there, okay, they said Celeste's school friends know about it, right? And they said yes, but again, they were both posting pictures on social media. David had all these secret clandestine pictures of like Celeste's arm in the picture. Of course the school friends knew, the teacher knew. This was like I don't want to say like an open secret, but like word had got out, and that doesn't mean that everybody was complicit and played a part in it. It just means that basically there was kind of like a few people that knew, and ultimately it ended up being a thing where they kind of tried to take those small nuggets of information and make it seem like absolutely everybody knew what was going on. From here, what was interesting, obviously, is like this is all going on. We're hearing all of this stuff, and really, like we're hearing Celeste's family really get tarnished, and some quite clever wordplay being used to sort of make it seem like they knew a lot more than I think that they did. A lot more than I think that they did know. I think that they were aware of some things. They were aware their daughter had a boyfriend. Bear in mind, everybody that wants to point the finger at the family and say they knew. Yeah, we heard testimony that Celeste's father had contacted the police after he saw the news and said, yeah, I think that could be my daughter. That's not because he was complicit. He probably had heard the rumors. He knew that they had a boyfriend called David, and it wasn't laid out, but I would wager that it's highly possible if Celeste was lying about her own age and lying about where she was at times, I think it could have just as easily, she could have lied to her parents about the age of her boyfriend too. So I don't really put too much credence on that, the idea that like, oh, the parents knew everything. Now it said Celeste's parents, were they aware of a trip to Houston to meet the family? And what was very interesting is they brought this up and they showed it, but it was too small for you to actually read it because I would have liked to see the details. But they did say, and I'll throw my hands up and say that this is what they said. They said there was a 4-page notarized child travel consent form signed by Celeste's dad in September 2024 that consented to the London trip. Now that was a bombshell. I won't say too much, but there's rumors going around that, you know, there might have been, that was apparently a notarized letter. And I wonder if it was completely genuine, if it was notarized by the right person, if it was a real form signed by Celeste's father, if he was actually aware of this, or if he perhaps was deceived as well. There was clearly a lot of deceit going on, especially on David's behalf, but also partly Celeste was deceiving people too. Arguably she had been deceived by David as well. But that did definitely make me wonder to what extent, like, is, you know, to what extent is, like, are they kind of reframing a lot of this stuff to try and make it seem like something it wasn't? I'm not convinced. Just because there was just because they put a lot of emphasis on notarized, all right? Do your research into that. But they were kind of, that was like supposed to be like this smoking gun. But the reality is that could have been forged. It could have been genuine, but they could have been lied to about the boyfriend's age. They could have said, oh yeah, my boyfriend's family's rich, he wants to go on this family trip to London and he's only 16. She could have said, oh yeah, he's getting his parents to sign a notary form as well for permission. Easily, all types of lies could have been told. So I really don't think that it was fair to characterize the parents like that, and the parents were in court for this to be read. But as far as I'm aware, they don't speak English, so they might not have understood as it happened. But anyway, after that, they said they went through social media searches. They identified pictures of Celeste and David online. They basically kind of like, Blair tried to make this point that like, oh, there were images that were basically shared publicly by David and Celeste. So it wasn't this big secret. Like, they were out there publicly. People knew that they were together. And it was kind of a bit flimsy, but they also said, oh, there was pictures of them online from Discord. They were gaming a lot. They were gamers. That's how they met. They met gaming, all this kind of thing. And again, like, I just feel like it was, I feel like they thought it was going to be more compelling than it was. From there, basically, the detective said, look, I can't verify all the photos on social media. I can only verify the photos that like we've taken off of the, what's it called? Off of his own devices. Like the items that they had taken off of his devices were essentially like, you know, those were the things that they were relying on in court, and like all the stuff on social media, the stuff on Reddit, the stuff on Discord, the detective basically said, look, that's not stuff we can verify, we don't rely on that. So a lot of the stuff Blair was relying on didn't meet the standard of proof that a detective would actually want to basically put it out there. Now after this, we would basically hear that apparently, and this was pretty damning, and now Blair's putting this out there as evidence in favor of David, but I don't think this helped him. If anything, this just threw everyone else under the bus. But she basically said to the detective, who confirmed that David's management team all went with David and Coachella, with David and Celeste. And I thought they said that Celeste went to Coachella, but I didn't think that that was true. So that was a little bit confusing to me. But obviously we know that David's management team was at Coachella, and we saw a lot of pictures. I talked about the pictures the other day about how Josh Marshall had his kids at Coachella backstage with David. I see Josh Marshall and them doing a little privacy complaint on the video, right? We're way ahead of you. We already blurred everything out that was personal to you guys, right? You don't have any right to have your video of you guys flexing your watches and laughing about the situation to be private. You guys are public figures and you put that out on Ziv Tamir's page. But anyway, we'll deal with that separately, all right? Those guys are absolute losers, all right? But anyway, from there, okay, we ended up hearing, this was crazy. I'm not going to say the name, but they mentioned somebody in the industry by name. I wrote the name down, all right? I wrote your name down. They basically said people in the industry, a music producer went out socially with David and Celeste together. So whoever that was, you're going to be in big trouble. So while Blair was kind of doing that thing, I noticed that David looked down. They brought up the Fonda Theatre, and again, they tried to bring up all this damning stuff that doesn't look good for David, but like as if it was in his defense. So they basically said, oh, well, Celeste sat in between David's family, his siblings at the Fonda Theatre with his management team. Everybody knew, everybody accepted their relationship. It was kind of like, bruh, this isn't helping. This is just throwing everybody else under the bus, and it really, cool. If you want to just cook a bunch of other people along with him, that's cool, but like, I'm not really sure that that's really going to help you too much. So interestingly, one of the craziest things that came up is they actually said that Blair basically said that Celeste, and there was proof that Celeste had previously committed domestic violence against David. A tiny little 13-year-old had apparently committed domestic violence against David. And now Beth objected to this, and Blair said it shows a lack of malice, planning, and laying in wait. References to prior domestic violence. There were apparently incidents in 2024 and 2025 where Celeste had been violent towards David, but the judge said, look, for this proceeding, this is a probable cause hearing. It's not relevant, and we don't need to include that. You can bring up these specific incidents in trial, but you can't really get to it now. Now, to be honest, I've been talking for a very long time. I'm not going to wrap up the video, but what I might do is just like do a little lap and just have a little stroll, because to be honest, I'm getting a little bit antsy and I feel like we're in a bit of a dark, dingy corner. All right, so look, I'm just gonna have a little lap here, just see, like, we're still out here in the sort of media area. There's a lot going on. There's still like a few reporters and stuff out here doing their thing. I'm not gonna get all up in too many people's business, but I wanted to have a little switch of position and see what was going on. But I'm not gonna lie. I'll keep it real with you guys. I saw that dude was watching me for quite a long time, and I didn't know if he was on good vibes or bad vibes. And to be honest, after we just spoke, I'm still not entirely convinced. But anyway, I figure we go and find a new little spot. We go and see what's going on over here. We're on a different side of the courthouse now. I feel like we're getting better light over here, actually. So this might be the spot. This might be the location, all right? But it's, I don't know, you got to keep an eye out here, you know? I don't know if we were going to meet some David supporters or some David friends or David foes. But anyway, all right, I'm going to finish everything that I was saying in here, okay? In my new position, in my new spot, all right? Got a better eye line of sight, you know what I'm saying? I can see who's coming, who's going. But I'll wrap it up and explain to you kind of the last few bits of this. And keep you informed of the last few days worth of testimony, or the last few hours worth of testimony, basically. So kind of after all of that back and forth where Blair really was kind of like, she was kind of like doing her thing, and she did have some interesting points. She made some very cool, interesting points. She kind of broke down some of the backstory and stuff like that. Basically from there, we kind of heard, obviously, this domestic violence thing. The judge basically said, look, it's not really time for that. This is a probable cause hearing. If you want to try and, you know, do that, that's really for trial, to try and say that he had a reason to do whatever he did for purposes of domestic violence. But after that, there were basically some incidents. Okay, I already talked about that, my bad. I'm a little flustered, I'm just trying to get back together. So, from here, Blair also asked the detective, and the judge wouldn't let him answer this. This was objected to, and he wasn't allowed to answer, but you could tell where she was going with it. Blair basically said, oh, you learned through the communications in their messaging that Celeste frequently referenced having BPD, all right? So I'm pretty sure I've heard differing explanations of BPD as a borderline personality disorder or bipolar disorder, but basically was saying that she was suffering from some mental health issues. Judge wouldn't let her get into that. Basically, so that was objected to. It was sustained. 2 leading, not allowed to answer it. He didn't even accidentally get a bit of an answer out before that objection came through. It was basically kind of, that was basically the last, one of the last things that Blair had to say. They kind of explained that there were messages, they basically, there were a couple more things that were brought up that they weren't allowed to answer. One of them was, there were multiple occasions where Celeste referenced wanting to end it all. And basically like that, it's like she kind of knows what's in the text. So she's asking these leading questions, certain things are getting stopped. And then like, she basically made it clear, look, it's Celeste who kept asking to come over David's house. And basically David's trying to say no to meeting up with her. She said Celeste brought up coming over the house 7 times in total in one conversation, and he really didn't want to see her. And then they showed more messages. Celeste saying, David, can I see you on Thursday? He's like, nah. She's like, I can't effing be friends with you. You were with Neo and Asia, bro. Find a date, I can see you. She's pressuring him. So they give all these examples of all these times when they're like, oh, look, you were pressuring to see them. And they basically went on to say, explain why I can't see you before Singapore. David's like, my parents are here. I want to have a in-person conversation. So it sounds like really, he was saying like, I want to tell my parents what I got going on with you, really. So I wonder whether the parents knew or they didn't know at this point about the age, and that he wanted to actually reveal the situation that was going on. I don't know, but that's what he said. I want to have an in-person conversation. And then Celeste replied, she was on his ass. She said, I need proof that your parents are there, flights, or you're lying. I saw other people in your house. And then David said, they get here on Thursday, but I can't do tomorrow. Why do we need to meet in person before I'm back? I can see you tomorrow. She replied, I can see you tomorrow. I can dead ass go to Riverside too. She said, we need to talk in person, please, man. David said, no. Celeste said, you have one more chance to tell me the truth. You're hurting me. I don't know if you've ever been told this. It said, no, bro, cut this shit. I'm seeing you today. And David was like, okay. And basically, there was some other stuff that came up, but I'm actually not gonna say it, just to be careful, just to be more careful. So basically, after all this, Blair starts questioning the detective and saying, well, you couldn't confirm if Celeste actually wrote the message. You know, when Celeste said, girly pop, I'm almost at your door, open the door, I'm almost there. They said, well, she wasn't there when she sent that, so you can't prove that she was there. And they said, oh, you can't prove that David was in his address, in his home. And the detective's like, well, we could triangulate his phone to his address. And they were like, yeah, but you couldn't tell if he was inside or outside, right? Like, that was some gotcha. And they was like, yeah, well, I mean, that's the address, like, that's where the car was, that's where, like, she was ultimately found. Like, that's basically, it is what it is. So after that, they basically went back and forth. She was sort of saying, oh, you can't prove that he was in the property. They said he was playing a VR video game with 2 other people right before she arrived. And they were trying to use that as a way to say, oh, you know, there was no lying in wait. It was just, they was playing VR and she came over. He wasn't lying in wait. He stopped playing the game and went and spoke to her. Or not. Like, who knows what happened? You can't prove that he ever even spoke. He wasn't even inside the house. It was kind of not really making sense, right? Obviously, it does sound like she was dropped off. There was basically like all kinds of activity that was apparently going on, you know, between their phones and such. And basically, they were like, can you confirm that she was dropped off in the Uber? They apparently spoke to the Uber driver, and apparently the Uber driver basically said he couldn't really remember her or where he dropped her off or anything like that. And they were trying to use that as like, see, the Uber driver didn't even see her. Didn't even know where he dropped her off, but it was kind of like, nah, it's just some Uber driver talking about some shit that happened nearly a year ago, like 7 months ago. Like, the Uber driver don't remember what's going on, 5 months ago, sorry. Uber driver didn't really know what was going on or want to be involved in any of this stuff that was going on. So apparently there was only a 21-minute window that Celeste could have died between 10:10 and 10:31. And they basically were just like, it's such a short window of time. They said that window of time was shorter than the potential hour that the medical examiner said it could have taken for her to die from the stab wounds that the body was found with. And they basically said there was no evidence anyone else was there. The Uber driver couldn't confirm she was there. The Uber driver had no footage, no memory of the ride. There was no footage of her exiting the Uber, no footage of her outside the property, no Ring doorbell cam from nowhere. You can't prove any of them were ever there. And it's kind of like, well, her body was found in the trunk of his car that was parked outside, and he was the last person to drive it, and he walked into that house. So, yeah, it sounds like you could prove some stuff. But anyway, they weren't trying to hear that. So they said, you've got no proof of any activity of David being in the house after 10:10. It's like, yeah, sure, but we could prove that he was in the general area of the house and that he was the last person to go in the house and get out of the car from the car that had the body in it when the body was eventually recovered. Anyway, talked in circles, what a load of nonsense, all right? But Blair was doing the best that she could with what she had. So from there, she kind of went back and forth. She was like, you were able to determine, you know, you basically couldn't determine where David was. He was out at a label meeting with Interscope in the daytime about his album coming out. There was a message where David had actually said to Celeste where he was in the day, Interscope meeting because my album is tomorrow. And Celeste said, oh, are you dining with the nerds, like the nerds from the label? So she was referencing him that way. She was low-key cooking David and all the people around him, I'm not going to lie to you. So after that, Beth Silverman took over, and she, as the sniper she is, she only needed like one shot to, you know what I'm saying, to hit the kill shot on Blair Burke. And she basically said, all right, she just asked the detective, like, why couldn't you get any footage of them at the house? Because so much time had passed. And she was like, I rest my case. She was like, yeah, the whole thing was planned out to cover up the fact that this happened. Enough time, months had passed, no one had the footage left over. It just wasn't there. So there was a long break after that, and basically after this, this is when the actual kind of like arguments were basically made. And I'm not going to talk too much about this. I could talk more about this in another video, but I think I'm going to wrap it up pretty soon. But basically, the judge went through kind of the reasons and like the purpose for this hearing, basically to say, look, the whole point of this hearing is for probable cause. You know, I guess because he wasn't officially indicted by the grand jury on these charges, basically Beth Silverman and Blair Burke were allowed to kind of make their respected arguments for what they think. Blair Burke kind of said, oh, you know, there's no intent for the murder, there's no murder weapon, there's no proof for the murder, like the best you could do is desecration and mishandling of human remains, there's no malice, he was absolutely nice to her, but low-key kind of admitted that he is a messes with young'uns, because basically they kind of was just like, oh no, he talks about how much he loved her and how much he cared for her and all this kind of stuff. So it's like, okay, so you're admitting he's a PDF type person file and all of that stuff, but then you're like low-key on the other hand denying there's no proof of the murder, no proof he ever wanted to do anything, all this kind of stuff, right? So, and then she was like, he was provoked, she threatened to mutilate him, threatened to kill him, threatened to hurt him, all of this stuff. We kind of saw all of that, and then from there they kind of both made their arguments, and I would say this was like really Beth Silverman's finest hour. In the space of like less than an hour, she basically summarized the entire case, all of the evidence, absolutely every reason why David's cooked. And I don't need to summarize that for you here, because it was everything we'd already heard. Medical examiner, you know, the wounds on the body, the blood in the garage, the blood in the car, his messages, his grooming, the footage of him when the police came to his house on the body camera, he denied knowing her age, and he acknowledged that some people had said she was 13, but he thought she was 18. He lied to the police. The text of Operation Awesome. I'm going to let this siren go and do its thing, because this is definitely, I can see an ambulance in the distance. Or it's like a fire. It's like, out here in LA, you've got these like, you've got fire trucks obviously, but you've also got these kind of like, I don't know, it's like an SUV that's red that's like got fire stuff on the top of it. But yeah, I guess the courthouse has a lot of siren activity, so you're not going to get any insights from me right now. But tell you what, I will show you what's going on. Did you show them? We got a little siren activity going on. The 5 Live are in the building, all that kind of stuff. But look, I'm going to wrap it up pretty soon. But basically, the last thing that I want to say is just make it very clear that this was like a really, really excellent kind of, you know, effort by Beth Silverman in the end to kind of like break everything down and to pretty much, let's see if we're going to, yeah. So basically break everything down, summarize it. She summarized it really well. She did an amazing job. She absolutely killed it. And it was just a masterclass. The judge then went through all of the case law that basically backed her up and basically said, look, based on all of this, like, I believe that the financial motive was there. It doesn't have to be. Him losing out on money is just as good as him gaining money from the murder. And basically, you can't have any kind of financial interest in a murder. Basically just backed everything up. Said, you know, look, there is enough probable cause here. I am going to issue the full-blown charges. He will be facing a trial. He will have an arraignment at the end of August. David barely reacted. And then he's got 90 days to decide if he wants to have a speedy trial or he could delay it while they go through the evidence. To be honest, the evidence is clearly damning. There's clearly a lot of it, and he's looking cooked. So I'm going to wrap it up there. I'm losing my voice a little bit. I'll probably go home and do a bit more of an update. I'm going to get to the bottom of this thing with the other video, because that was just so disappointing. After so many days of just being up late and getting up early and just working so hard on this, for that to go down with YouTube, I think is just so disappointing. But who cares? It's not about me. It doesn't matter. What really matters is that justice for Celeste is one step closer. It does appear that now the charges are official. He will be facing trial, and they're going to have even more evidence than what we've seen so far. So if you thought he was already cooked, he is overly cooked now. But I'm going to wrap it up there. I hope you found that breakdown useful. I will catch you guys in the next video, the next breakdown. I'm going to go home and just get to the bottom of everything that's going on. But I really appreciate you guys supporting. Make sure that you go and support me on all my different platforms, especially Patreon. It's like this, you know what I'm saying? The stuff that you want to keep track of is there. But anyway, I'll catch you guys soon. Peace.